81. TSUL'KÂLû, the Slant-Eyed Giant. A long time ago a widow lived with her one daughter at the old town of CHEROKEE on Pigeon River. The girl was of age to marry, and her mother used to talk with her a good deal, and tell her she must be sure to take no one but a good hunter for a husband, so that they would have someone to take care of them and would always have plenty of meat in the house. The girl said such a man was hard to find, but her mother advised her not to be in a hurry, and to wait until the right one came. Now the mother slept in the house while the girl slept outside in the ACI. One dark night a stranger came to the ACI wanting to court the girl, but she told him her mother would let her marry no one but a good hunter. Well, said the stranger, I am a great hunter, so she let him come in, and he stayed all night. Just before day he said he must go back now to his own place, but that he had brought some meat for her mother, and she would find it outside. Then he went away and the girl had not seen him. When day came she went out and found there a deer, which she brought into the house to her mother, and told her it was a present from her new sweetheart. Her mother was pleased, and they had deer steaks for breakfast. He came again the next night, but again went away before daylight, and this time he left 2 deer outside. The mother was more pleased this time, but said to her daughter, I wish your sweetheart would bring us some wood. Now wherever he might be, the stranger knew their thoughts, so when he came the next time he said to the girl, Tell your mother I have brought the wood. And when she looked out in the morning there were several great trees lying in front of the door, roots and branches and all. The old woman was angry, and said, He might have brought us some wood that we could use instead of whole trees that we can't split, to litter up the road with brush. The hunter knew what she said, and the next time he came he brought nothing, and when they looked out in the morning the trees were gone and there was no wood at all, so the old woman had to go after some herself. Almost every night he came to see the girl, and each time he brought a deer or some other game, but still he always left before daylight. At last her mother said to her, Your husband always leaves before daylight. Why don't he wait? I want to see what kind of a son-in-law I have. When the girl told this to her husband he said he could not let the old woman see him, because the sight would frighten her. She wants to see you, anyhow, said the girl, and began to cry, until at last he had to consent, but warned her that her mother must not say that he looked frightful, USGA-STUMP. The next morning he did not leave so early, but stayed in the ACI, and when it was daylight the girl went out and told her mother. The old woman came and looked in, and there she saw a great giant, with long slanting eyes, TSUL'KÄLû, lying doubled up on the floor, with his head against the rafters in the left-hand corner at the back, and his toes scraping the roof in the right-hand corner by the door. She gave only one look and ran back to the house, crying, USGA-STUMP. USGA-STUMP. TSUL'KÄLû was terribly angry. He untwisted himself and came out of the ACI, and said goodbye to the girl, telling her that he would never let her mother see him again, but would go back to his own country. Then he went off in the direction of TSUL'KÂLû. Soon after he left the girl had her monthly period. There was a very great flow of blood, and the mother threw it all into the river. One night after the girl had gone to bed in the ACI her husband came again to the door and said to her, It seems you are alone, and asked where was the child. She said there had been none. Then he asked where was the blood, and she said that her mother had thrown it into the river. She told just where the place was, and he went there and found a small worm in the water. He took it up and carried it back to the ACI, and as he walked it took form and began to grow, until, when he reached the ACI, it was a baby girl that he was carrying. He gave it to his wife and said, Your mother does not like me and abuses our child, so come and let us go to my home. The girl wanted to be with her husband, so, after telling her mother goodbye, she took up the child and they went off together to TSUL'KÄLû. Now, the girl had an older brother, who lived with his own wife in another settlement, and when he heard that his sister was married he came to pay a visit to her and her new husband. But when he arrived at CHEROKEE his mother told him his sister had taken her child and gone away with her husband, nobody knew where. He was sorry to see his mother so lonely, so he said he would go after his sister and try to find her and bring her back. It was easy to follow the footprints of the giant, and the young man went along the trail until he came to a place where they had rested. And there were tracks on the ground where a child had been lying and other marks as if a baby had been born there. He went on along the trail and came to another place where they had rested, and there were tracks of a baby crawling about and another lying on the ground. He went on and came to where they had rested again, and there were tracks of a child walking and another crawling about. He went on until he came where they had rested again, and there were tracks of one child running and another walking. Still he followed the trail along the stream into the mountains, and came to the place where they had rested again, and this time there were footprints of two children running all about. And the footprints can still be seen in the rock at that place. Twice again he found where they had rested, and then the trail led up the slope of TSUL'KÂNЛÜ, and he heard the sound of a drum and voices, as if people were dancing inside the mountain. Soon he came to a cave like a doorway in the side of the mountain, but the rock was so steep and smooth that he could not climb up to it, but could only just look over the edge and see the heads and shoulders of a great many people dancing inside. He saw his sister dancing among them and called to her to come out. She turned when she heard his voice, and as soon as the drumming stopped for a while she came out to him, finding no trouble to climb down the rock, and leading her two little children by the hand. She was very glad to meet her brother and talked with him a long time, but did not ask him to come inside, and at last he went away without having seen her husband. Several other times her brother came to the mountain, but always his sister met him outside, and he could never see her husband. After 4 years had passed she came one day to her mother's house and said her husband had been hunting in the woods nearby, and they were getting ready to start home tomorrow. And if her mother and brother would come early in the morning they could see her husband. If they came too late for that, she said, they would find plenty of meat to take home. She went back into the woods, and the mother ran to tell her son. They came to the place early the next morning, but TSUL'KÄLÜ and his family were already gone. On the drying poles they found the bodies of freshly killed deer hanging, as the girl had promised, and there were so many that they went back and told all their friends to come for them, and there were enough for the whole settlement. Still the brother wanted to see his sister and her husband, so he went again to the mountain, and she came out to meet him. He asked to see her husband, and this time she told him to come inside with her. They went in as through a doorway, and inside he found it like a great townhouse. They seemed to be alone, but his sister called aloud, "He wants to see you," and from the air came a voice, "You cannot see me until you put on a new dress, and then you can see me." "I am willing," said the young man, speaking to the unseen spirit, and from the air came the voice again, "Go back, then, and tell your people that to see me they must go into the townhouse and fast 7 days. And in all that time they must not come out from the townhouse or raise the war whoop, and on the 7th day I shall come with new dresses for you to put on so that you can all see me." The young man went back to Kanuga and told the people. They all wanted to see TSUL'KÄLÜ, who owned all the game in the mountains, so they went into the townhouse and began the fast. They fasted the first day and the second and every day until the 7th, all but one man from another settlement, who slipped out every night when it was dark to get something to eat and slipped in again when no one was watching. On the morning of the 7th day the sun was just coming up in the east when they heard a great noise like the thunder of rocks rolling down the side of TSUL'KÄNLÜ. They were frightened and drew near together in the townhouse, and no one whispered. Nearer and louder came the sound until it grew into an awful roar, and every one trembled and held his breath, all but one man, the stranger from the other settlement, who lost his senses from fear and ran out of the townhouse and shouted the war cry. At once the roar stopped and for some time there was silence. Then they heard it again, but as if it were going farther away, and then farther and farther, until at last it died away in the direction of TSUL'KÄNLÜ, and then all was still again. The people came out from the townhouse, but there was silence, and they could see nothing but what had been 7 days before. Still the brother was not disheartened, but came again to see his sister, and she brought him into the mountain. He asked why TSUL'KÄLÜ had not brought the new dresses, as he had promised, and the voice from the air said, "I came with them, but you did not obey my word, but broke the fast and raised the war cry." The young man answered, "It was not done by our people, but by a stranger. If you will come again, we will surely do as you say." But the voice answered, "Now you can never see me." Then the young man could not say any more, and he went back to Kanuga. 82. GA'NA'S, the Lost Settlement. Long ago, while people still lived in the old town of GA'NA'S, on the French Broad, two strangers, who looked in no way different from other Cherokee, came into the settlement one day and made their way into the chief's house. After the first greetings were over, the chief asked them from what town they had come, thinking them from one of the western settlements, but they said, "We are of your people and our town is close at hand, but you have never seen it. Here you have wars and sickness, with enemies on every side, and after a while a stronger enemy will come to take your country from you. We are always happy, and we have come to invite you to live with us in our town over there," and they pointed toward Tsawatelda, Pilot Knob. "We do not live forever, and do not always find game when we go for it, for the game belongs to TSUL'KÂLû, who lives in Tsungani, but we have peace always and need not think of danger. We go now, but if your people will live with us let them fast 7 days, and we shall come then to take them." Then they went away toward the west. The chief called his people together into the townhouse and they held a council over the matter and decided at last to go with the strangers. They got all their property ready for moving, and then went again into the townhouse and began their fast. They fasted 6 days, and on the morning of the 7th, before yet the sun was high, they saw a great company coming along the trail from the west, led by the 2 men who had stopped with the chief. They seemed just like Cherokee from another settlement, and after a friendly meeting they took up a part of the goods to be carried, and the 2 parties started back together for Tsawatelda. There was one man from another town visiting at GA'NA'S, and he went along with the rest. When they came to the mountain, the 2 guides led the way into a cave, which opened out like a great door in the side of the rock. Inside they found an open country and a town, with houses ranged in 2 long rows from east to west. The mountain people lived in the houses on the south side, and they had made ready the other houses for the newcomers, but even after all the people of GA'NA'S, with their children and belongings, had moved in, there were still a large number of houses waiting ready for the next who might come. The mountain people told them that there was another town, of a different people, above them in the same mountain, and still farther above, at the very top, lived the Ani Hyantiquala Ski, the Thunders. Now all the people of GA'NA'S were settled in their new homes, but the man who had only been visiting with them wanted to go back to his own friends. Some of the mountain people wanted to prevent this, but the chief said, "No. Let him go if he will, and when he tells his friends they may want to come, too. There is plenty of room for all." Then he said to the man, "Go back and tell your friends that if they want to come and live with us and be always happy, there is a place here ready and waiting for them. Others of us live in TSULʻKÂLû and in the high mountains all around, and if they would rather go to any of them it is all the same. We see you wherever you go and are with you in all your dances, but you cannot see us unless you fast. If you want to see us, fast 4 days, and we will come and talk with you, and then if you want to live with us, fast again 7 days, and we will come and take you." Then the chief led the man through the cave to the outside of the mountain and left him there, but when the man looked back he saw no cave, but only the solid rock. The people of the lost settlement were never seen again, and they are still living in Tsawatelda. Strange things happened there, so that the Cherokee know the mountain is haunted and do not like to go near it. Only a few years ago a party of hunters camped there, and as they sat around their fire at supper time they talked of the story and made rough jokes about the people of old GA'NA'S. That night they were aroused from sleep by a noise as of stones thrown at them from among the trees, but when they searched they could find nobody, and were so frightened that they gathered up their guns and pouches and left the place. 83. Tsunahi, a legend of Pilot Knob. In the old town of Kanuga, on Pigeon River, there was a lazy fellow named Tsunahi, who lived from house to house among his relatives and never brought home any game, although he used to spend nearly all his time in the woods. At last his friends got very tired of keeping him, so he told them to get some parched corn ready for him and he would go and bring back a deer or else would never trouble them again. They filled his pouch with parched corn, enough for a long trip, and he started off for the mountains. Day after day passed until they thought they had really seen the last of him, but before the month was half gone he was back again at Kanuga, with no deer, but with a wonderful story to tell. He said that he had hardly turned away from the trail to go up the ridge when he met a stranger, who asked him where he was going. TSULʻKÂLÜ answered that his friends in the settlement had driven him out because he was no good hunter, and that if he did not find a deer this time he would never go back again. "Why not come with me?" said the stranger. "My town is not far from here, and you have relatives there." TSULʻKÄLÜ was very glad of the chance, because he was ashamed to go back to his own town, so he went with the stranger, who took him to TSULʻKÄLÜ, Pilot Knob. They came to a cave, and the other said, "Let us go in here." But the cave ran clear to the heart of the mountain, and when they were inside the hunter found there an open country like a wide bottom land, with a great settlement and hundreds of people. They were all glad to see him, and brought him to their chief, who took him into his own house and showed him a seat near the fire. TSULʻKÄLÜ sat down, but he felt it move under him, and when he looked again he saw that it was a turtle, with its head sticking out from the shell. He jumped up, but the chief said, "It won't hurt you, it only wants to see who you are." So he sat down very carefully, and the turtle drew in its head again. They brought food, of the same kind that he had been accustomed to at home, and when he had eaten the chief took him through the settlement until he had seen all the houses and talked with most of the people. When he had seen everything and had rested some days, he was anxious to get back to his home, so the chief himself brought him to the mouth of the cave and showed him the trail that led down to the river. Then he said, "You are going back to the settlement, but you will never be satisfied there any more. Whenever you want to come to us, you know the way." The chief left him, and TSULʻKÄLÜ went down the mountain and along the river until he came to Kanuga. He told his story, but no one believed it and the people only laughed at him. After that he would go away very often and be gone for several days at a time, and when he came back to the settlement he would say he had been with the mountain people. At last one man said he believed the story and would go with him to see. They went off together to the woods, where they made a camp, and then TSULʻKÄLÜ went on ahead, saying he would be back soon. The other waited for him, doing a little hunting near the camp, and 2 nights afterwards TSULʻKÄLÜ was back again. He seemed to be alone, but was talking as he came, and the other hunter heard girls' voices, although he could see no one. When he came up to the fire he said, "I have 2 friends with me, and they say there is to be a dance in their town in 2 nights, and if you want to go they will come for you." The hunter agreed at once, and TSULʻKÄLÜ called out, as if to someone close by, "He says he will go." Then he said, "Our sisters have come for some venison." The hunter had killed a deer and had the meat drying over the fire, so he said, "What kind do they want?" The voices answered, "Our mother told us to ask for some of the ribs," but still he could see nothing. He took down some rib pieces and gave them to TSULʻKÄLÜ, who took them and said, "In 2 days we shall come again for you." Then he started off, and the other heard the voices going through the woods until all was still again. In 2 days TSULʻKÄLÜ came, and this time he had 2 girls with him. As they stood near the fire the hunter noticed that their feet were short and round, almost like dogs' paws, but as soon as they saw him looking they sat down so that he could not see their feet. After supper the whole party left the camp and went up along the creek to TSULʻKÄLÜ. They went in through the cave door until they got to the farther end and could see houses beyond, when all at once the hunter's legs felt as if they were dead and he staggered and fell to the ground. The others lifted him up, but still he could not stand, until the medicine man brought some old tobacco, and rubbed it on his legs and made him smell it until he sneezed. Then he was able to stand again and went in with the others. He could not stand at first, because he had not prepared himself by fasting before he started. The dance had not yet begun and TSULʻKÄLÜ took the hunter into the townhouse and showed him a seat near the fire, but it had long thorns of honey locust sticking out from it and he was afraid to sit down. TSULʻKÄLÜ told him not to be afraid, so he sat down and found that the thorns were as soft as down feathers. Now the drummer came in and the dancers, and the dance began. One man followed at the end of the line, crying "Coo! Coo!" all the time, but not dancing. The hunter wondered, and they told him, This man was lost in the mountains and had been calling all through the woods for his friends until his voice failed and he was only able to pant coo. Coo. And then we found him and took him in. When it was over, Tsunahi and the hunter went back to the settlement. At the next dance in Kanuga they told all they had seen at Tsuwatelda, what a large town was there and how kind everybody was, and this time, because there were two of them, the people believed it. Now others wanted to go, but Tsunahi told them they must first fast 7 days, while he went ahead to prepare everything, and then he would come and bring them. He went away and the others fasted, until at the end of 7 days he came for them and they went with him to Tsuwatelda, and their friends in the settlement never saw them again. 84. The Man Who Married the Thunder's Sister. In the old times the people used to dance often and all night. Once there was a dance at the old town of Sakui-e, on the head of Chattahoochee, and after it was well started 2 young women with beautiful long hair came in, but no one knew who they were or whence they had come. They danced with one partner and another, and in the morning slipped away before anyone knew that they were gone. But a young warrior had fallen in love with one of the sisters on account of her beautiful hair, and after the manner of the Cherokee had already asked her through an old man if she would marry him and let him live with her. To this the young woman had replied that her brother at home must first be consulted, and they promised to return for the next dance 7 days later with an answer. But in the meantime if the young man really loved her he must prove his constancy by a rigid fast until then. The eager lover readily agreed and impatiently counted the days. In 7 nights there was another dance. The young warrior was on hand early, and later in the evening the 2 sisters appeared as suddenly as before. They told him their brother was willing, and after the dance they would conduct the young man to their home, but warned him that if he told anyone where he went or what he saw he would surely die. He danced with them again and about daylight the 3 came away just before the dance closed, so as to avoid being followed, and started off together. The women led the way along a trail through the woods, which the young man had never noticed before, until they came to a small creek, where, without hesitating, they stepped into the water. The young man paused in surprise on the bank and thought to himself, "They are walking in the water, I don't want to do that." The women knew his thoughts just as though he had spoken and turned and said to him, "This is not water. This is the road to our house." He still hesitated, but they urged him on until he stepped into the water and found it was only soft grass that made a fine level trail. They went on until the trail came to a large stream which he knew for Tallulah River. The women plunged boldly in, but again the warrior hesitated on the bank, thinking to himself, "That water is very deep and will drown me, I can't go on." They knew his thoughts and turned and said, "This is no water, but the main trail that goes past our house, which is now close by." He stepped in, and instead of water there was tall waving grass that closed above his head as he followed them. They went only a short distance and came to a rock cave close under Yugani, Tallulah Falls. The women entered, while the warriors stopped at the mouth, but they said, "This is our house, come in and our brother will soon be home, he is coming now." They heard low thunder in the distance. He went inside and stood up close to the entrance. Then the women took off their long hair and hung it up on a rock, and both their heads were as smooth as a pumpkin. The man thought, "It is not hair at all," and he was more frightened than ever. The younger woman, the one he was about to marry, then sat down and told him to take a seat beside her. He looked, and it was a large turtle, which raised itself up and stretched out its claws as if angry at being disturbed. The young man said it was a turtle, and refused to sit down, but the woman insisted that it was a seat. Then there was a louder roll of thunder and the woman said, "Now our brother is nearly home." While they urged and he still refused to come nearer or sit down, suddenly there was a great thunderclap just behind him, and turning quickly he saw a man standing in the doorway of the cave. "This is my brother," said the woman, and he came in and sat down upon the turtle, which again rose up and stretched out its claws. The young warrior still refused to come in. The brother then said that he was just about to start to a council, and invited the young man to go with him. The hunter said he was willing to go if only he had a horse, so the young woman was told to bring one. She went out and soon came back leading a great Actina snake, that curled and twisted along the whole length of the cave. Some people say this was a white Actina and that the brother himself rode a red one. The hunter was terribly frightened, and said, "That is a snake, I can't ride that." The others insisted that it was no snake, but their riding horse. The brother grew impatient and said to the woman, "He may like it better if you bring him a saddle, and some bracelets for his wrists and arms." So they went out again and brought in a saddle and some arm bands, and the saddle was another turtle, which they fastened on the Actina's back, and the bracelets were living slimy snakes, which they got ready to twist around the hunter's wrists. He was almost dead with fear, and said, "What kind of horrible place is this? I can never stay here to live with snakes and creeping things." The brother got very angry and called him a coward, and then it was as if lightning flashed from his eyes and struck the young man, and a terrible crash of thunder stretched him senseless. When at last he came to himself again, he was standing with his feet in the water and both hands grasping a laurel bush that grew out from the bank, and there was no trace of the cave or the thunder people, but he was alone in the forest. He made his way out and finally reached his own settlement, but found then that he had been gone so very long that all the people had thought him dead, although to him it seemed only the day after the dance. His friends questioned him closely, and, forgetting the warning, he told the story, but in 7 days he died, for no one can come back from the underworld and tell it and live. 85. The Haunted Whirlpool. At the mouth of Suck Creek, on the Tennessee, about 8 miles below Chattanooga, is a series of dangerous whirlpools, known as the Suck, and noted among the Cherokee as the place where Un'sei, the gambler, lived long ago. See the story. They call it Unteguhi, pot in the water, on account of the appearance of the surging, tumbling water, suggesting a boiling pot. They assert that in the old times the whirlpools were intermittent in character, and the canoemen attempting to pass the spot used to hug the bank, keeping constantly on the alert for signs of a coming eruption. And when they saw the water begin to revolve more rapidly would stop and wait until it became quiet again before attempting to proceed. It happened once that 2 men, going down the river in a canoe, as they came near this place saw the water circling rapidly ahead of them. They pulled up to the bank to wait until it became smooth again, but the whirlpool seemed to approach with wider and wider circles, until they were drawn into the vortex. They were thrown out of the canoe and carried down under the water, where one man was seized by a great fish and was never seen again. The other was taken round and round down to the very lowest center of the whirlpool, when another circle caught him and bore him outward and upward until he was finally thrown up again to the surface and floated out into the shallow water, whence he made his escape to shore. He told afterwards that when he reached the narrowest circle of the maelstrom the water seemed to open below him and he could look down as through the roof beams of a house, and there on the bottom of the river he had seen a great company of people, who looked up and beckoned to him to join them, but as they put up their hands to seize him the swift current caught him and took him out of their reach. 86. Yahula. Yahula Creek, which flows by Dahlonega, in Lumpkin County, Georgia, is called Yahula-I, Yahula Place, by the Cherokees, and this is the story of the name. Years ago, long before the Revolution, Yahula was a prosperous stock trader among the Cherokee, and the tinkling of the bells hung around the necks of his ponies could be heard on every mountain trail. Once there was a great hunt and all the warriors were out, but when it was over and they were ready to return to the settlement Yahula was not with them. They waited and searched, but he could not be found, and at last they went back without him, and his friends grieved for him as for one dead. Some time after his people were surprised and delighted to have him walk in among them and sit down as they were at supper in the evening. To their questions he told them that he had been lost in the mountains, and that the Nun'hai, the immortals, had found him and brought him to their town, where he had been kept ever since, with the kindest care and treatment, until the longing to see his old friends had brought him back. To the invitation of his friends to join them at supper he said that it was now too late, he had tasted the fairy food and could never again eat with humankind, and for the same reason he could not stay with his family, but must go back to the Nun'hai. His wife and children and brother begged him to stay, but he said that he could not, it was either life with the immortals or death with his own people, and after some further talk he rose to go. They saw him as he sat talking to them and as he stood up, but the moment he stepped out the doorway he vanished as if he had never been. After that he came back often to visit his people. They would see him first as he entered the house, and while he sat and talked he was his old self in every way, but the instant he stepped across the threshold he was gone, though 100 eyes might be watching. He came often, but at last their entreaties grew so urgent that the nun Hai must have been offended, and he came no more. On the mountain at the head of the creek, about 10 miles above the present Dalanega, is a small square enclosure of uncut stone, without roof or entrance. Here it was said that he lived, so the Cherokee called it Yahulla and called the stream by the same name. Often at night a belated traveler coming along the trail by the creek would hear the voice of Yahulla singing certain favorite old songs that he used to like to sing as he drove his pack of horses across the mountain. The sound of a voice urging them on, and the crack of a whip and the tinkling of bells went with the song, but neither driver nor horses could be seen, although the sounds passed close by. The songs and the bells were heard only at night. There was one man who had been his friend, who sang the same songs for a time after Yahulla had disappeared, but he died suddenly. And then the Cherokee were afraid to sing these songs any more until it was so long since anyone had heard the sounds on the mountain that they thought Yahulla must be gone away, perhaps to the west, where others of the tribe had already gone. It is so long ago now that even the stone house may have been destroyed by this time, but more than one old man's father saw it and heard the songs and the bells 100 years ago. When the Cherokee went from Georgia to Indian Territory in 1838 some of them said, "Maybe Yahulla has gone there and we shall hear him," but they have never heard him again. 87. The Water Cannibals. Besides the friendly nun Hai of the streams and mountains there is a race of cannibal spirits, who stay at the bottom of the deep rivers and live upon human flesh, especially that of little children. They come out just after daybreak and go about unseen from house to house until they find someone still asleep, when they shoot him with their invisible arrows and carry the dead body down under the water to feast upon it. That no one may know what has happened they leave in place of the body a shade or image of the dead man or little child, that wakes up and talks and goes about just as he did, but there is no life in it, and in 7 days it withers and dies. And the people bury it and think they are burying their dead friend. It was a long time before the people found out about this, but now they always try to be awake at daylight and wake up the children, telling them, "The hunters are among you." This is the way they first knew about the water cannibals. There was a man in TSULʻKÂLÜ town who became sick and grew worse until the doctor said he could not live, and then his friends went away from the house and left him alone to die. They were not so kind to each other in the old times as they are now, because they were afraid of the witches that came to torment dying people. He was alone several days, not able to rise from his bed, when one morning an old woman came in at the door. She looked just like the other women of the settlement, but he did not know her. She came over to the bed and said, "You are very sick and your friends seem to have left you. Come with me and I will make you well." The man was so near death that he could not move, but now her words made him feel stronger at once, and he asked her where she wanted him to go. "We live close by. Come with me and I will show you," said the woman, so he got up from his bed and she led the way down to the water. When she came to the water she stepped in and he followed, and there was a road under the water, and another country there just like that above. They went on until they came to a settlement with a great many houses, and women going about their work and children playing. They met a party of hunters coming in from a hunt, but instead of deer or bear quarters hanging from their shoulders they carried the bodies of dead men and children. And several of the bodies the man knew for those of his own friends in TSULʻKÂLÜ. They came to a house and the woman said, "This is where I live," and took him in and fixed a bed for him and made him comfortable. By this time he was very hungry, but the woman knew his thoughts and said, "We must get him something to eat." She took one of the bodies that the hunters had just brought in and cut off a slice to roast. The man was terribly frightened, but she read his thoughts again and said, "I see you cannot eat our food." Then she turned away from him and held her hands before her stomach, and when she turned around again she had them full of bread and beans such as he used to have at home. So it was every day, until soon he was well and strong again. Then she told him he might go home now, but he must be sure not to speak to anyone for 7 days, and if any of his friends should question him he must make signs as if his throat were sore and keep silent. She went with him along the same trail to the water's edge, and the water closed over her and he went back alone to TSULʻKÏ. When he came there his friends were surprised, because they thought he had wandered off and died in the woods. They asked him where he had been, but he only pointed to his throat and said nothing, so they thought he was not yet well and let him alone until the 7 days were past, when he began to talk again and told the whole story. Historical traditions. 88. First contact with whites. There are a few stories concerning the first contact of the Cherokee with whites and Negroes. They are very modern and have little value as myths, but throw some light upon the Indian estimate of the different races. One story relates how the first whites came from the east and tried to enter into friendly relations, but the Indians would have nothing to do with them for a long time. At last the whites left a jug of whiskey and a dipper near a spring frequented by the Indians. The Indians came along, tasted the liquor, which they had never known before, and liked it so well that they ended by all getting comfortably drunk. While they were in this happy frame of mind some white men came up, and this time the Indians shook hands with them and they have been friends after a fashion ever since. This may possibly be a Cherokee adaptation of the story of Hudson's first landing on the island of Manhattan. At the creation an unabridged was given to the white man, and a piece of silver to the Indian. But the white man despised the stone and threw it away, while the Indian did the same with the silver. In going about the white man afterward found the silver piece and put it into his pocket and has prized it ever since. The Indian, in like manner, found the unabridged where the white man had thrown it. He picked it up and has kept it since as his talisman, as money is the talismanic power of the white man. This story is quite general and is probably older than others of its class. When Sequoyah, the inventor of the Cherokee alphabet, was trying to introduce it among his people, about 1822, some of them opposed it upon the ground that Indians had no business with reading. They said that when the Indian and the white man were created, the Indian, being the elder, was given a book, while the white man received a bow and arrows. Each was instructed to take good care of his gift and make the best use of it, but the Indian was so neglectful of his book that the white man soon stole it from him, leaving the bow in its place. So that books and reading now belong of right to the white man, while the Indian ought to be satisfied to hunt for a living. Cherokee Advocate, October 26, 1844. The Negro made the first locomotive for a toy and put it on a wooden track and was having great fun with it when a white man came along, watched until he saw how to run it, and then killed the Negro and took the locomotive for himself. This, also, although plainly of very recent origin, was heard from several informants. 89. The Iroquois Wars. Long wars were waged between the Cherokee and their remote northern relatives, the Iroquois, with both of whom the recollection, now nearly faded, was a vivid tradition 50 years ago. The Seneca, Iroquois know the Cherokee as Oyatagiano, a name rather freely rendered, cave people. The latter call the Iroquois, or rather their largest and most aggressive tribe, the Seneca, Nundawgi, Ani, Nundawgi, or Ani, Seneca, the first forms being derived from Nundawa-Ga or Nundawa-Ono, people of the Great Hills. The name by which the Seneca know themselves. According to authorities quoted by Schoolcraft, the Seneca claimed to have at one time had a settlement, from which they were afterward driven, at Seneca, South Carolina, known in history as one of the principal towns of the Lower Cherokee. The League of the Iroquois was probably founded about the middle of the 16th century. Before 1680 they had conquered or exterminated all the tribes upon their immediate borders and had turned their arms against the more distant Illinois, Catawba, and Cherokee. According to Iroquois tradition, the Cherokee were the aggressors, having attacked and plundered a Seneca hunting party somewhere in the west. While in another story they are represented as having violated a peace treaty by the murder of the Iroquois delegates. Whatever the cause, the war was taken up by all the tribes of the League. From the Iroquois country to the Cherokee frontier was considered a 5 days' journey for a rapidly traveling war party. As the distance was too great for large expeditions, the war consisted chiefly of a series of individual exploits, a single Cherokee often going hundreds of miles to strike a blow, which was sure to be promptly retaliated by the warriors from the north, the great object of every Iroquois boy being to go against the Cherokee as soon as he was old enough to take the war path. Captives were made on both sides, and probably in about equal numbers, the two parties being too evenly matched for either to gain any permanent advantage. And a compromise was finally made by which the Tennessee River came to be regarded as the boundary between their rival claims, all south of that stream being claimed by the Cherokee, and being acknowledged by the Iroquois as the limit of their own conquests in that direction. This Indian boundary was recognized by the British government up to the time of the Revolution. Morgan states that a curious agreement was once made between the two tribes, by which this river was also made the limit of pursuit. If a returning war party of the Cherokee could recross the Tennessee before they were overtaken by the pursuing Iroquois, they were as safe from attack as though entrenched behind a stockade. The pursuers, if they chose, might still invade the territory of the enemy, but they passed by the camp of the retreating Cherokee without offering to attack them. A similar agreement existed for a time between the Seneca and the Erie. The buffalo dance of the Iroquois is traditionally said to have had its origin in an expedition against the Cherokee. When the warriors on their way to the south reached the Kentucky Salt Lick, they found there a herd of buffalo, and heard them, for the first time, singing their favorite songs, i.e., bellowing and snorting. From the bellowing and the movements of the animals were derived the music and action of the dance. According to Cherokee tradition, as given by the chief Stand-Watie, the war was finally brought to an end by the Iroquois, who sent a delegation to the Cherokee to propose a general alliance of the southern and western tribes. The Cherokee accepted the proposition, and in turn sent out invitations to the other tribes, all of which entered into the peace excepting the Osage, of whom it was therefore said that they should be henceforth like a wild fruit on the prairie, at which every bird should pick, and so the Osage have remained ever a predatory tribe without friends or allies. This may be the same treaty described in the story of the Seneca Peacemakers. A formal and final peace between the two tribes was arranged through the efforts of the British agent, Sir William Johnson, in 1768. In 1847 there were still living among the Seneca the grandchildren of Cherokee captives taken in these wars. In 1794 the Seneca pointed out to Colonel Pickering a chief who was a native Cherokee, having been taken when a boy and adopted among the Seneca, who afterward made him chief. This was probably the same man of whom they told Schoolcraft 50 years later. He was a full-blood Cherokee, but had been captured when too young to have any memory of the event. Years afterward, when he had grown to manhood and had become a chief in the tribe, he learned of his foreign origin, and was filled at once with an overpowering longing to go back to the south to find his people and live and die among them. He journeyed to the Cherokee country, but on arriving there found to his great disappointment that the story of his capture had been forgotten in the tribe, and that his relatives, if any were left, failed to recognize him. Being unable to find his kindred, he made only a short visit and returned again to the Seneca. From James Wofford, of Indian Territory, the author obtained a detailed account of the Iroquois peace embassy referred to by Stand-Watie, and of the wampum belt that accompanied it. Wofford's information concerning the proceedings at Ekota was obtained directly from two eyewitnesses, Sequoyah, the inventor of the alphabet, and Gatun Wau, Hardmush, who afterward explained the belt at the Great Council near Tahlequah 70 years later. Sequoyah, at the time of the Ekota Conference, was a boy living with his mother at Tuskegee Town a few miles away, while Gatun Wau was already a young man. The Treaty of Peace between the Cherokee and Iroquois, made at Johnson Hall in New York in 1768, appears from the record to have been brought about by the Cherokee, who sent for the purpose a delegation of chiefs, headed by Aganstatah Groundhog Sausage, of Ekota, their great leader in the War of 1760–61 against the English. After the treaty had been concluded, the Cherokee delegates invited some of the Iroquois chiefs to go home with them for a visit, but the latter declined on the ground that it was not yet safe. And in fact some of their warriors were at that very time out against the Cherokee, not yet being aware of the peace negotiations. It is probable, therefore, that the Iroquois delegates did not arrive at Echota until some considerable time, perhaps 3 years, after the formal preliminaries had been concluded in the north. According to Sequoyah's account, as given to Wofford, there had been a long war between the Cherokee and the northern Indians, who were never able to conquer the Cherokee or break their spirit. Until at last the Iroquois were tired of fighting and sent a delegation to make peace. The messengers set out for the south with their wampum belts and peace emblems, but lost their way after passing Tennessee River, perhaps from the necessity of avoiding the main trail, and instead of arriving at Itza-Ti or Echota. The ancient peace town and capital of the Cherokee Nation, situated on Little Tennessee River below Citico Creek, in the present Monroe County, Tennessee, they found themselves on the outskirts of Tahlequah or Tellico, on Tellico River. Some 10 or 15 miles to the southward. Figure 2, Ancient Iroquois Wampum Belts. Concealing themselves in the neighborhood, they sent one of their number into the town to announce their coming. As it happened the chief and his family were at work in their cornfield, and his daughter had just gone up to the house for some reason when the Iroquois entered and asked for something to eat. Seeing that he was a stranger, she set out food for him according to the old custom of hospitality. While he was eating, her father, the chief, came in to see what was delaying her, and was surprised to find there one of the hereditary enemies of his tribe. By this time the word had gone out that an Iroquois was in the chief's house, and the men of the town had left their work and seized their guns to kill him, but the chief heard them coming and standing in the doorway kept them off, saying, "This man has come here on a peace mission, and before you kill him you must first kill me." They finally listened to him, and allowed the messenger to go out and bring his companions to the chief's house, where they were all taken care of. When they were well rested after their long journey, the chief of Tahlequah himself went with them to Itza-Ti, the capital, where lived the great chief against Ata, who was now the civil ruler of the nation. The chiefs of the various towns were summoned and a council was held, at which the speaker for the Iroquois delegation delivered his message and produced the wampum belts and pipes, which they brought as proofs of their mission and had carried all the way in packs upon their backs. He said that for 3 years his people had been wanting to make peace. There was a spring of dark, cloudy water in their country, and they had covered it over for 1 year and then looked, but the water was still cloudy. Again they had covered it over, but when they looked at the end of another year it was still dark and troubled. For another year they had covered the spring, and this time when they looked the water was clear and sparkling. Then they knew the time had come, and they left home with their wampum belts to make peace with their enemies. The friendly message was accepted by the Cherokee, and the belts and other symbolic peace tokens were delivered over to their keeping. Other belts in turn were probably given to the Iroquois, and after the usual round of feasting and dancing the messengers returned to their people in the north and the long war was at an end. For nearly a century these symbolic records of the peace with the Iroquois were preserved by the Cherokee, and were carried with them to the Western Territory when the tribe was finally driven from its old home in 1838. They were then in the keeping of John Ross, principal chief at the time of the removal, and were solemnly produced at a great intertribal council held near Tahlequah, in the Indian Territory, in June, 1843. When they were interpreted by the Cherokee speaker, Gatun Hardmush, who had seen them delivered to the chiefs of his tribe at Old Itza-Ti 70 years before. Wofford was present on this occasion and describes it. Holding the belts over his arm while speaking, Hardmush told of the original treaty with the Iroquois, and explained the meaning of each belt in turn. According to the best of Wofford's recollection, there was one large belt, to which the smaller belts were fitted. The beads did not seem to be of shell, and may have been of porcelain. There were also red pipes for the warriors, grayish-white pipes for the chiefs who were foremost in making the peace, and some fans or other ornaments of feathers. There were several of the red pipes, resembling the red stone pipes of the Sioux, but only one, or perhaps two, of the white peace pipes, which may have been only painted, and were much larger than the others. The pipes were passed around the circle at the council, so that each delegate might take a whiff. The objects altogether made a considerable package, which was carefully guarded by the Cherokee keeper. It is thought that they were destroyed in the War of the Rebellion when the house of John Ross, a few miles south of Tahlequah, was burned by the Confederate Cherokee under their general, SLANT-EYED. 90. Hyattioni, the Seneca. Hyattioni was the father of the late Chief Yunking. He was a Seneca warrior, a man of great prowess, dexterity, and swiftness of foot, and had established his reputation for courage and skill on many occasions. He resolved while the Seneca were still living on the Genesee River to make an incursion alone into the country of the Cherokee. He plumed himself with the idea that he could distinguish himself in this daring adventure, and he prepared for it, according to the custom of warriors. They never encumber themselves with baggage. He took nothing but his arms and the meal of a little parched and pounded corn. The forest gave him his meat. Hyattioni reached the confines of the Cherokee country in safety and alone. He waited for evening before he entered the precincts of a village. He found the people engaged in a dance. He watched his opportunity, and when one of the dancers went out from the ring into the bushes he dispatched him with his hatchet. In this way he killed 2 men that night in the skirts of the woods without exciting alarm, and took their scalps and retreated. It was late when he came to a lodge, standing remote from the rest, on his course homeward. Watching here, he saw a young man come out, and killed him as he had done the others, and took his scalp. Looking into the lodge cautiously he saw it empty, and ventured in with the hope of finding some tobacco and ammunition to serve him on his way home. While thus busied in searching the lodge he heard footsteps at the door, and immediately threw himself on the bed from which the young man had risen, and covered his face, feigning sleep. They proved to be the footsteps of his last victim's mother. She, supposing him to be her son, whom she had a short time before left lying there, said, "My son, I am going to such a place, and will not be back till morning." He made a suitable response, and the old woman went out. Insensibly he fell asleep, and knew nothing till morning, when the first thing he heard was the mother's voice. She, careful for her son, was at the fireplace very early, pulling some roasted squashes out of the ashes, and after putting them out, and telling him she left them for him to eat, she went away. He sprang up instantly and fled. But the early dawn had revealed his inroad, and he was hotly pursued. Light of foot, and having the start, he succeeded in reaching and concealing himself in a remote piece of woods, where he lay till night, and then pursued his way toward the Genesee, which, in due time he reached. Bringing his 3 Cherokee scalps as trophies of his victory and prowess. Schoolcraft, Notes on Iroquois, page 253, 1847. 91. The 2 Mohawks. In the year 1747 a couple of the Mohawk Indians came against the lower towns of the Cherokee, and so cunningly ambuscaded them through most part of the spring and summer, as to kill above 20 in different attacks before they were discovered by any party of the enraged and dejected people. They had a thorough knowledge of the most convenient ground for their purpose, and were extremely swift and long-winded. Whenever they killed any and got the scalp they made off to the neighboring mountains, and ran over the broad ledges of rocks in contrary courses, as occasion offered, so as the pursuers could by no means trace them. Once, when a large company was in chase of them, they ran round a steep hill at the head of the main eastern branch of Savannah River, intercepted, killed, and scalped the hindmost of the party, and then made off between them and Keowee. As this was the town to which the company belonged, they hastened home in a close body, as the proper place of security from such enemy wizards. In this manner did those 2 sprightly, gallant savages perplex and intimidate their foes for the space of 4 moons in the greatest security, though they often were forced to kill and barbecue what they chiefly lived upon, in the midst of their watchful enemies. Having sufficiently revenged their relations' blood and gratified their own ambition with an uncommon number of scalps, they resolved to captivate one and run home with him as a proof of their having killed none but the enemies of their country. Accordingly, they approached very near to Keowee, about half a mile below the late Fort Prince George. Advancing with the usual caution on such an occasion, one crawled along under the best cover of the place about the distance of 100 yards ahead, while the other shifted from tree to tree, looking sharply every way. In the evening, however, an old, beloved man discovered them from the top of an adjoining hill, and knew them to be enemies by the cut of their hair, light trim for running, and their postures. He returned to the town and called first at the house of one of our traders and informed him of the affair, enjoining him not to mention it to any, lest the people should set off against them without success before their tracks were to be discovered and he be charged with having deceived them. But, contrary to the true policy of traders among unforgiving savages, that thoughtless member of the Choctaw SPHNX company busied himself, as usual, out of his proper sphere, sent for the headman, and told them the story. As the Mohawks were allies and not known to molest any of the traders in the paths and woods, he ought to have observed a strict neutrality. The youth of the town, by order of their headman, carried on their noisy public diversions in their usual manner to prevent their foes from having any suspicion of their danger. While runners were sent from the town to their neighbors to come silently and assist them to secure the prey in its state of security. They came like silent ghosts, concerted their plan of operation, passed over the river at the old trading ford opposite to the late fort, which lay between two contiguous commanding hills, and, proceeding downward over a broad creek, formed a large semicircle from the river bank, while the town seemed to be taking its usual rest. They then closed into a narrower compass, and at last discovered the two brave, unfortunate men lying close under the tops of some fallen young pine trees. The company gave the war signal, and the Mohawks, bounding up, bravely repeated it. But, by their sudden spring from under thick cover, their arms were useless. They made desperate efforts, however, to kill or be killed, as their situation required. One of the Cherokee, the noted half-breed of Stanley town, which lay 2 miles from thence, was at the first onset knocked down and almost killed with his own cutlass, which was wrested from him, though he was the strongest of the whole nation. But they were overpowered by numbers, captivated, and put to the most exquisite tortures of fire, amidst a prodigious crowd of exulting foes. One of the present Choctaw traders, who was on the spot, told me that when they were tied to the stake the younger of the two discovered our traders on a hill near, addressed them in English, and entreated them to redeem their lives. The elder immediately spoke to him, in his own language, to desist. On this, he recollected himself, and became composed like a Stoic, manifesting an indifference to life or death, pleasure or pain, according to their standard of martial virtue. And their dying behavior did not reflect the least dishonor on their former gallant actions. All the pangs of fiery torture served only to refine their manly spirits, and as it was out of the power of the traders to redeem them they, according to our usual custom, retired as soon as the Indians began the diabolical tragedy. Adair, American Indians, page 383, 1775. Bureau of American Ethnology 19th Annual. Report PL, 17. Photograph by author, 1888. Annie Axe, Sadai. 92. Escape of the Seneca Boys. Some Seneca warriors were hunting in the woods, and one morning, on starting out for the day, they left 2 boys behind to take care of the camp. Soon after they had gone, a war party of Cherokee came up, and finding the boys alone took them both and started back to the south. Traveling at such a rate that when the hunters returned in the evening they decided that it was of no use to follow them. When the Cherokee reached their own country they gave the boys to an old man, whose sons had been killed by the Seneca. He took the boys and adopted them for his own, and they grew up with him until they were large and strong enough to go hunting for themselves. But all the time they remembered their own home, and one day the older one said to his brother, "Let's kill the old man and run away." "No," said the other, "we might get lost if we ran away, we are so far from home." "I remember the way," said his brother, so they made a plan to escape. A few days later the old man took the boys with him and the 3 set out together for a hunt in the mountains. When they were well away from the settlement the boys killed the old man, took all the meat and parched cornmeal they could easily carry, and started to make their way back to the north, keeping away from the main trail and following the ridge of the mountains. After many days they came to the end of the mountains and found a trail which the older brother knew as the one along which they had been taken when they were first captured. They went on bravely now until they came to a wide clearing with houses at the farther end, and the older brother said, "I believe there is where we used to live." It was so long ago that they were not quite sure, and besides they were dressed now like Cherokee, so they thought it safer to wait until dark. They saw a river ahead and went down to it and sat behind a large tree to wait. Soon several women came down for water and passed close to the tree without noticing the boys. Said the older brother, "I know those women. One of them is our mother." They waited until the women had filled their buckets and started to the village, when both ran out to meet them with the Seneca hailing shout, "Gao! Gao!" At first the women were frightened and thought it a party of Cherokee, but when they heard their own language they came nearer. Then the mother recognized her two sons, and said, "Let us go back and dance for the dead come to life," and they were all very glad and went into the village together. Arranged from Curtin, Seneca manuscript. 93. The Unseen Helpers. GA'NA'S, a war chief of the Seneca, led a party against the Cherokee. When they came near the first town he left his men outside and went in alone. At the first house he found an old woman and her granddaughter. They did not see him, and he went into the ACI and hid himself under some wood. When darkness came on he heard the old woman say, "Maybe GA'NA'S is near, I'll close the door." After a while he heard them going to bed. When he thought they were asleep he went into the house. The fire had burned down low, but the girl was still awake and saw him. She was about to scream, when he said, "I am GA'NA'S. If you scream I'll kill you. If you keep quiet I'll not hurt you." They talked together, and he told her that in the morning she must bring the chief's daughter to him. She promised to do it, and told him where he should wait. Just before daylight he left the house. In the morning the girl went to the chief's house and said to his daughter, "Let's go out together for wood." The chief's daughter got ready and went with her, and when they came to the place where GA'NA'S was hiding he sprang out and killed her, but did not hurt the other girl. He pulled off the scalp and gave such a loud scalp yell that all the warriors in the town heard it and came running out after him. He shook the scalp at them and then turned and ran. He killed the first one that came up, but when he tried to shoot the next one the bow broke and the Cherokee got him. They tied him and carried him to the two women of the tribe who had the power to decide what should be done with him. Each of these women had two snakes tattooed on her lips, with their heads opposite each other, in such a way that when she opened her mouth the two snakes opened their mouths also. They decided to burn the soles of his feet until they were blistered, then to put grains of corn under the skin and to chase him with clubs until they had beaten him to death. They stripped him and burnt his feet. Then they tied a bark rope around his waist, with an old man to hold the other end, and made him run between two lines of people, and with clubs in their hands. When they gave the word to start GA'NA'S pulled the rope away from the old man and broke through the line and ran until he had left them all out of sight. When night came he crawled into a hollow log. He was naked and unarmed, with his feet in a pitiful condition, and thought he could never get away. He heard footsteps on the leaves outside and thought his enemies were upon him. The footsteps came up to the log and someone said to another, "This is our friend." Then the stranger said to GA'NA'S, "You think you are the same as dead, but it is not so. We will take care of you. Stick out your feet." He put out his feet from the log and felt something licking them. After a while the voice said, "I think we have licked his feet enough. Now we must crawl inside the log and lie on each side of him to keep him warm." They crawled in beside him. In the morning they crawled out and told him to stick out his feet again. They licked them again and then said to him, "Now we have done all we can do this time. Go on until you come to the place where you made a bark shelter a long time ago, and under the bark you will find something to help you." GA'NA'S crawled out of the log, but they were gone. His feet were better now and he could walk comfortably. He went on until about noon, when he came to the bark shelter, and under it he found a knife, an awl, and a flint, that his men had hidden there 2 years before. He took them and started on again. Toward evening he looked around until he found another hollow tree and crawled into it to sleep. At night he heard the footsteps and voices again. When he put out his feet again, as the strangers told him to do, they licked his feet as before and then crawled in and lay down on each side of him to keep him warm. Still he could not see them. In the morning after they went out they licked his feet again and said to him, "At noon you will find food." Then they went away. GA'NA'S crawled out of the tree and went on. At noon he came to a burning log, and near it was a dead bear, which was still warm, as if it had been killed only a short time before. He skinned the bear and found it very fat. He cut up the meat and roasted as much as he could eat or carry. While it was roasting he scraped the skin and rubbed rotten wood dust on it to clean it until he was tired. When night came he lay down to sleep. He heard the steps and the voices again, and one said, "Well, our friend is lying down. He has plenty to eat, and it does not seem as if he is going to die. Let us lick his feet again." When they had finished they said to him, "You need not worry any more now. You will get home all right." Before it was day they left him. When morning came he put the bearskin around him like a shirt, with the hair outside, and started on again, taking as much of the meat as he could carry. That night his friends came to him again. They said, "Your feet are well, but you will be cold," so they lay again on each side of him. Before daylight they left, saying, "About noon you will find something to wear." He went on, and about midday he came to 2 young bears just killed. He skinned them and dressed the skins, then roasted as much meat as he wanted and lay down to sleep. In the morning he made leggings of the skins, took some of the meat, and started on. His friends came again the next night and told him that in the morning he would come upon something else to wear. As they said, about noon he found 2 fawns just killed. He turned the skins and made himself a pair of moccasins, then cut some of the meat, and traveled on until evening, when he made a fire and had supper. That night again he heard the steps and voices, and one said, "My friend, very soon now you will reach home safely and find your friends all well. Now we will tell you why we have helped you. Whenever you went hunting you always gave the best part of the meat to us and kept only the smallest part for yourself. For that we are thankful and help you. In the morning you will see us and know who we are." In the morning when he woke up they were still there, 2 men as he thought, but after he had said the last words to them and started on, he turned again to look, and one was a white wolf and the other a black wolf. That day he reached home. Arranged from Curtin, Seneca Manuscript. 94, HATCINOñDOñ'S escape from the Cherokee. HATCINOñDOÑ was a great warrior, the greatest among the Seneca. Once he led a company against the Cherokee. They traveled until they came to the great ridge on the border of the Cherokee country, and then they knew their enemies were on the lookout on the other side. HATCINOñDOÑ told his men to halt where they were while he went ahead to see what was in front. The enemy discovered and chased him, and he ran into a canebrake, where the canes were in 2 great patches with a narrow strip of open ground between. They saw him go into the canes, so they set fire to the patch and watched at the open place for him to come out, but before they got around to it he had run across into the second patch and escaped. When the canes had burned down the Cherokee looked for his body in the ashes, but could not find any trace of it, so they went home. When HATCINOñDOÑ got into the second canebrake he was tired out, so he lay down and fell asleep. At night while he was asleep 2 men came and took him by the arm, saying, "We have come for you. Somebody has sent for you." They took him a long way, above the sky vault, until they came to a house. Then they said, "This is where the man lives who sent for you." He looked, but could see no door. Then a voice from the inside said, "Come in," and something like a door opened of itself. He went in and there sat HOUSEKEEPER, the thunder god. HOUSEKEEPER said, "I have sent for you and you are here. Are you hungry?" HATCINOñDOÑ thought, "That's a strange way to talk, that's not the way I do, I give food." The thunder knew his thoughts, so he laughed and said, "I said that only in fun." He rose and brought half a cake of bread, half of a wild apple, and half a pigeon. HATCINOñDOñ said, "This is very little to fill me," but the thunder replied, "If you eat that, there is more." He began eating, but, as he ate, everything became whole again, so that he was not able to finish it. While he was sitting he heard someone running outside, and directly the door was thrown open and the sun came in, so bright that HATCINONDON had to hold his head down. The two beings talked together, but the Seneca could not understand a word, and soon the visitor went out again. Then the thunder said, "That is the one you call the sun, who watches in the world below. It is night down there now, and he is hurrying to the east. He says there has just been a battle. I love both the Seneca and the Cherokee, and when you get back to your warriors you must tell them to stop fighting and go home." Again he brought food, half of each kind, and when HATCINONDON had eaten, the thunder said, "Now my messengers will take you to your place." The door opened again of itself, and HATCINONDON followed the two sky people until they brought him to the place where he had slept, and there left him. He found his party and told the warriors what he had seen. They held a council over it and decided to strike the enemy once before going home. HATCINONDON led them. They met the Cherokee and went home with scalps. He led another party against the Cherokee, but this time he was taken and carried to the Cherokee town. It was the custom among the Cherokee to let two women say what should be done with captives. They decided that he should be tortured with fire, so he was tied to a tree, and the wood was piled around him. HATCINONDON gave himself up for lost, when a rainstorm came up and the people concluded to wait until it was over. They went away and left him tied to the tree. Pretty soon an old woman came up to him, and said, "My grandson, you think you are going to die, but you are not. Try to stir your limbs." He struggled and finally got his limbs free. Then she said, "Now you are free. I have come to repay your kindness. You remember that you once found a frog in the middle of a circle of fire and that you picked it up and put it into the water. I was that frog, and now I help you. I sent the rainstorm, and now you must go down to the creek and follow the current." When the rain was over the people came back, but HATCINONDON was gone. They trailed him down to the creek, but he had found a hollow tree lying in the water, with a hole on the upper side through which he could breathe, so he crawled into it and they could not find him. Once two of the Cherokee came and sat on the log and he could hear them talking about him, but they did not know that he was inside. When they were all gone, he came out and kept on down the stream. After dark he came to a place where 3 hunters had made a fire and gone to sleep for the night. Their hatchets and arms were hung up on a tree. HATCINONDON was naked. He listened until he was sure the men were asleep, then he took one of their hatchets and killed all 3, one after another. He dressed himself in the clothes of one, and put on his belt, with the knife and hatchet. Then he washed himself at the creek and sat down by the fire and cooked his supper. After that he stretched and painted the 3 scalps and lay down by the fire to sleep. In the morning he took what provision he could carry and traveled in a great circle until he found the road by which he and his warriors had come. He found fresh tracks and followed them until he saw smoke ahead. He listened until he heard men speaking Seneca, and knew that it was his party. Then he gave the Seneca shout, "Gao," 3 times and his friends ran out to meet him. They had been afraid that he was killed, but were glad now that they had waited for him. They went home together. This is their story. Arranged from Curtin, Seneca manuscript. 95. Hemp Carrier. On the southern slope of the ridge, along the trail from Robbinsville to Valley River, in Cherokee County, North Carolina, are the remains of a number of stone cairns. The piles are leveled now, but 30 years ago the stones were still heaped up into pyramids, to which every Cherokee who passed added a stone. According to the tradition these piles mark the graves of a number of women and children of the tribe who were surprised and killed on the spot by a raiding party of the Iroquois shortly before the final peace between the two nations. As soon as the news was brought to the settlements on Hiwassee and Chiawa, a party was made under Tail Danaji Ski, Hemp Carrier, to follow and take vengeance on the enemy. Among others of the party was the father of the noted chief Tsunulahan Ski, or Junaluska, who, Junaluska, died on Chiawa about 1855. For days they followed the trail of the Iroquois across the Great Smoky Mountains, through forests and over rivers, until they finally tracked them to their very town in the far northern Seneca country. On the way they met another war party headed for the south, and the Cherokee killed them all and took their scalps. When they came near the Seneca town it was almost night, and they heard shouts in the townhouse, where the women were dancing over the fresh Cherokee scalps. The avengers hid themselves near the spring, and as the dancers came down to drink the Cherokee silently killed one and another until they had counted as many scalps as had been taken on Chihuahua. And still the dancers in the townhouse never thought that enemies were near. Then said the Cherokee leader, "We have covered the scalps of our women and children. Shall we go home now like cowards, or shall we raise the war whoop and let the Seneca know that we are men?" "Let them come, if they will," said his men. And they raised the scalp yell of the Cherokee. At once there was an answering shout from the townhouse, and the dance came to a sudden stop. The Seneca warriors swarmed out with ready gun and hatchet, but the nimble Cherokee were off and away. There was a hot pursuit in the darkness, but the Cherokee knew the trails and were light and active runners, and managed to get away with the loss of only a single man. The rest got home safely, and the people were so well pleased with Hempcarrier's bravery and success that they gave him 7 wives. 96. The Seneca Peacemakers. In the course of the long war with the Cherokee it happened once that 8 Seneca determined to undertake a journey to the south to see if they could make a peace with their enemies. On coming near the border of the Cherokee country they met some hunters of that tribe to whom they told their purpose. The latter at once hurried ahead with the news, and when the peacemakers arrived they found themselves well received by the Cherokee chiefs, who called a council to consider the proposition. All but one of the chiefs favored the peace, but he demanded that the 8 delegates should first join them in a war party which was just preparing to go against a tribe farther south, probably the Creeks. The Seneca agreed, and set out with the war party for the south, but in the fight which resulted, the Seneca leader, the Owl, was captured. The other 7 escaped with the Cherokee. A council was held in the enemy's camp, and it was decided that the Owl should be burned at the stake. The wood was gathered and everything made ready, but as they were about to tie him he claimed the warrior's privilege to sing his death song and strike the post as he recited his warlike deeds. The request pleased his enemies, who put a tomahawk into his hands and told him to begin. He told first his exploits in the north, and then in the west, giving times and places and the number of scalps taken, until his enemies were so pleased and interested that they forgot the prisoner in the warrior. It was a long story, but at last he came to the battle in which he was taken. He told how many relatives he had killed of the very men around him, and then, striking the post with his tomahawk, "So many of your people have I killed, and so many will I yet kill." And with that he struck down 2 men, sprang through the circle of warriors, and was away. It was all so sudden that it was some moments before his enemies could recover from their surprise. Then they seized their weapons and were after him through the woods, but he had had a good start and was running for his life, so that he outran the chase and finally reached the Cherokee camp in safety and rejoined his 7 companions. On this proof of goodwill the Cherokee then concluded the treaty, and the peacemakers returned to their own country. Arranged from Schoolcraft, Notes on Iroquois, page 258. 97. Origin of the Yantanwisa's dance. 2 Seneca women who were sisters, with the baby boy of the older one, were in a sugar grove near their home when a war party of Cherokee came upon them and carried them off. When the people of the town learned what had happened, they decided not to go after the enemy for fear they would kill the women, so there made no pursuit. The Cherokee carried the women with them until they were within 1 day of the Cherokee towns. The elder sister learned this and made up her mind to try to escape. She had a knife without a handle hidden under her belt, and that night when all lay down to sleep by the fire she kept awake. When they were sleeping soundly, she looked around. She and her sister were tied together, and on each side of them was a Cherokee with the end of the rope under his body on the ground. Taking out her knife, she cut the rope without waking the men, and then rousing her sister quietly she whispered to her to come. They were going to leave the little boy, but he started to cry, so she said, "Let us die together," and took him up on her back, and the 2 women hurried away. In a little while they heard an alarm behind them, and knew that their escape was discovered, and then they saw the blazing pine knots waving through the trees where the Cherokee were coming on looking for them. The women knew the Cherokee would hunt for them toward the north, along the trail to the Seneca country, so they made a circuit and went around to the south until they came in sight of a fire and saw a man sitting by a tree, shaking a rattle and singing in a low voice. They found they had come directly back to the enemy's camp, so the older sister said, "This will never do, we must try again. Let us go straight ahead to that big tree in front, and from that straight on to the next, and the next." In this way they kept on a straight course until morning. When the sun came up, they took another direction toward home, and at night they rested in the woods. They traveled all the next day, and at night rested again. In the night a voice spoke to the younger woman, "Is that where you are resting?" And she answered, "Yes." The voice said again, "Keep on, and you will come out at the spot where you were captured. No harm will come to you. Tomorrow you will find food." She roused her sister and told her what the voice had said. In the morning they went on and at noon found a buck freshly killed. Nearby they found a log on fire, so they roasted some of the meat, had a good meal, and carried away afterwards as much of the meat as they could. They kept on, camping every night, and when the meat was nearly gone they saved the rest for the little boy. At last one night the voice spoke again to the younger sister and said, "You are on the right road, and tomorrow you will be on the border of the Seneca country. You will find food. That is all." In the morning she told her older sister. They started on again and walked until about noon, when they came to a patch of wild potatoes. They dug and found plenty, and as they looked around they saw smoke where there had been a campfire. They gathered wood, made up the fire, and roasted the potatoes. Then they ate as many as they wanted and carried the rest with them. They traveled on until the potatoes were almost gone. Then at night the voice came again to the younger woman, saying, "At noon tomorrow you will reach your home, and the first person you will meet will be your uncle. When you get to the town, you must call the people together and tell them all that has happened. You must go to the long house and take off your skirt and carry it on your shoulder. Then you must go inside and go around once, singing, 'We have come home, we are here.' This is the Yantanwisa's song, and it shall be for women only. Know now that we are the HATCINOñDOñ'S, the sky people, who have watched over you all this time." When the girl awoke, she told her sister, and they said, "We must do all this," and they began to sing as they went along. About noon they heard the sound of chopping, and when they went to the place they found it was their uncle cutting blocks to make spoons. He did not see them until they spoke, and at first could hardly believe that they were living women, because he knew that they had been taken by the Cherokee. He was very glad to see them, and as they walked on to the town they told him all they had been commanded to do by the sky people. When they arrived at the town, he called all the people together, and they went to the long house. There the two women sang their song and did everything exactly as they had been told to do, and when it was over they said, "This is all," and sat down. This is the same Yantanwisa's song that is still sung by the women. Arranged from Curtin, Seneca Manuscript. 98, GA'NA'S Adventures Among the Cherokee. GA'NA was a Seneca war chief. He called a council and said, "We must go to the Cherokee and see if we can't agree to be friendly together and live in peace hereafter." The people consented, and the chief said, "We must go to water first before we start." So they went, a great party of warriors, far away into the deep forest by the riverside. There were no women with them. For 10 days they drank medicine every morning to make them vomit and washed and bathed in the river each day. Then the chief said, "Now we must get the eagle feathers." They went to the top of a high hill and dug a trench there the length of a man's body, and put a man into it, with boughs over the top so that he could not be seen, and above that they put the whole body of a deer. Then the people went off out of sight, and said the words to invite Shata-Gea, the great eagle that lives in the clouds, to come down. The man under the brushwood heard a noise, and a common eagle came and ate a little and flew away again. Soon it came back, ate a little more, and flew off in another direction. It told the other birds and they came, but the man scared them away, because he did not want common birds to eat the meat. After a while he heard a great noise coming through the air, and he knew it was CHEROKEE, the bird he wanted. CHEROKEE is very cautious, and looked around in every direction for some time before he began to eat the meat. As soon as he was eating, the man put his hand up cautiously and caught hold of the bird's tail and held on to it. CHEROKEE rose up and flew away, and the man had pulled out one feather. They had to trap a good many eagles in this way, and it was 2 years before they could get enough feathers to make a full tail, and were ready to start for the Cherokee country. They were many days on the road, and when they got to the first Cherokee town they found there was a stockade around it so that no enemy could enter. They waited until the gate was open, and then 2 Seneca dancers went forward, carrying the eagle feathers and shouting the signal yell. When the Cherokee heard the noise they came out and saw the 2 men singing and dancing, and the chief said, "These men must have come upon some errand." The Seneca messengers came up and said, "Call a council. We have come to talk on important business." All turned and went toward the townhouse, the rest of the Seneca following the 2 who were dancing. The townhouse was crowded, and the Seneca sang and danced until they were tired before they stopped. The Cherokee did not dance. After the dance the Seneca chief said, "Now I will tell you why we have come so far through the forest to see you. We have thought among ourselves that it is time to stop fighting. Your people and ours are always on the lookout to kill each other, and we think it is time for this to stop. Here is a belt of wampum to show that I speak the truth. If your people are willing to be friendly, take it," and he held up the belt. The Cherokee chief stepped forward and said, "I will hold it in my hand, and tomorrow we will tell you what we decide." He then turned and said to the people, "Go home and bring food." They went and brought so much food that it made a great pile across the house, and all of both tribes ate together, but could not finish it. Next day they ate together again, and when all were done the Cherokee chief said to the Seneca, "We have decided to be friendly and to bury our weapons, these knives and hatchets, so that no man may take them up again." The Seneca chief replied, "We are glad you have accepted our offer, and now we have all thrown our weapons in a pile together, and the white wampum hangs between us, and the belt shall be as long as a man and hang down to the ground." Then the Cherokee chief said to his people, "Now is the time for any of you that wishes to adopt a relative from among the Seneca to do so." So some Cherokee women went and picked out one man and said, "You shall be our uncle," and some more took another for their brother, and so on until only GA'NA'S, the chief, was left, but the Cherokee chief said, "No one must take GA'NA'S. For a young man is here to claim him as his father." Then the young man came up to GA'NA'S and said, "Father, I am glad to see you. Father, we will go home," and he led GA'NA'S to his own mother's house, the house where GA'NA'S had spent the first night. The young man was really his son, and when GA'NA'S came to the house he recognized the woman as his wife who had been carried off long ago by the Cherokee. While they were there a messenger came from the SLANT-EYED tribe, that lived near the great salt water in the east, to challenge the Cherokee to a ball play. He was dressed in skins which were so long that they touched the ground. He said that his people were already on the way and would arrive in a certain number of days. They came on the appointed day and the next morning began to make the bets with the Cherokee. The Seneca were still there. The strangers bet 2 very heavy and costly robes, besides other things. They began to play, and the Cherokee lost the game. Then the Seneca said, "We will try this time." Both sides bet heavily again, and the game began, but after a little running the Seneca carried the ball to their goal and made a point. Before long they made all the points and won the game. Then the bets were doubled, and the Seneca won again. When they won a third game also the SLANT-EYED said, "Let us try a race," and the Seneca agreed. The course was level, and the open space was very wide. The Cherokee selected the Seneca runner, and it was agreed that they would run the first race without betting and then make their bets on the second race. They ran the first race, and when they reached the post the Seneca runner was just the measure of his body behind the other. His people asked him if he had done his best, but he said, "No. I have not," so they made their bets, and the second race, the real race, began. When they got to the middle, the Seneca runner said to the other, "Do your best now, for I am going to do mine," and as he said it he pulled out and left the other far behind and won the race. Then the CHEROKEE said, "There is one more race yet, the long race," and they got ready for it, but the Cherokee chief said to his own men, "We have won everything from these people. I think it will be best to let them have one race, for if they lose all, they may make trouble." They selected a Cherokee to run, and he was beaten, and the CHEROKEE went home. In a few days they sent a messenger to challenge the Cherokee to meet them halfway for a battle. When the Cherokee heard this, they said to the Seneca, "There are so few of you here that we don't want to have you killed. It is better for you to go home." So the Seneca went back to their own country. 3 years later they came again to visit the Cherokee, who told them that the CHEROKEE had won the battle, and that the chief of the enemy had said afterward, "I should like to fight the Seneca, for I am a double man." Before long the enemy heard that the Seneca were there and sent them a challenge to come and fight. The Seneca said, "We must try to satisfy them," so with Cherokee guides they set out for the country of the CHEROKEE. They went on until they came to an opening in the woods within 1 day's journey of the first village. Then they stopped and got ready to send 2 messengers to notify the enemy, but the Cherokee said, "You must send them so as to arrive about sundown." They did this, and when the messengers arrived near the town they saw all the people out playing ball. The 2 Seneca went around on the other side, and began throwing sumac darts as they approached, so that the others would think they were some of their own men at play. In this way they got near enough to kill a man who was standing alone. They scalped him, and then raising the scalp yell they rushed off through the woods, saying to each other as they ran, "Be strong, be strong." Soon they saw the CHEROKEE coming on horses, but managed to reach a dry creek and to hide under the bank, so that the enemy passed on without seeing them. The next morning they came out and started on, but the enemy was still on the watch, and before long the 2 men saw the dust of the horses behind them. The others came up until they were almost upon them and began to shoot arrows at them, but by this time the 2 Seneca were near the opening where their own friends were hiding, drawn up on each side of the pass. As the pursuers dashed in, the 2 lines of the Seneca closed in and every man of the CHEROKEE was either killed or taken. The Seneca went back to the Cherokee country and after about a month they returned to their own homes. Afterward the Cherokee told them, "We hear the CHEROKEE think you dangerous people. They themselves are conjurers and can tell what other people are going to do, but they cannot tell what the Seneca are going to do. The Seneca medicine is stronger." Arranged from Curtin, Seneca Manuscript. 99. The Shawanoe Wars. Among the most inveterate foes of the Cherokee were the Shawanoe, known to the Cherokee as Ani Sawanagii, who in ancient times, probably as early as 1680, removed from Savannah, i.e. Shawanoe River, in South Carolina, and occupied the Cumberland River region in Middle Tennessee and Kentucky, from which they were afterward driven by the superior force of the southern tribes and compelled to take refuge north of the Ohio. On all old maps we find the Cumberland marked as the River of the Shawanoe. Although the 2 tribes were frequently, and perhaps for long periods, on friendly terms, the ordinary condition was one of chronic warfare, from an early traditional period until the close of the Revolution. This hostile feeling was intensified by the fact that the Shawanoe were usually the steady allies of the Creeks, the hereditary southern enemies of the Cherokee. In 1749, however, we find a party of Shawanoe from the north, accompanied by several Cherokee, making an inroad into the Creek country, and afterward taking refuge among the Cherokee, thus involving the latter in a new war with their southern neighbors, Adair, A.M. Inns, 276, 1775. The Shawanoe made themselves respected for their fighting qualities, gaining a reputation for valor which they maintained in their later wars with the whites. While from their sudden attack and fertility of stratagem they came to be regarded as a tribe of magicians. By capture or intermarriage in the old days there is quite an admixture of Shawanoe blood among the Cherokee. According to Haywood, an aged Cherokee chief, named the Little Corn Planter, Little Carpenter, stated in 1772 that the Shawano had removed from the Savannah River a long time before in consequence of a disastrous war with several neighboring tribes, and had settled upon the Cumberland, by permission of his people. A quarrel having afterward arisen between the two tribes, a strong body of Cherokee invaded the territory of the Shawano, and, treacherously attacking them, killed a great number. The Shawano fortified themselves and a long war ensued, which continued until the Chickasaw came to the aid of the Cherokee, when the Shawano were gradually forced to withdraw north of the Ohio. At the time of their final expulsion, about the year 1710, the boy Charleville was employed at a French post, established for the Shawano trade, which occupied a mound on the south side of Cumberland River, where now is the city of Nashville. For a long time the Shawano had been so hard pressed by their enemies that they had been withdrawing to the north in small parties for several years, until only a few remained behind, and these also now determined to leave the country entirely. In March the trader sent Charleville ahead with several loads of skins, intending himself to follow with the Shawano a few months later. In the meantime the Chickasaw, learning of the intended move, posted themselves on both sides of Cumberland River, above the mouth of Harpeth, with canoes to cut off escape by water, and suddenly attacked the retreating Shawano, killing a large part of them, together with the trader, and taking all their skins, trading goods, and other property. Charleville lived to tell the story nearly 70 years later. As the war was never terminated by any formal treaty of peace, the hostile warriors continued to attack each other whenever they chanced to meet on the rich hunting grounds of Kentucky, until finally, from mutual dread, the region was abandoned by both parties, and continued thus unoccupied until its settlement by the whites. According to Cherokee tradition, a body of creeks was already established near the mouth of Hiwassee while the Cherokee still had their main settlements upon the Little Tennessee. The Creeks, being near neighbors, pretended friendship, while at the same time secretly aiding the Shawano. Having discovered the treachery, the Cherokee took advantage of the presence of the Creeks at a great dance at Itsatii, or Ekota, the ancient Cherokee capital, to fall suddenly upon them and kill nearly the whole party. The consequence was a war, with the final result that the Creeks were defeated and forced to abandon all their settlements on the waters of the Tennessee River. Haywood says that Little Cornplanter had seen Shawano scalps brought into the Cherokee towns. When he was a boy, his father, who was also a chief, had told him how he had once led a party against the Shawano and was returning with several scalps, when, as they were coming through a pass in the mountains, they ran into another party of Cherokee warriors, who, mistaking them for enemies, fired into them and killed several before they discovered their mistake. Schoolcraft also gives the Cherokee tradition of the war with the Shawano, as obtained indirectly from white informants, but incorrectly makes it occur while the latter tribe still lived upon the Savannah. The Cherokees prevailed after a long and sanguinary contest and drove the Shawnees north. This event they cherish as one of their proudest achievements. "What?" said an aged Cherokee chief to Mr. Barnwell, who had suggested the final preservation of the race by intermarriage with the whites. "What? Shall the Cherokees perish? Shall the conquerors of the Shawnees perish? Never." Tribal warfare as a rule consisted of a desultory succession of petty raids, seldom approaching the dignity of a respectable skirmish and hardly worthy of serious consideration except in the final result. The traditions necessarily partake of the same trivial character, being rather anecdotes than narratives of historical events which had dates and names. Lapse of time renders them also constantly more vague. On the Carolina side the Shawano approach was usually made up the Pigeon River Valley, so as to come upon the Cherokee settlements from behind. And small parties were almost constantly lurking about waiting the favorable opportunity to pick up a stray scalp. On one occasion some Cherokee hunters were stretched around the camp fire at night when they heard the cry of a flying squirrel in the woods, "Tsuyu! Tsuyu! Tsuyu!" Always on the alert for danger, they suspected it might be the enemy's signal, and all but one hastily left the fire and concealed themselves. That one, however, laughed at their fears and, defiantly throwing some heavy logs on the fire, stretched himself out on his blanket and began to sing. Soon he heard a stealthy step coming through the bushes and gradually approaching the fire, until suddenly an enemy sprang out upon him from the darkness and bore him to the earth. But the Cherokee was watchful, and putting up his hands he seized the other by the arms, and with a mighty effort threw him backward into the fire. The dazed Shawano lay there a moment squirming upon the coals, then bounded to his feet and ran into the woods, howling with pain. There was an answering laugh from his comrades hidden in the bush, but although the Cherokee kept watch for some time the enemy made no further attack, probably led by the very boldness of the hunter to suspect some ambush. On another occasion a small hunting party in the Smoky Mountains heard the gobble of a turkey. In telling the story Swimmer gives a good imitation. Some eager young hunters were for going at once toward the game, but others, more cautious, suspected a ruse and advised a reconnaissance. Accordingly a hunter went around to the back of the ridge, and on coming up from the other side found a man posted in a large tree. Making the gobble call to decoy the hunters within reach of a Shawano war party concealed behind some bushes midway between the tree and the camp. Keeping close to the ground, the Cherokee crept up without being discovered until within gunshot, then springing to his feet he shot the man in the tree, and shouting, "Kill them all," rushed upon the enemy, who, thinking that a strong force of Cherokee was upon them, fled down the mountain without attempting to make a stand. Another tradition of these wars is that concerning Tuna-I, a great warrior and medicine man of old XVIII, on the Tennessee. In one hard fight with the Shawano, near the town, he overpowered his man and stabbed him through both arms. Running cords through the holes he tied his prisoner's arms and brought him thus into XVIII, where he was put to death by the women with such tortures that his courage broke and he begged them to kill him at once. After retiring to the upper Ohio the Shawano were received into the protection of the Delawares and their allies, and being thus strengthened felt encouraged to renew the war against the Cherokee with increased vigor. The latter, however, proved themselves more than a match for their enemies, pursuing them even to their towns in western Pennsylvania, and accidentally killing there some Delawares who occupied the country jointly with the Shawano. This involved the Cherokee in a war with the powerful Delawares, which continued until brought to an end in 1768 at the request of the Cherokee, who made terms of friendship at the same time with the Iroquois. The Shawano being thus left alone, and being, moreover, roundly condemned by their friends, the Delawares, as the cause of the whole trouble, had no heart to continue the war and were obliged to make final peace. 100. The Raid on Tisqually Tsi. The last noted leader of the Shawano raiding parties was a chief known to the Cherokee as Tawa-Liaquanin-Ti, punk-plugged-in. On account of a red spot on his cheek which looked as though a piece of punk, Tawa-Li, had been driven into the flesh. The people of Tisqually Tsi town, on Tikasighi, heard rumors that a war party under this leader had come in from the north and was lurking somewhere in the neighborhood. The Cherokee conjurer, whose name was Etowah Hatsastatla Deadwood Lighter, resorted to his magic arts and found that the Shawano were in ambush along the trail on the north side of the river a short distance above the town. By his advice a party was fitted out to go up on the south side and come in upon the enemy's rear. A few foolhardy fellows, however, despised his words and boldly went up the trail on the north side until they came to Deep Creek, where the Shawano in hiding at the ford took them like fish in a trap and killed nearly all of them. Their friends on the other side of the river heard the firing, and crossing the river above Deep Creek they came in behind the Shawano and attacked them, killing a number and forcing the others to retreat toward the Smoky Mountains. With the Cherokee in pursuit. The invaders had with them 2 Cherokee prisoners who were not able to keep up with the rapid flight, so their captors took them, bound as they were, and threw them over a cliff. An old conjurer of their own party finding himself unable to keep up deliberately sat down against a tree near the same spot to wait for death. The pursuers coming up split his head with a hatchet and threw his body over the same cliff, which takes its name from this circumstance. The Shawano continued to retreat, with the Cherokee close behind them, until they crossed the main ridge at the gap just below Clingman's Dome. Here the Cherokee gave up the pursuit and returned to their homes. 101. The last Shawano invasion. Perhaps a year after the raid upon Tisqually Tsi, the Shawano again, under the same leader, came down upon the exposed settlement of Canoga, on Pigeon River, and carried off a woman and 2 children whom they found gathering berries near the town. Without waiting to make an attack, they hastily retreated with their prisoners. The people of Canoga sent for aid to the other settlements farther south, and a strong party was quickly raised to pursue the enemy and recover the captives. By this time, however, the Shawanoe had had several days' start, and it was necessary for the Cherokee to take a shorter course across the mountains to overtake them. A noted conjurer named Ka'alenu, the Raven, of Hiwassee Town, was called upon to discover by his magic arts what direction the Shawanoe had taken and how far they had already gone. Calling the chiefs together, he told them to fill the pipe and smoke, and he would return with the information before the pipe was smoked out. They sat down in a circle around the fire and lighted the pipe, while he went out into the woods. Soon they heard the cry of an owl, and after some interval they heard it again, and the next moment the conjurer walked out from the trees before yet the first smoke was finished. He reported that he had trailed the Shawanoe to their camp and that they were 7 days ahead. The Cherokee at once followed as the Raven guided, and reached the place in 7 days and found all the marks of a camp, but the enemy was already gone. Again and once again the conjurer went ahead in his own mysterious fashion to spy out the country, and they followed as he pointed the way. On returning the 3rd time he reported that their enemies had halted beside the great river, the Ohio, and soon afterward he came in with the news that they were crossing it. The Cherokee hurried on to the river, but by this time the Shawanoe were on the other side. The pursuers hunted up and down until they found a favorable spot in the stream, and then waiting until it was dark they prepared to cross, using logs as rafts and tacking with the current. And managed it so well that they were over long before daylight without alarming the enemy. The trail was now fresh, and following it they soon came upon the camp, which was asleep and all unguarded. The Shawanoe, thinking themselves now safe in their own country, having neglected to post sentinels. Rushing in with their knives and tomahawks, the Cherokee fell upon their sleeping foe and killed a number of them before the others could wake and seize their arms to defend themselves. Then there was a short, desperate encounter, but the Shawanoe were taken at a disadvantage, their leader himself being among the first killed, and in a few moments they broke and ran, every man for himself, to escape as best he could. The Cherokee released the captives, whom they found tied to trees, and after taking the scalps from the dead Shawanoe, with their guns and other equipments, returned to their own country. 102. The False Warriors of Chilhowee. Some warriors of Chilhowee Town, on Little Tennessee, organized a war party, as they said, to go against the Shawanoe. They started off north along the Great War Trail, but when they came to Pigeon River they changed their course, and instead of going on toward the Shawanoe country they went up the river and came in at the back of Cowee, one of the middle settlements of their own tribe. Here they concealed themselves near the path until a party of 3 or 4 unsuspecting townspeople came by, when they rushed out and killed them, took their scalps and a gun belonging to a man named GA'N'S, and then hurriedly made their way home by the same roundabout route to Chilhowee, where they showed the fresh scalps and the gun, and told how they had met the Shawanoe in the north and defeated them without losing a man. According to custom, preparations were made at once for a great scalp dance to celebrate the victory over the Shawanoe. The dance was held in the townhouse and all the people of the settlement were there and looked on, while the women danced with the scalps and the gun, and the returned warriors boasted of their deeds. As it happened, among those looking on was a visitor from Cowee, a gunstalker, who took particular notice of the gun and knew it at once as one he had repaired at home for GA'N'S. He said nothing, but wondered much how it had come into possession of the Shawanoe. The scalp dance ended, and according to custom a second dance was appointed to be held 7 days later, to give the other warriors also a chance to boast of their own war deeds. The gunstalker, whose name was Gulsadihai, returned home to Cowee, and there heard for the first time how a Shawanoe war party had surprised some of the town people, killed several, and taken their scalps and a gun. He understood it all then, and told the chief that the mischief had been done, not by a hostile tribe, but by the false men of Chilhowee. It seemed too much to believe, and the chief said it could not be possible, until the gunstalker declared that he had recognized the gun as one he had himself repaired for the man who had been killed. At last they were convinced that his story was true, and all Kauai was eager for revenge. It was decided to send 10 of their bravest warriors, under the leadership of the gunstalker, to the next dance at Chilhauʻi, there to take their own method of reprisal. Volunteers offered at once for the service. They set out at the proper time and arrived at Chilhauʻi on the night the dance was to begin. As they crossed the stream below the town they met a woman coming for water and took their first revenge by killing her. Men, women, and children were gathered in the townhouse, but the Kauai men concealed themselves outside and waited. In this dance it was customary for each warrior in turn to tell the story of some deed against the enemy, putting his words into a song which he first whispered to the drummer, who then sang with him, drumming all the while. Usually it is serious business, but occasionally, for a joke, a man will act the clown or sing of some extravagant performance that is so clearly impossible that all the people laugh. One man after another stepped into the ring and sang of what he had done against the enemies of his tribe. At last one of the late war party rose from his seat, and after a whisper to the drummer began to sing of how they had gone to Kauai and taken scalps and a gun, which he carried as he danced. The chief and the people, who knew nothing of the treacherous act, laughed heartily at what they thought was a great joke. But now the gunstalker, who had been waiting outside with the Kauai men, stripped off his breechcloth and rushed naked into the townhouse. Bending down to the drummer, who was one of the traders, but failed to recognize Gulsadihai, he gave him the words, and then straightening up he began to sing, "Hi! Ask who has done this." While he danced around the circle, making insulting gestures toward everyone there. The song was quick and the drummer beat very fast. He made one round and bent down again to the drummer, then straightened up and sang, "You! I have killed a pregnant woman at the ford and thrown her body into the river." Several men started with surprise, but the chief said, "He is only joking, go on with the dance," and the drummer beat rapidly. Another round and he bent down again to the drummer and then began to sing, "We thought our enemies were from the north, but we have followed them and they are here." Now the drummer knew at last what it all meant and he drummed very slowly, and the people grew uneasy. Then, without waiting on the drummer, Gulsadihai sang, "Kauai will have a ball play with you." And everyone knew this was a challenge to battle, and then fiercely, "But if you want to fight now my men are ready to die here." With that he waved his hand and left the townhouse. The dancers looked at each other uneasily and some of them rose to go. The chief, who could not understand it, urged them to go on with the dance, but it was of no avail. They left the townhouse, and as they went out they met the Kauai men standing with their guns ready and their hatchets in their belts. Neither party said anything, because they were still on friendly ground, but everyone knew that trouble was ahead. The Kauai men returned home and organized a strong party of warriors from their own and all the neighboring middle settlements to go and take vengeance on Chilhauʻi and on Kauai, just below, which had also been concerned in the raid. They went down the Tennessee and crossed over the mountains, but when they came on the other side they found that their enemies had abandoned their homes and fled for refuge to the remoter settlements or to the hostile Shawano in the north. 103. Kauai Town. Kauai, properly Kauai, abbreviated Kauai, was the name of 2 Cherokee settlements, one of which existed in 1755 on a branch of Kiowa River, in upper South Carolina, while the other and more important was on Little Tennessee River. At the mouth of Kauai Creek, about 10 miles below the present Franklin, in North Carolina. It was destroyed by the Americans in 1876, when it contained about 100 houses, but was rebuilt and continued to be occupied until the session of 1819. The name cannot be translated, but may possibly mean the place of the Deer Clan, Ani, Kauai. It was one of the oldest and largest of the Cherokee towns, and when Wofford visited it as a boy he found the trail leading to it worn so deep in places that, although on horseback, he could touch the ground with his feet on each side. There is a story, told by Wofford as a fact, of a Shawano who had been a prisoner there, but had escaped to his people in the north, and after the peace between the 2 tribes wandered back into the neighborhood on a hunting trip. While standing on a hill overlooking the valley he saw several Cherokee on an opposite hill, and called out to them, "Do you still own Kauai?" They shouted in reply, yes, we own it yet. Back came the answer from the Shawano, who wanted to encourage them not to sell any more of their lands. Well, it's the best town of the Cherokee. It's a good country, hold on to it. 104. The Eastern Tribes. Besides the Iroquois and Shawano, the Cherokee remember also the Delawares, Tuscarora, Catawba, and Cheraw as tribes to the east or north with which they formerly had relations. The Cherokee call the Delawares Anaquan-K, in the singular Aquan-K, a derivative formed according to usual Cherokee phonetic modification from Wapanak-Kee, Easterners. The generic name by which the Delawares and their nearest kindred call themselves. In the most ancient tradition of the Delawares the Cherokee are called Talaga, Talage, Talage-Y, etc. In later Delaware tradition they are called Kittiwah, and again we find the two tribes at war, for which their neighbors are held responsible. According to the Delaware account, the Iroquois, in one of their forays to the south, killed a Cherokee in the woods and purposely left a Delaware war club near the body to make it appear that the work had been done by men of that tribe. The Cherokee found the body and the club, and naturally supposing that the murder had been committed by the Delawares, they suddenly attacked the latter, the result being a long and bloody war between the two tribes. At this time, i.e. about the end of the 17th century, it appears that a part at least of the Cherokee lived on the waters of the upper Ohio, where the Delawares made continual inroads upon them, finally driving them from the region and seizing it for themselves about the year 1708. A century ago the Delawares used to tell how their warriors would sometimes mingle in disguise with the Cherokee at their night dances until the opportunity came to strike a sudden blow and be off before their enemies recovered from the surprise. Bureau of American Ethnology 19th Annual. Report PL. 18. Photograph by author, 1888. Walini, a Cherokee woman. Later there seems to have been peace until war was again brought on by the action of the Shawano, who had taken refuge with the Delawares. After having been driven from their old home on Cumberland River by the Cherokee. Feeling secure in their new alliance, the Shawano renewed their raids upon the Cherokee, who retaliated by pursuing them into the Delaware country, where they killed several Delawares by mistake. This inflamed the latter people, already excited by the sight of Cherokee scalps and prisoners brought back through their country by the Iroquois, and another war was the result, which lasted until the Cherokee, tired of fighting so many enemies, voluntarily made overtures for peace in 1768, saluting the Delawares as grandfather, an honorary title accorded them by all the Algonquian tribes. The Delawares then reprimanded the Shawano, as the cause of the trouble, and advised them to keep quiet, which, as they were now left to fight their battles alone, they were glad enough to do. At the same time the Cherokee made peace with the Iroquois, and the long war with the northern tribes came to an end. The friendly feeling thus established was emphasized in 1779, when the Cherokee sent a message of condolence upon the death of the Delaware chief White Eyes. The Tuscarora, formerly the ruling tribe of eastern North Carolina, are still remembered under the name Ani-Scala-Lee, and are thus mentioned in the feather dance of the Cherokee, in which some of the actors are supposed to be visiting strangers from other tribes. As the majority of the Tuscarora fled from Carolina to the Iroquois country about 1713, in consequence of their disastrous war with the whites, their memory has nearly faded from the recollection of the southern Indians. From the scanty light which history throws upon their mutual relations, the two tribes seem to have been almost constantly at war with each other. When at one time the Cherokee, having already made peace with some other of their neighbors, were urged by the whites to make peace also with the Tuscarora, they refused, on the ground that, as they could not live without war, it was better to let matters stand as they were than to make peace with the Tuscarora and be obliged immediately to look about for new enemies with whom to fight. For some years before the outbreak of the Tuscarora War in 1711 the Cherokee had ceased their inroads upon this tribe, and it was therefore supposed that they were more busily engaged with some other people west of the mountains. These being probably the Shawano, whom they drove out of Tennessee about this time. In the War of 1711 to 1713 the Cherokee assisted the whites against the Tuscarora. In 1731 the Cherokee again threatened to make war upon the remnant of that tribe still residing in North Carolina, and the colonial government was compelled to interfere. The Cheraw or Sarah, ranging at different periods from upper South Carolina to the southern frontier of Virginia, are also remembered under the name of Ani Sowali or Ani Sowala, which agrees with the Spanish form Zuala of De Soto's Chronicle, and Swala, or Soli, of Lederer. The Cherokee remember them as having lived east of the Blue Ridge, the trail to their country leading across the gap at the head of Swannanoa River, east from Asheville. The name of the stream and gap is a corruption of the Cherokee Sowalinanahai, Sowali Trail. Being a very warlike tribe, they were finally so reduced by conflicts with the colonial governments and the Iroquois that they were obliged to incorporate with the Catawba, among whom they still maintained their distinct language as late as 1743. The Catawba are known to the Cherokee as Ani Tagwa, singular Atagwa, or Tagwa, the Cherokee attempt at the name by which they are most commonly known. They were the immediate neighbors of the Cherokee on the east and southeast, having their principal settlements on the river of their name, just within the limits of South Carolina, and holding the leading place among all the tribes east of the Cherokee country with the exception of the Tuscarora. On the first settlement of South Carolina there were estimated to be about 7,000 persons in the tribe, but their decline was rapid, and by war and disease their number had been reduced in 1775 to barely 500. Including the incorporated remnants of the Cheraw and several smaller tribes. There are now, perhaps, 100 still remaining on a small reservation near the site of their ancient towns. Some local names in the old Cherokee territory seem to indicate the former presence of Catawba, although there is no tradition of any Catawba settlement within those limits. Among such names may be mentioned Toccoa Creek, in northeastern Georgia, and Toccoa River, in north-central Georgia, both names being derived from the Cherokee Tagwa High, Catawba Place. An old Cherokee personal name is Tagwadihai, Catawba Killer. The two tribes were hereditary enemies, and the feeling between them is nearly as bitter today as it was 100 years ago. Perhaps the only case on record of their acting together was in the War of 1711–13, when they cooperated with the colonists against the Tuscarora. The Cherokee, according to the late Colonel Thomas, claimed to have formerly occupied all the country about the head of the Catawba River, to below the present Morganton, until the game became scarce, when they retired to the west of the Blue Ridge, and afterward loaned the Eastern Territory to the Catawba. This agrees pretty well with a Catawba tradition recorded in Schoolcraft, according to which the Catawba, who are incorrectly represented as comparatively recent immigrants from the north, on arriving at Catawba River found their progress disputed by the Cherokee, who claimed original ownership of the country. A battle was fought, with incredible loss on both sides, but with no decisive result, although the advantage was with the Catawba, on account of their having guns, while their opponents had only Indian weapons. Preparations were underway to renew the fight when the Cherokee offered to recognize the river as the boundary, allowing the Catawba to settle anywhere to the east. The overture was accepted and an agreement was finally made by which the Catawba were to occupy the country east of that river and the Cherokee the country west of Broad River, with the region between the two streams to remain as neutral territory. Stone piles were heaped up on the battlefield to commemorate the treaty, and the Broad River was henceforth called Eswahupade, Line River, by the Catawba, the country eastward to Catawba River being left unoccupied. The fact that one party had guns would bring this event within the early historic period. The Catawba assisted the whites against the Cherokee in the War of 1760 and in the later Revolutionary struggle. About 100 warriors, nearly the whole fighting strength of the tribe, took part in the first-mentioned war, several being killed, and a smaller number accompanied Williamson's force in 1776. At the battle fought under Williamson near the present site of Franklin, North Carolina, the Cherokee, according to the tradition related by Wofford, mistook the Catawba allies of the troops for some of their own warriors, and were fighting for some time under this impression before they noticed that the Catawba wore deer tails in their hair so that the whites might not make the same mistake. In this engagement, which was one of the bloodiest Indian encounters of the Revolution, the Cherokee claimed that they had actually defeated the troops and their Catawba allies. when their own ammunition gave out and they were consequently forced to retire. The Cherokee leader was a noted war chief named Tsani, John. About 1840 nearly the whole Catawba tribe moved up from South Carolina and joined the eastern band of Cherokee, but in consequence of tribal jealousies they remained but a short time, and afterward returned to their former home. As is related elsewhere. Other tribal names, of doubtful authority, are Ani, Sa-Ni and Ani, Sawahi-Ni, belonging to people said to have lived toward the north. Both names are perhaps intended for the Shawano or Shawnee, properly Ani, Sawana-Gi. The Ani Gili are said to have been neighbors of the Anan Tsi or Natchez. The name may possibly be a Cherokee form for Congaree. 105. The Southern and Western Tribes. The nearest neighbors of the Cherokee to the south were the Creeks or Muskogee, who found mixed confederacy holding central and southern Georgia and Alabama. They were known to the Cherokee as Ani Kusa or Ani Gusa. From Coosa, the principal town of the Upper Creeks, which was situated on Coosa River, southwest from the present Talladega, Alabama. The Lower Creeks, residing chiefly on Chattahoochee River, were formerly always distinguished as Ani Kawita, from Coweta or Coweta, their ancient capital, on the west side of the river, in Alabama, nearly opposite the present Columbus, Georgia. In number the Creeks were nearly equal to the Cherokee, but differed in being a confederacy of cognate or incorporated tribes, of which the Muskogee proper was the principal. The Cherokee were called by them Tsalgal-Gi or Tsulgal-Gi, a plural derivative from Tsa-Lagi, the proper name of the tribe. The ordinary condition between the two tribes was one of hostility, with occasional intervals of goodwill. History, tradition, and linguistic evidence combine to show that the Creeks at one time occupied almost the whole of northern Georgia and Alabama, extending a considerable distance into Tennessee and perhaps North Carolina, and were dispossessed by the Cherokee pressing upon them from the north and northeast. This conquest was accomplished chiefly during the first half of the 18th century, and culminated with the decisive engagement of Taliwa about 1755. In most of their early negotiations with the government the Creeks demanded that the lands of the various tribes be regarded as common property, and that only the boundary between the Indians and the whites be considered. Failing in that, they claimed as theirs the whole region of the Chattahoochee and Coosa, north to the dividing ridge between those streams and the Tennessee, or even beyond to the Tennessee itself. And asserted that any Cherokee settlements within those limits were only by their own permission. In 1783 they claimed the Savannah River as the eastern boundary between themselves and the Cherokee, and asserted their own exclusive right of sail over all the territory between that river and the Oconee. On the other hand the Cherokee as stoutly claimed all to a point some 70 miles south of the present city of Atlanta, on the ground of having driven the Creeks out of it in 3 successive wars. And asserted that their right had been admitted by the Creeks themselves in a council held to decide the question between the two tribes before the Revolution. By mutual agreement, about 1816, members of either tribe were allowed to settle within the territory claimed by the other. The line as finally established through the mediation of the colonial and federal governments ran from the mouth of Broad River on Savannah nearly due west across Georgia, passing about 10 miles north of Atlanta, to Coosa River in Alabama. And thence northwest to strike the west line of Alabama about 20 miles south of the Tennessee. Among the names which remain to show the former presence of Creeks north of this boundary are the following: Coweta, a small creek entering the Little Tennessee above Franklin. North Carolina, Tomatola, Cherokee. Tama-El, a former town site on Valley River, near Murphy, North Carolina, the name being that of a former creek town on Chattahoochee, Tomatley, Cherokee. Tama-El, a ford at another town site on Little Tennessee, above Tellico Mouth. In Tennessee, Coosa, Cherokee. Coosa, an upper creek of Nottely River, in Union County, Georgia. Chattooga, Cherokee. Tsata-Gi, a river in northwest Georgia. Chattooga, Cherokee. Tsata-Gi, another river. A headstream of Savannah, Chattahoochee River, Creek, Chattahoochee, Pictured Rocks. Coosawhatee, Cherokee. Ku-Sa-Wadee, Old Creek Place, a river in northwestern Georgia. Taliwa, the Cherokee form of a Creek name for a place on an upper branch of Etowah River in Georgia, probably from the Creek TSULʻKÂLޫ or Italua town. Uharli, Cherokee, Uhali, said by the Cherokee to be from Eufaula or Eufaula, the name of several Creek towns, a creek flowing into lower Etowah River. Sewanee, Cherokee, Sewan, a small creek on upper Chattahoochee, the site of a former Cherokee town with a name which the Cherokee say is Creek. Several other names within the same territory are said by the Cherokee to be of foreign origin, although perhaps not Creek, and may be from the Tuskegee language. According to Cherokee tradition as given to Haywood nearly 80 years ago, the country about the mouth of Hiwassee River, in Tennessee, was held by the Creeks, while the Cherokee still had their main settlements farther to the north. On the Little Tennessee. In the Shawanoe War, about the year 1700, the Creeks pretended friendship for the Cherokee while secretly helping their enemies, the Shawanoe. The Cherokee discovered the treachery, and took occasion, when a party of Creeks was visiting a dance at Ikota, the Cherokee capital, to fall upon them and massacre nearly every man. The consequence was a war between the two tribes, with the final result that the Creeks were forced to abandon all their settlements upon the waters of the Tennessee, and to withdraw south to the Coosa and the neighborhood of the Creek Path. An old trading trail from South Carolina, which crossed at the junction of the Oostenaula and Etowah rivers, where now is the city of Rome, Georgia, and struck the Tennessee at the present Guntersville, Alabama. As an incident of this war, the same tradition relates how the Cherokee once approached a large Creek settlement at the island on the Creek Path, in Tennessee River, opposite Guntersville, and, concealing their main force, sent a small party ahead to decoy the Creeks to an engagement. The Creek warriors at once crossed over in their canoes to the attack, when the Cherokee suddenly rose up from their ambush, and surrounded the Creeks and defeated them after a desperate battle. Then, taking the captured canoes, they went over to the island and destroyed all that was there. The great leader of the Cherokee in this war was a chief named Bullhead, renowned in tradition for his bravery and skill in strategy. At about the same time, according to Wofford, the Cherokee claimed to have driven the Creeks and Shawanoe from a settlement which they occupied jointly near Savannah, Georgia. There was a tradition among the few old traders still living in Upper Georgia in 1890 that a large tract in that part of the state had been won by the Cherokee from the Creeks in a ball play. There are no Indians now living in that region to substantiate the story. As originally told, it may have had a veiled meaning, as among the Cherokee the expression, to play a ball game, is frequently used figuratively to denote fighting a battle. There seems to be no good ground for Bartram's statement that the Cherokee had been dispossessed by the Creeks of the region between the Savannah and the Ocmulgee, in southwestern Georgia, within the historic period. The territory is south of any traditional Cherokee claim, and the statement is at variance with what we know through history. He probably had in mind the Uchi, who did actually occupy that country until incorporated with the Creeks. The victory was not always on one side, however, for Adair states that toward the end of the last war between the two tribes, the Creeks, having easily defeated the Cherokee in an engagement, contemptuously sent against them a number of women and boys. According to this writer, the true and sole cause of this last war was the killing of some adopted relatives of the Creeks in 1749 by a party of northern Shawanoe, who had been guided and afterward sheltered by the Cherokee. The war, which he represents as a losing game for the Cherokee, was finally brought to an end through the efforts of the governor of South Carolina, with the unfortunate result to the English that the Creeks encouraged the Cherokee in the War of 1760 and rendered them very essential help in the way of men and ammunition. The Battle of Taliwa, which decided in favor of the Cherokee the long war between themselves and the Creeks, was fought about 1755 or a few years later at a spot on Mountain Creek or Long Swamp Creek, which enters Etowah River above Canton, Georgia, near where the old trail crossed the river about Long Swamp Town. All our information concerning it is traditional, obtained from James Wofford, who heard the story when a boy, about the year 1815, from an old trader named Brian Ward, who had witnessed the battle 60 years before. According to his account, it was probably the hardest battle ever fought between the two tribes, about 500 Cherokee and twice that number of Creek warriors being engaged. The Cherokee were at first overmatched and fell back, but rallied again and returned to the attack, driving the Creeks from cover so that they broke and ran. The victory was complete and decisive, and the defeated tribe immediately afterward abandoned the whole upper portion of Georgia and the adjacent part of Alabama to the conquerors. Before this battle the Creeks had been accustomed to shift about a good deal from place to place, but thereafter they confined themselves more closely to fixed home locations. It was in consequence of this defeat that they abandoned their town on Nautilus River, below Coosa Creek, near the present Blairsville, Georgia, their old fields being at once occupied by Cherokee, who moved over from their settlements on the head of Savannah River. As has been already stated, a peace was made about 1759, just in time to enable the Creeks to assist the Cherokee in their war with South Carolina. We hear little more concerning the relations of the two tribes until the Creek War of 1813–14, described in detail elsewhere. After this their histories drift apart. The Yuchi or Uchi, called Ani, Utsi by the Cherokee, were a tribe of distinct linguistic stock and of considerable importance in early days. Their territory bordered Savannah River on both sides immediately below the Cherokee country, and extended some distance westward into Georgia, where it adjoined that of the Creeks. They were gradually dispossessed by the whites, and were incorporated with the Creeks about the year 1740, but retain their separate identity and language to this day, their town being now the largest in the Creek Nation in Indian Territory. According to the testimony of a Cherokee mixed blood named Gants T or Rattling Gourd, who was born on Hiwassee River in 1820 and came west with his people in 1838, a number of Yuchi lived, before the removal. Scattered among the Cherokee near the present Cleveland, Tennessee, and on Chickamauga, Cayuga, and Pinnalog Creeks in the adjacent section of Georgia. They had no separate settlements, but spoke their own language, which he described as hard and grunting. Some of them spoke also Cherokee and Creek. They had probably drifted north from the Creek country before a boundary had been fixed between the tribes. When Tahlequah was established as the capital of the Cherokee Nation in the West in 1839, a few Yuchi were found already settled at the spot, being supposed to have removed from the east with some Creeks after the chief McIntosh was killed in 1825. They perished in the smallpox epidemic which ravaged the frontier in 1840, and their graves were still pointed out at Tahlequah in 1891. Shortly before the outbreak of the Civil War there was a large and prosperous Yuchi settlement on Cimarron River, in what was afterward the Cherokee Strip. Ramsey states that a small tribe of Uchis once occupied the country near the mouth of the Hiwassee, and was nearly exterminated in a desperate battle with the Cherokee at the Uchi Old Fields, in Rhea, now Meigs, County, Tennessee. The few survivors retreating to Florida, where they joined the Seminoles. There seems to be no other authority for the statement. Another broken tribe incorporated in part with the Creeks and in part with the Cherokee was that of the Na-Ties, or Natchez, who originally occupied the territory around the site of the present town of Natchez in southern Mississippi, and exercised a leading influence over all the tribes of the region. In consequence of a disastrous war with the French in 1729–31 the tribe was disrupted, some taking refuge with the Chickasaw, others with the Creeks, either then or later, while others, in 1736, applied to the government of South Carolina for permission to settle on the Savannah River. The request was evidently granted, and we find that Natchez mentioned as one of the tribes living with the Catawba in 1743, but retaining their distinct language. In consequence of having killed some of the Catawba in a drunken quarrel they were forced to leave this region, and seem to have soon afterward joined the Cherokee, as we find them twice mentioned in connection with that tribe in 1755. This appears to be the last reference to them in the South Carolina records. Just here the Cherokee tradition takes them up, under the name of Anan Tsi, abbreviated from Ani, Na-Ties, the plural of Na-Ties. From a chance coincidence with the word for pine tree, Nats, some English-speaking Indians have rendered this name as Pine Indians. The Cherokee generally agree that the Natchez came to them from South Carolina, though some say that they came from the Creek country. It is probable that the first refugees were from Carolina and were joined later by others from the Creeks and the Chickasaw. Bienville states, in 1742, that some of them had gone to the Cherokee directly from the Chickasaw when they found the latter too hard pressed by the French to be able to care for them. They seem to have been regarded by the Cherokee as a race of wizards and conjurers, a view which was probably due in part to their peculiar religious rites and in part to the interest which belonged to them as the remnant of an extirpated tribe. Although we have no direct knowledge on the subject, there is every reason to suppose that the two tribes had had communication with each other long before the period of the Natchez War. According to the statement of James Wofford, who was born in 1806 near the site of Clarksville, Georgia. When this region was still Indian country, the Natchez had their town on the north bank of Hiwassee, just above Peachtree Creek, on the spot where a Baptist mission was established by the Rev. Evan Jones in 1821, a few miles above the present Murphy, Cherokee County, North Carolina. On his mother's side he had himself a strain of Natchez blood. His grandmother had told him that when she was a young woman, perhaps about 1755, she once had occasion to go to this town on some business, which she was obliged to transact through an interpreter. As the Natchez had been there so short a time that only one or two spoke any Cherokee. They were all in the one town, which the Cherokee called Gwaug High, Frog Place, but he was unable to say whether or not it had a townhouse. In 1824, as one of the census takers for the Cherokee Nation, he went over the same section and found the Natchez then living jointly with the Cherokee in a town called Gulnee at the junction of Brasstown and Gumlog Creeks. Tributary to Hiwassee, some 6 miles southeast of their former location and close to the Georgia line. The removal may have been due to the recent establishment of the mission at the old place. It was a large settlement, made up about equally from the two tribes, but by this time the Natchez were not distinguishable in dress or general appearance from the others, and nearly all spoke broken Cherokee, while still retaining their own language. As most of the Indians had come under Christian influences so far as to have quit dancing, there was no townhouse. Harry Smith, who was born about 1820, father of the late chief of the East Cherokee, also remembers them as living on Hiwassee and calling themselves Na-Ts. Gans T., already mentioned, states that when he was a boy the Natchez were scattered among the Cherokee settlements along the upper part of Hiwassee, extending down into Tennessee. They had then no separate townhouses. Some of them, at least, had come up from the Creeks, and spoke Creek and Cherokee, as well as their own language, which he could not understand, although familiar with both of the others. They were great dance leaders, which agrees with their traditional reputation for ceremonial and secret knowledge. They went west with the Cherokee at the final removal of the tribe to Indian Territory in 1838. In 1890 there was a small settlement on Illinois River a few miles south of Tahlequah, Cherokee Nation, several persons in which still spoke their own language. Some of these may have come with the Creeks. As by an agreement between Creeks and Cherokee about the time of the removal it had been arranged that citizens of either tribe living within the boundaries claimed by the other might remain without question if they so elected. There are still several persons claiming Natchez descent among the East Cherokee, but the last one said to have been of full Natchez blood, an old woman named Alkini, died about 1895. She was noted for her peculiarities, especially for a drawling tone, said to have been characteristic of her people, as old men remembered them years ago. Haywood, the historian of Tennessee, says that a remnant of the Natchez lived within the present limits of the state as late as 1750, and were even then numerous. He refers to those with the Cherokee, and tells a curious story, which seems somehow to have escaped the notice of other writers. According to his statement, a portion of the Natchez, who had been parceled out as slaves among the French in the vicinity of their old homes after the downfall of their tribe, took advantage of the withdrawal of the troops to the north, in 1758. To rise and massacre their masters and make their escape to the neighboring tribes. On the return of the troops after the fall of Fort Duquesne they found the settlement at Natchez destroyed and their Indian slaves fled. Some time afterward a French deserter seeking an asylum among the Cherokee, having made his way to the great island town, on the Tennessee, just below the mouth of Tellico River. was surprised to find there some of the same Natchez whom he had formerly driven as slaves. He lost no time in getting away from the place to find safer quarters among the mountain towns. Notchie Creek, a lower affluent of Tellico, in Monroe County, Tennessee, probably takes its name from these refugees. Haywood states also that, although incorporated with the Cherokee, they continued for a long time a separate people, not marrying or mixing with other tribes, and having their own chiefs and holding their own councils. But in 1823 hardly anything was left of them but the name. Another refugee tribe incorporated partly with the Cherokee and partly with the Creeks was that of the Tuskegee, who at an early period had a large town of the same name on the south side of the Little Tennessee, just above the mouth of Tellico, in Monroe County, Tennessee. Sequoyah, the inventor of the Cherokee alphabet, lived here in his boyhood, about the time of the Revolution. The land was sold in 1819. There was another settlement of the name, and perhaps once occupied by the same people, on the north bank of Tennessee River, in a bend just below Chattanooga, Tennessee, on land sold also in 1819. Still another may have existed at one time on Tuskegee Creek, on the south bank of Little Tennessee River, north of Robbinsville, in Graham County, North Carolina, on land which was occupied until the removal in 1838. Tuskegee town of the Creek country was on Coosa River, near the junction with the Tallapoosa, some distance above the present Montgomery, Alabama. We find Tuskegee mentioned as a town in the Creek country visited by the Spanish captain, Juan Pardo, in 1567. The name is evidently the same, though we cannot be sure that the location was identical with that of the later town. Who or what the Tuskegee were is uncertain and can probably never be known, but they were neither Cherokee nor Muskogee proper. It would seem most probable that they were of Muskogean affinity, but they may have been an immigrant tribe from another section, or may even have constituted a distinct linguistic stock, representing all that was left of an ancient people whose occupation of the country antedated the coming of the Cherokee and the Creeks. The name may be derived from Tasca or Tashia, meaning warrior, in several of the Muskogean dialects. It is not a Cherokee word, and Cherokee informants state positively that the Tuskegee were a foreign people, with distinct language and customs. They were not Creeks, Natchez, Utchee, or Shawano, with all of whom the Cherokee were well acquainted under other names. In the townhouse of their settlement at the mouth of Tellico they had an upright pole, from the top of which hung their protecting medicine, the image of a human figure cut from a cedar log. For this reason the Cherokee in derision sometimes called the place Hatsina, Hanging Cedar Place. Before the sale of the land in 1819 they were so nearly extinct that the Cherokee had moved in and occupied the ground. Adair, in 1775, mentions the Tekiogee, a double misprint, as one of several broken tribes which the Creeks had artfully decoyed to incorporate with them in order to strengthen themselves against hostile attempts. Milford, about 1780, states that the Tuskegee on Coosa River were a foreign people who had been driven by wars to seek an asylum among the Creeks, being encouraged thereto by the kind reception accorded to another fugitive tribe. Their request was granted by the Confederacy, and they were given lands upon which they built their town. He puts this event shortly before the incorporation of the Yuchi, which would make it early in the 18th century. In 1799, according to Hawkins, the town had but 35 warriors, had lost its ancient language, and spoke Creek. There is still a white or peace town named Tuskegee in the Creek Nation in Indian Territory. The nearest neighbors of the Cherokee on the west, after the expulsion of the Shawano, were the Chickasaw, known to the Cherokee as Ani Tsiksu, whose territory lay chiefly between the Mississippi and the Tennessee. In what is now western Kentucky and Tennessee and the extreme northern portion of Mississippi. By virtue, however, of conquest from the Shawano or of ancient occupancy they claimed a large additional territory to the east of this, including all upon the waters of Duck River and Elk Creek. This claim was disputed by the Cherokee. According to Haywood, the two tribes had been friends and allies in the expulsion of the Shawano, but afterward, shortly before the year 1769, the Cherokee, apparently for no sufficient reason, picked a quarrel with the Chickasaw and attacked them in their town at the place afterward known as the Chickasaw Old Fields, on the north side of Tennessee River, some 20 miles below the present Guntersville, Alabama. The Chickasaw defended themselves so well that the assailants were signally defeated and compelled to retreat to their own country. It appears, however, that the Chickasaw, deeming this settlement too remote from their principal towns, abandoned it after the battle. Although peace was afterward made between the two tribes, their rival claim continued to be a subject of dispute throughout the treaty period. The Choctaw, a loose confederacy of tribes formerly occupying southern Mississippi and the adjacent coast region, are called unabridged by the Cherokee, who appear to have had but little communication with them. Probably because the intermediate territory was held by the Creeks, who were generally at war with one or the other. In 1708 we find mention of a powerful expedition by the Cherokee, Creeks, and Catawba against the Choctaw living about Mobile Bay. Of the Indians west of the Mississippi, those best known to the Cherokee were the Wasa-Si, or Osage, a powerful predatory tribe formerly holding most of the country between the Missouri and Arkansas rivers, and extending from the Mississippi far out into the plains. The Cherokee name is a derivative from Wasatch, the name by which the Osage call themselves. The relations of the two tribes seem to have been almost constantly hostile from the time when the Osage refused to join in the general Indian peace concluded in 1768, see, the Iroquois Wars, up to 1822. When the government interfered to compel an end of the bloodshed. The bitterness was largely due to the fact that ever since the first Cherokee Treaty with the United States, made at Hopewell, South Carolina, in 1785, small bodies of Cherokee, resenting the constant encroachments of the whites, had been removing beyond the Mississippi to form new settlements within the territory claimed by the Osage, where in 1817 they already numbered between 2,000 and 3,000 persons. As showing how new is our growth as a nation, it is interesting to note that Wofford, when a boy, attended near the site of the present Clarksville, Georgia, almost on Savannah River, a Cherokee scalp dance, at which the women danced over some Osage scalps sent by their relatives in the West as trophies of a recent victory. Other old Cherokee names for Western tribes which cannot be identified are TSUL'KÄNLÜ, the untranslatable name of a tribe described simply as living in the West, Sunni-Yatiga, naked people, described as living in the far west. GA'NA'S, short arrows, who lived in the far west, and were small, but great fighters, Yun-Weenie-Giski, man-eaters, a hostile tribe west or north, possibly the cannibal Attakapas or Tonkawa, of Louisiana or Texas. Their relations with the tribes with which they have become acquainted since the removal to Indian Territory do not come within the scope of this paper. 106. The Giants from the West. James Wofford, of the Western Cherokee, who was born in Georgia in 1806, says that his grandmother, who must have been born about the middle of the last century, told him that she had heard from the old people that long before her time a party of giants had come once to visit the Cherokee. They were nearly twice as tall as common men, and had their eyes set slanting in their heads, so that the Cherokee called them TSUL'KÄNLÜ, the slant-eyed people, because they looked like the giant hunter TSUL'KÄNLÜ, see the story. They said that these giants lived very far away in the direction in which the sun goes down. The Cherokee received them as friends, and they stayed some time, and then returned to their home in the West. The story may be a distorted historical tradition. 107. The Lost Cherokee. When the first lands were sold by the Cherokee, in 1721, a part of the tribe bitterly opposed the sale, saying that if the Indians once consented to give up any of their territory the whites would never be satisfied, but would soon want a little more, and a little again, until at last there would be none left for the Indians. Finding all they could say not enough to prevent the treaty, they determined to leave their old homes forever and go far into the West, beyond the great river, where the white men could never follow them. They gave no heed to the entreaties of their friends, but began preparations for the long march, until the others, finding that they could not prevent their going, set to work and did their best to fit them out with pack horses loaded with bread, dried venison, and other supplies. When all was ready they started, under the direction of their chief. A company of picked men was sent with them to help them in crossing the great river, and every night until they reached it runners were sent back to the tribe, and out from the tribe to the marching band, to carry messages and keep each party posted as to how the other was getting along. At last they came to the Mississippi, and crossed it by the help of those warriors who had been sent with them. These then returned to the tribe, while the others kept on to the west. All communication was now at an end. No more was heard of the wanderers, and in time the story of the lost Cherokee was forgotten or remembered only as an old tale. Still the white man pressed upon the Cherokee, and one piece of land after another was sold, until as years went on the dispossessed people began to turn their faces toward the west as their final resting place. And small bands of hunters crossed the Mississippi to learn what might be beyond. One of these parties pushed on across the plains, and there at the foot of the great mountains, the Rockies, they found a tribe speaking the old Cherokee language and living still as the Cherokee had lived before they had ever known the white man or his ways. 108. The Massacre of the Ani, Kuta and I. Among other perishing traditions is that relating to the Ani, Kuta and I or Ani, Quata and I, concerning whom the modern Cherokee knows so little that their very identity is now a matter of dispute. A few holding that they were an ancient people who preceded the Cherokee and built the mounds, while others, with more authority, claimed that they were a clan or society in the tribe and were destroyed long ago by pestilence or other calamity. Fortunately, we are not left to depend entirely upon surmise in the matter, as the tradition was noted by Haywood some 70 years ago, and by another writer some 40 years later. While the connected story could still be obtained from competent authorities. From the various statements it would seem that the Ani, Kuta and I were a priestly clan, having hereditary supervision of all religious ceremonies among the Cherokee, until, in consequence of having abused their sacred privileges, they were attacked and completely exterminated by the rest of the tribe, leaving the priestly functions to be assumed thereafter by individual doctors and conjurers. Haywood says, without giving name or details, the Cherokees are addicted to conjuration to ascertain whether a sick person will recover. This custom arose after the destruction of their priests. Tradition states that such persons lived among their ancestors and were deemed superior to others, and were extirpated long ago, in consequence of the misconduct of one of the priests, who attempted to take the wife of a man who was the brother of the leading chief of the nation. A more detailed statement, on the authority of Chief John Ross and Dr. J.B. Evans, is given in 1866 by a writer who speaks of the massacre as having occurred about a century before, although from the dimness of the tradition it is evident that it must have been much earlier. The facts, though few, are interesting. The order was hereditary, in this respect peculiar, for among Indians seldom, and among the Cherokees never, does power pertain to any family as a matter of right. Yet the family of the Nicotanee, for it seems to have been a family or clan, enjoyed this privilege. The power that they exercised was not, however, political, nor does it appear that chiefs were elected from among them. The Nicotanee were a mystical, religious body, of whom the people stood in great awe, and seem to have been somewhat like the Brahmins of India. By what means they attained their ascendancy, or how long it was maintained, can never be ascertained. Their extinction by massacre is nearly all that can be discovered concerning them. They became haughty, insolent, overbearing, and licentious to an intolerable degree. Relying on their hereditary privileges and the strange awe which they inspired, they did not hesitate by fraud or violence to rend asunder the tender relations of husband and wife when a beautiful woman excited their passions. The people long brooded in silence over the oppressions and outrages of this high caste, whom they deeply hated but greatly feared. At length a daring young man, a member of an influential family, organized a conspiracy among the people for the massacre of the priesthood. The immediate provocation was the abduction of the wife of the young leader of the conspiracy. His wife was remarkable for her beauty, and was forcibly abducted and violated by one of the Nicotanee while he was absent on the chase. On his return he found no difficulty in exciting in others the resentment which he himself experienced. So many had suffered in the same way, so many feared that they might be made to suffer, that nothing was wanted but a leader. A leader appearing in the person of the young brave whom we have named, the people rose under his direction and killed every Miskatonic, young and old. Thus perished a hereditary secret society, since which time no hereditary privileges have been tolerated among the Cherokees. 109. The War Medicine. Some warriors had medicine to change their shape as they pleased, so that they could escape from their enemies. Once one of these medicine warriors who had been away from home came back and found a strong party of the enemy attacking the settlement while nearly all the men were off on a hunt. The town was on the other side of the river, but his grandmother was there, so he made up his mind to save her. Going down the stream a little way, he hunted until he found a mussel shell. With his medicine he changed this to a canoe, in which he crossed over to his grandmother's house, and found her sitting there, waiting for the enemy to come and kill her. Again he made medicine and put her into a small gourd which he fastened to his belt. Then climbing a tree he changed himself to a swamp woodcock, and with one cry he spread his wings and flew across to the other side of the river, where both took their natural shape again and made their way through the woods to another settlement. There was another great Cherokee warrior, named Dassagiai, or Shoeboots, as the whites called him, who lived on Hightower Creek, in Georgia. He was so strong that it was said he could throw a corn mortar over a house, and with his magic power could clear a river at one jump. His war medicine was an Uctina scale and a very large turtle shell which he got from the Shawano. In the Creek War he put this scale into water and bathed his body with the water, and also burned a piece of the turtle shell and drew a black line around his men with the coal, and he was never wounded and never had a man killed. Some great warriors had a medicine by the aid of which they could dive under the ground as under water, come up among the enemy to kill and scalp one, then dive under the ground again and come up among their friends. Some war captains knew how to put their lives up in the tree tops during a fight, so that even if they were struck by the enemy they could not be killed. Once, in a battle with the Shawano, the Cherokee leader stood directly in front of the enemy and let the whole party shoot at him, but was not hurt until the Shawano captain, who knew this war medicine himself, ordered his men to shoot into the branches above the head of the other. They did this and the Cherokee leader fell dead. 110. Incidents of personal heroism. In the Cherokee War of 1760, when small bodies of the enemy, according to Haywood, were pushing their inroads eastward almost to Salisbury, a party of 6 or 8 warriors was discovered, watched, and followed until they were seen to enter a deserted cabin to pass the night. The alarm was given, and shortly before daylight the whites surrounded the house, posting themselves behind the fodder stack and some outbuildings so as to command both the door and the wide chimney top. They then began to throw fire upon the roof to drive out the Indians, when, as the blaze caught the dry shingles, and death either by fire or bullet seemed certain, one of the besieged warriors called to his companions that it was better that one should be a sacrifice than that all should die, and that if they would follow his directions he would save them, but die himself. He proposed to sally out alone to draw the fire of the besiegers, while his friends stood ready to make for the woods as soon as the guns of the whites were empty. They agreed, and the door was opened, when he suddenly rushed forth, dodging and running in a zigzag course, so that every gun was emptied at him before he fell dead, covered with wounds. While the whites were reloading, the other warriors ran out and succeeded in reaching the woods before the besiegers could recover from their surprise. The historian adds, how greatly it is to be regretted that the name of this hero is not known to the writer, that it might be recorded with this specimen of Cherokee bravery and patriotism, firmness and presence of mind in the hour of danger. More than once women seem to have shown the courage of warriors when the occasion demanded. At the beginning of the last century there was still living among the Cherokee a woman who had killed her husband's slayer in one of the Revolutionary engagements. For this deed she was treated with so much consideration that she was permitted to join the warriors in the war dance, carrying her gun and tomahawk. The Wananahi manuscript has a tradition of an attack upon a Cherokee town and the killing of the chief by a hostile war party. His wife, whose name was Kudalata, Gatun Lottie, Wild Hemp, on seeing her husband fall, snatched up his tomahawk, shouting, "Kill! Kill!" and rushed upon the enemy with such fury that the retreating Cherokee rallied and renewed the battle with so great courage as to gain a complete victory. This may be a different statement of the same incident. In Rutherford's expedition against the Cherokee, in 1776, the Indians made a stand near Wya Gap, in the Nantahala Mountains, and a hard-fought engagement took place, with a loss to the Americans of 19 men. Although the enemy was finally driven from the ground. After the main body had retreated, an Indian was seen looking out from behind a tree, and was at once shot and killed by the soldiers, who, on going to the spot, found that it was a woman. Painted and striped like a warrior and armed with bow and arrows. She had already been shot through the thigh, and had therefore been unable to flee with the rest. 111. The Mounds and the Constant Fire, the Old Sacred Things. Some say that the mounds were built by another people. Others say they were built by the ancestors of the old Kittiwagi for townhouse foundations, so that the townhouses would be safe when freshets came. The townhouse was always built on the level bottom lands by the river in order that the people might have smooth ground for their dances and ball plays and might be able to go down to water during the dance. When they were ready to build the mound, they began by laying a circle of stones on the surface of the ground. Next they made a fire in the center of the circle and put near it the body of some prominent chief or priest who had lately died, some say 7 chief men from the different clans, together with an Yulunsu Ti stone, an Uktina scale or horn. A feather from the right wing of an eagle or great Tla Nuwa, which lived in those days, and beads of 7 colors, red, white, black, blue, purple, yellow, and gray-blue. The priest then conjured all these with disease, so that, if ever an enemy invaded the country, even though he should burn and destroy the town and the townhouse, he would never live to return home. The mound was then built up with earth, which the women brought in baskets, and as they piled it above the stones, the bodies of their great men, and the sacred things. They left an open place at the fire in the center and let down a hollow cedar trunk, with the bark on, which fitted around the fire and protected it from the earth. This cedar log was cut long enough to reach nearly to the surface inside the townhouse when everything was done. The earth was piled up around it, and the whole mound was finished off smoothly, and then the townhouse was built upon it. One man, called the fire keeper, stayed always in the townhouse to feed and tend the fire. When there was to be a dance or a council, he pushed long stalks of the ihia weed, which some call atsil, sun ti, the fire maker, Eridron canadense or fleabane, down through the opening in the cedar log to the fire at the bottom. He left the ends of the stalk sticking out and piled lichens and punk around, after which he prayed, and as he prayed the fire climbed up along the stalks until it caught the punk. Then he put on wood, and by the time the dancers were ready there was a large fire blazing in the townhouse. After the dance he covered the whole over again with ashes, but the fire was always smoldering below. Just before the green corn dance, in the old times, every fire in the settlement was extinguished and all the people came and got new fire from the townhouse. This was called Atsi la Galunkwtiu, the honored or sacred fire. Sometimes when the fire in a house went out, the woman came to the fire keeper, who made a new fire by rubbing an ihia stalk against the underside of a hard dry fungus that grows upon locust trees. Some say this everlasting fire was only in the larger mounds at Nikwasi, Kittiwah, and a few other towns, and that when the new fire was thus drawn up for the green corn dance it was distributed from them to the other settlements. The fire burns yet at the bottom of these great mounds, and when the Cherokee soldiers were camped near Kittiwah during the Civil War they saw smoke still rising from the mound. The Cherokee once had a wooden box, nearly square and wrapped up in buckskin, in which they kept the most sacred things of their old religion. Upon every important expedition 2 priests carried it in turn and watched over it in camp so that nothing could come near to disturb it. The Delawares captured it more than 100 years ago, and after that the old religion was neglected and trouble came to the nation. They had also a great peace pipe, carved from white stone, with 7 stem holes, so that 7 men could sit around and smoke from it at once at their peace councils. In the old town of Keowe they had a drum of stone, cut in the shape of a turtle, which was hung up inside the townhouse and used at all the town dances. The other towns of the lower Cherokee used to borrow it, too, for their own dances. All the old things are gone now and the Indians are different. Miscellaneous Myths and Legends. 112, The Ignorant Housekeeper. An old man whose wife had died lived alone with his son. One day he said to the young man, "We need a cook here, so you would better get married." So the young man got a wife and brought her home. Then his father said, "Now we must work together and do all we can to help her. You go hunting and bring in the meat and I'll look after the corn and beans, and then she can cook." The young man went into the woods to look for a deer and his father went out into the field to attend to the corn. When they came home at night they were hungry, and the young woman set out a bowl of walnut hominy, kana tala high, before them. It looked queer, somehow, and when the old man examined it he found that the walnuts had been put in whole. "Why didn't you shell the walnuts and then beat up the kernels?" said he to the young woman. "I didn't know they had to be shelled," she replied. Then the old man said, "You think about marrying and you don't know how to cook," and he sent her away. 113, The Man in the Stump. A man who had a field of growing corn went out one day to see how it was ripening and climbed a tall stump to get a better view. The stump was hollow and a bear had a nest of cubs in the bottom. The man slipped and fell down upon the cubs, which set up such a squealing that the old she-bear heard them and came climbing down into the stump tail first, in bear fashion, to see what was the matter. The man caught hold of her by the hind legs and the old bear was so frightened that she at once climbed out again, dragging the man, who thus got out of the stump, when the bear ran away. 114. Two Lazy Hunters. A party of warriors once started out for a long hunting trip in the mountains. They went on until they came to a good game region, when they set up their bark hut in a convenient place near the riverside. Every morning after breakfast they scattered out, each man for himself, to be gone all day, until they returned at night with whatever game they had taken. There was one lazy fellow who went out alone every morning like the others, but only until he found a sunny slope, when he would stretch out by the side of a rock to sleep until evening, returning then to camp empty-handed. But with his moccasins torn and a long story of how he had tramped all day and found nothing. This went on until one of the others began to suspect that something was wrong, and made it his business to find it out. The next morning he followed him secretly through the woods until he saw him come out into a sunny opening, where he sat down upon a large rock, took off his moccasins, and began rubbing them against the rocks until he had worn holes in them. Then the lazy fellow loosened his belt, lay down beside the rock, and went to sleep. The spy set fire to the dry leaves and watched until the flame crept close up to the sleeping man, who never opened his eyes. The spy went back to camp and told what he had seen. About supper time the lazy fellow came in with the same old story of a long day's hunt and no game started. When he had finished the others all laughed and called him a sleepyhead. He insisted that he had been climbing the ridges all day, and put out his moccasins to show how worn they were, not knowing that they were scorched from the fire, as he had slept on until sundown. When they saw the blackened moccasins they laughed again, and he was too much astonished to say a word in his defense, so the captain said that such a liar was not fit to stay with them, and he was driven from the camp. There was another lazy fellow who courted a pretty girl, but she would have nothing to do with him, telling him that her husband must be a good hunter or she would remain single all her life. One morning he went into the woods, and by a lucky accident managed to kill a deer. Lifting it upon his back, he carried it into the settlement, passing right by the door of the house where the girl and her mother lived. As soon as he was out of sight of the house he went by a roundabout course into the woods again and waited until evening, when he appeared with the deer on his shoulder and came down the trail past the girl's house as he had in the morning. He did this the next day, and the next, until the girl began to think he must be killing all the deer in the woods. So her mother, the old women are usually the matchmakers, got ready and went to the young man's mother to talk it over. When she arrived and the greetings were done she said, "Your son must be a good hunter." "No," replied the old woman, "he seldom kills anything. But he has been killing a great many deer lately." "I haven't seen any," said his mother. "Why, He has been carrying deer past our house twice a day for the last 3 days. I don't know what he did with them, said the young man's mother, he never brought them here. Then the girl's mother was sure there was something wrong, so she went home and told her husband, who followed up the young man's trail into the woods until it brought him to where the body of the deer was hidden. Now so far decayed that it had to be thrown away. 1:15, the two old men. 2 old men went hunting. One had an eye drawn down and was called Yukekwinagi ta, eye drawn down. The other had an arm twisted out of shape and was called Yukeku sansuri, bent bow shape. They killed a deer and cooked the meat in a pot. The second old man dipped a piece of bread into the soup and smacked his lips as he ate it. Is it good? Said the first old man. Said the other, Hayu. Yukekwinagi sti, yes, sir. It will draw down one's eye. Thought the first old man to himself, he means me. So he dipped a piece of bread into the pot, and smacked his lips as he tasted it. Do you find it good? Said the other old man. Said his comrade, Hayu. Yukeku sansuteri, yes, sir. It will twist up one's arm. Thought the second old man, he means me, so he got very angry and struck the first old man, and then they fought until each killed the other. 116. The Star Feathers. A long time ago a warrior of roving disposition went down into the white settlements toward the east, where for the first time he saw a peacock. The beautiful long feathers surprised and delighted him, and by trading some valuable Indian possession of his own he managed to buy a few of them, which he took with him to the mountains and hid, until he was ready to use them. In an old beaver lodge under the river bank. To get into the beaver lodge he had to dive under the water. Then he set to work secretly and made himself a headdress, with the long peacock feathers in the front and trailing out behind and the shorter ones at the sides. At the next dance he wore the new headdress, and asserted that he had been up to the sky and that these were star feathers, see, what the stars are like. He made a long speech also, which he pretended was a message he had received from the star spirits to deliver to the people. Everyone wondered at the beautiful feathers, so different from any they had ever seen before. They made no doubt that he had been up to the sky and talked with spirits. He became a great prophet, and used to keep himself hidden all day in the beaver hole. And whenever there was a night gathering for a dance or a council he would suddenly appear among them wearing his feather headdress and give the people a new message from the sky. Then he would leave them again, pretending that he went up to heaven. He grew famous and powerful among all the medicine men, until at last it happened that another Cherokee went down among the white settlements and saw there another peacock, and knew at once that the prophet was a fraud. On his return he quietly told some of his friends, and they decided to investigate. When the next night dance came around the prophet was on hand as usual with a new message fresh from the stars. The people listened reverently, and promised to do all that he commanded. Then he left them, saying that he must return at once to the sky, but as he went out from the circle the spies followed him in the darkness, and saw him go down to the river and dive under the water. They waited, but he did not come up again, and they went back and told the people. The next morning a party went to the spot and discovered the beaver lodge under the bank. One man dived and came up inside, and there he found the prophet sitting with the peacock feathers by his side. 117, the Mother Bear's Song. A hunter in the woods one day heard singing in a cave. He came near and peeped in, and it was a mother bear singing to her cubs and telling them what to do when the hunters came after them. Said the mother bear to the cubs, when you hear the hunters coming down the creek, then tsagi, tsagi, wailahi. Tsagi, tsagi, wailahi. Upstream, upstream, you must go. Upstream, upstream, you must go. But if you hear them coming up the creek, children, then gui, gei, wailahi. Gui, gei, wailahi. Downstream, downstream, you must go. Downstream, downstream, you must go. Another hunter out in the woods one day thought he heard a woman singing to a baby. He followed the sound up to the head of the branch until he came to a cave under the bushes, and inside was a mother bear rocking her cub in her paws and singing to it this baby song, which the Ani TSULʻKÂLÜ used to know before they were turned into bears. Hop mama, hop mama, hop mama, hop mama. Yuta haole hai lunu, hai lunu. Yuta haole hai lunu, hai lunu. Let me carry you on my back, 4 times. On the sunny side go to sleep, go to sleep. On the sunny side go to sleep, go to sleep. 118. Baby song, to please the children. Hawaii Huey, Hawaii Huey. Yui Yue, Hawaii Hu Uva. Yenu unguit sana siha. Eti unguit sana siha. Yenu nudunalu tsa nadiska. Hawaii Huey, Hawaii Huey. Yui Yue, Hawaii Hu Uva. The bear is very bad, so they say. Long time ago he was very bad, so they say. The bear did so and so, they say. 119. When babies are born, the wren and the cricket. The little wren is the messenger of the birds, and pries into everything. She gets up early in the morning and goes round to every house in the settlement to get news for the bird council. When a new baby is born she finds out whether it is a boy or girl and reports to the council. If it is a boy the birds sing in mournful chorus, alas. The whistle of the arrow. My shins will burn, because the birds know that when the boy grows older he will hunt them with his blowgun and arrows and roast them on a stick. But if the baby is a girl, they are glad and sing, thanks. The sound of the pestle. At her home I shall surely be able to scratch where she sweeps, because they know that after a while they will be able to pick up stray grains where she beats the corn into meal. When the cricket hears that a girl is born, it also is glad, and says, thanks, I shall sing in the house where she lives. But if it is a boy the cricket laments, Gyuhi. He will shoot me. He will shoot me. He will shoot me. Because boys make little bows to shoot crickets and grasshoppers. When inquiring as to the sex of the new arrival the Cherokee asks, is it a bow or a meal sifter, or is it ball sticks or bread? 120. The Raven Mocker. Of all the Cherokee wizards or witches the most dreaded is the Raven Mocker, Kaʻalenu Haile Ski, the one that robs the dying man of life. They are of either sex and there is no sure way to know one, though they usually look withered and old, because they have added so many lives to their own. At night, when someone is sick or dying in the settlement, the Raven Mocker goes to the place to take the life. He flies through the air in fiery shape, with arms outstretched like wings, and sparks trailing behind, and a rushing sound like the noise of a strong wind. Every little while as he flies he makes a cry like the cry of a raven when it dives in the air, not like the common raven cry, and those who hear are afraid, because they know that some man's life will soon go out. When the Raven Mocker comes to the house he finds others of his kind waiting there, and unless there is a doctor on guard who knows how to drive them away they go inside, all invisible, and frighten and torment the sick man until they kill him. Sometimes to do this they even lift him from the bed and throw him on the floor, but his friends who are with him think he is only struggling for breath. After the witches kill him they take out his heart and eat it, and so add to their own lives as many days or years as they have taken from his. No one in the room can see them, and there is no scar where they take out the heart, but yet there is no heart left in the body. Only one who has the right medicine can recognize a Raven Mocker, and if such a man stays in the room with the sick person these witches are afraid to come in, and retreat as soon as they see him. Because when one of them is recognized in his right shape he must die within 7 days. There was once a man named Gunskali Ski, who had this medicine and used to hunt for Raven Mockers, and killed several. When the friends of a dying person know that there is no more hope they always try to have one of these medicine men stay in the house and watch the body until it is buried, because after burial the witches do not steal the heart. The other witches are jealous of the Raven Mockers and afraid to come into the same house with one. Once a man who had the witch medicine was watching by a sick man and saw these other witches outside trying to get in. All at once they heard a raven mocker cry overhead, and the others scattered, like a flock of pigeons when the hawk swoops. When at last a raven mocker dies, these other witches sometimes take revenge by digging up the body and abusing it. The following is told on the reservation as an actual happening. A young man had been out on a hunting trip and was on his way home when night came on while he was still a long distance from the settlement. He knew of a house not far off the trail where an old man and his wife lived, so he turned in that direction to look for a place to sleep until morning. When he got to the house, there was nobody in it. He looked into the ACI and found no one there either. He thought maybe they had gone after water, and so stretched himself out in the farther corner to sleep. Very soon he heard a raven cry outside, and in a little while afterwards the old man came into the ACI and sat down by the fire without noticing the young man, who kept still in the dark corner. Soon there was another raven cry outside, and the old man said to himself, "Now my wife is coming," and sure enough in a little while the old woman came in and sat down by her husband. Then the young man knew they were raven mockers, and he was frightened and kept very quiet. Said the old man to his wife, "Well, what luck did you have?" "None," said the old woman, "there were too many doctors watching." "What luck did you have?" "I got what I went for," said the old man, "there is no reason to fail, but you never have luck. Take this and cook it and let's have something to eat." She fixed the fire, and then the young man smelled meat roasting and thought it smelled sweeter than any meat he had ever tasted. He peeped out from one eye, and it looked like a man's heart roasting on a stick. Suddenly the old woman said to her husband, "Who is over in the corner?" "Nobody," said the old man. "Yes, there is," said the old woman, "I hear him snoring," and she stirred the fire until it blazed and lighted up the whole place, and there was the young man lying in the corner. He kept quiet and pretended to be asleep. The old man made a noise at the fire to wake him, but still he pretended to sleep. Then the old man came over and shook him, and he sat up and rubbed his eyes as if he had been asleep all the time. Now it was near daylight and the old woman was out in the other house getting breakfast ready, but the hunter could hear her crying to herself. "Why is your wife crying?" he asked the old man. "Oh, she has lost some of her friends lately and feels lonesome," said her husband, but the young man knew that she was crying because he had heard them talking. When they came out to breakfast, the old man put a bowl of corn mush before him and said, "This is all we have had no meat for a long time." After breakfast the young man started on again, but when he had gone a little way the old man ran after him with a fine piece of beadwork and gave it to him, saying, "Take this, and don't tell anybody what you heard last night. Because my wife and I are always quarreling that way." The young man took the piece, but when he came to the first creek he threw it into the water and then went on to the settlement. There he told the whole story, and a party of warriors started back with him to kill the raven mockers. When they reached the place it was 7 days after the first night. They found the old man and his wife lying dead in the house, so they set fire to it and burned it and the witches together. 121. Herbert Spring. From the head of the southern branch of Savannah River it does not exceed half a mile to a head spring of the Mississippi water that runs through the middle and upper parts of the Cherokee Nation about a northwest course, and, joining other rivers, they empty themselves into the Great Mississippi. The above fountain is called Herbert Spring, so named from an early commissioner of Indian Affairs, and it was natural for strangers to drink thereof, to quench thirst, gratify their curiosity, and have it to say they had drank of the French waters. Some of our people, who went only with the view of staying a short time, but by some allurement or other exceeded the time appointed, at their return reported, either through merriment or superstition, that the spring had such a natural bewitching quality that whosoever drank of it could not possibly quit the nation during the tedious space of 7 years. All the debauches readily fell in with this superstitious notion as an excuse for their bad method of living, when they had no proper call to stay in that country. And in process of time it became as received a truth as any ever believed to have been spoken by the Delphic oracle. One cursed, because its enchantment had marred his good fortune. Another condemned his weakness for drinking down witchcraft, against his own secret suspicions, one swore he would never taste another such dangerous poison, even though he should be forced to go down to the Mississippi for water. And another comforted himself that so many years out of the 7 were already past, and wished that if ever he tasted it again, though under the greatest necessity, he might be confined to the Stygian waters. Those who had their minds more enlarged diverted themselves much at their cost, for it was a noted favorite place, on account of the name it went by, and, being a well-situated and good spring, there all travellers commonly drank a bottle of choice. But now most of the pack-horse men, though they be dry, and also matchless sons of Bacchus, on the most pressing invitations to drink there, would swear to forfeit sacred liquor the better part of their lives rather than basely renew or confirm the loss of their liberty, which that execrable fountain occasions. Adair, American Indians, page 231, 1775. 122. Local Legends of North Carolina. Owing chiefly to the fact that the Cherokee still occupy western North Carolina, the existing local legends for that section are more numerous than for all the rest of their ancient territory. For the more important legends see the stories, A. Gunyanitsi's search for the Uctina, Ataga High, Hemp Carrier, Herbert Spring, Kana Sta, the Great Leech of Clanusii, the Great Yellow Jacket, the Nun High, the Raid on Tequali Tsi. The Removed Townhouses, the Spirit Defenders of Niquosi, the Uw Tsun Ta, TSUL'KÂLû, Sonahi, the Utl Ta. Akudi, a spot on Tecasagee River, in Jackson County, between Dix Creek and the upper end of Cowie Tunnel. According to tradition there was a dangerous water monster in the river there. The meaning of the name is lost. Bureau of American Ethnology 19th Annual. Report PL. 19. Photograph by author, 1888. On Ononolufti River. Atsi La Wai, Fire's relative, a peak, sometimes spoken of as Rattlesnake Knob, east of Oconaluftee River and about 2 miles northeast of Cherokee or Yellow Hill, in Swain County. So called from a tradition that a ball of fire was once seen to fly through the air from the direction of Highlands, in Macon County, and alight upon this mountain. The Indians believe it to have been an Ullansooty, sea, which its owner had kept in a hiding place upon the summit, from which, after his death, it issued nightly to search for him. Black Rock, a very high bald peak toward the head of Scotts Creek, northeast of Webster, on the line of Jackson and Haywood counties. Either this peak or the adjacent Jones Knob, of equal height, is known to the Cherokee as Unwatatsujilas, where the storehouse was taken off, from a large flat rock, supported by 4 other rocks. So as to resemble a storehouse, Unwatali, raised on poles, which was formerly in prominent view upon the summit until thrown down by lightning some 50 years ago. Buffalo Creek, west, a tributary of Chiawa River, in Graham County. The Cherokee name is Yunsai, Buffalo Place, from a tradition that a buffalo formerly lived under the water at its mouth, see Tsudatsinisani. Chiawa Maximum, a bald mountain at the head of Chiawa River, on the line between Graham and Macon counties. This and the adjoining peak, Swim Bald, are together called Saywade Hornet Place, from a monster hornet, which, according to tradition, formerly had its nest there, and could be seen flying about the tree tops or sunning itself on the bald spots, and which was so fierce that it drove away everyone who came near the mountain. It finally disappeared. Daqua Place, in French Broad River, about 6 miles above Warm Springs, in Madison County, and 30 miles below Asheville. A daqua or monster fish is said to have lived in the stream at that point. Danawa-A, Sa-Tsy, War Crossing, a ford in Chiawa River about 3 miles below Robbinsville, in Graham County. A hostile war party from the north, probably Shawano or Iroquois, after having killed a man on Chiawa, was pursued and crossed the river at this place. Dadal Yasta, where they fell down, on Tecasagee River, at the bend above Webster, in Jackson County, where was formerly the old town of Gansa Gi, Conasauga. 2 large Uctinas, twined about each other as though in combat, were once seen to lift themselves from a deep hole in the river there and fall back into the water. Datsy Place, just above Eagle Creek, on Little Tennessee River, between Graham and Swain counties. So called from a traditional water monster of that name, said to have lived in a deep hole in the stream. DeGalgee, where they are piled up, a series of cairns on both sides of the trail down the south side of Chiawa River, in Graham County. They extend along the trail for several miles, from below Santitla Creek nearly to Slick Rock Creek, on the Tennessee line, the first being just above Discajistee, QV, and probably marked the site of an ancient battle. One at least, nearly off Yellow Creek, is reputed to be the grave of a Cherokee killed by the enemy. Every passing Indian throws an additional stone upon each heap, believing that some misfortune will befall him should he neglect this duty. Other cairns are on the west side of Slick Rock Creek about a mile from Little Tennessee River, and others south of Robbinsville, near where the trail crosses the ridge to Valleytown, in Cherokee County. Didascastee, where they were afraid of each other, a spot on the east side of Little Tennessee River, near the mouth of Alarka Creek, in Swain County. A ball game once arranged to take place there, before the removal, between rival teams from Qualla and Valleytown, was abandoned on account of the mutual fear of the two parties. Discajistee, where they gnaw, a spot where the trail down the south side of Chiawa River crosses a small branch about halfway between Cockram Creek and Yellow Creek, in Graham County. Indians passing gnaw the twigs from the laurel bushes here, in the belief that if they should fail to do so they will encounter some misfortune before crossing the next ridge. Nearby is a cairn to which each also adds a stone, see DeGalgee. Duduanlexan, where its legs were broken off, a spot on the east side of Tecasagee River, opposite the mouth of Cullowhee River, a few miles above Webster, in Jackson County. The name suggests a tradition, which appears to be lost. Delaston, Potsherd Place, a former settlement on Nottely River, in Cherokee County, near the Georgia line. A half-breed Cherokee ball captain who formerly lived there, John Butler or Tsanyugasita, Sour John, having been defeated in a ball game, said, in contempt of his men, that they were of no more use than broken pots. Dunadululunyi, where they made arrows, on Straight Creek, a headstream of Oconaluftee River, near Catalookie Peak, in Swain County. A Shawano war party coming against the Cherokee, after having crossed the Smoky Mountains, halted there to prepare arrows. French Broad River, a magazine writer states that the Indians called this stream, the Racing River. This is only partially correct. The Cherokee have no name for the river as a whole, but the district through which it flows about Asheville is called by them Untakiastee, where they race. The name of the city they translate as Kasdu-e, Ash's Place. Gakati-e, Place of Setting Free, a south bend in Tecasagee River about 3 miles above Bryson City, in Swain County. It is sometimes put in the plural form, Digakati, Place of Setting Them Free. In one of their old wars the Cherokee generously released some prisoners there. Gatuti-e, Town Building Place, near the head of Santitla Creek, southwest from Robbinsville, in Graham County. High up on the slopes of the neighboring mountain, Stratton Bald, is a wide bench, where the people once started to build a settlement, but were frightened off by a strange noise, which they thought was made by an Uctina. Gil Dinehun-e, where the dogs live, a deep place in Oconaluftee River, Swain County, a short distance above Yellow Hill, Cherokee, and just below the mound. It is so named from a tradition that 2 red dogs were once seen there playing on the bank. They were supposed to live under the water. Guys-hun-e, where the female lives, on Tecasagee River, about 2 miles above Bryson City, Swain County. There is a tradition that some supernatural, white people, were seen there washing clothes in the river and hanging them out upon the bank to dry. They were probably supposed to be the family of the Agus Igwa, or Great Female, a spirit invoked by the conjurers. Gregory Bald, a high peak of the Great Smoky Mountains on the western border of Swain County, adjoining Tennessee. The Cherokee call it Sistu-e, Rabbit Place. Here the rabbits had their townhouse and here lived their chief, the Great Rabbit, and in the old times the people could see him. He was as large as a deer, and all the little rabbits were subject to him. Joanna Bald, a bald mountain near the head of Valley River, on the line between Graham and Cherokee counties. Called Diahalii, lizard place, from a traditional great lizard, with glistening throat, which used to haunt the place and was frequently seen sunning itself on the rocky slopes. Juticula Old Fields, a bald spot of perhaps 100 acres on the slope of Tennessee Bald, CHEROKEE, at the extreme head of Tuckasegee River, in Jackson County, on the ridge from which the lines of Haywood, Jackson, and Transylvania counties diverge. The giant TSUL'KÂLû, or Juticula, as the name is corrupted by the whites, had his residence in the mountain, see story, and according to local legend among the whites, said to be derived from the Indians. This bald spot was a clearing which he made for a farm. Some distance farther to the west, on the north bank of Caney Fork, about 1 mile above Moses Creek and perhaps 10 miles above Webster, in the same county, is the Juticula Rock, a large soapstone slab covered with rude carvings, which, according to the same tradition, are scratches made by the giant in jumping from his farm on the mountain to the creek below. Juticula Rock, see Juticula Old Fields. Caldetsiyuni, where the bones are, a ravine on the north side of Chiawa River, just above the mouth of East Buffalo Creek, in Graham County. In the old time 2 Cherokee were killed here by the enemy, and their fate was unknown until, long afterward, their friends found their bones scattered about in the ravine. Nantahala, a river and ridge of very steep mountains in Macon County, the name being a corruption of Nundayel, applied to a former settlement about the mouth of Briartown Creek, the townhouse being on the west side of the river. About the present Jarrett's. The word means, middle sun, i.e., midday sun, from Nunda, sun, and il, middle, and refers to the fact that in places along the stream the high cliffs shut out the direct light of the sun until nearly noon. From a false idea that it is derived from Anunti, milk, it has been fancifully rendered, center of a woman's breast, maiden's bosom, etc. The valley was the legendary haunt of the Uw'Tsun c. As illustrating the steepness of the cliffs along the stream, it was said of a noted hunter, Sasta-Y, who lived in the old town, that he used to stand on the top of the bluff overlooking the settlement and throw down upon the roof of his house the liver of the freshly killed deer, so that his wife would have it cooked and waiting for him by the time he got down the mountain. Nagatsa-Ni, a ridge below Yellow Hill, Cherokee, on Oconaluftee River, in Swain County, said to be a resort of the Nun High Fairies. The word is an archaic form denoting a high ridge with a long, gradual slope. Qualla, a post office and former trading station in Jackson County, on the border of the present East Cherokee Reservation, hence sometimes called the Qualla Reservation. The Cherokee form is Quali, or Qualunii in the locative. According to Captain Terrell, the former trader at that place, it was named from Quali, i.e., Polly, an old Indian woman who lived there some 60 years ago. Saligu Gi, Turtle Place, a deep hole in Oconaluftee River, about half a mile below Adams Creek, near Whittier, in Swain County, said to be the resort of a monster turtle. Squan Dig-E, for Asquan Dig-E, where the Spaniard is in the water, on Soco Creek, just above the entrance of Wrights Creek, in Jackson County. According to tradition, a party of Spaniards advancing into the mountains was attacked here by the Cherokee, who threw one of them, dead, into the stream. Soco Gap, a haluna, a halunan-e, or uni haluna, ambush, or, where they ambushed. At the head of Soco Creek, on the line between Swain and Haywood counties. The trail from Pigeon River crosses this gap, and in the old times the Cherokee were accustomed to keep a lookout here for the approach of enemies from the north. On the occasion which gave it the name, they ambushed here, just below the gap, on the Haywood side, a large party of invading Shawano, and killed all but one, whose ears they cut off, after which, according to a common custom, they released him to carry the news back to his people. Standing Indian, a high bald peak at the extreme head of Nantahala River, in Macon County. The name is a rendering of the Cherokee name, Yunwitsolanani, where the man stood, originally Yunwidikatagani, where the man stands, given to it on account of a peculiarly shaped rock formerly jutting out from the bald summit, but now broken off. As the old memory faded, a tradition grew up of a mysterious being once seen standing upon the mountain top. STUMP, a spot on Tuckasegee River, just above Whittier, in Swain County, better known as the Thomas Farm, from its being the former residence of Colonel W. H. Thomas, for a long time the agent of the East Cherokee. The correct form is STUMP, the name of an ancient settlement at the place, as also of another on a creek of the same name in Rabun County, Georgia. The word has been incorrectly rendered Little Greece, from Usti Ga or Usti, little, and Kai, grease, or oil, but the true meaning is lost. Swannanoa, a river joining the French Broad at Asheville, and the Gap in the Blue Ridge at its head. A magazine writer has translated this name, the Beautiful. The word, however, is a corruption of Suwalinana, High, Suwali Trail, the Cherokee name, not of the stream, but of the trail crossing the gap toward the country of the Ani, Suwali or Cherokee, the eastern tribes. Swim Bald or Wolf Creek Bald. See Chiawa Maximum. TSUL'KÄLLÜ at STUMP, where they killed Little Bird, a place near the head of West Buffalo Creek, southwest of Robbinsville, in Graham County. A trail crosses the ridge near this place, which takes its name from a man who was killed here by a hostile war party in the old fighting days. TSULʻKÄLLÜ, Throwing Down Place, the site of a former settlement in a bend on the west side of Nantahala River, just within the limits of Macon County. So called from a tradition that a Cherokee pursued by the enemy threw away his equipment there. TSULʻKÄLLÜ, where he alighted, two small bald spots on the side of the mountain at the head of Little Snowbird Creek, southwest of Robbinsville, in Graham County. A mysterious being, having the form of a giant, with head blazing like the sun, was once seen to fly through the air, alight at this place, and stand for some time looking out over the landscape. It then flew away, and when the people came afterward to look, they found the herbage burned from the ground where it had stood. They do not know who it was, but some think it may have been the sun. TSULʻKÄLLÜ, where the footprint is, on Tuckasegee River, about a mile above Deep Creek, in Swain County. From a rock now blasted out to make way for the railroad, on which were impressions said to have been the footprints of the giant TSUL'KÄLLÜ, and a deer. SUNDANILTE, where they demanded the debt from him, a fine camping ground, on the north side of Little Santitla Creek, about halfway up, west from Robbinsville, Graham County. Here a hunter once killed a deer, which the others of the party demanded in payment of a debt due them. The Cherokee commonly give the creek the same name. TSUDA Chicken Creek, an extreme eastern headstream of Nantahala River, entering about 4 miles above Clear Branch in Macon County. So called from a story that some hunters camping there for the night once heard a noise as of chickens constantly crowing upon a high rock farther up the stream. TSUDA where it eddies, a deep hole at the mouth of Cockrum Creek of Chiawa River, in Graham County, where is an eddy said to be caused by a buffalo which lives under the water at this spot, and which anciently lived at the mouth of West Buffalo Creek, farther up the river. TSQUITY Bald, a bald mountain at the head of TSQUITY Creek, eastward from Hayesville, in Clay County. The Cherokee name is TSUWA, where, the water dogs laughed, the water dog of the southern Alleghenies, sometimes also called mud puppy or hellbender, being a large amphibious lizard or salamander of the genus Menopoma. Frequenting muddy waters. According to the story, a hunter once crossing over the mountain in a very dry season, heard voices, and creeping silently toward the place from which the sound proceeded, peeped over a rock and saw 2 water dogs walking together on their hind legs along the trail and talking as they went. Their pond had dried up and they were on the way over to Nantahala River. As he listened, one said to the other, "Where's the water? I'm so thirsty that my apron, gills, hangs down," and then both water dogs laughed. TSUGANA'S, where the Uktena fastened, a spot on Tuckasegee River, about 2 miles above Deep Creek, near Bryson City, in Swain County. There is a tradition that an Uktena, trying to make his way upstream, became fastened here, and in his struggles pried up some large rocks now lying in the bed of the river, and left deep scratches upon other rocks along the bank. TSUNAYUTANSI, where the Uktena crawled, a large rock on the Hyatt Farm, on the north bank of Tuckasegee River, about 4 miles above Bryson City, in Swain County. In the rock bed of the stream and along the rocks on the side are wavy depressions said to have been made by an Uktena in going up the river. unabridged, where they scratched, at the head of Hyatt Creek, a valley river, in Cherokee County. According to hunting tradition, every animal on arriving at this spot was accustomed to scratch the ground like a turkey. Vengeance Creek, a south tributary of Valley River, in Cherokee County. So called by the first settlers from an old Indian woman who lived there and whom they nicknamed Vengeance, on account of her cross looks. The Cherokee call the district Nsati-E, robbing place, from their having robbed a trader there in the Revolution. Why a gap in the Nantahala Mountains, in Macon County, where the trail crosses from Laurel Creek of Nantahala River to Cartugaja Creek of the Little Tennessee. The Cherokee call it Athai-Ta, shouting place. For the tradition see. It was the scene of a stubborn encounter in the Revolution, see page. The name Waya appears to be from the Cherokee Waya, wolf. Webster, the county seat of Jackson County, on Tuckasegee River. Known to the Cherokee as Unadante-E, where they conjured. The name properly belongs to a gap 3 miles east of Webster, on the trail going up Scotts Creek. According to tradition, a war party of Shawano, coming from the direction of Pigeon River, halted here to make medicine against the Cherokee, but while thus engaged were surprised by the latter, who came up from behind and killed several, including the conjurer. Yanudinhun-E, where the bears live, on Oconaluftee River, about a mile above its junction with Tuckasegee, in Swain County. A family of water bears is said to live at the bottom of the river in a deep hole at this point. Yanuyu-Natawasti-E, where the bears wash, a small pond of very cold, purple water, which has no outlet and is now nearly dried up, in a gap of the Great Smoky Mountains, at the extreme head of Raven Fork of Oconaluftee, in Swain County. It was said to be a favorite bear wallow, and according to some accounts its waters had the same virtues ascribed to those of Otaga High, c. Yawa Place, a spot on the south side of Yellow Creek of Chiawa River, in Graham County, about a mile above the trail crossing near the mouth of the creek. The legend is that a mysterious personage, apparently a human being, formerly haunted a round knob near there, and was sometimes seen walking about the top of the knob and crying, Yawa. Yawa. While the sound of invisible guns came from the hill, so that the people were afraid to go near it. 123. Local Legends of South Carolina. As the Cherokee withdrew from all of South Carolina except a small strip in the extreme west as early as 1777, the memory of the old legends localized within the state has completely faded from the tribe. There remain, however, some local names upon which the whites who succeeded to the inheritance have built traditions of more or less doubtful authenticity. In Pickens and Anderson counties, in the northwest corner of the state, is a series of creeks joining Keowee River and named, respectively in order, from above downward, mile, 6 mile, 12 mile, 18 mile, 23 mile, and 26 mile. According to the local story, they were thus christened by a young woman, in one of the early Indian wars. As she crossed each ford on a rapid horseback flight to the lower settlements to secure help for the beleaguered garrison of Fort Prince George. The names really date back almost to the first establishment of the colony, and were intended to indicate roughly the distances along the old trading path from Fort 96, on Henley's Creek of Saluda River, to Keowee. At that time the frontier town of the Cherokee Nation, the 2 points being considered 96 miles apart as the trail ran. Fort Prince George was on the east bank of Keowee River, near the entrance of Crow Creek, and directly opposite the Indian town. Conaross, the name of a creek which enters Keowee, or Seneca, River from the west, in Anderson County. It is a corruption of the Lower Cherokee dialectic form, Kawan, Ura Suni or Kawan, Sura, Suni, where the duck fell off. According to the still surviving Cherokee tradition, a duck once had her nest upon a cliff overlooking the stream in a cave with the mouth so placed that in leaving the nest she appeared to fall from the cliff into the water. There was probably an Indian settlement of the same name. Toxaway, the name of a creek and former Cherokee settlement at the extreme head of Keowee River. It has been incorrectly rendered, place of shedding tears, from Daxawa Ihu, he is shedding tears. The correct Cherokee form of the name is Duxa-I or Dukusa-I, a word which cannot be analyzed and of which the meaning is now lost. 124. Local legends of Tennessee. For the more important legends localized in Tennessee, see the stories The Hunter in the Daqua, The Nest of the Tla-Nuwa, The Removed Townhouses, The Haunted Whirlpool, Unsei, and Utah. Buffalo Track Rock. This rock, of which the Indian name is now lost, is indefinitely mentioned as located southwest from Cumberland Gap, on the northern border of the state. According to Wofford, it was well known some 80 years ago to the old Cherokee hunters, who described it as covered with deep impressions made by buffalo running along the rock and then butting their heads, as though in mad fury, against a rock wall, leaving the prints of their heads and horns in the stone. Chattanooga, this city, upon Tennessee River, near the entrance of the creek of the same name in Hamilton County, was incorporated in 1848. So far as is known, there was no Cherokee settlement at the place, although some prominent men of the tribe lived in the vicinity. The name originally belonged to some location upon the creek. The Cherokee pronounce it Satana-Gi, but say that it is not a Cherokee word and has no meaning in their language. The best informants expressed the opinion that it was from the Chickasaw, Choctaw, language, which seems possible, as the Chickasaw country anciently extended a considerable distance up the Tennessee, the nearest settlement being within 80 miles of the present city. The Cherokee sometimes call the city Atl-Nuwa, Tla-Nuwa, Hawk, Hole, that being their old name for a bluff on the south side of the river at the foot of the present Market Street. From this circumstance probably originated the statement by a magazine writer that the name Chattanooga signifies the crow's nest. Chickamauga, the name of two creeks in Hamilton County, entering Tennessee River from opposite sides a few miles above Chattanooga. A creek of the same name is one of the headstreams of Chattahoochee River, in White County, Georgia. The Cherokee pronounce it Sakama-Gi, applying the name in Tennessee to the territory about the mouth of the southern, or principal, stream, where they formerly had a town, from which they removed in 1782. They state, however, that it is not a Cherokee word and has no meaning in their language. Filson, in 1793, erroneously states that it is from the Cherokee language and signifies boiling pot, referring to a dangerous whirlpool in the river nearby, and later writers have improved upon this by translating it to mean whirlpool. The error arises from confounding this place with the Suck, a whirlpool in Tennessee River 15 miles farther down and known to the Cherokee as Untiguhi, pot in the water, see, Unsei, the gambler. On account of the hard fighting in the neighborhood during the Civil War, the stream was sometimes called, poetically, the River of Death, the term being frequently given as a translation of the Indian word. It has been suggested that the name is derived from an Algonquian word referring to a fishing or fish-spearing place, in which case it may have originated with the Shawano, who formerly occupied Middle Tennessee, and some of whom at a later period resided jointly with the Cherokee in the settlements along this part of the river. If not Shawano, it is probably from the Creek or Chickasaw. Concerning Chickamauga Gulch, a canyon on the northern stream of that name, a newspaper writer gives the following so-called legend, which it is hardly necessary to say is not genuine. The Cherokees were a tribe singularly rich in tradition. And of course so wild, gloomy, and remarkable a spot was not without its legend. The descendants of the expatriated semi-barbarians believe to this day that in ages gone a great serpent made its den in the gulch, and that yearly he demanded of the red men 10 of their most beautiful maidens as a sacrificial offering. Fearful of extermination, the demand was always complied with by the tribe, amid weeping and wailing by the women. On the day before the tribute was due, the serpent announced its presence by a demoniacal hiss, and the next morning the fair ones who had been chosen to save the tribe were taken to the summit of a cliff and left to be swallowed by the scaly Moloch. Chilhowie, a mountain and station on the north side of Little Tennessee River, in Blount County. The correct Cherokee form is Tsui-I, applied to the lower part of Abrams Creek, which enters the river from the north just above. The meaning of the word is lost, although it may possibly have a connection with TSL, kingfisher. It has been incorrectly rendered fire deer, an interpretation founded on the false assumption that the name is compounded from atsi la, fire, and a, deer, whence, CHEROKEE. For legends localized in this vicinity, see the stories noted above. CHEROKEE occurs also as the name of a stream in the mountains of southwestern Virginia. Lenore, on the north bank of the main Tennessee, at the junction of the Little Tennessee, in Loudoun County. The Cherokee name is Wajinsi, of which the meaning is lost, and was applied originally to an eddy in the stream, where, it was said, there dwelt a large serpent, to see which was an omen of evil. On one occasion a man crossing the river at this point saw the snake in the water and soon afterward lost one of his children. Morganton, on a rocky hill on the old Indian Trail on the west side of Little Tennessee River, above and nearly opposite Morganton, in Loudoun County, are, or were a few years ago, for trees blazed in a peculiar manner. Concerning which the Indians had several unsatisfactory stories, the most common opinion being that the marks were very old and had been made by Indians to indicate the position of hidden mines. Nashville, the state capital, in Davidson County. The Cherokee name is Daganawila High, Muscle Liver Place, which would seem to have originated in some now forgotten legend. Nickajack, a creek entering Tennessee River from the south about 15 miles below Chattanooga. Near its mouth is a noted cave of the same name. The Cherokee form is Nikuts-Gi, the name of a former settlement of that tribe at the mouth of the creek. But the word has no meaning in that language, and is probably of foreign, perhaps Chickasaw, origin. The derivation from a certain Nigger Jack, said to have made the cave his headquarters, is purely fanciful. Savannah, a farm on the north bank of Hiwassee River at a ford of the same name, about 5 miles above Conasauga Creek and Columbus, in Polk County. Here are extensive remains of an ancient settlement, including mounds, cemetery, and also, some 70 years ago, a small square enclosure or fort of undressed stone. According to a tradition given to Wofford, the Cherokee once prepared an ambush here for a hostile war party which they were expecting to come up the river, but were themselves defeated by the enemy, who made a detour around the Black Mountain and came in upon their rear. Tennessee, the Cherokee form is Tanasi, and was applied to several localities within the old territory of the tribe. The most important town of this name was on the south bank of Little Tennessee River, halfway between Sitico and Toco Creeks, in Monroe County, Tennessee. Another was on the south side of Hiwassee, just above the junction of Ocoee, in Polk County, Tennessee. A third district of the same name was on Tennessee Creek, the extreme easterly head of Tuckasegee River, in Jackson County, North Carolina. The meaning of the name is lost. It was not the Indian name of the river, and does not mean Big Spoon, as has been incorrectly asserted. 125. Local legends of Georgia. For more important legends localized in Georgia, see the stories Yahulla, the Nunahai, the Ustatlai, Aganyuni TSAS search for the Uptina, and the man who married the Thunder sister. White's Historical Collections of Georgia is responsible for a number of pseudomyths. Chopped oak, a noted tree, scarred with hundreds of hatchet marks, formerly in Habersham County, 6 miles east of Clarksville, on the summit of Chattahoochee Ridge, and on the north side of the road from Clarksville to Toccoa Creek. The Cherokee name is Digala-Yat-Nee, where it is gashed with hatchets. It was a favorite assembly place for the Indians, as well as for the early settlers, according to whom the gashes were tally marks by means of which the Indians kept the record of scalps taken in their forays. The tradition is thus given by White, Historical Collections of Georgia, p. 489, 1855, on some earlier authority. Among the curiosities of this country was the chopped oak, a tree famous in Indian history and in the traditions of the early settlers. This tree stood about 6 miles southeast of Clarksville, and was noted as being the law ground, or place of holding company musters and magistrates' courts. According to tradition, the chopped oak was a celebrated rendezvous of the Indians in their predatory excursions, it being at a joint where a number of trails met. Here their plans of warfare were laid, here the several parties separated. And here, on their return, they awaited each other, and then, in their brief language, the result of their enterprise was stated, and for every scalp taken a gash cut in the tree. If tradition tells the truth, and every scar on the blasted oak counts for a scalp, the success of their scouting parties must have been great. This tree was alive a few years since when a young man, possessing all the prejudices of his countrymen, and caring less for the traditions of the Indians than his own revenge, killed the tree by girdling it, that it might be no longer a living monument of the cruelties of the savages. The stump is still standing. Dead Man's Gap, 1 mile below Tallulah Falls, on the west side of the railroad, in Habersham County. So called from a former reputed Indian grave, now almost obliterated. According to the story, it was the grave of an Indian who was killed here while eloping with a white woman, whom he had stolen from her husband. Frogtown, a creek at the head of Chestatee River, north of Dahlonega, in Lumpkin County. The Cherokee name is Walasee, Frog Place. The name was originally applied to a mountain to the northeast, Rock Mountain, from a tradition that a hunter had once seen there a frog as large as a house. The Indian settlement along the creek bore the same name. Hiwassee, a river having its source in Towns County, of northern Georgia, and flowing northwestward to join the Tennessee. The correct Cherokee form, applied to two former settlements on the stream, is Iowasi, meaning a savanna. Although there is no especial Cherokee story connected with the name, White, Historical Collections of Georgia, p. 660, makes it the subject of a long pseudo-myth, in which Hiwassee, rendered the pretty fawn, is the beautiful daughter of a Catawba chief, and is wooed, and at last won, by a young Cherokee warrior named Notley, the daring horseman, who finally becomes the head chief of the Cherokee and succeeds in making perpetual peace between the two tribes. The story sounds very pretty, but is a pure invention. Nacoochee, a village on the site of a former Cherokee settlement, in a beautiful and fertile valley of the same name at the head of Chattahoochee River, in White County. The Cherokee form is Nagats, but the word has no meaning in that language and seems to be of foreign, perhaps Creek, origin. About 2 miles above the village on the east bank of the river, is a large mound. White, Historical Collections of Georgia, p. 486, quotes a fictitious legend, according to which Nacoochee, the Evening Star, was a beautiful Indian princess, who unfortunately fell in love with a chieftain of a hostile tribe and was killed, together with her lover, while fleeing from the vengeance of an angry father. The two were buried in the same grave and the mound was raised over the spot. The only grain of truth in the story is that the name has a slight resemblance to Naqueese, the Cherokee word for star. Nottely, a river rising in Union County and flowing northwestward into Hiwassee. The Cherokee form is Na-DL, applied to a former settlement on the west side of the river, in Cherokee County, North Carolina, about a mile from the Georgia line. Although suggestive of nattle, spicewood, it is a different word and has no meaning in the Cherokee language, being apparently of foreign, perhaps Creek, origin. For a pseudo-myth connected with the name, see the preceding note on Hiwassee. Talking Rock, a creek in upper Georgia flowing northward to join Coosawhatee River. The Indian settlements upon it were considered as belonging to Sanderstown, on the lower part of the creek, the townhouse being located about a mile above the present Talking Rock station on the west side of the railroad. The name is a translation of the Cherokee Nunyu Gunwani Ski, rock that talks, and refers, according to one informant, to an echo rock somewhere upon the stream below the present railroad station. An old-time trader among the Cherokee in Georgia says that the name was applied to a rock at which the Indians formerly held their councils, but the etymology of the word is against this derivation. Tallulah, a river in Rabun County, northeastern Georgia, which flows into the Tougaloo, and has a beautiful fall about 2 miles above its mouth. The Cherokee form is Talyulu, Taruri in the Lower Cherokee dialect, the name of an ancient settlement some distance above the falls, as also of a creek and district at the head of Chiawa River, in Graham County, North Carolina. The name cannot be translated. A magazine writer has rendered it the Terrible, for which there is no authority. Schoolcraft, on the authority of a Cherokee lady, renders it, "There lies your child," derived from a story of a child having been carried over the falls. The name, however, was not applied to the falls, but to a district on the stream above, as well as to another in North Carolina. The error arises from the fact that a word of somewhat similar sound denotes having children or being pregnant, used in speaking of a woman. One informant derives it from TSULʻKÂLÜ, the cry of a certain species of frog known as delusi, which is found in that neighborhood, but not upon the reservation, and which was formerly eaten as food. A possible derivation is from a TSULʻKÄLÜ, unfinished, premature, unsuccessful. The fall was called GA'NA'S, a name of which the meaning is lost, and which was applied also to a locality on Little Tennessee River near Franklin, North Carolina. For a myth localized at Tallulah Falls, see, The Man Who Married the Thunder's Sister. In this connection Landman gives the following story, which, notwithstanding its white man's dress, appears to be based upon a genuine Cherokee tradition of the Nun'hai. During my stay at the Falls of Tallulah I made every effort to obtain an Indian legend or two connected with them. And it was my good fortune to hear one which has never yet been printed. It was originally obtained by the white man who first discovered the falls from the Cherokees, who lived in the region at the time. It is in substance as follows: many generations ago it so happened that several famous hunters, who had wandered from the west toward what is now the Savannah River, in search of game, never returned to their camping grounds. In process of time the curiosity as well as the fears of the nation were excited, and an effort was made to ascertain the cause of their singular disappearance. Whereupon a party of medicine men were deputed to make a pilgrimage toward the great river. They were absent a whole moon, and, on returning to their friends, they reported that they had discovered a dreadful fissure in an unknown part of the country, through which a mountain torrent took its way with a deafening noise. They said that it was an exceedingly wild place, and that its inhabitants were a species of little men and women, who dwelt in the crevices of the rocks and in grottos under the waterfalls. They had attempted by every artifice in their power to hold a council with the little people, but all in vain. And, from the shrieks they frequently uttered, the medicine men knew that they were the enemies of the Indian race, and, therefore, it was concluded in the nation at large that the long-lost hunters had been decoyed to their death in the dreadful gorge, which they called Tallulah. In view of this little legend, it is worthy of remark that the Cherokee nation, previous to their departure for the distant west, always avoided the falls of Tallulah, and were seldom found hunting or fishing in their vicinity. Toccoa, 1, a creek flowing into Tougaloo River, in Habersham County, with a fall upon its upper course, near the village of the same name. 2, a river in Upper Georgia, flowing northwestward into Hiwassee. The correct Cherokee form applied to the former settlement on both streams is Tagwahai, Catawba Place, implying the former presence of Indians of that tribe. The lands about Toccoa Falls were sold by the Cherokee in 1783 and were owned at one time by Wofford's grandfather. According to Wofford, there was a tradition that when the whites first visited the place they saw, as they thought, an Indian woman walking beneath the surface of the water under the falls. And on looking again a moment after they saw her sitting upon an overhanging rock 200 feet in the air, with her feet dangling over. Said Wofford, she must have been one of the Nun'hai. Track Rock Gap, a gap about 5 miles east of Blairsville, in Union County, on the ridge separating Brasstown Creek from the waters of Nautilus River. The micaceous soapstone rocks on both sides of the trail are covered with petroglyphs, from which the gap takes its name. The Cherokee call the place TSULʻKÂLÜ, where there are tracks, or Dagayalanha, printed, branded, place. The carvings are of many and various patterns, some of them resembling human or animal footprints, while others are squares, crosses, circles, bird tracks, etc., disposed without any apparent order. On the authority of a Dr. Stevenson, writing in 1834, White, Historical Collections of Georgia, p. 658, 1855, and after him Jones, Antiquities of the Southern Indians, 1873, give a misleading and greatly exaggerated account of these carvings, without having taken the trouble to investigate for themselves, although the spot is easily accessible. No effort, either state or local, is made to preserve the pictographs from destruction, and many of the finest have been cut out from the rock and carried off by vandals, Stevenson himself being among the number, by his own confession. The illustration, Plate XX, is from a rough sketch made by the author in 1890. Bureau of American Ethnology 19th Annual. Report PL, XX. Petroglyphs at Track Rock Gap, Georgia. From Sketches by the author, 1889. Portions cut out by vandals are indicated by lighter shading. The Cherokee have various theories to account for the origin of the carvings. The more sensible Indians saying that they were made by hunters for their own amusement while resting in the gap. Another tradition is that they were made while the surface of the newly created earth was still soft by a great army of birds and animals fleeing through the gap to escape some pursuing danger from the west, some say a great drive hunt of the Indians. Haywood confounds them with other petroglyphs in North Carolina connected with the story of the giant SLANT-EYED, c. The following florid account of the carvings and ostensible Indian tradition of their origin is from White, on the authority of Stevenson. The number visible or defined is 136, some of them quite natural and perfect, and others rather rude imitations, and most of them from the effects of time have become more or less obliterated. They comprise human feet from those 4 inches in length to those of great warriors which measure 17.5 inches in length and 7 3/4 in breadth across the toes. What is a little curious, all the human feet are natural except this, which has 6 toes, proving him to have been a descendant of Titan. There are 26 of these impressions, all bare except one, which has the appearance of having worn moccasins. A fine turned hand, rather delicate, occupied a place near the great warrior, and probably the impression of his wife's hand, who no doubt accompanied her husband in all his excursions, sharing his toils and soothing his cares away. Many horse tracks are to be seen. One seems to have been shod, some are very small, and one measures 12.5 inches by 9.5 inches. This the Cherokee say was the footprint of the great war horse which their chieftain rode. The tracks of a great many turkeys, turtles, terrapins, a large bear's paw, a snake's trail, and the footprints of 2 deer are to be seen. The tradition respecting these impressions varies. One asserts that the world was once deluged with water, and men with all animated beings were destroyed, except one family, together with various animals necessary to replenish the earth. That the Great Spirit before the floods came commanded them to embark in a big canoe, which after long sailing was drawn to this spot by a bevy of swans and rested there, and here the whole troop of animals was disembarked. Leaving the impressions as they passed over the rock, which being softened by reason of long submersion kindly received and preserved them. War Woman's Creek, enters Chattooga River in Rabun County, northeastern Georgia, in the heart of the old Lower Cherokee country. The name seems to be of Indian origin, although the Cherokee name is lost and the story has perished. A writer quoted by White, Historical Collections of Georgia, page 444, attempts to show its origin from the exploit of a certain revolutionary Amazon, in capturing a party of Tories, but the name occurs in Adair, note, page 185, as early as 1775. There is some reason for believing that it refers to a former female dignitary among the Cherokee, described by Haywood under the title of the Pretty Woman as having authority to decide the fate of prisoners of war. Wofford once knew an old woman whose name was Dangasta, an abbreviated form for Dangastaya, sharp war, understood to mean sharp, i.e., fierce, warrior. Several cases of women acting the part of warriors are on record among the Cherokee. 126. Plant lore. The Cherokee have always been an agricultural people, and their old country is a region of luxuriant flora, with tall trees and tangled undergrowth on the slopes and ridges, and myriad bright-tinted blossoms and sweet wild fruits along the running streams. The vegetable kingdom consequently holds a far more important place in the mythology and ceremonial of the tribe than it does among the Indians of the treeless plains and arid sage deserts of the West. Most of the beliefs and customs in this connection centering around the practice of medicine, as expounded by the priests and doctors in every settlement. In general, it is held that the plant world is friendly to the human species, and constantly at the willing service of the doctors to counteract the jealous hostility of the animals. The sacred formulas contain many curious instructions for the gathering and preparation of the medicinal roots and barks, which are selected chiefly in accordance with the theory of correspondences. The Indians are close observers, and some of their plant names are peculiarly apt. Thus the mistletoe, which never grows alone, but is found always with its roots fixed in the bark of some supporting tree or shrub from which it draws its sustenance, is called by a name which signifies, it is married, Yuda L. The violet is still called by a plural name, Dinda Squate Ski. They pull each other's heads off, showing that the Cherokee children have discovered a game not unknown among our own. The bear grass, Eryngium, with its long, slender leaves like diminutive blades of corn, is called SLANT-EYED, green snake, and the larger grass known as Job's tears, on account of its glossy, rounded grains, which the Indian children use for necklaces, is called SLANT-EYED, the mother of corn. The black-eyed Susan, Rudbeckia, of our children is the deer-eye, acta, of the Cherokee, and Our Lady Slipper, Cypripedium, is their partridge moccasin, Gugwi, Balay Sula. The mayapple, Podophyllum, with its umbrella-shaped top, is called Unisquita, meaning, it wears a hat, while the white puffball fungus is Naquisi usti, the little star, and the common rock lichen bears the musical, if rather unpoetic name of Utsailta, pot scrapings. Some plants are named from their real or supposed place in the animal economy, as the wild rose, Cistuni gisti, the rabbits eat it, referring to the seed berries, and the shield fern, Aspidium, Yenut stew, the bear lies on it. Others, again, are named from their domestic or ceremonial uses, as the fleabane, Erigeron canadense, called Atsil, fire maker, because its dried stalk was anciently employed in producing fire by friction. And the bugle weed, Lycopus virginicus, known as Aniwani ski, talkers, because the chewed root, given to children to swallow, or rubbed upon their lips, is supposed to endow them with the gift of eloquence. Some few, in addition to the ordinary term in use among the common people, have a sacred or symbolic name, used only by the priests and doctors in the prayer formulas. Thus ginseng, or tsang, as it is more often called by the white mountaineers, is known to the laity as a taliguli, the mountain climber, but is addressed in the formulas as Yunwi Usti, little man. While selu, corn, is invoked under the name of a Ga in myths, as, for instance, that of Prosarts lanuginosa, which bears the curious name of Wallace, Anulsti, frogs fight with it. From a story that in the long ago, Halahiyu, two quarrelsome frogs once fought a duel, using its stalks as lances. In the locative form this was the name of a former Cherokee settlement in Georgia, called by the whites Fighting Town, from a misapprehension of the meaning of the word. Of the white clover, the Cherokees say that, it follows the white man. The division of trees into evergreen and deciduous is accounted for by a myth, related elsewhere, according to which the loss of their leaves in winter time is a punishment visited upon the latter for their failure to endure an ordeal to the end. With the Cherokee, as with nearly all other tribes east and west, the cedar is held sacred above other trees. The reasons for this reverence are easily found in its ever-living green, its balsamic fragrance, and the beautiful color of its fine-grained wood, unwarping and practically undecaying. The small green twigs are thrown upon the fire as incense in certain ceremonies, particularly to counteract the effect of Asjina dreams, as it is believed that the Anisji Na or malevolent ghosts cannot endure the smell. But the wood itself is considered too sacred to be used as fuel. In the war dance, the scalp trophies, stretched on small hoops, were hung upon a cedar sapling trimmed and decorated for the occasion. According to a myth, the red color comes originally from the blood of a wicked magician, whose severed head was hung at the top of a tall cedar. The story is now almost forgotten, but it was probably nearly identical with one still existing among the Yuchi, former neighbors of the Cherokee. According to the Yuchi myth, a malevolent magician disturbed the daily course of the sun until at last two brave warriors sought him out and killed him in his cave. They cut off his head and brought it home with them to show to the people, but it continued still alive. To make it die they were advised to tie it in the topmost branches of a tree. This they did, trying one tree after another, but each morning the head was found at the foot of the tree and still alive. At last they tied it in a cedar, and there the head remained until it was dead, while the blood slowly trickling down along the trunk gave the wood its red color, and henceforth the cedar was a medicine tree. The lin or basswood, Tilia, is believed never to be struck by lightning, and the hunter caught in one of the frequent thunderstorms of the southern mountains always seeks its shelter. From its stringy bark are twisted the hunting belts worn about the waist. Sourwood, Oxydendrum, is used by the hunters for barbecue sticks to roast meat before the fire, on account of the acid flavor of the wood, which they believe to be thus communicated to the meat. Spoons and combs are also carved from the wood, but it is never burned, from an idea that lye made from the ashes will bring sickness to those who use it in preparing their food. It is said also that if one should sleep beside a fire containing sourwood sticks, the sourwood will barbecue him, which may possibly mean that he will have hot or feverish pains thereafter. The laurel, in its two varieties, large and small, rhododendron and kalmia, or ivy, is much used for spoons and combs, on account of its close grain, as also in medicine, but is never burned. As it is believed that this would bring on cold weather, and would furthermore destroy the medicinal virtues of the whole species. The reason given is that the leaves, when burning, make a hissing sound suggestive of winter winds and falling snow. When the doctor is making up a compound in which any part of the laurel is an ingredient, great precautions are taken to prevent any of the leaves or twigs being swept into the fire, as this would render the decoction worthless. Sassafras is tabooed as fuel among the Cherokee, as also among their white neighbors, perhaps for the practical reason that it is apt to pop out of the fire when heated and might thus set the house on fire. Pounded walnut bark is thrown into small streams to stupefy the fish, so that they may be easily dipped out in baskets as they float on the surface of the water. Should a pregnant woman wade into the stream at the time, its effect is nullified, unless she has first taken the precaution to tie a strip of the bark about her toe. A fire of post oak and the wood of the Toluan lati or summer grape, Vitis estivalis, is believed to bring a spell of warm weather even in the coldest winter season. Mysterious properties attach to the wood of a tree which has been struck by lightning, especially when the tree itself still lives, and such wood enters largely into the secret compounds of the conjurers. An ordinary person of the laity will not touch it, for fear of having cracks come upon his hands and feet, nor is it burned for fuel, for fear that lye made from the ashes will cause consumption. In preparing ballplayers for the contest, the medicine man sometimes burns splinters of it to coal, which he gives to the players to paint themselves with in order that they may be able to strike their opponents with all the force of a thunderbolt. Bark or wood from a tree struck by lightning, but still green, is beaten up and put into the water in which seeds are soaked before planting, to ensure a good crop, but, on the other hand, any lightning-struck wood thrown into the field will cause the crop to wither, and it is believed to have a bad effect even to go into the field immediately after having been near such a tree. Among all vegetables the one which holds first place in the household economy and ceremonial observance of the tribe is selu, corn, invoked in the sacred formulas under the name of Agala, the old woman. In allusion to its mythic origin from the blood of an old woman killed by her disobedient sons, see, Kana Ti in Selu. In former times the annual Thanksgiving ceremony of the green corn dance, preliminary to eating the first new corn, was the most solemn tribal function, a propitiation and expiation for the sins of the past year, an amnesty for public criminals, and a prayer for happiness and prosperity for the year to come. Only those who had properly prepared themselves by prayer, fasting, and purification were allowed to take part in this ceremony, and no one dared to taste the new corn until then. 7 ears from the last year's crop were always put carefully aside, in order to attract the corn until the new crop was ripened and it was time for the dance, when they were eaten with the rest. In eating the first new corn after the green corn dance, care was observed not to blow upon it to cool it, for fear of causing a wind storm to beat down the standing crop in the field. Much ceremony accompanied the planting and tending of the crop. 7 grains, the sacred number, were put into each hill, and these were not afterward thinned out. After the last working of the crop, the priest and an assistant, generally the owner of the field, went into the field and built a small enclosure, HATCINOñDOÑ'S, in the center. Then entering it, they seated themselves upon the ground, with heads bent down, and while the assistant kept perfect silence, the priest, with rattle in hand, sang songs of invocation to the spirit of the corn. Soon, according to the orthodox belief, a loud rustling would be heard outside, which they would know was caused by the old woman bringing the corn into the field, but neither must look up until the song was finished. This ceremony was repeated on 4 successive nights, after which no one entered the field for 7 other nights, when the priest himself went in, and, if all the sacred regulations had been properly observed, was rewarded by finding young ears upon the stalks. The corn ceremonies could be performed by the owner of the field himself, provided he was willing to pay a sufficient fee to the priest in order to learn the songs and ritual. Care was always taken to keep a clean trail from the field to the house, so that the corn might be encouraged to stay at home and not go wandering elsewhere. Most of these customs have now fallen into disuse excepting among the old people, by many of whom they are still religiously observed. Another curious ceremony, of which even the memory is now almost forgotten, was enacted after the first working of the corn, when the owner or priest stood in succession at each of the 4 corners of the field and wept and wailed loudly. Even the priests are now unable to give a reason for this performance, which may have been a lament for the bloody death of Selû, as the women of Byblos were wont to weep for Adonis. Next to corn, the bean, tuya, is the most important food plant of the Cherokee and other southern Indians, with whom it is probably native, but there does not appear to be much special ceremony or folklore in connection with it. Beans which crack open in cooking are sometimes rubbed by mothers on the lips of their children in order to make them look smiling and good-tempered. The association of ideas seems to be the same as that which in Ireland causes a fat mealy potato, which cracks open in boiling, to be called a laughing potato. Melons and squashes must not be counted or examined too closely, while still growing upon the vine, or they will cease to thrive, neither must one step over the vine, or it will wither before the fruit ripens. One who has eaten a mayapple must not come near the vines under any circumstances, as this plant withers and dries up very quickly, and its presence would make the melons wither in the same way. Tobacco was used as a sacred incense or as the guarantee of a solemn oath in nearly every important function, in binding the warrior to take up the hatchet against the enemy, in ratifying the treaty of peace, in confirming sales or other engagements, in seeking omens for the hunter, in driving away witches or evil spirits, and in regular medical practice. It was either smoked in the pipe or sprinkled upon the fire, never rolled into cigarettes, as among the tribes of the Southwest, neither was it ever smoked for the mere pleasure of the sensation. Of late years white neighbors have taught the Indians to chew it, but the habit is not aboriginal. It is called salu, a name which has lost its meaning in the Cherokee language, but is explained from the cognate Tuscarora, in which charu, tobacco, can still be analyzed as fire to hold in the mouth, showing that the use is as old as the knowledge of the plant. The tobacco originally in use among the Cherokee, Iroquois, and other eastern tribes was not the common tobacco of commerce, Nicotiana tabacum, which has been introduced from the West Indies, but the Nicotiana rustica, or wild tobacco, now distinguished by the Cherokee as TSUL'KÂNLÜ, old tobacco, and by the Iroquois as real tobacco. Its various uses in ritual and medicine are better described under other headings. For the myth of its loss and recovery, see How They Brought Back the Tobacco. The cardinal flower, lobelia, mullein, verbascum, and 1 or 2 related species are called Saliusti, like tobacco, on account of their general resemblance to it in appearance, but they were never used in the same way. The poisonous wild parsnip, Pusidanum, bears an unpleasant reputation on account of its frequent use in evil spells, especially those intended to destroy the life of the victim. In one of these conjurations 7 pieces of the root are laid upon one hand and rubbed gently with the other, the omen being taken from the position of the pieces when the hand is removed. It is said also that poisoners mix it secretly with the food of their intended victim, when, if he eats, he soon becomes drowsy, and, unless kept in motion until the effect wears off, falls asleep, never to wake again. Suicides are said to eat it to procure death. Before starting on a journey, a small piece of the root is sometimes chewed and blown upon the body to prevent sickness, but the remedy is almost as bad as the disease. For the snakes are said to resent the offensive smell by biting the one who carries it. In spite of its poisonous qualities, a decoction of the root is much used for steaming patients in the sweat bath, the idea seeming to be that the smell drives away the disease spirits. The poison oak or poison ivy, Rus radicans, so abundant in the damp eastern forests, is feared as much by Indians as by whites. When obliged to approach it or work in its vicinity, the Cherokee strives to conciliate it by addressing it as, my friend, HATCINOñDOÑ'S. If poisoned by it, he rubs upon the affected part the beaten flesh of a crawfish. One variety of briar, smilax, is called din ski, the breeder, from a belief that a thorn of it, if allowed to remain in the flesh, will breed others in a day or two. Ginseng, which is sold in large quantities to the local traders, as well as used in the native medical practice, is called Atoliguli, the mountain climber, but is addressed by the priests as Yunwi little man. Or Yunwi Ga little man, most powerful magician, the Cherokee sacred term, like the Chinese name, having its origin from the frequent resemblance of the root in shape to the body of a man. The beliefs and ceremonies in connection with its gathering and preparation are very numerous. The doctor speaks constantly of it as of a sentient being, and it is believed to be able to make itself invisible to those unworthy to gather it. In hunting it, the first 3 plants found are passed by. The 4th is taken, after a preliminary prayer, in which the doctor addresses it as the Great Atoliguli, and humbly asks permission to take a small piece of its flesh. On digging it from the ground, he drops into the hole a bead and covers it over, leaving it there, by way of payment to the plant spirit. After that he takes them as they come without further ceremony. The catgut or devil's shoestring, Tefrosia, is called distai, they are tough, in allusion to its stringy roots. From which Cherokee women prepare a decoction with which to wash their hair in order to impart to it the strength and toughness of the plant. While a preparation of the leaves is used by ballplayers to wash themselves in order to toughen their limbs. To enable them to spring quickly to their feet if thrown to the ground, the players bathe their limbs also with a decoction of the small rush, Juncus tenuis, which, they say, always recovers its erect position, no matter how often trampled down. The white seeds of the viper's bugloss, Echium vulgar, were formerly used in many important ceremonies of which the purpose was to look into the future, but have now been superseded by the ordinary glass beads of the traders. The culver root, Leptandra, is used in love conjurations, the omen being taken from the motion of the root when held in the hand. The campion, Silene stellata, locally known as rattlesnake's master, is called Ganadawa ski, it disjoints itself, because the dried stalk is said to break off by joints, beginning at the top. As among the white mountaineers, the juice is held to be a sovereign remedy for snake bites, and it is even believed that the deadliest snake will flee from one who carries a small portion of the root in his mouth. Almost all varieties of burrs, from the Spanish needle up to the cocklebur and jimsonweed, are classed together under the generic name of Unistil isti, which may be freely rendered as stickers. From their habit of holding fast to whatever object they may happen to touch, they are believed to have an occult power for improving the memory and inducing stability of character. Very soon after a child is born, one of the smaller species, preferably the Lespedesia repens, is beaten up and a portion is put into a bowl of water taken from a fall or cataract, where the stream makes a constant noise. This is given to the child to drink on 4 successive days, with the intention of making him quick to learn and retain in memory anything once heard. The noise of the cataract from which the water is taken is believed to be the voice of Yunwi Ganahita, the long man, or river god, teaching lessons which the child may understand. While the stream itself is revered for its power to seize and hold anything cast upon its surface. A somewhat similar ceremony is sometimes used for adults, but in this case the matter is altogether more difficult, as there are taboos for 4 or 7 days, and the mind must be kept fixed upon the purpose of the rite throughout the whole period. While if the subject so far forgets himself as to lose his temper in that time, he will remain of a quarrelsome disposition forever after. A flowering vine, known as naniusti, potato-like, which grows in cultivated fields, and has a tuberous root somewhat resembling a potato, is used in hunting conjurations. The bruised root, from which a milky juice oozes, is rubbed upon the deer bleat, a highly ski, with which the hunter imitates the bleating of the fawn, under the idea that the doe, hearing it, will think that her offspring desires to suck, and will therefore come the sooner. The putty root, Adam and Eve, a plectrum hyemale, which is of an oily, mucilaginous nature, is carried by the deer hunter, who, on shooting a deer, puts a small piece of the chewed root into the wound, expecting as a necessary result to find the animal unusually fat when skinned. Infants which seem to pine and grow thin are bathed with a decoction of the same root in order to fatten them. The root of the rare plant known as Venus flytrap, Dionea, which has the remarkable property of catching and digesting insects which alight upon it, is chewed by the fisherman and spit upon the bait that no fish may escape him. And the plant is tied upon the fish trap for the same purpose. The root of a plant called unabridged hidu, having spirals, is used in conjurations designed to predispose strangers in favor of the subject. The priest takes it to water, i.e., says certain prayers over it while standing close to the running stream, then chews a small piece and rubs and blows it upon the body and arms of the patient, who is supposed to be about to start upon a journey, or to take part in a council. With the result that all who meet him or listen to his words are at once pleased with his manner and appearance, and disposed to give every assistance to his projects. See, the daughter of the sun. See the next story. The Onondagas retain the custody of the wampums of the Five Nations, and the keeper of the wampums, Thomas Webster, of the Snake tribe, a consistent, thorough pagan, is their interpreter. Notwithstanding the claims made that the wampums can be read as a governing code of law, it is evident that they are simply monumental reminders of preserved traditions, without any literal details whatever. The first, of this, group from left to right, represents a convention of the Six Nations at the adoption of the Tuscaroras into the League. The second, the Five Nations, upon 7 strands, illustrates a treaty with 7 Canadian tribes before the year 1600. The third signifies the guarded approach of strangers to the councils of the Five Nations, a guarded gate, with a long, white path leading to the inner gate, where the Five Nations are grouped, with the Onondagas in the center and a safe council house behind all. The fourth represents a treaty when but 4 of the 6 nations were represented, and the fifth embodies the pledge of 7 Canadian Christianized nations to abandon their crooked ways and keep an honest peace, having a cross for each tribe, and with a zigzag line below, to indicate that their ways had been crooked but would ever after be as sacred as the cross. Above this group is another, claiming to bear date about 1608, when Champlain joined the Algonquins against the Iroquois. Carrington, in Six Nations of New York, Extra Bulletin, 11th Census, pages 33-34, 1892. Haywood, Nat and Aberrig. Hist. Of Tennessee, pages 222-224, 1823. Ibid, page 241. Ibid, page 222. Schoolcraft, Notes on Iroquois, page 160, 1847. Heckwelder, Indian Nations, page 88, reprint of 1876. Brinton, Lenape and Their Legends, page 130 Etipassim, 1885. Schoolcraft, Notes on Iroquois, pages 147, 305 Etipassim, 1847, Heckwelder, Indian Nations, pages 47-50, edition 1876. Heckwelder, Op. Cit., page 54. Loskiel, History of the Moravian Mission, pages 124-127, London, 1794. Heckwelder, Indian Nations, pp. 88-89, 1876. C. Haywood, Nat and Aberrig. History of Tennessee, pages 220, 224, 237, 1823. North Carolina Colonial Records, 3, pages 153, 202, 345, 369, 393, 1886. Mooney, Siouan Tribes of the East, Bulletin of the Bureau of Ethnology, pp. 56, 61, 1894. Catawba, M.S. from South Carolina Official Archives. Schoolcraft, Indian Tribes, 3, pages 293-4, 1853. Ibid, page 294, 1853. Royce, The Cherokee Nation of Indians, in 5th Report of Bureau of Ethnology. Pages 205-208, 266-272, 1887. Also, for 1783, Bartram, Travels, page 483, 1792. Haywood, Nat and Abarig. History Tennessee, page 241, 1823. Bullhead may be intended for Doublehead, an old Cherokee name. Mooney, The Cherokee Ball Play, in the American Anthropologist, 3, p. 107, April, 1890. Bartram, Travels, page 518, 1791. Adair, History of American Indians, pages 227, 247, 252-256, 270, 276-279, 1775. Ramsey, Annals of Tennessee, pages 81, 84, 1853. Mooney, Siouan Tribes of the East, Bulletin of the Bureau of Ethnology, page 83, 1894. Bienville, quoted in Gaillard, Louisiana. Haywood, Natural and Aboriginal History of Tennessee, pages 105-107, 1823. For a sketch of the Natchez War and the subsequent history of the scattered fragments of the tribe, see the author's paper, The End of the Natchez, in the American Anthropologist for July, 1899. Adair, History of American Indians, page 257, 1775. The other statements concerning the Tuskegee among the Creeks are taken from Gatschet's valuable study, A Migration Legend of the Creek Indians, pages 122, 145, 228, 1884. Haywood, Natural and Aboriginal History of Tennessee, page 24, 1823. From a contemporary reference in Rivers, South Carolina, page 57, it appears that this war was in full progress in 1757. Margry, quoted in Gatschet, Creek Migration Legend, pages 16, 87, 1884. Wasatch, French Usage, corrupted by the Americans into Osage. Nat and Abarig. History Tennessee, page 266. McGowan, Dr. D. J., Indian Secret Societies, Historical Magazine, X, page 139, 1866. Morrisania, N. Y. Haywood, Nat and Abarig. History Tennessee, page 239. Letters from the Allegheny Mountains, pages 41-42. Gatschet, Some Mythic Stories of the Yuchi Indians, in American Anthropologist, 6, page 281, July, 1893. Notes and Parallels to Myths. In the preparation of the following notes and parallels, the purpose has been to incorporate every Cherokee variant or pseudomyth obtainable from any source, and to give some explanation of tribal customs and beliefs touched upon in the myths, particularly among the southern tribes. A certain number of parallels have been incorporated, but it must be obvious that this field is too vast for treatment within the limits of a single volume. Moreover, in view of the small number of tribes that have yet been studied, in comparison with the great number still unstudied, it is very doubtful whether the time has arrived for any extended treatment of Indian mythology. The most complete index of parallels that has yet appeared is that accompanying the splendid collection by Dr. Franz Boas, Indianische Sagen von der Nordpazifischen Kustamerikas. In drawing the line, it has been found necessary to restrict comparisons, excepting in a few special cases, to the territory of the United States or the immediate border country, although this compels the omission of several of the best collections, particularly from the northwest coast and the interior of British America. Enough has been given to show that our native tribes had myths of their own without borrowing from other races. And that these were so widely and constantly disseminated by trade and travel and interchange of ceremonial over wide areas as to make the Indian myth system as much a unit in this country as was the Aryan myth structure in Europe and Asia. Every additional tribal study may be expected to corroborate this result. A more special study of Cherokee myths in their connection with the medical and religious ritual of the tribe is reserved for a future paper, of which preliminary presentation has been given in the author's Sacred Formulas of the Cherokees. In the 7th Annual Report of the Bureau of Ethnology. Stories and Storytellers, p. Migration Legend. In Buttrick's Antiquities we find some notice of this migration legend, which, as given by the missionary, is unfortunately so badly mixed up with the Bible story that it is almost impossible to isolate the genuine. He starts them under the leadership of their greatest prophet, Wasi, who is simply Moses, in search of a far distant country where they may be safe from their enemies. Who these enemies are, or in what quarter they live, is not stated. Soon after setting out they come to a great water, which Wasi strikes with his staff. The water divides so that they pass through safely, and then rolls back and prevents pursuit by their enemies. They then enter a wilderness and come to a mountain, and we are treated to the Bible story of Sinai and the tables of stone. Here also they receive sacred fire from heaven, which thereafter they carry with them until the house in which it is kept is at last destroyed by a hostile invasion. This portion of the myth seems to be genuine Indian, see notes to, the mounds and the constant fire. In this journey the tribes marched separately and also the clans. The clans were distinguished by having feathers of different colors fastened to their ears. They had two great standards, one white and one red. The white standard was under the control of the priests, and used for civil purposes. But the red standard was under the direction of the war priests, for purposes of war and alarm. These were carried when they journeyed, and the white standard erected in front of the building above mentioned, the Ark or Palladium, when they rested. They cross 4 rivers in all, which accords with the Indian idea of the sacred 4, and sit down at last beyond the 4th, after having been for many years on the march. Their whole journey through this wilderness was attended with great distress and danger. At one time they were beset by the most deadly kind of serpents, which destroyed a great many of the people, but at length their leaders shot one with an arrow and drove them away. Again, they were walking along in single file, when the ground cracked open and a number of people sank down and were destroyed by the earth closing upon them. At another time they came nigh perishing for water. Their head men dug with their staves in all the low places, but could find no water. At length their leader found a most beautiful spring coming out of a rock. At one point in this migration, according to a tradition given to Schoolcraft by Stand-Watie, they encountered a large river or other great body of water, which they crossed upon a bridge made by tying grapevines together. This idea of a vine bridge or ladder occurs also in the traditions of the Iroquois, Mandan, and other tribes. Farther on the missionary already quoted says, Shield Eater once inquired if I ever heard of houses with flat roofs, saying that his father's great-grandfather used to say that once their people had a great town, with a high wall about it. That on a certain occasion their enemies broke down a part of this wall, that the houses in this town had flat roofs, though, he used to say, this was so long ago it is not worth talking about now. Fire of cane splints. Bartram thus describes the method as witnessed by him at Atas, Otto C., among the Creeks about 1775. The fire which blazed up so mysteriously may have been kept constantly smouldering below, as described in As their Virgils, and manner of conducting their vespers and mystical fire in this rotunda, are extremely singular. And altogether different from the customs and usages of any other people, I shall proceed to describe them. In the first place, the governor or officer who has the management of this business, with his servants attending, orders the black drink to be brewed, which is a decoction or infusion of the leaves and tender shoots of the cassine. This is done under an open shed or pavilion, at 20 or 30 yards distance, directly opposite the door of the council house. Next he orders bundles of dry canes to be brought in, these are previously split and broken in pieces to about the length of 2 feet, and then placed obliquely crossways upon one another on the floor, forming a spiral circle round about the great center pillar, rising to a foot or 18 inches in height from the ground. And this circle spreading as it proceeds round and round, often repeated from right to left, every revolution increases its diameter, and at length extends to the distance of 10 or 12 feet from the center, more or less, according to the length of time the assembly or meeting is to continue. By the time these preparations are accomplished, it is night, and the assembly have taken their seats in order. The exterior or outer end of the spiral circle takes fire and immediately rises into a bright flame, but how this is effected I did not plainly apprehend. I saw no person set fire to it, there might have been fire left on the earth. However, I neither saw nor smelt fire or smoke until the blaze instantly ascended upwards, which gradually and slowly creeps round the center pillar, with the course of the sun, feeding on the dry canes, and affords a cheerful, gentle and sufficient light until the circle is consumed, when the council breaks up. How the world was made, from decay of the old tradition and admixture of Bible ideas. The Cherokee Genesis myth is too far broken down to be recovered excepting in disjointed fragments. The completeness of the destruction may be judged by studying the similar myth of the Iroquois or the Ojibwe. What is here preserved was obtained chiefly from Swimmer and John Axe, the two most competent authorities of the Eastern Band. The evergreen story is from Tagwatihai. The incident of the brother striking his sister with a fish to make her pregnant was given by Iasta, and may have a phallic meaning. John Axe says the pregnancy was brought about by the little people, Yunwitsunsti, who commanded the woman to rub spittle, of the brother, upon her back, and to lie upon her breast, with her body completely covered, for 7 days and nights, at the end of which period the child was born, and another thereafter every 7 days until the period was made longer. According to Wofford, the first man was created blind and remained so for some time. The incident of the buzzard shaping the mountains occurs also in the Genesis myth of the Creeks and Yuchi, southern neighbors of the Cherokee, but by them the first earth is said to have been brought up from under the water by the crawfish. Among the northern tribes it is commonly the turtle which continues to support the earth upon its back. The water beetle referred to is the gyrhinus, locally known as mellow bug or apple beetle. One variant makes the dilstayat, water spider, scissors, dolomides, help in the work. Nothing is said as to whence the sun is obtained. By some tribes it is believed to be a gaming wheel stolen from a race of superior beings. See also, the journey to the sunrise. The missionaries Buttrick and Washburn give versions of the Cherokee Genesis, both of which are so badly warped by Bible interpretation as to be worthless. No native cosmogonic myth yet recorded goes back to the first act of creation, but all start out with a world and living creatures already in existence, though not in their final form and condition. Hand breadth, the Cherokee word is Utawahilu, from Awai, hand. This is not to be taken literally, but is a figurative expression much used in the sacred formulas to denote a serial interval of space. The idea of successive removals of the sun, in order to modify the excessive heat, is found with other tribes. Buttrick, already quoted, says in his statement of the Cherokee cosmogony, when God created the world he made a heaven or firmament about as high as the tops of the mountains, but this was too warm. He then created a second, which was also too warm. He thus proceeded till he had created 7 heavens and in the 7th fixed his abode. During some of their prayers they raised their hands to the 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th and 7th heaven, etc. In Hindu cosmogony also we find 7 heavens or stages, increasing in sanctity as they ascend. The Aztecs had 9, as had also the ancient Scandinavians. Some Polynesian tribes have 10, each built of azure stone, with apertures for intercommunication. The lowest originally almost touched the earth and was elevated to its present position by successive pushes from the gods Ru and Mati, resting first prostrate upon the ground, then upon their knees, then lifting with their shoulders, their hands, and their finger-tips, until a last supreme effort sent it to its present place. 7. The sacred numbers, in every tribe and cult throughout the world we find sacred numbers. Christianity and the Christian world have 3 and 7. The Indian has always 4 as the principal sacred number, with usually another only slightly subordinated. The 2 sacred numbers of the Cherokee are 4 and 7, the latter being the actual number of the tribal clans, the formulistic number of upper worlds or heavens, and the ceremonial number of paragraphs or repetitions in the principal formulas. Thus in the prayers for long life the priest raises his client by successive stages to the 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and finally to the 7th heaven before the end is accomplished. The sacred 4 has direct relation to the 4 cardinal points, while 7, besides these, includes also above, below, and here in the center. In many tribal rituals color and sometimes sex are assigned to each point of direction. In the sacred Cherokee formulas the spirits of the east, south, west, and north are, respectively, red, white, black, and blue, and each color has also its own symbolic meaning of power, war, peace, death, and defeat. The first fire, P. This myth was obtained from Swimmer and John Axe. It is noted also in Foster's Sequoia and in the Wampanoag manuscript. The Uxuhai and the Gyul-Gir, respectively, the Coluber obsoletus and Bascanian constrictor. The water spider is the large hairy species Argyroneta. In the version given in the Wampanoag manuscript the possum and the buzzard first make the trial, but come back unsuccessful, one losing the hair from his tail, while the other has the feathers scorched from his head and neck. In another version the dragonfly assists the water spider by pushing the tusty from behind. In the corresponding Creek myth, as given in the Tuggle manuscript, the rabbit obtains fire by the stratagem of touching to the blaze a cap trimmed with sticks of rosin, while pretending to bend low in the dance. In the GA'NA'S myth the fox steals fire by wrapping cedar bark around his tail and thrusting it into the blaze while dancing around the circle. CHEROKEE, Origin of Corn and Game, p. This story was obtained in nearly the same form from Swimmer and John Axe, east, and from Wofford, west, and a version is also given in the Wampanoag manuscript. Hagar notes it briefly in his manuscript Stellar Legends of the Cherokee. So much of belief and custom depend upon the myth of CHEROKEE that references to the principal incidents are constant in the songs and formulas. It is one of those myths held so sacred that in the old days one who wished to hear it from the priest of the tradition must first purify himself by going to water, i.e. bathing in the running stream before daylight when still fasting, while the priest performed his mystic ceremonies upon the bank. In his Letters from the Allegheny Mountains, written more than 50 years ago, Landman gives, pp. 136, 137, a very fair synopsis of this myth, locating the game preserve of CHEROKEE, whom he makes an old Cherokee chief, in a traditional cave on the north side of the Black Mountain, now Mount Mitchell, in Yancey County, North Carolina. The highest peak east of the Rocky Mountains. After his father had disappeared, and could not be found by long search, the boy fired an arrow towards the north, but it returned and fell at his feet, and he knew that his father had not traveled in that direction. He also fired one towards the east and the south and the west, but they all came back in the same manner. He then thought that he would fire one directly above his head, and it so happened that this arrow never returned, and so the boy knew that his father had gone to the spirit land. The Great Spirit was angry with the Cherokee nation, and to punish it for the offense of the foolish boy he tore away the cave from the side of the Black Mountain and left only a large cliff in its place, which is now a conspicuous feature. And he then declared that the time would come when another race of men should possess the mountains where the Cherokees had flourished for many generations. The story has numerous parallels in Indian myth, so many in fact that almost every important concept occurring in it is duplicated in the north, in the south, and on the plains. And will probably be found also west of the mountains when sufficient material of that region shall have been collected. The Ojibwe story of the Wendigos, in particular, has many striking points of resemblance, so, also, the Omaha myth, Two Faces and the Twin Brothers, as given by Dorsey. His wife was Selu, corn, in Cherokee belief, as in the mythologies of nearly every eastern tribe, the corn spirit is a woman, and the plant itself has sprung originally from the blood drops or the dead body of the corn woman. In the Cherokee sacred formulas the corn is sometimes invoked as a Ga'La, the old woman, and one myth, the hunter and Selu, tells how a hunter once witnessed the transformation of the growing stalk into a beautiful woman. In the Creek myth, Origin of Indian Corn, as given in the Tuggle manuscript, the corn plant appears to be the transformed body of an old woman whose only son, endowed with magic powers, has developed from a single drop of her menstrual blood. In Iroquois legend, according to Morgan, the corn plant sprang from the bosom of the mother of the Great Spirit, after her burial. The spirits of corn, bean, and squash are represented as three sisters. They are supposed to have the forms of beautiful females, to be very fond of each other, and to delight to dwell together. This last belief is illustrated by a natural adaptation of the plants themselves to grow up together in the same field and perhaps from the same hill. Sprang from blood, this concept of a child born of blood drops reappears in the Cherokee story of TSUL'KÂLû, c. Its occurrence among the Creeks has just been noted. It is found also among the Dakota, Dorsey, the Bloodclot's Boy, in Contributions to North American Ethnology, 9, 1893, Omaha, Dorsey, The Rabbit and the Grizzly Bear, Contu N. F. 6, 1890, Blackfeet, Cotoyas, in Grinnell, Blackfoot Lodge Tales, New York, 1892, and other tribes. Usually the child thus born is of wilder and more mischievous nature than is common. Deer shut up in hole, the Indian belief that the game animals were originally shut up in a cave, from which they were afterward released by accident or trickery, is very widespread. In the Tuggle version of the Creek account of the creation of the earth we find the deer thus shut up and afterward set free. The Iroquois believed that the game animals were not always free, but were enclosed in a cavern where they had been concealed by Tewiscara, but that they might increase and fill the forest Yaskaha gave them freedom. The same idea occurs in the Omaha story of Iktonik, the brothers and sister, Dorsey, in Contributions to North American Ethnology, 6, 1890. The Kiowa tell how the buffalo were kept thus imprisoned by the Crow until released by Sinti when the people were all starving for want of meat. When the buffalo so suddenly and completely disappeared from the plains about 25 years ago, the prairie tribes were unable to realize that it had been exterminated. But for a long time cherished the belief that it had been again shut up by the superior power of the whites in some underground prison, from which the spells of their own medicine men would yet bring it back. See references in the author's calendar history of the Kiowa Indians, in 17th Annual Report of the Bureau of American Ethnology, Part 1, 1901. The Kiowa tradition is almost exactly paralleled among the GA'NA'S, Russell, Myths of the GA'NA'S Apaches, in Journal of American Folklore, October, 1898. Storehouse, the Unwadali, or storehouse for corn, beans, dried pumpkins, and other provisions, was a feature of every Cherokee homestead and was probably common to all the southern tribes. Lawson thus describes it among the Santee in South Carolina about the year 1700. They make themselves cribs after a very curious manner, wherein they secure their corn from vermin, which are more frequent in these warm climates than in countries more distant from the sun. These pretty fabrics are commonly supported with 8 feet or posts about 7 feet high from the ground, well daubed within and without upon laths, with loam or clay, which makes them tight and fit to keep out the smallest insect. There being a small door at the gable end, which is made of the same composition and to be removed at pleasure, being no bigger than that a slender man may creep in at. Cementing the door up with the same earth when they take the corn out of the crib and are going from home, always finding their granaries in the same posture they left them, theft to each other being altogether unpracticed. Rubbed her stomach. This miraculous procuring of provisions by rubbing the body occurs also in The Bear Man. Knew their thoughts. Mind reading is a frequent concept in Indian myth and occurs in more than one Cherokee story. 7 times, the idea of sacred numbers has already been noted, and the constant recurrence of 7 in the present myth exemplifies well the importance of that number in Cherokee ritual. A tuft of down, in the Omaha story, the corn woman and the buffalo woman, Dorsey, Contributions to North American Ethnology, 6, 1890. The magician changes himself into a feather and allows himself to be blown about by the wind in order to accomplish his purpose. The wolf does the same in a Thompson River myth. The self-transformation of the hero into a tuft of bird's down, a feather, a leaf, or some other light object, which is then carried by the wind wherever he wishes to go, is very common in Indian myth. Play ball against them. This is a Cherokee figurative expression for a contest of any kind, more particularly a battle. Left an open space, when the Cherokee conjurer, by his magic spells, coils the great, invisible, serpent around the house of a sick man to keep off the witches, he is always careful to leave a small space between the head and tail of the snake, so that the members of the family can go down to the spring to get water. Wolves. The wolf is regarded as the servant and watchdog of GA'NA'S. See, the 4-foot tribes. From these have come all. In nearly every Indian mythology we find the idea of certain animal tribes being descended from a single survivor of some great slaughter by an early hero god or trickster. Thus the Kiowa say that all the prairie dogs on the plains are descended from a single little fellow who was too wary to close his eyes, as his companions did. When the hungry vagrant Sinti was planning to capture them all for his dinner under pretense of teaching them a new dance. A gaming wheel. This was the stone wheel or circular disc used in the wheel and stick game, called by the Cherokee Gatayusti, and which in one form or another was practically universal among the tribes. It was the game played by the great mythic gambler Unsei, c. It has sometimes been known in the north as the snow snake, while to the early southern traders it was known as Chunky or Chunky, a corruption of the Creek name. Timberlake, page 77, mentions it under the name of Netaka, for which there seems to be no other authority, as he saw it among the Cherokee in 1762. It was also noted among the Carolina tribes by Lederer in 1670 and Lawson in 1701. John Axe, the oldest man now living among the East Cherokee, is the only one remaining in the tribe who has ever played the game, having been instructed in it when a small boy by an old man who desired to keep up the memory of the ancient things. The sticks used have long since disappeared, but the stones remain, being frequently picked up in the plowed fields, especially in the neighborhood of mounds. The best description of the southern game is given by Adair. They have near their state house a square piece of ground well cleaned, and fine sand is carefully strewed over it, when requisite, to promote a swifter motion to what they throw along the surface. Only one, or two on a side, play at this ancient game. They have a stone about 2 fingers broad at the edge and 2 spans round. Each party has a pole of about 8 feet long, smooth, and tapering at each end, the points flat. They set off abreast of each other at 6 yards from the end of the playground, then one of them hurls the stone on its edge, in as direct a line as he can, a considerable distance toward the middle of the other end of the square. When they have ran, a few yards each darts his pole, anointed with bear's oil, with a proper force, as near as he can guess in proportion to the motion of the stone, that the end may lie close to the stone. When this is the case, the person counts 2 of the game, and in proportion to the nearness of the poles to the mark, 1 is counted, unless by measuring both are found to be at an equal distance from the stone. In this manner the players will keep running most part of the day at half speed, under the violent heat of the sun, staking their silver ornaments, their nose, finger and ear rings, their breast, arm and wrist plates, and even all their wearing apparel except that which barely covers their middle. All the American Indians are much addicted to this game, which to us appears to be a task of stupid drudgery. It seems, however, to be of early origin, when their forefathers used diversions as simple as their manners. The hurling stones they use at present were time immemorial rubbed smooth on the rocks, and with prodigious labor. They are kept with the strictest religious care from one generation to another, and are exempted from being buried with the dead. They belong to the town where they are used, and are carefully preserved. In one version of the GA'NA'S myth the wheel is an arrow, which the wild boy shoots toward the 4 cardinal points and finally straight upward, when it comes back no more. When they get above the sky they find GA'NA'S and SLANT-EYED sitting together, with the arrow sticking in the ground in front of them. In the Creek story, the lion, panther. And the little girl, of the Tuggle collection, the lion has a wheel which could find anything that was lost. The twilight land, Usunhee, where it is always growing dark, the spirit land in the west. This is the word constantly used in the sacred formulas to denote the west, instead of the ordinary word Wudaliguan-e, where it sets. In the same way Nunda-e, or Nundagun-e, the sun place, or region, is the formulistic name for the east instead of Digalungan-e, where it, i.e., the sun, comes up, the ordinary term. These archaic expressions give to myths and formulas a peculiar beauty which is lost in the translation. As the interpreter once said, I love to hear these old words. Struck by lightning, with the American tribes, as in Europe, a mysterious potency attaches to the wood of a tree which has been struck by lightning. The Cherokee conjurers claim to do wonderful things by means of such wood. Splinters of it are frequently buried in the field to make the corn grow. It must not be forgotten that the boys in this myth are thunder boys. The end of the world, see notes to, the journey to the sunrise. Aniska Yitsunsti, abbreviated from Aniska Yitsunsti Ga, little men. These two sons of Kana Ti, who are sometimes called thunder boys and who live in Usunhee above the sky vault, must not be confounded with the Yunwitsunsti, or little people, who are also thunderers. But who live in caves of the rocks and cause the short, sharp claps of thunder. There is also the great thunderer, the thunder of the whirlwind and the hurricane, who seems to be identical with Kana Ti himself. Deer songs. The Indian hunters of the olden time had many songs intended to call up the deer and the bear. Most of these have perished, but a few are still remembered. They were sung by the hunter, with some accompanying ceremony, to a sweetly plaintive tune, either before starting out or on reaching the hunting ground. One Cherokee deer song, sung with repetition, may be freely rendered. O deer, you stand close by the tree. You sweeten your saliva with acorns. Now you are standing near. You have come where your food rests on the ground. Gatchet, in his Creek migration legend, I.P. 79, gives the following translation of a Hitchiti deer hunting song. Somewhere, the deer, lies on the ground, I think, I walk about. Awake, arise, stand up. It is raising up its head, I believe, I walk about. Awake, arise, stand up. It attempts to rise, I believe, I walk about. Awake, arise, stand up. Slowly it raises its body, I think, I walk about. Awake, arise, stand up. It has now risen on its feet, I presume, I walk about. Awake, arise, stand up. Origin of disease and medicine. P. This myth was obtained first from Swimmer, as explaining the theory upon which is based the medical practice of the Cherokee doctor. It was afterward heard, with less detail, from John Axe, East, and James Wofford, West. It was originally published in the author's Sacred Formulas of the Cherokees, in the 7th Annual Report of the Bureau of Ethnology. In the mythology of most Indian tribes, as well as of primitive peoples generally, disease is caused by animal spirits, ghosts, or witchcraft, and the doctor's efforts are directed chiefly to driving out the malevolent spirit. In Creek belief, according to the Tuggle manuscript, all disease is caused by the winds, which are born in the air and then descend to the earth. It is doubtful, however, if this statement is intended to apply to more than a few classes of disease, and another myth in the same collection recites that, once upon a time the beasts, birds, and reptiles held a council to devise means to destroy the enemy, man. For an extended discussion of the Indian medical theory, see the author's paper mentioned above. Animal Chiefs and Tribes, for an exposition of the Cherokee theory of the tribal organization of the animals, with townhouses and councils, under such chiefs as the white bear, the little deer, etc., see, the 4-foot tribes. Kua High Mountain, the Mulberry Place, one of the high peaks in the Great Smoky Mountains, on the dividing line between Swain County, North Carolina, and Sevier County, Tennessee. The bears have a townhouse under it. Ask the bear's pardon, see, the 4-foot tribes, and notes. The ground squirrel's stripes. According to a Creek myth in the Tuggle collection, the stripes on the back of the ground squirrel were made by the bear, who scratched the little fellow in anger at a council held by the animals to decide upon the proper division of day and night. Precisely the same explanation is given by the Iroquois of New York State and by the Thompson River Indians of British Columbia. The daughter of the sun, origin of death, p. This is one of the principal myths of the Cherokee, and like most of its class, has several variants. The sequel has an obvious resemblance to the myth of Pandora. It was obtained in whole or in part from Swimmer, John Axe, James Blythe, and others of the Eastern Band. The version mainly followed is that of Swimmer, which differs in important details from that of John Axe. As told by John Axe, it is the sun herself, instead of her daughter, who is killed, the daughter having been assigned the duty of lighting the earth after the death of her mother, the original sun. The only snakes mentioned are the spreading adder and the rattlesnake, the first being a transformed man, while the other is a stick, upon which the little men cut 7 rings before throwing it in the pathway of the sun, where it becomes a rattlesnake. The 7 rods or staves of the Swimmer version are with John Axe 7 corncobs, which are thrown at the girl as she passes in the dance, cf. Hagar variant of in notes. The little men, c. CHEROKEE and other stories, belong to the John Axe version. The others have only a conjurer or chief to direct proceedings. This myth is noted in the Payne manuscript, of date about 1835, quoted in Squire, Serpent Symbol, page 67. The Cherokees state that a number of beings were engaged in the creation. The sun was made first. The intention of the creators was that men should live always. But the sun, when he passed over, told them that there was not land enough and that people had better die. At length the daughter of the sun, who was with them, was bitten by a snake and died. The sun, on his return, inquired for her and was told that she was dead. He then consented that human beings might live always, and told them to take a box and go where the spirit of his daughter was and bring it back to her body, charging them that when they got her spirit they should not open the box until they had arrived where her body was. However, impelled by curiosity, they opened it, contrary to the injunction of the sun, and the spirit escaped, and then the fate of all men was decided, that they must die. This is copied without credit by Foster, Sequoia, page 241. Another version is thus given by the missionary Buttrick, who died in 1847, in his Antiquities of the Cherokee Indians, page 3, soon after the creation one of the family was bitten by a serpent and died. All possible means were resorted to bring back life, but in vain. Being overcome in this first instance, the whole race was doomed to follow, not only to death, but to misery afterwards, as it was supposed that that person went to misery. Another tradition says that soon after the creation a young woman was bitten by a serpent and died, and her spirit went to a certain place, and the people were told that if they would get her spirit back to her body that the body would live again, and they would prevent the general mortality of the body. Some young men therefore started with a box to catch the spirit. They went to a place and saw it dancing about, and at length caught it in the box and shut the lid, so as to confine it, and started back. But the spirit kept constantly pleading with them to open the box, so as to afford a little light, but they hurried on until they arrived near the place where the body was, and then, on account of her peculiar urgency, they removed the lid a very little, and out flew the spirit and was gone, and with it all their hopes of immortality. In a variant noted by Hagar the messengers carry 4 staves and are 7 days traveling to the ghost country. They found her dancing in the land of spirits. They struck her with the first stick, it produced no effect, with the second, and she ceased to dance, with the third, and she looked around, with the fourth, and she came to them. They made a box and placed her in it. He was told by one informant, only one man ever returned from the land of souls. He went there in a dream after a snake had struck him in the forehead. He, Turkey Head, came back 7 days after and described it all. The dead go eastward at first, then westward to the land of twilight. It is in the west in the sky, but not amongst the stars. Stellar Legends of the Cherokee, MS, 1898. In a Shawano myth a girl dies, and, after grieving long for her, her brother sets out to bring her back from the land of shadows. He travels west until he reaches the place where the earth and sky meet. Then he goes through and climbs up on the other side until he comes to the house of a great beneficent spirit, who is designated, according to the Indian system of respect, as grandfather. On learning his errand, this helper gives him medicine, by which he will be able to enter the spirit world, and instructs him how and in what direction to proceed to find his sister. He said she would be at a dance, and when she rose to join in the movement he must seize and ensconce her in the hollow of a reed with which he was furnished, and cover the orifice with the end of his finger. He does as directed, secures his sister, and returns to the house of his instructor, who transforms both into material beings again, and, after giving them sacred rituals to take back to their tribe, dismisses them by a shorter route through a trapdoor in the sky. In an Algonquian myth of New Brunswick, a bereaved father seeks his son's soul in the spirit domain of Papkut, the Indian Pluto, who gives it to him in the shape of a nut, which he is told to insert in his son's body. When the boy will come to life, he puts it into a pouch, and returns with the friends who had accompanied him. Preparations are made for a dance of rejoicing. The father, wishing to take part in it, gave his son's soul to the keeping of a squaw who stood by. Being curious to see it, she opened the bag, on which it escaped at once and took its flight for the realms of Papkut. In a myth from British Columbia, two brothers go upon a similar errand to bring back their mother's soul. After crossing over a great lake they approach the shore of the spirit world and hear the sound of singing and dancing in the distance, but are stopped at the landing by a sentinel, who tells them, "Your mother is here. But you cannot enter alive to see her, neither can you take her away." One of them said, "I must see her." Then the man took his body or mortal part away from him and he entered. The other brother came back. In the ancient Egyptian legend of Ra and Isis, preserved in a Turin papyrus dating from the 20th dynasty, the goddess Isis, wishing to force from the great god Ra, the sun, the secret of his power, sends a serpent to bite him, with the intention of demanding the secret for herself as the price of assistance. Taking some of her spittle, Isis with her hand kneaded it together with the earth that was there. She made thereof a sacred serpent unto which she gave the form of a spear. She cast it on the way which the great god traversed in his double kingdom whenever he would. The venerable god advanced, the gods who served him as their pharaoh followed him, he went forth as on every day. Then the sacred serpent bit him. The divine God opened his mouth and his cry reached unto heaven. The poison seized on his flesh, etc. The Sky Vault, see other references in, How the World Was Made, HATCINOñDOñ'S, and, The Journey to the Sunrise. My grandchildren, the sun calls the people TSULʻKÂLÜ, my grandchildren, this being the term used by maternal grandparents, the corresponding term used by paternal grandparents being TSUNGINI. The moon calls the people TSUNKINA, my younger brothers, the term used by a male speaking, the moon being personified as a man in Cherokee mythology. The corresponding term used by a female is TSUNKITA. The little men, the thunder boys, sons of Kana-Ti, see, Kana-Ti-NSELU. They are always represented as beneficent wonder workers, of great power. Changed to snakes, the Cherokee names of the rattlesnake, Crotalus, Copperhead, Trigonocephalus, and Spreading Adder, Heterodon, are, respectively, Utsa-Nati, he has a bell, Wadai-Jyaskali, red-brown head. And Delixta, vomiter, from its habit of vomiting yellow slime, as is told in the story. For more concerning the Uktena see, the Uktena and the Ulunsu Ti. Hand breadth, see note 2, How the World Was Made. How they brought back the tobacco, p. The first version of this myth as here given was obtained from Swimmer, and agrees with that of John Axe, except that for the hummingbird the latter substitutes the wasalu, or large red-brown moth, which flies about the tobacco flower in the evening, and states that it was selected because it could fly so quietly that it would not be noticed. The second version was obtained from Wofford, in the Cherokee Nation West, who heard it from his great-uncle nearly 90 years ago, and differs so much from the other that it has seemed best to give it separately. The incident of the tree which grows taller as the man climbs it has close parallels in the mythology of the Kiowa and other Western tribes, but has no obvious connection with the story. And is probably either one of a series of adventures originally belonging to the trip or else a fragment from some otherwise forgotten myth. It may be mentioned that Wofford was a man of rather practical character, with but little interest or memory for stories, being able to fill in details of but few of the large number which he remembered having heard when a boy. In his Letters from the Allegheny Mountains, pages 119 to 121, Landman gives the story as he obtained it in 1848 from Chief Kallahu, C.P., still well remembered by those who knew him as an authority upon tribal traditions and ritual. In the Kallahu version the story is connected with Hickory Nut Gap, a remarkable pass in the Blue Ridge southeast from Asheville, North Carolina, and a comparison with the later versions shows clearly how much has been lost in 50 years. The whole body of Cherokee tradition has probably suffered a proportionate loss. Before visiting this remarkable passage through the mountains, Hickory Nut Gap, I endeavored to ascertain, from the Cherokees of Qualla Town, its original Indian name, but without succeeding. It was my good fortune, however, to obtain a romantic legend connected therewith. I heard it from the lips of a chief who glories in the two names of All Bones and Flying Squirrel, and, though he occupied no less than 2 hours in telling the story, I will endeavor to give it to my readers in about 5 minutes. There was a time when the Cherokees were without the famous tsul'kঊLū, or tobacco weed, with which they had previously been made acquainted by a wandering stranger from the Far East. Having smoked it in their large stone pipes, they became impatient to obtain it in abundance. They ascertained that the country where it grew in the greatest quantities was situated on the big waters. And that the gateway to that country, a mighty gorge among the mountains, was perpetually guarded by an immense number of little people or spirits. A council of the bravest men in the nation was called, and, while they were discussing the dangers of visiting the unknown country, and bringing therefrom a large knapsack of the fragrant tobacco, a young man stepped boldly forward and said that he would undertake the task. The young warrior departed on his mission and never returned. The Cherokee nation was now in great tribulation, and another council was held to decide upon a new measure. At this council a celebrated magician rose and expressed his willingness to relieve his people of their difficulties, and informed them that he would visit the tobacco country and see what he could accomplish. He turned himself into a mole, and as such made his appearance eastward of the mountains, but having been pursued by the guardian spirits, he was compelled to return without any spoil. He next turned himself into a hummingbird, and thus succeeded, to a very limited extent, in obtaining what he needed. On returning to his country he found a number of his friends at the point of death, on account of their intense desire for the fragrant weed. Whereupon he placed some of it in a pipe, and, having blown the smoke into the nostrils of those who were sick, they all revived and were quite happy. The magician now took into his head that he would revenge the loss of the young warrior, and at the same time become the sole possessor of all the tobacco in the unknown land. He therefore turned himself into a whirlwind, and in passing through the Hickory Nut Gorge he stripped the mountains of their vegetation, and scattered huge rocks in every part of the narrow valley. Whereupon the little people were all frightened away, and he was the only being in the country eastward of the mountains. In the bed of a stream he found the bones of the young warrior, and having brought them to life, and turned himself into a man again, the twain returned to their own country heavily laden with tobacco. And ever since that time it has been very abundant throughout the entire land. In the Iroquois story of The Lad and the Chestnuts, the Cherokee myth is paralleled with the substitution of a chestnut tree guarded by a white heron for the tobacco plant watched by the Daggett geese. C. Smith, Myths of the Iroquois. In Second Annual Report Bureau of Ethnology, 1883. Tobacco, as is well known, is of American origin and is sacred among nearly all our tribes, having an important place in almost every deliberative or religious ceremony. The tobacco of commerce, Nicotiana tabacum, was introduced from the West Indies. The original tobacco of the Cherokee and other eastern tribes was the wild tobacco, Nicotiana rustica, which they distinguish now as TSUL'KÂNLÜ, Old Tobacco. By the Iroquois the same species is called the real tobacco. Daggett geese, The dagook is the American white-fronted goose, Anser albifrons gambili. It is said to have been of bluish-white color, and to have been common in the low country toward the coast, but very rare in the mountains. About the end of September it goes south, and can be heard at night flying far overhead and crying dugaloo. 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 Swimmer had heard them passing over, but had never seen one. The Journey to the Sunrise, this story, obtained from John Axe, with additional details by Swimmer and Wofford, has parallels in many tribes. Swimmer did not know the burial incident, but said, evidently a more recent interpolation, that when they came near the sunrise they found there a race of black men at work. It is somewhat remarkable that the story has nothing to say of the travelers reaching the ocean, as the Cherokee were well aware of its proximity. What the sun is like, according to the Payne manuscript, already quoted, the Cherokee anciently believed that the world, the first man and woman, and the sun and moon were all created by a number of beneficent beings who came down for the purpose from an upper world, to which they afterward returned, leaving the sun and moon as their deputies to finish and rule the world thus created. Hence whenever the believers in this system offer a prayer to their Creator, they mean by the Creator rather the sun and moon. As to which of these two was supreme, there seems to have been a wide difference of opinion. In some of their ancient prayers, they speak of the sun as male, and consider, of course, the moon as female. In others, however, they invoke the moon as male and the sun as female, because, as they say, the moon is vigilant and travels by night. But both sun and moon, as we have before said, are adored as the Creator. The expression, Sun, my Creator, occurs frequently in their ancient prayers. Indeed, the sun was generally considered the superior in their devotions, quoted in Squire, Serpent Symbol, page 68. Haywood, in 1823, says, the sun they call the day moon or female, and the night moon the male, Nat and Aberig. History Tennessee, p. 266, according to Swimmer, there is also a tradition that the sun was of cannibal habit, and in human form was once seen killing and devouring human beings. Sun and moon are sister and brother. See, the moon and the thunders. The Indians of Thompson River, British Columbia, say of the sun that formerly, he was a man and a cannibal, killing people on his travels every day. He hung up the people whom he had killed during his day's travel when he reached home, taking down the bodies of those whom he had hung up the night before and eating them. He was finally induced to abandon his cannibal habit, Tite, Thompson River Traditions, page 53. In the same grave, this reminds us of the adventure in the voyage of Sinbad the Sailor, as narrated in the Arabian Nights. The sacrifice of the wife at her husband's funeral was an ancient custom in the Orient and in portions of Africa, and still survives in the Hindu sati. It may once have had a counterpart in America, but so far as known to the author the nearest approach to it was found in the region of the Lower Columbia and adjacent northwest coast, where a slave was frequently buried alive with the corpse. Vault of solid rock, the sky vault which is constantly rising and falling at the horizon and crushes those who try to go beyond, occurs in the mythologies of the Iroquois of New York, the Omaha and the Sioux of the Plains, the Tillamook of Oregon, and other widely separated tribes. The Iroquois concept is given by Hewitt, Rising and Falling of the Sky, in Iroquois Legends, in the American Anthropologist for October, 1892. In the Omaha story of The Chief's Son and the Thunders, Dorsey, Contributions to North American Ethnology, 6, 1890, a party of travelers in search of adventures, came to the end of the sky, and the end of the sky was going down into the ground. They tried to jump across, and all succeeded excepting one, who failed to clear the distance, and the end of the sky carried him away under the ground. The others go on behind the other world and return the same way. In the Tillamook myth 6 men go traveling and reach the lightning door, which opened and closed with great rapidity and force. They get through safely, but one is caught on the return and has his back cut in half by the descending sky. Boas, Traditions of the Tillamook Indians, in Journal of American Folklore, January, 1898. See also, How the World Was Made, and Kana Tiayan Selu. The Moon and the Thunders, p. The story of the sun and the moon, as here given, was obtained first from Swimmer and afterward from other informants. It is noted by Hagar, in his manuscript Stellar Legends of the Cherokee, one narrator making the girl blacken her brother's face with 7 charred corn cobs, cf. John Axe's version of In Notes. Exactly the same myth is found with the native tribes of Greenland, Panama, Brazil, and northern India. Among the Kashas of the Himalaya mountains, the changes of the moon are accounted for by the theory that this orb, who is a man, monthly falls in love with his wife's mother, who throws ashes in his face. The sun is female. On some northern branches of the Amazon, the moon is represented as a maiden who fell in love with her brother and visited him at night, but who was finally betrayed by his passing his blackened hand over her face. With the Greenland Eskimo, the sun and moon are sister and brother, and were playing in the dark, when Malina, being teased in a shameful manner by her brother Aninga, smeared her hands with the soot of the lamp and rubbed them over the face and hands of her persecutor, that she might recognize him by daylight. Hence arise the spots in the moon, see Timothy Harley, Moon Lore, London, 1885, and the story, The Sun and the Moon, in Henry Rink's Tales and Traditions of the Eskimo, London, 1875. In British Columbia the same incident occurs in the story of a girl and her lover, who was a dog transformed to the likeness of a man, Tite, Thompson River Traditions, page 62. A very similar myth occurs among the Cheyenne, in which the chief personages are human, but the offspring of the connection become the Pleiades. A. L. Kroeber, Cheyenne Tales, in Journal of American Folklore, July, 1900. In nearly all mythologies the sun and moon are sister and brother, the moon being generally masculine, while the sun is feminine, cf. German, Der Mond, Die Sonne. The myth connecting the moon with the ball play is from Haywood, Natural and Aboriginal History of Tennessee, page 285, apparently on the authority of Charles Hicks, a mixed-blood chief. Eclipse, of the myth of the eclipse monster, which may be frightened away by all sorts of horrible noises, it is enough to say that it is universal, see Harley, Moon Lore. The Cherokee name for the phenomenon is Nundawala si Ugiska, the frog is swallowing the sun or moon. Says Adair, History of the American Indians page 65, the first lunar eclipse I saw after I lived with the Indians was among the Cherokee, in 1736, and during the continuance of it their conduct appeared very surprising to one who had not seen the like before. They all ran wild, this way and that way, like lunatics, firing their guns, whooping and hallooing, beating of kettles, ringing horse bells, and making the most horrid noises that human beings possibly could. This was the effect of their natural philosophy and done to assist the suffering moon. Sun and moon names, in probably every tribe both sun and moon are called by the same name, accompanied by a distinguishing adjective. The thunders, the Cherokee name for thunder, ani, hyun tequala ski, is an animate plural form and signifies literally, the thunderers, or, they who make the thunder. The great thunderers are Kana Ti and his sons, see the story, but inferior thunder spirits people all the cliffs and mountains, and more particularly the great waterfalls, such as Tallulah, whose never-ceasing roar is believed to be the voice of the thunderers speaking to such as can understand. A similar conception prevailed among the Iroquois and the eastern tribes generally. Adair says, History of the American Indians, p. 65, speaking of the southern tribes, I have heard them say, when it rained, thundered, and blew sharp for a considerable time, that the beloved or holy people were at war above the clouds. And they believe that the war at such times is moderate or hot in proportion to the noise and violence of the storm. In Portuguese West Africa also the thunderers are twin brothers who quarreled and went, one to the east, the other to the west, whence each answers the other whenever a great storm arises. Among the plains tribes both thunder and lightning are caused by a great bird. Rainbow, the conception of the rainbow as the beautiful dress of the thunder god occurs also among the South Sea Islanders. In Mangaya it is the girdle of the god Tangaroa, which he loosens and allows to hang down until the end reaches to the earth whenever he wishes to descend. Gill, Myths and Songs of the South Pacific, page 44. For some unexplained reason the dread of pointing at the rainbow, on penalty of having the finger wither or become misshapen, is found among most of the tribes even to the Pacific coast. The author first heard of it from a Puyallup boy of Puget Sound, Washington. What the stars are like, this story, told by Swimmer, embodies the old tribal belief. By a different informant Hagar was told, stars are birds. We know this because one once shot from the sky to the ground, and some Cherokee who looked for it found a little bird, about the size of a chicken just hatched, where it fell. MS Stellar Legends of the Cherokee, 1898. The story closely resembles something heard by Lawson among the Tuscarora in eastern North Carolina about the year 1700. An Indian having been killed by lightning, the people were assembled for the funeral, and the priest made them a long discourse upon the power of lightning over all men, animals, and plants, save only mice and the black gum tree. At last he began to tell the most ridiculous absurd parcel of lies about lightning that could be, as that an Indian of that nation had once got lightning in the likeness of a partridge. That no other lightning could harm him whilst he had that about him, and that after he had kept it for several years it got away from him, so that he then became as liable to be struck with lightning as any other person. There was present at the same time an Indian that had lived from his youth chiefly in an English house, so I called to him and told him what a parcel of lies the conjurer told, not doubting but he thought so as well as I. But I found to the contrary, for he replied that I was much mistaken, for the old man, who, I believe, was upwards of 100 years old, did never tell lies, and as for what he said, it was very true, for he knew it himself to be so. Thereupon seeing the fellow's ignorance, I talked no more about it. History of Carolina, page 346. According to Hagar, a certain constellation of 7 stars, which he identifies as the Hyades, is called by the Cherokee the arm, on account of its resemblance to a human arm bent at the elbow. And they say that it is the broken arm of a man who went up to the sky because, having been thus crippled, he was of no further use upon earth. A meteor, and probably also a comet, is called CHEROKEE to TSI, fire panther, the same concept being found among the Shawano, embodied in the name of their great chief, Tecumseh, CP. Origin of the Pleiades and the Pine, P. This myth is well known in the tribe, and was told in nearly the same form by Swimmer, Tagwatihai and Suyeda. The feather dance, also called the eagle dance, is one of the old favorites, and is the same as the ancient Calumet dance of the northern tribes. For a description of the Gatayusti game, see note 2, Kana TSULʻKÂLޫ. In a variant recorded by Stansbury Hagar, MS Stellar Legends of the Cherokee, the boys spend their time shooting at cornstalks. According to Squire, serpent symbol, p. 69, probably on the authority of the Payne manuscript, the Cherokees paid a kind of veneration to the morning star, and also to the 7 stars, with which they have connected a variety of legends, all of which, no doubt, are allegorical. Although their significance is now unknown. The corresponding Iroquois myth below, as given by Mrs. Erminie Smith in her Myths of the Iroquois, 2nd Annual Report of Bureau of Ethnology, p. 80, is practically the same so far as it goes, and the myth was probably once common over a wide area in the East. 7 little Indian boys were once accustomed to bring at eve their corn and beans to a little mound, upon the top of which, after their feast, the sweetest of their singers would sit and sing for his mates who danced around the mound. On one occasion they resolved on a more sumptuous feast, and each was to contribute towards a savory soup. But the parents refused them the needed supplies, and they met for a feastless dance. Their heads and hearts grew lighter as they flew around the mound, until suddenly the whole company whirled off into the air. The inconsolable parents called in vain for them to return, but it was too late. Higher and higher they arose, whirling around their singer, until, transformed into bright stars, they took their places in the firmament, where, as the Pleiades, they are dancing still, the brightness of the singer having been dimmed, however, on account of his desire to return to earth. In an Eskimo tale a hunter was pursued by enemies, and as he ran he gradually rose from the ground and finally reached the sky, where he was turned into a star. Kroeber, Tales of the Smith Sound Eskimo, in Journal of American Folklore. This transformation of human beings into stars and constellations is one of the most common incidents of primitive myth. The Milky Way, this story, in slightly different forms, is well known among the Cherokee East and West. The generic word for mill is distasti, including also the self-acting pound mill or ulsquolchi. In the original version the mill was probably a wooden mortar, such as was commonly used by the Cherokee and other eastern and southern tribes. In a variant recorded in the Hagar Cherokee manuscript there are two hunters, one living in the north and hunting big game, while the other lives in the south and hunts small game. The former, discovering the latter's wife grinding corn, seizes her and carries her far away across the sky to his home in the north. Her dog, after eating what meal is left, follows the pair across the sky, the meal falling from his mouth as he runs, making the Milky Way. With the Kiowa, Cheyenne, and other plains tribes the Milky Way is the dusty track along which the buffalo and the horse once ran a race across the sky. Origin of strawberries, p. This myth, as here given, was obtained from Tagwatihai, who said that all the fruits mentioned were then for the first time created, and added, so some good came from the quarrel, anyhow. The swimmer version has more detail, but seems overdressed. The Great Yellow Jacket, Origin of Fish and Frogs, p. This story, obtained from Swimmer, is well known in the tribe, and has numerous parallels in other Indian mythologies. In nearly every tribal genesis we find the primitive world infested by ferocious monster animals, which are finally destroyed or rendered harmless, leaving only their descendants, the present diminutive types. Conspicuous examples are afforded in Matthew's Navajo legends and in the author's story of the Jicarilla Genesis in the American Anthropologist for July, 1898. Another version of the Cherokee legend is given by Landman in his Letters from the Allegheny Mountains, pages 73-74. The Cherokees relate that there once existed among those mountains, about Nantahala and Franklin, a very large bird, which resembled in appearance the green-winged hornet, and this creature was in the habit of carrying off the younger children of the nation who happened to wander into the woods. Very many children had mysteriously disappeared in this manner, and the entire people declared a warfare against the monster. A variety of means were employed for his destruction, but without success. In process of time it was determined that the wise men, or medicine men, of the nation should try their skill in the business. They met in council and agreed that each one should station himself on the summit of a mountain, and that, when the creature was discovered, the man who made the discovery should utter a loud halloo, which shout should be taken up by his neighbor on the next mountain, and so continue to the end of the line, that all the men might have a shot at the strange bird. This experiment was tried, and resulted in finding out the hiding place of the monster, which was a deep cavern on the eastern side of the Blue Ridge and at the fountainhead of the river Tougaloo River, South Carolina. On arriving at this place, they found the entrance to the cavern entirely inaccessible by mortal feet, and they therefore prayed to the Great Spirit that he would bring out the bird from his den, and place him within reach of their arms. Their petition was granted, for a terrible thunderstorm immediately arose, and a stroke of lightning tore away one half of a large mountain, and the Indians were successful in slaying their enemy. The Great Spirit was pleased with the courage manifested by the Cherokees during this dangerous fight, and, with a view of rewarding the same, he willed it that all the highest mountains in their land should thereafter be destitute of trees, so that they might always have an opportunity of watching the movements of their enemies. As a sequel to this legend, it may be appropriately mentioned, that at the head of the Tougaloo is to be found one of the most remarkable curiosities of this mountainland. It is a granite cliff with a smooth surface or front, half a mile long, and 1,200 feet high, and generally spoken of in this part of the country as the Whiteside Mountain, or the Devil's Courthouse. To think of it is almost enough to make one dizzy, but to see it fills one with awe. Near the top of one part of this cliff is a small cave, which can be reached only by passing over a strip of rock about 2 feet wide. One man only has ever been known to enter it, and when he performed the deed he met at the entrance of the cave a large bear, which animal, in making its escape, slipped off the rock, fell a distance of near 1,000 feet, and was of course killed. When the man saw this, he became so excited that it was some hours before he could quiet his nerves sufficiently to retrace his dangerous pathway. The Cherokee myth has a close parallel in the Iroquois story of the Great Mosquito, as published by the Tuscarora traditionist, Cusick, in 1825, and quoted by Schoolcraft, Indian Tribes, v. page 638. About this time a great mosquito invaded the Fort Onondaga. The mosquito was mischievous to the people, it flew about the fort with a long stinger, and sucked the blood of a number of lives. The warriors made several oppositions to expel the monster, but failed. The country was invaded until the holder of the heavens was pleased to visit the people. While he was visiting the king at the Fort Onondaga, the mosquito made appearance as usual and flew about the fort. The holder of the heavens attacked the monster. It flew so rapidly that he could hardly keep in sight of it. But after a few days' chase the monster began to fail. He chased on the borders of the Great Lakes towards the sun setting, and round the great country. At last he overtook the monster and killed it near the Salt Lake Onondaga. And the blood became small mosquitoes. Ulag, this is not the name of any particular species, but signifies a leader, principal, or colloquially, boss, and in this sense is applied to the large queen yellowjacket seen in spring, or to the leader of a working gang. The insect of the story is described as a monster yellowjacket. The deluge, this story is given by Schoolcraft in his Notes on the Iroquois, page 358, as having been obtained in 1846 from the Cherokee chief, Stand-Watie. It was obtained by the author in nearly the same form in 1890 from James Wofford, of Indian Territory, who had heard it from his grandmother nearly 80 years before. The incident of the dancing skeletons is not given by Schoolcraft, and seems to indicate a lost sequel to the story. Haywood, Nat and Abarig. History Tennessee, p. 161, mentions the Cherokee deluge myth and conjectures that the petroglyphs at Track Rock Gap in Georgia may have some reference to it. The versions given by the missionaries Buttrick and Washburn are simply the Bible narrative as told by the Indians. Washburn's informant, however, accounted for the phenomenon by an upheaval and tilting of the earth, so that the waters for a time overflowed the inhabited parts. Reminiscences, pages 196 to 197. In a variant related by Hagar, M.S. Stellar Legends of the Cherokee, a star with fiery tail falls from heaven and becomes a man with long hair, who warns the people of the coming deluge. It is not in place here to enter into a discussion of the meaning and universality of the deluge myth, for an explanation of which the reader is referred to Boughton's Bible Myths and Bible Folklore. Suffice it to say that such a myth appears to have existed with every people and in every age. Among the American tribes with which it was found, Brinton enumerates the Athapascan, Algonquian, Iroquois, Cherokee, Chickasaw, Caddo, Natchez, Dakota, Apache, Navajo, Mandan, Pueblo, Aztec, Mixtec, Zapotec, Tlaxcalan, Michoacan, Toltec, Maya, Quiche, Haitian, Darien, Popayan, Muisca, Quichua, Tupinamba, Achagua, Araucanian, and doubtless others. It is found also along the northwest coast, was known about Albemarle Sound, and, as has been said, was probably common to all the tribes. In one Creek version the warning is given by wolves, in another by cranes, see Boughton, cited above. The four-footed tribes, no essential difference. I have often reflected on the curious connection which appears to subsist in the mind of an Indian between man and the brute creation, and found much matter in it for curious observation. Although they consider themselves superior to all other animals and are very proud of that superiority. Although they believe that the beasts of the forest, the birds of the air, and the fishes of the waters were created by the Almighty Being for the use of man. Yet it seems as if they ascribe the difference between themselves and the brute kind, and the dominion which they have over them, more to their superior bodily strength and dexterity than to their immortal souls. All being endowed by the Creator with the power of volition and self-motion, they view in a manner as a great society of which they are the head, whom they are appointed, indeed, to govern. But between whom and themselves intimate ties of connection and relationship may exist, or at least did exist in the beginning of time. They are, in fact, according to their opinions, only the first among equals, the legitimate hereditary sovereigns of the whole animated race, of which they are themselves a constituent part. Hence, in their languages, these inflections of their nouns, which we call genders, are not, as with us, descriptive of the masculine and feminine species, but of the animate and inanimate kinds. Indeed, they go so far as to include trees, and plants within the first of these descriptions. All animated nature, in whatever degree, is in their eyes a great whole from which they have not yet ventured to separate themselves. They do not exclude other animals from their world of spirits, the place to which they expect to go after death. According to the Ojibwe, the animals formerly had the faculty of speech, until it was taken from them by Nanabaju as a punishment for having conspired against the human race. Animal chiefs and councils, in Pawnee belief, according to Grinnell, the animals, or Nahurak, possess miraculous attributes given them by the great creator, Tirawa. The Pawnees know of 5 places where these animals meet to hold council, 5 of these Nahurak lodges. He gives a detailed description of each. The 4th is a mound-shaped hill, on the top of which is a deep well or water hole, into which the Pawnee throw offerings. The 5th is a rock hill in Kansas, known to the whites as Guide Rock, and, in the side of the hill there is a great hole where the Nahurak hold councils. The same belief is noted by Chatelain in Angola, West Africa. In African folk tales the animal world, as also the spirit world, is organized and governed just like the human world. In Angola the elephant is the supreme king of all animal creation, and the special chief of the edible tribe of wild animals. Next to him in rank the lion is special chief of the tribe of ferocious beasts and highest vassal of the elephant. Chief of the reptile tribe is the python. Chief of the finny tribe is, in the interior, the delenda, the largest river fish. Chief of the feathery tribe is the kakulu kahumbai, largest of the eagles. Among the domestic animals the scepter belongs to the bull, among the locusts to the one called diengundu. Even the ants and termites have their kings or queens. Every chief or king has his court, consisting of the Ngulambul, Tandala, and other officers, his parliament of Makota and his plebeian subjects, just like any human African Saba, Folk Tales of Angola, page 22. Asking pardon of animals, for other Cherokee references see remarks upon the little deer, the wolf, and the rattlesnake, also, origin of disease and medicine, and, the rattlesnake's vengeance. This custom was doubtless general among the tribes, as it is thoroughly in consonance with Indian idea. The trader Henry thus relates a characteristic instance among the Ojibwe in 1764 on the occasion of his killing a bear near the winter camp. The bear being dead, all my assistants approached, and all, but more particularly my old mother, as I was wont to call her, took his head in their hands, stroking and kissing it several times. Begging 1,000 pardons for taking away her life, calling her their relation and grandmother, and requesting her not to lay the fault upon them, since it was truly an Englishman that had put her to death. This ceremony was not of long duration. And if it was I that killed their grandmother, they were not themselves behindhand in what remained to be performed. The skin being taken off, we found the fat in several places 6 inches deep. This, being divided into 2 parts, loaded 2 persons, and the flesh parts were as much as 4 persons could carry. In all, the carcass must have exceeded 500 weight. As soon as we reached the lodge, the bear's head was adorned with all the trinkets in the possession of the family, such as silver armbands and wristbands, and belts of wampum. And then laid upon a scaffold, set up for its reception, within the lodge. Near the nose was placed a large quantity of tobacco. The next morning no sooner appeared, than preparations were made for a feast to the Manis. The lodge was cleaned and swept, and the head of the bear lifted up, and a new shroud of blanket, which had never been used before, spread under it. The pipes were now lit. And Wawatam blew tobacco smoke into the nostrils of the bear, telling me to do the same, and thus appease the anger of the bear on account of my having killed her. I endeavored to persuade my benefactor and friendly adviser, that she no longer had any life, and assured him that I was under no apprehension from her displeasure. But, the first proposition obtained no credit, and the second gave but little satisfaction. At length, the feast being ready, Wawatam commenced a speech, resembling, in many things, his address to the manes of his relations and departed companions. But, having this peculiarity, that he here deplored the necessity under which men labored thus to destroy their friends. He represented, however, that the misfortune was unavoidable, since without doing so, they could by no means subsist. The speech ended, we all ate heartily of the bear's flesh, and even the head itself, after remaining 3 days on the scaffold, was put into the kettle. Travels, pages 143 to 145. The rabbit, the part played by the rabbit or hare and his symbolic character in Indian myth has been already noted, see, Stories and Storytellers. In his purely animal character, as an actor among the 4-foot creatures, the same attributes of trickery and surpassing sagacity are assigned him in other parts of the world. In the folktales of Angola, West Africa, the hare seems to surpass the fox in shrewdness, and the hare has the swiftness and shrewdness of the monkey, but he is never reckless, as the monkey sometimes appears to be. Chatelaine. Folktales of Angola, pp. 295, 300. In farthest Asia also, the animals, too, have their stories, and in Korea, as in some other parts of the world, the rabbit seems to come off best. As a rule, H. N. Allen, Korean Tales, page 34, New York and London, 1889. The buffalo. Timberlake repeatedly remarks upon the abundance of the buffalo in the Cherokee country of East Tennessee in 1762. On one occasion, while in camp, they heard rapid firing from their scouts and, in less than a minute 17 or 18 buffaloes ran in amongst us, before we discovered them, so that several of us had like to have been run over. Especially the women, who with some difficulty sheltered themselves behind the trees. Most of the men fired, but firing at random, one only was killed, though several more wounded. Memoirs, page 101. According to a writer in the Historical Magazine, Volume 8, page 71, 1864, the last 2 wild buffalo known in Ohio were killed in Jackson County in 1800. The elk, this animal ranged in eastern Carolina in 1700. The elk is a monster of the venison sort. His skin is used almost in the same nature as the buffalo's. His flesh is not so sweet as the lesser deer's. His hams exceed in weight all creatures which the New World affords. They will often resort and feed with the buffalo, delighting in the same range as they do. Lawson, Carolina, page 203. Cuts out the hamstring. No satisfactory reason has been obtained for this custom, which has been noted for more than a century. Buttrick says of the Cherokee, the Indians never used to eat a certain sinew in the thigh. Some say that if they eat of the sinew they will have cramp in it on attempting to run. It is said that once a woman had cramp in that sinew and therefore none must eat it. Antiquities, page 12. Says Adair, speaking of the southern tribes generally, when in the woods the Indians cut a small piece out of the lower part of the thigh of the deer they kill, lengthways and pretty deep. Among the great number of venison hams they bring to our trading houses I do not remember to have observed one without it. History of the American Indians, pages 137 to 138. White animals sacred. According to a formula in the Tuggle manuscript for curing the deer sickness, the white deer is chief of his tribe in Creek mythology also. Peculiar sacredness always attaches, in the Indian mind, to white and albino animals, partly on account of the symbolic meaning attached to the color itself and partly by reason of the mystery surrounding the phenomenon of albinism. Among the Cherokee the chiefs both of the deer and of the bear tribe were white. On the plains the so-called white buffalo was always sacred. Among the Iroquois, according to Morgan, League of the Iroquois, p. 210, the white deer, white squirrel and other chance animals of the albino kind, were regarded as consecrated to the Great Spirit. One of their most solemn sacrifices was that of the white dog. The bear, a reverence for the bear and a belief that it is half-human is very general among the tribes, and is probably based in part upon the ability of the animal to stand upright and the resemblance of its tracks to human footprints. According to Grinnell, Blackfoot Lodge Tales, page 260, the Blackfeet believe it to be part brute and part human, portions of its body, particularly the ribs and feet, being like those of a man. In a note upon a Navajo myth, Matthews says, Navajo Legends, page 249, the bear is a sacred animal with the Navajos. For this reason the hero did not skin the bears or eat their flesh. The old man, being a wizard, might do both. The Ojibwe idea has been noted in connection with the ceremony of asking pardon of the slain animal. A curious illustration of the reverse side of the picture is given by Heckwelder, Indian Nations, p. 255. A Delaware hunter once shot a huge bear and broke its backbone. The animal fell and set up a most plaintive cry, something like that of the panther when he is hungry. The hunter, instead of giving him another shot, stood up close to him, and addressed him in these words, "Hark ye! Bear, you are a coward and no warrior as you pretend to be. Were you a warrior, you would shew it by your firmness, and not cry and whimper like an old woman. You know, bear, that our tribes are at war with each other, and that yours was the aggressor," probably alluding to a tradition which the Indians have of a very ferocious kind of bear, called the naked bear, which they say once existed, but was totally destroyed by their ancestors. You have found the Indians too powerful for you, and you have gone sneaking about in the woods, stealing their hogs. Perhaps at this time you have hog's flesh in your belly. Had you conquered me, I would have borne it with courage and died like a brave warrior, but you, bear, sit here and cry, and disgrace your tribe by your cowardly conduct. I was present at the delivery of this curious invective. When the hunter had dispatched the bear, I asked him how he thought that poor animal could understand what he said to it. "Oh," said he in answer, "the bear understood me very well. Did you not observe how ashamed he looked while I was upbraiding him?" The wolf and wolf killer, speaking of the Gulf tribes generally, Adair says, "The wolf, indeed, several of them do not care to meddle with, believing it unlucky to kill them, which is the sole reason that few of the Indians shoot at that creature. Through a notion of spoiling their guns." History of the American Indians, p. 16, the author has heard among the East Cherokee an incident of a man who, while standing one night upon a fish trap, was scented by a wolf, which came so near that the man was compelled to shoot it. He at once went home and had the gun exorcised by a conjurer. Wofford, when a boy in the old nation, knew a professional wolf killer. It is always permissible to hire a white man to kill a depredating wolf, as in that case no guilt attaches to the Indian or his tribe. The rabbit goes duck hunting, p. This story was heard from Swimmer, John Axe, Suyeda, East, and Wofford, West. Discussions between animals as to the kind of food eaten are very common in Indian myth, the method chosen to decide the dispute being usually quite characteristic. The first incident is paralleled in a Creek story of the rabbit and the lion, panther. In the Tuggle manuscript collection and among the remote Walla Walla of Washington, C. Kane, Wanderings of an Artist Among the Indians of North America, page 268. London, 1859. In an Omaha myth, Ictinike and the Buzzard, the latter undertakes to carry the trickster across a stream, but drops him into a hollow tree, from which he is chopped out by some women whom he has persuaded that there are raccoons inside. Dorsey. Contributions to North American Ethnology, 6. In the Iroquois tale, A Hunter's Adventures, a hunter, endeavoring to trap some geese in the water, is carried up in the air and falls into a hollow stump, from which he is released by women. Smith, Myths of the Iroquois. In Second Annual Report of Bureau of Ethnology. In the Uncle Remus story, Mr. Rabbit meets his match again. The buzzard persuades the rabbit to get upon his back in order to be carried across a river, but alights with him upon a tree overhanging the water and thus compels the rabbit, by fear of falling, to confess a piece of trickery. How the rabbit stole the otter's coat, p. This story is well known in the tribe and was heard from several informants, both east and west. Nothing is said as to how the otter recovered his coat. It has exact parallels in the Creek myths of the Tuggle collection, in one of which the rabbit tries to personate a boy hero by stealing his coat, while in another he plays a trick on the lion, panther, by throwing hot coals over him while asleep. At a creek which the rabbit says is called Throwing Hot Ashes on You. Why the possum's tail is bare, p. This story was heard from several informants, east and west. In one variant the hair clipping was done by the moth, and in another by the spells of the snail, who is represented as a magician. The version here given is the most common, and agrees best with the Cherokee folklore concerning the cricket, the smaller reptiles, fishes, and insects. In the Creek myth, as given in the Tuggle collection, the opossum burned the hair from his tail in trying to put rings upon it like those of the raccoon's tail, and grins from chewing a bitter oak ball which he mistook for a ripened fruit. The anatomical peculiarities of the opossum, of both sexes, have occasioned much speculation among the Indians, many of whom believe that the female produces her young without any help from the male. The Creeks, according to the Tuggle manuscript, believe that the young are born in the pouch, from the breathing of the female against it when curled up, and even Lawson and Timberlake assert that they are born at the teat, from which they afterward drop off into the pouch. A council and a dance. In the old days, as today among the remote western tribes, every great council gathering was made the occasion of a series of dances, accompanied always by feasting and a general good time. How the Wildcat Caught the Gobbler, p. This story was heard from John Axe and David Blythe, east, and from Wofford and Bodineau, west. The version given below, doctored to suit the white man's idea, appears without signature in the Cherokee Advocate of December 18, 1845. There was once a flock of wild turkeys feeding in a valley. As they fed they heard a voice singing. They soon discovered that the musician was a hare, and the burden of his song was that he had a secret in his breast which he would on no account divulge. The curiosity of the turkeys was excited, and they entreated the hare to tell them the secret. This he finally consented to do if they would procure for him the king's daughter for his wife and go with him and dance around their enemy. They engaged to do all, and the hare led them to where a wildcat lay apparently dead. The hare prevailed upon them to close their eyes as they danced. The wildcat meanwhile silently arose and killed several of them before the rest found out what a snare they had been caught in. By this artifice on the part of the wildcat, seconded by the hare, the former had a sumptuous repast. This, with its variants, is one of the most widespread of the animal myths. The same story told by the Cherokee, identical even to the song, is given in the Creek collection of Tuggle, with the addition that the rabbit's tail is afterward bitten off by the enraged turkeys. In another Creek version, evidently a later invention, the raccoon plays a similar trick upon the deer for the benefit of the panther. The Kiowa of the southern plains tell how the hungry trickster, Sinti, entices a number of prairie dogs to come near him, under pretense of teaching them a new dance, and then kills all but one, while they are dancing around him. According to instruction, with their eyes shut. With the Omaha the rabbit himself captures the turkeys while they dance around, with closed eyes, to his singing, Dorsey, the rabbit and the turkeys, and Iktenike, the turkeys, turtle, and elk, in Contributions to North American Ethnology, 6. The same stratagem, with only a change of names, recurs in another Omaha story, The Raccoon and the Crabs, of the same collection, and in a Cheyenne story of White Man, A. L. Kroeber, Cheyenne Tales, in Journal of American Folklore, July, 1900, and in the Jicarilla story of The Fox and the Wildcat, Russell, Myths of the Jicarilla, Ibid, October, 1898. The Southern Negro version, which lacks the important song and dance feature, is given by Harris in his story of Brother Rabbit and Mr. Wildcat. How the Terrapin Beat the Rabbit, p. This story was obtained from John Axe and Suyeda and is well known in the tribe. It is sometimes told with the deer instead of the rabbit as the defeated runner, and in this form is given by Landman, who thus localizes it. The race was to extend from the Black Mountain to the summit of the third pinnacle extending to the eastward, letters, p. 37. In the Creek collection of Tuggle the same story is given in two versions, in one of which the deer and in the other the wolf is defeated by the stratagem of the terrapin. The Southern Negro parallel is given by Harris, Uncle Remus, his songs and his sayings. In the story, Mr. Rabbit finds his match at last. It seems almost superfluous to call attention to the European folklore version, the well-known story of the race between the hare and the tortoise. The Rabbit and the Tar Wolf, p. This story was obtained in the Indian Territory from James Wofford, who said he had repeatedly heard it in boyhood about Valley River, in the Old Nation, from Cherokee who spoke no English. The second version, from the Cherokee Advocate, December 18, 1845, is given, together with the story of How the Wildcat Caught the Gobbler, with this introduction. Indian Fables. Mr. William P. Ross, I have recently stumbled on the following Cherokee fables, and perhaps you may think them worth inserting in the Advocate for the sake of the curious. I am told that the Cherokees have a great many fables. If I understand the following, the intention seems to be to teach cunning and artifice in war. Aesop. The newspaper paragraph bears the pencil initials of S. Amuel, W. Orcester, B. Utler. Other Indian versions are found with the GA'NA'S, Fox and Rabbit, Myths of the GA'NA'S, by Frank Russell, in Journal of American Folklore, October, 1898, and Sue, S. D. Hinman, cited in Transactions of the Anthropological Society of Washington, I, page 103, Washington, 1882. The Southern Negro variant, The Wonderful Tarbaby Story, is the introductory tale in Harris's Uncle Remus, His Songs and His Sayings. A close parallel occurs in the West African story of Leopard, Monkey, and Hare, Chatelaine, Folktales of Angola. The Rabbit and the Possum After a Wife, P. This specimen of Indian humor was obtained at different times from Swimmer, John Axe, Suyeda, East, and Wofford, West, and is well known in the tribe. Wofford, in telling the story, remarked that the rabbit was the chief's runner, and according to custom was always well entertained wherever he went. The Rabbit Dines the Bear, P. This favorite story with the Cherokee East and West is another of the animal myths of wide distribution, being found with almost every tribe from Maine to the Pacific. Beans and peas in several varieties were indigenous among the agricultural tribes. In the Creek version, in the Tuggle manuscript, the bear invited the rabbit to dinner. When he came, the bear called his wife and said, "Have peas for dinner, the rabbit loves peas." "But there is no grease," said the bear's wife, "to cook them with." "Oh," said the bear, "that's no trouble, bring me a knife." So she brought the knife and the bear took it and split between his toes, while the rabbit looked on in wonder. "No grease between my toes." "Well, I know where there is some," so he cut a gash in his side and out ran the grease. His wife took it and cooked the peas and they had a fine dinner and vowed always to be good friends, etc. The wounded rabbit is put under the care of the buzzard, who winds up by eating his patient. In the Passamaquoddy version, the rabbit's adventure with Moin, the bear cuts a slice from his foot and puts it into the pot. The rabbit invites the bear to dinner and attempts to do the same thing, but comes to grief. In a GA'NA'S myth a somewhat similar incident is related of the fox, coyote, and the prairie dog, Russell, Myths of the GA'NA'S, in Journal of American Folklore, October, 1898. In a British Columbian myth, nearly the same thing happens when the coyote undertakes to return the hospitality of the black bear, Tite, Thompson River Indian Traditions, page 40. The rabbit escapes from the wolves, p. This story was obtained from James Wofford, in Indian Territory. Compare, How the Wildcat Caught the Gobbler. Flint Visits the Rabbit, p. This story was told in slightly different form by John Axe and Swimmer, East, and was confirmed by Wofford, West. Although among the Cherokee it has degenerated to a mere humorous tale for the amusement of a winter evening, it was originally a principal part of the great cosmogonic myth common to probably all the Iroquoian and Algonquian tribes, and of which we find traces also in the mythologies of the Aztec and the Maya. Among the northern Algonquian tribes, the West was typified as a flint stone, and the twin brother of Machabo, the great rabbit. The feud between them was bitter, and the contest long and dreadful. At last Machabo mastered his fellow twin and broke him into pieces. He scattered the fragments over the earth. Among the Iroquoian tribes, cognate with the Cherokee, the name is variously Tawiskaran, Tawiskara, and sometimes Oha, all of which are names both for flint and for hail or ice. Tawiskara is the evil-working god, in perpetual conflict with his twin brother Yaskaha, the beneficent god, by whom he is finally overpowered, when the blood that drops from his wounds is changed into flint stones. Brinton sees in the great rabbit and the flint the opposing forces of day and night, light and darkness, locally personified as east and west, while in the twin gods of the Iroquois Hewitt sees the conflicting agents of heat and cold, summer and winter. Both conceptions are identical in the final analysis. Hewitt derives the Iroquois name from a root denoting hail, ice, glass. In Cherokee we have TSULʻKÄLÜ, Toiskala, flint, Toiska, smooth, unstolen, ice. See Brinton, American Hero Myths, pages 48, 56, 61, Hewitt, The Cosmogonic Gods of the Iroquois, in Proc. A.M. Ass. ADV, Sci. XLIV, 1895. In one of the Cherokee sacred formulas collected by the author occurs the expression, "The terrible flint is coming." He has his paths laid down in this direction. He is shaking the red switches threateningly. Let us run toward the sun land. Siu, this word, abbreviated from Asiu, good, is the regular Cherokee salutation. With probably all the tribes the common salutation is simply the word, good, and in the sign language of the plains the gesture conveying that meaning is used in the same way. The ordinary goodbye is usually some equivalent of, I go now. How the deer got his horns, p. This story was heard from Swimmer, Suyeda, and others, and is well known in the tribe. In a parallel Pawnee myth, how the deer lost his gall, the deer and antelope wager their galls in a race, which the antelope wins, but in sympathy takes off his own dewclaws and gives them to the deer. In the Blackfoot variant the deer and the antelope run 2 races. The first, which is over the prairie, the antelope wins and takes the deer's gall, while in the second, which the deer stipulates shall be run through the timber, the deer wins and takes the antelope's dewclaws. Grinnell, Pawnee Hero Tales, pp. 204, 205. Why the deer's teeth are blunt, p. This story follows the last in regular sequence and was told by the same informants. In a GA'NA'S myth the fox kills a dangerous bear monster under pretense of trimming down his legs so that he can run faster. Russell, Myth of the GA'NA'S, in Journal of American Folklore, page 262, October, 1898. What became of the rabbit, p. This version was obtained from Suyeda, who says the rabbit never went up, because he was too mean to be with the other animals. Swimmer, however, says that he did afterward go up to Gallu'in-Lati. The belief in a large rabbit still existing beyond a great river may possibly have its origin in indirect reports of the jackrabbit west of the Missouri. The myth has close parallel in the southern Negro story of The Origin of the Ocean, Harris, Nights with Uncle Remus, in which the rabbit by a stratagem persuades the lion to jump across a creek. When the rabbit cut the string w at hole the banks together. Cose when brr rabbit tuck and cut the string, the banks the creek, the banks they fall back, they did, and Mr. Lion can't jump back. The banks they keep on fallin' back, and the creek keep on gittin' wider and wider, 12 bimeby brr rabbit and Mr. Lion ain't in sight one and from dat day to dis the big waters been rollin' twix Coo. A Cherokee exclamation used as a starting signal and in introducing the paragraphs of a speech. It might be approximately rendered, now. Why the mink smells, p. Obtained from John Axe. Why the mole lives underground, p. This story, from John Axe, not only accounts for the mole's underground habit, but illustrates a common Cherokee witchcraft belief, which has parallels all over the world. The Terrapin's escape from the wolves, p. This story, of which the version here given, from Swimmer and John Axe, is admittedly imperfect, is known also among the Western Cherokee, having been mentioned by Wofford and others in the nation. Although for some reason none of them seemed able to fill in the details. A somewhat similar story was given as belonging to her own tribe by a Catawba woman married among the East Cherokee. It suggests the rabbit and the tar wolf, and has numerous parallels. In the Creek version, in the Tuggle manuscript, the terrapin ridicules a woman, who retaliates by crushing his shell with a corn pestle. He repairs the injury by singing a medicine song, but the scars remain in the checkered spots on his back. In a variant in the same collection, the ants mend his shell with tar, in return for his fat and blood. Other parallels are among the Omaha, How the Big Turtle Went on the Warpath, Dorsey, Contributions to North American Ethnology, 6, p. 275, and the Cheyenne, the Turtle, the Grasshopper, and the Skunk, Kroeber, Cheyenne Tales, in Journal of American Folklore, July, 1900. The myth is recorded also from West Africa by Chatelain, The Man and the Turtle, in Folktales of Angola, 1894. Kanahina. This is a sour corn gruel, the tamphuli or tom fuller of the Creeks, which is a favorite food preparation among all the southern tribes. A large earthen jar of kanahina, with a wooden spoon upright in it, is always upon a bench just inside the cabin door, for every visitor to help himself. Origin of the Groundhog Dance, p. This story is from Swimmer, the supplementary part being added by John Axe. The Groundhog Dance is one of those belonging to the Great Thanksgiving Ceremony, Green Corn Dance. It consists of alternate advances and retreats by the whole line of dancers in obedience to signals by the song leader, who sings to the accompaniment of a rattle. The burden of the song, which is without meaning, is Hawaii ahai ya Hawaii ahai, twice, yu. Hi yagui hahi yagui, twice, yu. The Migration of the Animals, p. This little story is given just as related by Iasta, the only woman privileged to speak in council among the East Cherokee. A similar incident occurs in The Bear Man. According to one Cherokee myth concerning the noted Track Rock Gap, near Blairsville in Upper Georgia. The pictographs in the rocks there are the footprints of all sorts of birds and animals which once crossed over the gap in a great migration toward the south. The Wolf's Revenge, The Wolf and the Dog, p. These short stories from Swimmer illustrate the Cherokee belief that if a wolf be injured his fellows will surely revenge the injury. See also Note 2, The 4-Foot Tribes, and Kana T'Sulu. In a West African tale recorded by Chatelain, Folktales of Angola, 1894, the dog and the jackal are kinsmen, who live together in the bush until the jackal sends the dog to the village for fire. The dog goes, enters a house and is fed by a woman, and thereupon concludes to stay in the village, where there is always food. The Bird Tribes, p. The Eagle Killer, of the southern tribes generally Adair says, they use the feathers of the eagle's tail in certain friendly and religious dances, but the whole town will contribute, to the value of 200 deerskins. For killing a large eagle, the bald eagle they do not esteem, and the man also gets an honorable title for the exploit, as if he had brought in the scalp of an enemy. Timberlake says that the Cherokee held the tail of an eagle in the greatest esteem, as these tails were sometimes given with the wampum in their treaties, and none of their warlike ceremonies could be performed without them. Memoirs, page 81. The figurative expression, a snowbird has been killed, used to avoid offending the eagle tribe, is paralleled in the expression, he has been scratched by a briar, used by the Cherokee to mean, he has been bitten by a snake. Professional eagle killers existed among many tribes, together with a prescribed ceremonial for securing the eagle. The most common method was probably that described in a note to GA'NA'S Adventures among the Cherokee. A detailed account of the Blackfoot method is given by Grinnell, in his Blackfoot Lodge Tales, pages 236 to 240. The eagle, being a bird of prey, as well as a sacred bird, was never eaten. The shifting of responsibility for the killing to a vicarious victim is a common feature of Indian formulas for obtaining pardon, especially for offenses against the animal tribe or the spirits of the dead. A remarkable parallel to the Cherokee prayer, from the Quichua of Peru, is given by Dr. G. A. Dorsey. Having started, with a party of Indian laborers and a Spanish gentleman who was well acquainted with the native language, to examine some cave tombs near the ancient city of Cuzco. They had arrived at the spot and he was about to give the order to begin operations, when the Indians, removing their blankets and hats, knelt down and recited in unison in their own language a prayer to the spirits of the dead. Of which the following translation is an extract. Chiefs, Sons of the sun, you and we are brothers, sons of the great Pachacamac. You only know this, but we know that three persons exist, the Father, the Son, and the Holy Ghost. This is the only difference between you and us. Chiefs, sons of the sun, we have not come to disturb your tranquil sleep in this, your abode. We come only because we have been compelled by our superiors, toward them may you direct your vengeance and your curses. Then followed sacrifices of coca leaves, a guardian, and chicha, after which they called upon the snow-capped mountain to witness their affection for their ancestors, and were then ready to begin work, Dorsey, a ceremony of the Quichuas of Peru. In Journal of American Folklore, October, 1894. Night birds, says Adair of the Southern Tribes, History of the American Indians, page 130, 1775, they reckon all birds of prey, and birds of night, to be unclean and unlawful to be eaten. The mixed feeling of fear and reverence for all night birds is universal among the Western tribes. Owls particularly are believed to bring prophetic tidings to the few great conjurers who can interpret their language. The hawk, this, being a bird of prey, was never eaten. The following incident is related by Adair, probably from the Chickasaw, not long ago when the Indians were making their winter's hunt and the old women were without flesh meat at home. I shot a small fat hawk and desired one of them to take and dress it. But though I strongly importuned her by way of trial, she as earnestly refused it for fear of contracting pollution, which she called the accursed sickness, supposing disease would be the necessary effect of such an impurity. History A.M. Indians, page 130. Chickadee and Titmouse, Adair speaks of having once observed a party of southern Indians to be intimidated at the voice of a small uncommon bird, when it pitched and chirped on a tree over their camp, op. cit., page 26. At a conference with the Six Nations at Albany in 1775 the Oneida speaker said, "We, the Six Nations, have heard the voice of a bird called Tsikilali, a news carrier, that came among us. It has told us that the path at the western connection, by Fort Stanwix, would be shut up by either one party or the other." In reply, the commissioners said, "We apprehend the bird Sklaleli has been busy again. He seems to be a mischievous bird and ought not to be nourished or entertained." New York Colonial Documents, 8, pages 612, 628, 1857. The bird name is in the Oneida dialect. Bruyas gives Texarary as the Mohawk name for the tomtit. The ball game of the birds and animals, p. This is one of the best-known animal stories and was heard with more or less of detail from John Axe, Swimmer, Suyeda, and Awani Ta in the East, and from Wofford in the Territory. The Creeks and the Seminoles also, as we learn from the Tuggle manuscript collection, have stories of ball games by the birds against the four-foot animals. In one story the bat is rejected by both sides, but is finally accepted by the four-foot animals on account of his having teeth, and enables them to win the victory from the birds. The ball play, Ain Tsa, is the great athletic game of the Cherokee and the Gulf tribes, as well as with those of the St. Lawrence and Great Lakes. It need hardly be stated that it is not our own game of baseball, but rather a variety of tennis, the ball being thrown, not from the hand, but from a netted racket or pair of rackets. The goals are two sets of upright poles at either end of the ball ground, which is always a level grassy bottom beside a small stream. There is much accompanying ceremonial and conjuration, with a ball dance, in which the women take part, the night before. It is the same game by which the hostile tribes gained entrance to the British post at Mackinac in 1763, and under the name of lacrosse has become the national game of Canada. It has also been adopted by the French Creoles of Louisiana under the name of raquette. In British Columbia it is held to be the favorite amusement of the people of the underworld. Tite, Thompson River Traditions, page 116. In the southern states the numerous localities bearing the names of ball play, ball flat, and ball ground, bear witness to the Indian fondness for the game. Large sums were staked upon it, and there is even a tradition that a considerable territory in northern Georgia was won from the Creeks by the Cherokee in a ball game. For an extended description see the author's article, The Cherokee Ball Play, in the American Anthropologist for April, 1890. Won the game. On account of their successful work on this occasion, the Cherokee ballplayer invokes the aid of the bat and the flying squirrel, and also ties a small piece of the bat's wing to his ball stick or fastens it to the frame over which the sticks are hung during the preliminary dance the night before. Gave the marten a gourd. The black house marten is a favorite with the Cherokee, who attract it by fastening hollow gourds to the tops of long poles set up near their houses so that the birds may build their nests in them. In South Carolina, as far back as 1700, according to Lawson, the planters put gourds on standing poles, on purpose for these fowl to build in. Because they are a very warlike bird and beat the crows from the plantations. History of Carolina, p. 238. How the Turkey got his beard, p. This story is well known in the tribe and was heard from several informants. According to a Creek myth in the Tuggle collection, the Turkey was once a warrior and still wears his last scalp from his neck. In another story of the same collection, it is a man's scalp which he seized from the terrapin and accidentally swallowed as he ran off, so that it grew out from his breast. Why the Turkey gobbles, p. This story was first heard from John Axe, east, and afterward from Wofford, west. The grouse is locally called partridge in the southern Alleghenies. How the kingfisher got his bill, p. The first version is from John Axe, the other from Swimmer. Yunwee Tsunsti, little people, another name for the Nun High, c. These are not to be confounded with the Aniska Yatsunsti, little men, or thunder boys. Tugaloo Na, a small slender-bodied spotted fish about 4 inches in length, which likes to lie upon the rocks at the bottom of the larger streams. The name refers to a gourd, from a fancied resemblance of the long nose to the handle of a gourd. How the partridge got his whistle, p. This little story is well known in the tribe. Whistles and flutes or flageolets are in use among nearly all tribes for ceremonial and amusement purposes. The whistle, usually made from an eagle bone, was worn suspended from the neck. The flute or flageolet was commonly made from cedar wood. How the redbird got his color, p. This short story was obtained from Cornelius Boudinot, a prominent mixed blood of Tahlequah, and differs from the standard Cherokee myth, according to which the redbird is the transformed daughter of the sun, c. the daughter of the sun. Red paint, much sacredness attaches, in the Indian mind, to red paint, the color being symbolic of war, strength, success, and spirit protection. The word paint, in any Indian language, is generally understood to mean red paint, unless it is otherwise distinctly noted. The Indian red paint is usually a soft hematite ore, found in veins of hard rock formation, from which it must be dug with much labor and patience. In the western tribes, everyone coming thus to procure paint makes a prayer beside the rock and hangs a small sacrifice upon a convenient bush or stick before beginning operations. The pheasant beating corn, the pheasant dance, p. The first of these little tales is from John Axe, the second from Swimmer. The pheasant, Bonesa umbella, Cherokee tlunti sti, is also locally called grouse or partridge. The race between the crane and the hummingbird, p. This story is a favorite one in the tribe, and was heard from several informants, both east and west. The sequel may surprise those who have supposed that woman has no rights in Indian society. In a Creek story under the same title, in the Tuggle collection, the rivals agree to fly from a certain spot on a stream to the spring at its head. The hummingbird is obliged to follow the windings of the stream, but the crane takes a direct course above the trees and thus wins the race. Fly around the world, not around a globe, but around the circumference of a disk, according to the Indian idea. The owl gets married, p. Told by Swimmer. The 3 owls of the Cherokee country are known, respectively, as Tskili, i.e. which, Bubo virginianus saturatus, great, dusky-horned owl, Wahuhu, Megascops asio, screech owl, and Uguku, Cernium nebulosum, hooting or barred owl. There is no generic term. The Cherokee say that there is almost no flesh upon the body of the hooting owl except upon the head. The Huhu gets married, p. This story was heard at different times from Swimmer, John Axe, and Tagwatihai. The first named always gave in the proper place a very good imitation of the hoo-hoo call, drawing out the soh slowly, giving the hoo in quick, smothered tones, and ending with 3 chirps and a long whistle. From this and 1 or 2 other stories of similar import it would seem that the woman is the ruling partner in the Cherokee domestic establishment. Matches were generally arranged by the mother, and were conditional upon the consent of the girl, see notes to, the man who married the Thunder sister. The hoo-hoo of the Cherokee, so called from its cry, is the yellow-breasted chat, Icteria virens, also known as the yellow mockingbird on account of its wonderful mimic powers. Why the buzzard's head is bare, p. This story was told by Swimmer and other informants, and is well known. It has an exact parallel in the Omaha story of Ictinike and the Buzzard, Dorsey, in Contributions to North American Ethnology, 6. The Eagle's Revenge, p. This story, told by John Axe, illustrates the tribal belief and custom in connection with the eagle and the eagle dance, as already described in The Bird Tribes, and the accompanying notes. Drying pole, a pole laid horizontally in the forks of 2 upright stakes, planted firmly in the ground, for the purpose of temporarily hanging up game and fresh meat in the hunting camp. To protect it from wolves and other prey animals or to allow it to dry out before the fire. The Hunter and the Buzzard, p. told by Swimmer. The custom of lending or exchanging wives in token of hospitality and friendship, on certain ceremonial occasions, or as the price of obtaining certain secret knowledge, was very general among the tribes. And has been noted by explorers and other observers, east and west, from the earliest period. The Snake tribe, p. rattlesnake, the custom of asking pardon of slain or offended animals has already been noted under, the 4-foot tribes, and, the bird tribes, eagle. Reverence for the rattlesnake was universal among the Indians, and has been repeatedly remarked by travelers in every part of the country. To go into a dissertation upon the great subject of serpent worship is not a part of our purpose. The missionary Washburn tells how, among the Cherokee of Arkansas, he was once riding along, accompanied by an Indian on foot, when they discovered a poisonous snake coiled beside the path. I observed Blanket turned aside to avoid the serpent, but made no signs of attack, and I requested the interpreter to get down and kill it. He did so, and I then inquired of Blanket why he did not kill the serpent. He answered, I never kill snakes and so the snakes never kill me, but I will tell you about it when you next come to see me. He kept his word soon after by relating as a personal experience, probably, in fact, an Indian dream, a long story of having once been conducted by a rattlesnake to an underground council of the rattlesnake tribe, where he found all the snakes lamenting over one of their number who had been recently killed by an Indian, and debating the method of punishment, which was executed a day or 2 later by inflicting a fatal bite upon the offender while engaged in the ballplay. Reminiscences, pp. 208-212. As told by the missionary, the story is very much dressed up, but strikingly resembles, the rattlesnake's vengeance. Adair, evidently confusing several Cherokee snake myths, speaks of some reputed gigantic rattlesnakes in the Cherokee Mountains, with beautiful changing colors and great power of fascination, by which they drew into their jaws any living creature coming within their vision, and continues, they call them and all of the rattlesnake kind, kings or chieftains of the snakes. And they allow one such to every different species of the brute creation. An old trader of Chiohi told me that for the reward of 2 pieces of Stroud cloth he engaged a couple of young warriors to show him the place of their resort. But the headman would not by any means allow it, on account of a superstitious tradition, for they fancy the killing of them would expose them to the danger of being bit by the other inferior species of the serpentine tribe, who love their chieftains and know by instinct those who maliciously killed them, as they fight only in their own defense and that of their young ones, never biting those who do not disturb them. He mentions also an instance of a Chickasaw priest who, after having applied to his hands the juice of a certain plant, took up a rattlesnake without damage and laid it carefully in a hollow tree to prevent Adair's killing it. History of the American Indians, pp. 237-238. Of the Carolina tribes generally, Lawson, in 1701, says, as for killing of snakes, they avoid it if they lie in their way. Because their opinion is that some of the serpent's kindred would kill some of the savage's relations that should destroy him. History of Carolina, p. 341. Bartram says of the Seminoles, about 1775, these people never kill the rattlesnake or any other serpent, saying, if they do so, the spirit of the killed snake will excite or influence his living kindred or relatives to revenge the injury or violence done to him when alive. He recounts an amusing incident of his own experience where the Indians sent for him to come and kill a rattlesnake which had invaded their campground, and which they were afraid to disturb. Their request having been complied with, the Indians then insisted upon scratching him, according to the Indian custom, in order to let out some of his superabundant blood and courage, but were finally, with some difficulty, dissuaded from their purpose. Thus it seemed that the whole was a ludicrous farce to satisfy their people and appease the manes of the dead rattlesnake. Travels, pages 258 to 261. The Trader Henry, Travels, pp. 176 to 179, narrates a most interesting instance from among the Ojibwe of Lake Superior in 1764. While gathering wood near the camp he was startled by a sudden rattle, and looking down discovered a rattlesnake almost at his feet, with body coiled and head raised to strike. I no sooner saw the snake, than I hastened to the canoe, in order to procure my gun, but, the Indians observing what I was doing, inquired the occasion, and being informed, begged me to desist. At the same time, they followed me to the spot, with their pipes and tobacco pouches in their hands. On returning, I found the snake still coiled. The Indians, on their part, surrounded it, all addressing it by turns, and calling it their grandfather, but yet keeping at some distance. During this part of the ceremony, they filled their pipes. And now each blew the smoke toward the snake, who, as it appeared to me, really received it with pleasure. In a word, after remaining coiled, and receiving incense, for the space of half an hour, it stretched itself along the ground, in visible good humor. Its length was between 4 and 5 feet. Having remained outstretched for some time, at last it moved slowly away, the Indians following it, and still addressing it by the title of grandfather, beseeching it to take care of their families during their absence, and to be pleased to open the heart of Sir William Johnson, the British Indian agent, whom they were about to visit, so that he might show them charity, and fill their canoe with rum. One of the chiefs added a petition, that the snake would take no notice of the insult which had been offered him by the Englishmen, who would even have put him to death, but for the interference of the Indians, to whom it was hoped he would impute no part of the offense. They further requested, that he would remain, and inhabit their country, and not return among the English, that is, go eastward. He adds that the appearance of the rattlesnake so far north was regarded as an extraordinary omen, and that very little else was spoken of for the rest of the evening. The next day, while steering across Lake Huron in their canoe, a terrible storm came up. The Indians, beginning to be alarmed, frequently called on the rattlesnake to come to their assistance. By degrees the waves grew high. And at 11 o'clock it blew a hurricane, and we expected every moment to be swallowed up. From prayers, the Indians now proceeded to sacrifices, both alike offered to the god rattlesnake, or Manitokinibik. One of the chiefs took a dog, and after tying its forelegs together, threw it overboard, at the same time calling on the snake to preserve us from being drowned, and desiring him to satisfy his hunger with the carcass of the dog. The snake was unpropitious, and the wind increased. Another chief sacrificed another dog, with the addition of some tobacco. In the prayer which accompanied these gifts, he besought the snake, as before, not to avenge upon the Indians the insult which he had received from myself, in the conception of a design to put him to death. He assured the snake, that I was absolutely an Englishman, and of kin neither to him nor to them. At the conclusion of this speech, an Indian, who sat near me, observed, that if we were drowned it would be for my fault alone, and that I ought myself to be sacrificed, to appease the angry Manitou, nor was I without apprehensions. That in case of extremity, this would be my fate. But, happily for me, the storm at length abated, and we reached the island safely. The Delawares also, according to Heckewelder, called the rattlesnake grandfather and refrained from injuring him. He says, "One day, as I was walking with an elderly Indian on the banks of the Muskingum, I saw a large rattlesnake lying across the path, which I was going to kill. The Indian immediately forbade my doing so. For, said he, the rattlesnake is grandfather to the Indians, and is placed here on purpose to guard us, and to give us notice of impending danger by his rattle, which is the same as if he were to tell us, look about. Now, added he, if we were to kill one of those, the others would soon know it, and the whole race would rise upon us and bite us." I observed to him that the white people were not afraid of this. For they killed all the rattlesnakes that they met with. On this he inquired whether any white man had been bitten by these animals, and of course I answered in the affirmative. "No wonder, then," replied he, "you have to blame yourselves for that. You did as much as declaring war against them, and you will find them in your country, where they will not fail to make frequent incursions. They are a very dangerous enemy, take care you do not irritate them in our country. They and their grandchildren are on good terms, and neither will hurt the other." These ancient notions have, however, in a great measure died away with the last generation, and the Indians at present kill their grandfather, the rattlesnake, without ceremony, whenever they meet with him. Indian Nations, page 252. Saliquay, the old Tuscaroras had a custom, which they supposed would keep their teeth white and strong through life. A man caught a snake and held it by its head and tail. Then he bit it through, all the way from the head to the tail, and this kept the teeth from decay. W. M. Beecham, Iroquois Notes, in Journal of American Folklore, July, 1892. Send torrents of rain. The belief in a connection between the serpent and the rain gods is well nigh universal among primitive peoples, and need only be indicated here. The Uktena and the Yulunsu Ti. The belief in the great Uktena and the magic power of the Yulunsu Ti is firmly implanted in the Cherokee breast. The Uktena has its parallel in the Gitchikenabig or great horned serpent of the northern Algonquian tribes, and is somewhat analogous to the Zemaguani or great horned alligator of the Kiowa. Myths of a jewel in the head of a serpent or of a toad are so common to all Aryan nations as to have become proverbial. Talismanic and prophetic stones, which are carefully guarded, and to which prayer and sacrifice are offered, are kept in many tribes. See Dorsey, Teton Folklore, in American Anthropologist, April, 1889. The name of the serpent is derived from acta, eye, and may be rendered strong looker, i.e., keen-eyed, because nothing within the range of its vision can escape discovery. From the same root is derived acta ti, to look into, to examine closely, the Cherokee name for a field glass or telescope. By the English-speaking Indians the serpent is sometimes called the diamond rattlesnake. The mythic diamond crest, when in its proper place upon the snake's head, is called Ulstitlu, literally, it is on his head, but when detached and in the hands of the conjurer it becomes the Yulunsu Ti, transparent. The great talisman of the tribe. On account of its glittering brightness it is sometimes called Igagu Ti, daylight. Inferior magic crystals are believed to be the scales from the same serpent, and are sometimes also called Yulunsu Ti. The earliest notice of the Yulunsu Ti is given by the young Virginian officer, Timberlake, who was sent upon a peace mission to the Cherokee in 1762, shortly after the close of their first war with the whites. He says, Memoirs, pp. 47-49. They have many beautiful stones of different colors, many of which, I am apt to believe, are of great value, but their superstition has always prevented their disposing of them to the traders, who have made many attempts to that purpose. But as they use them in their conjuring ceremonies, they believe their parting with them or bringing them from home, would prejudice their health or affairs. Among others there is one in the possession of a conjurer, remarkable for its brilliancy and beauty, but more so for the extraordinary manner in which it was found. It grew, if we may credit the Indians, on the head of a monstrous serpent, whose retreat was, by its brilliancy, discovered. But a great number of snakes attending him, he being, as I suppose by his diadem, of a superior rank among the serpents, made it dangerous to attack him. Many were the attempts made by the Indians, but all frustrated, till a fellow more bold than the rest, casing himself in leather, impenetrable to the bite of the serpent or his guards, and watching a convenient opportunity, surprised and killed him. Tearing his jewel from his head, which the conjurer has kept hid for many years, in some place unknown to all but 2 women, who have been offered large presents to betray it, but steadily refused. Lest some signal judgment or mischance should follow. That such a stone exists, I believe, having seen many of great beauty, but I cannot think it would answer all the encomiums the Indians bestow upon it. The conjurer, I suppose, hatched the account of its discovery. I have however given it to the reader, as a specimen of an Indian story, many of which are much more surprising. A few years later Adair gives us an account of the serpent and the stone. According to his statement, the Ukteenas had their home in a deep valley between the heads of the Tikasigee and the northern branch of the lower Cherokee River, i.e. the Little Tennessee, the valley being the deep defile of Nantahala, where, by reason of its gloomy and forbidding aspect, Cherokee tradition locates more than one legendary terror. With pardonable error he confounds the Ukteena with the chief of the rattlesnakes. The two, however, are distinct, the latter being simply the head of the rattlesnake tribe, without the blazing carbuncle or the immense size attributed to the Ukteena. Between 2 high mountains, nearly covered with old mossy rocks, lofty cedars and pines, in the valleys of which the beams of the sun reflect a powerful heat, there are, as the natives affirm, some bright old inhabitants or rattlesnakes. Of a more enormous size than is mentioned in history. They are so large and unwieldy, that they take a circle almost as wide as their length to crawl around in their shortest orbit. But bountiful nature compensates the heavy motion of their bodies, for, as they say, no living creature moves within the reach of their sight, but they can draw it to them. The description the Indians give us of their color is as various as what we are told of the cane lion, that seems to the spectator to change its color, by every different position he may view it in. Which proceeds from the piercing rays of the light that blaze from their foreheads, so as to dazzle the eyes, from whatever quarter they post themselves, for in each of their heads, there is a large carbuncle, which not only repels, but they affirm, sullies the meridian beams of the sun. They reckon it so dangerous to disturb these creatures, that no temptation can induce them to betray their secret recess to the profane. They call them in all of the rattlesnake kind, kings, or chieftains of the snakes, and they allow one such to every different species of the brute creation. An old trader of Chiohe told me, that for the reward of 2 pieces of stroud cloth, he engaged a couple of young warriors to shew him the place of their resort, but the headmen would not by any means allow it. On account of a superstitious tradition, for they fancy the killing of them would expose them to the danger of being bit by the other inferior species of that serpentine tribe, who love their chieftains. And know by instinct those who maliciously killed them, as they fight only in their own defense and that of their young ones, never biting those who do not disturb them. History of the American Indians, pages 237 to 238. In another place, page 87, he tells us of an Ullansooty owned by a medicine man who resided at Timus, Tomasi, a former Cherokee town on the creek of the same name near the present Seneca, South Carolina. The above Cherokee prophet had a carbuncle near as big as an egg, which they said he found where a great rattlesnake lay dead, and that it sparkled with such surprising luster as to illuminate his dark winter house. Like strong flashes of continued lightning, to the great terror of the weak, who durst not upon any account approach the dreadful fire-darting place, for fear of sudden death. When he died it was buried along with him, according to custom, in the town of Timus, under the great beloved cabin, seat, which stood in the westernmost part of that old fabric. Where they who will run the risk of searching may luckily find it. Hagar also mentions the Thulansaid, and says, on the authority of John Axe, he who owns a crystal can call one of the little people to him at any time and make him do his bidding. Sometimes when people are ill it is because some evil invisible being has taken possession of him. Then the little man called up by the crystal can be placed on guard near the ill man to prevent the evil spirit from re-entering after it has been expelled. MS Stellar Legends of the Cherokee. The southern Alleghenies, the old Cherokee country, abound with crystals of various kinds, as well as with minerals. The unabridged is described as a triangular crystal about 2 inches long, flat on the bottom, and with slightly convex sides tapering up to a point, and perfectly transparent with the exception of a single red streak running through the center from top to bottom. It is evidently a rare and beautiful specimen of rutile quartz, crystals of which, found in the region, may be seen in the National Museum at Washington. Other small stones of various shapes and color are in common use among the Cherokee conjurers to discover lost articles or for other occult purposes. These also are frequently called by the same name, and are said to have been originally the scales of the Uptina, but the unabridged, the talisman from the forehead of the serpent, is the crystal here described, and is so exceedingly rare that so far as is known only one remained among the East Cherokee in 1890. Its owner, a famous hunter, kept it hidden in a cave, wrapped up in a deerskin, but refused all inducements to show it, much less to part with it, stating that if he should expose it to the gaze of a white man he could kill no more game, even were he permitted to live after such a sacrilege. The possession of the talisman ensures success in hunting, love, rain-making, and all other undertakings, but its great use is in life divination. And when it is invoked for this purpose by its owner, the future is mirrored in the transparent crystal as a tree is reflected in the quiet stream below. When consulting it, the conjurer gazes into the crystal, and after some little time sees in its transparent depths a picture of the person or event in question. By the action of the spectre, or its position near the top or bottom of the crystal, he learns not only the event itself, but also its nearness in time or place. Many of the East Cherokee who enlisted in the Confederate service during the late war consulted the unabridged before starting, and survivors declare that their experiences verified the prediction. One of these had gone with 2 others to consult the fates. The conjurer, placing the 3 men facing him, took the talisman upon the end of his outstretched finger and bade them look intently into it. After some moments they saw their own images at the bottom of the crystal. The images gradually ascended along the red line. Those of the other 2 men rose to the middle and then again descended, but the presentment of the one who tells the story continued to ascend until it reached the top before going down again. The conjurer then said that the other 2 would die in the 2nd year of the war, but the 3rd would survive through hardships and narrow escapes and live to return home. As the prophecy, so the event. When consulted by the friends of a sick man to know if he will recover, the conjurer shows them the image of the sick man lying at the bottom of the unabridged. He then tells them to go home and kill some game, or, in these latter days, any food animal, and to prepare a feast. On the appointed day the conjurer, at his own home, looks into the crystal and sees there the picture of the party at dinner. If the image of the sick man rises and joins them at the feast, the patient will recover. If otherwise, he is doomed. Agon TSULʻKÂLÜ Search for the Uptina, p. This is one of the most important of the Cherokee traditions, for the reason that it deals with the mythic monster, the Uptina, and explains the origin of the great talisman, the unabridged. As here given, it was obtained from Swimmer, East, with additions and variants from Wofford, West, and others. It is recorded by 10 Kate as obtained by him in the territory, Legends of the Cherokees, in Journal of American Folklore, January, 1889, and is mentioned in connection with the unabridged, by Adair, in 1775. And by Timberlake as early as 1762, see notes to, the Uptina and the unabridged. One variant makes the unabridged a scale from the 7th ring of the serpent. The Shawano, who at one time occupied the Cumberland region of Tennessee immediately adjoining the Cherokee, were regarded as wizards by all the southern tribes. Brinton says, among the Algonquins the Shawnee tribe did more than all others combined to introduce and carry about religious legends and ceremonies. From the earliest times they seem to have had peculiar aptitude for the ecstasies, deceits, and fancies that make up the spiritual life of their associates. Their constantly roving life brought them in contact with the myths of many nations, and it is extremely probable that they first brought the tale of the horned serpent from the Creeks and Cherokees, Myths of the New World, page 137. Localities: Utawagan Ta Mountain, Walasii Gap, Dunisqualgi Gap and Otaga High, Mythic, Lake, are all points in the Great Smoky Range, which forms the dividing line between North Carolina and Tennessee. Tla'nūsii is the native name for the site of Murphy, at the junction of Hiwassee and Valley Rivers, North Carolina. Ga'huti is Cayuga Mountain in Murray County, Georgia. According to Wofford, there are on the sides of this mountain several stone enclosures which were built by Aganyuni Tsi for shelter places before attacking the Uktena, see also. The Red Man and the Uktena, p. This story was obtained from John Axe. Swimmer had heard it also, but remembered only a part of it. For more in regard to the Uktena and the talisman derived from it, see and, with notes. Askaya Gi Gage I, the Red Man, or Lightning Spirit, who is frequently invoked in the sacred formulas. Struck by lightning, as has been explained elsewhere, the wood of a tree that has been struck by lightning plays an important part in Cherokee folklore. Strong and dangerous, it is a common article of Indian belief that the presence of a powerful talisman, no matter how beneficent in itself, is enervating or positively dangerous to those in its vicinity unless they be fortified by some ceremonial tonic. For this reason every great medicine is usually kept apart in a hut or teepee built for the purpose, very much as we are accustomed to store explosives at some distance from the dwelling or business house. The Hunter and the Uksu-hai, p. This story was told by Swimmer and John Axe as an actual fact. The Uksu-hai is the mountain black snake or black racer, Coluber obsoletus. The name seems to refer to some peculiarity of the eye, acta, cf. Uktena. Hickory Log, properly Wayne Asin Tlunyi, Hickory Footlog, was a Cherokee settlement on Hiwassee River, near the present Hayesville, Clay County, North Carolina. Another of the same name was on Etowah River in Georgia. Perspiration, the Indian belief may or may not have foundation in fact. The Ustatlai, p. This story was told by Swimmer and John Axe, east, and by Wofford, west, and is a common tradition throughout the tribe. The name Ustatlai refers to the sole of the foot, and was given to the serpent on account of its peculiar feet or suckers. The same name is given to the common hoop snake of the south, Abaster erythrogrammus, about which such wonderful tales are told by the white mountaineers. Cayuga, Ga'huti Mountain, in Murray County, Georgia, was also the traditional haunt of the Uktena. See, Aganyuni Tsa's search for the Uktena, and compare also, the Utsta. The Utsta, p. This story was obtained from James Blythe. Nunde, whence Nantahala, was on the river of that name below the present Jarrett Station. The Snake Boy, p. This myth was told by Swimmer. ACI, the Cherokee ACI, or hothouse, as it was called by the old traders, is the equivalent of the sweat house of the western tribes. It is a small hut of logs plastered over with clay, with a shed roof, and just tall enough to permit a sitting or reclining, but not a standing, position inside. It is used for sweat bath purposes, and as it is tight and warm, and a fire is usually kept smoldering within, it is a favorite sleeping place for the old people in cold weather. It is now nearly obsolete. The Snake Man, p. This myth, obtained from Chief Smith, seems designed to impress upon the laity the importance of a strict observance of the innumerable Gakten Ta, or taboos, which beset the daily life of the Cherokee, whether in health or sickness, hunting, war, or arts of peace. See the author's Sacred Formulas of the Cherokees, in the 7th Annual Report of the Bureau of Ethnology. Similar transformation myths are found all over the world. One of the most ancient is the story of Cadmus, in Ovid's Metamorphoses, with the despair of the wife as she sees the snaky change come over her husband. Cadmus, what means this? Where are thy feet? Where are both thy shoulders and thy hands? Where is thy color? And, while I speak, where all else besides? In a Pawnee story given by Grinnell, two brothers, traveling, camp for the night. The elder eats some tabooed food, and wakes from his sleep to find that he is changing into a great rattlesnake, the change beginning at his feet. He rouses his brother and gives him his last instructions. When I have changed into a snake, take me in your arms and carry me over to that hole. That will be my home, for that is the house of the snakes. Having still a man's mind, he continues to talk as the metamorphosis extends upward, until at last his head changes to that of a snake, when his brother takes him up and carries him to the hole. The relatives make frequent visits to the place to visit the snake, who always comes out when they call, and the brother brings it a share of his war trophies, including a horse and a woman. And receives in return the protection of the snake man. Pawnee Hero Stories, pp. 171-181. A close Omaha variant is given by Dorsey, the warriors who were changed to snakes, in Contributions to North American Ethnology, 6. The Rattlesnake's Vengeance, p. This story, told by Swimmer, exemplifies the Indian reverence for the rattlesnake and dread of offending it already explained in The Snake Tribe, and the accompanying notes. Prayer Song, see other references under CHEROKEE. Many of the Indian ceremonial prayers and invocations are in the form of songs or chants. The smaller reptiles, fishes, and insects, p. Gizuha L. This lizard is probably the Pleistodon erythrocephalus, which is described in Holbrook's Herpetology as being about 11 to 13 inches long, with bright red head, olive-brown body and tail, and yellowish-white throat and abdomen. The Pleistodon erythrocephalus chooses his residence in deep forests, and is commonly found about hollow trees, often at a height of 30 or 40 feet from the ground, sometimes taking up his abode in the last year's nest of the woodpecker, out of which he thrusts his bright red head in a threatening manner to those who would disturb his home. He never makes his habitation on or near the ground, and in fact seldom descends from his elevation unless in search of food or water. Though shy and timid, he is very fierce when taken, and bites severely, owing to the great strength of his jaws, as well as the size and firmness of the teeth. The bite, however, though sharp and painful, is not, as is commonly supposed, venomous. Large horned beetle, this beetle, variously called by the Cherokee crawfish, deer or buck, on account of its branching horns, is probably the flying stag of early travelers. Says Timberlake, of insects, the flying stag is almost the only one worthy of notice. It is about the shape of a beetle, but has very large, beautiful, branching horns, like those of a stag, from whence it took its name, Memoirs page 46. Lawson, about 1700, also mentions the flying stags, with horns, among the insects of eastern Carolina. Why the bullfrog's head is striped, p. The first version is from John Axe, the second from Swimmer, who had forgotten the details. The bullfrog lover, p. The first amusing little tale was heard from several storytellers. The warning words are sometimes given differently, but always in a deep, gruff, singing tone, which makes a very fair imitation of a bullfrog's note. The other stories were told by Tsessa and I, Jessen, and confirmed by Swimmer. In a Creek variant of the first story, in the Tuggle collection, it is a pretty girl, who is obdurate until her lover, the rabbit, conceals himself in the same way near the spring, with a blowgun for a trumpet, and frightens her into consent by singing out, "The girl who stays single will die, will die, will die." The Katydid's warning, p. Told by Swimmer and James Blythe. Untsei, the Gambler, p. This story was obtained from Swimmer and John Axe, East, and confirmed also by James Wofford, West, who remembered, however, only the main points of the pursuit and final capture at Kagani. The two versions corresponded very closely, excepting that Axe sends the boy to the Sunset Land to play against his brothers, while Swimmer brings them to meet him at their father's house. In the Axe version, also, the gambler flees directly to the west, and as often as the brothers shoot at him with their arrows the thunder rolls and the lightning flashes, but he escapes by sinking into the earth, which opens for him, to reappear in another form somewhere else. Swimmer makes the little people help in the chase. In Cherokee figure an invitation to a ball contest is a challenge to battle. Thunder is always personified in the plural, ani, hyun tikwala ski, the thunderers. The father and the two older sons seem to be Kana Ti and the Thunder Boys, see, Kana Ti and Selu, although neither informant would positively assert this, while the boy hero, who has no other name, is said to be the Lightning. Nothing is told of his after career. Unsei, in this name, sometimes Tsei or Tsei, the first syllable is almost silent and the vowels are prolonged to imitate the ringing sound produced by striking a thin sheet of metal. The word is now translated brass, and is applied to any object made of that metal. The mythic gambler, who has his counterpart in the mythologies of many tribes, is the traditional inventor of the wheel and stick game, so popular among the southern and eastern Indians, and variously known as Gatayusti, Chenko, or Chunky, see note under, Kana Tiayan Selu. He lived on the south side of Tennessee River, at Untiguhi. Untiguhi or the Suck, the noted and dangerous rapid known to the whites as the Suck and to the Cherokee as Untiguhi, Pot in the Water, is in Tennessee River, near the entrance of Suck Creek, about 8 miles below Chattanooga. At a point where the river gathers its whole force into a contracted channel to break through the Cumberland Mountain. The popular name, Whirl or Suck, dates back at least to 1780, the upper portion being known at the same time as the Boiling Pot, Donaldson Diary, in Ramsey, Tennessee, page 71, a close paraphrase of the Indian name. In the days of pioneer settlement it was a most dangerous menace to navigation, but some of the most serious obstacles in the channel have now been removed by blasting and other means. The Cherokee name and legend were probably suggested by the appearance of the rapids at the spot. Close to where Unsei lived, according to the Indian account, may still be seen the large flat rock upon which he was accustomed to play the Gatayusti game with all who accepted his challenge. The lines and grooves worn by the rolling of the wheels being still plainly marked, and the stone wheels themselves now firmly attached to the surface of the rock. A similarly grooved or striped rock, where also, it is said, Unsei used to roll his wheel, is reported to be on the north side of Hiwassee, just below Calhoun, Tennessee. The Suck is thus described by a traveler in 1818, while the whole was still Indian country and Chattanooga was yet undreamed of. And here, I cannot forbear pausing a moment to call your attention to the grand and picturesque scenery which opens to the view of the admiring spectator. The country is still possessed by the aborigines, and the hand of civilization has done but little to soften the wild aspect of nature. The Tennessee River, having concentrated into one mass the numerous streams it has received in its course of 300 or 400 miles, glides through an extended valley with a rapid and overwhelming current, half a mile in width. At this place, a group of mountains stand ready to dispute its progress. First, the Lookout, an independent range, commencing 30 miles below, presents, opposite the river's course, its bold and rocky termination of 2,000 feet. Around its brow is a palisade, of naked rocks, from 70 to 100 feet. The river flows upon its base, and instantly twines to the right. Passing on for 6 miles farther it turns again, and is met by the side of the Raccoon Mountain. Collecting its strength into a channel of 70 yards, it severs the mountain, and rushes tumultuously through the rocky defile, wafting the trembling navigator at the rate of a mile in 2 or 3 minutes. The passage is called the Suck. The summit of the Lookout Mountain overlooks the whole country. And to those who can be delighted with the view of an interminable forest, penetrated by the windings of a bold river, interspersed with hundreds of verdant prairies, and broken by many ridges and mountains, furnishes in the month of May a landscape which yields to few others, in extent, variety, or beauty. Reverend Elias Cornelius, in Silliman's American Journal of Science, page 223, 1818. Bet even his life, the Indian was a passionate gambler and there was absolutely no limit to the risks which he was willing to take, even to the loss of liberty, if not of life. Says Lawson, History of Carolina, p. 287, they game very much and often strip one another of all they have in the world. And what is more, I have known several of them play themselves away, so that they have remained the winner's servants till their relations or themselves could pay the money to redeem them. His skin was clean. The idea of purification or cleansing through the efficacy of the sweat bath is very common in Indian myth and ceremonial. In an Omaha story given by Dorsey, the hero has been transformed, by witchcraft, into a mangy dog. He builds a sweat lodge, goes into it as a dog and sweats himself until, on his command, the people take off the blankets, when, behold, he was not a dog. He was a very handsome man. Adventures of Hinpiagsi, in Contributions to North American Ethnology, 6, page 175. From the bottom, the choice of the most remote or the most insignificant appearing of several objects, as being really the most valuable, is another common incident in the myths. Honey locust tree, the favorite honey locust tree and a seat with thorns of the same species in the home of the Thunder Man may indicate that in Indian as in Aryan thought there was an occult connection between the pinnate leaves and the lightning. As we know to be the case with regard to the European rowan or mountain ash. All kinds of snakes. It will be remembered that the boy's father was a thunder god. The connection between the snake and the rain or thunder spirit has already been noted. It appears also in The Man Who Married the Thunder Sister. Elder brother, my elder brother, male speaking, Unjini Lee, my elder brother, female speaking, Unjida, thy two elder brothers, male speaking, Setsani Lee. Sunset Land, the Cherokee word here used is Wusuhan-e, there where they stay overnight. The usual expression in the sacred formula is Yusunhi-e, the darkening, or twilight place. The common word is Wuda-liguan-e, there where it, the sun, goes down. Lightning at every stroke. In the Omaha myth of the chief's son and the thunders, given by Dorsey, some young men traveling to the end of the world meet a thunder man, who bids the leader to select one of 4 medicine bags. Having been warned in advance, he selects the oldest, but most powerful, and is then given also a club which causes thunder whenever flourished in the air. Contributions to North American Ethnology, 6, page 185. Strike the rock. This method of procuring water is as old at least as the Book of Exodus. The brass rubbed off, the beautiful metallic luster on the head of Phineas Carnifex is thus accounted for. The common roller beetle is called dung roller, but this species is distinguished as the horned, brass, beetle. It is also sometimes spoken of as the dog of the Thunder Boys. Beavers gnaw at the grapevine. Something like this is found among the Cheyenne. The earth rests on a large beam or post. Far in the north there is a beaver as white as snow who is a great father of all mankind. Some day he will gnaw through the support at the bottom. We shall be helpless and the earth will fall. This will happen when he becomes angry. The post is already partly eaten through. For this reason one band of the Cheyenne never eat beaver or even touch the skin. If they do touch it, they become sick. Kroeber, Cheyenne Tales, in Journal of American Folklore, July, 1900. The Nest of the TLA-Niwa, p. This story was obtained first from John Axe and Tagwatihai, and was afterward heard of frequently in connection with the cave at Sidiko. It is mentioned by Ten Kate in Legends of the Cherokees, obtained in the Indian Territory, in the Journal of American Folklore, January, 1889. TLA-Niwa, the TLA-Niwa, TSA-Niwa or Sioux-Nawa in the Middle Dialect, is a mythic bird, described as a great hawk, larger than any bird now existing. There is a small hawk called TLA-Niwa Usti, little TLA-Niwa, which is described as its smaller counterpart or image, and which the Cherokees say accompanies flocks of wild pigeons. Occasionally when hungry swooping down and killing one by striking it with its sharp breastbone. It is probably the goshawk, Aster atricapillus. The great TLA-Niwa, like the other animals, went up. According to Adair, History of the American Indians, page 17, the Cherokee used to compare a miserly person to a Sinawa. When John Axe first recited the story he insisted that the whites must also believe it, as they had it pictured on their money, and holding up a silver coin, he triumphantly pointed out what he claimed was the figure of the TLA-Niwa. Holding in its talons the arrows and in its beak the serpent. He was not so far wrong, as it is well known that the Mexican coat of arms, stamped upon the coins of the Republic, has its origin in a similar legend handed down from the Aztec. Myths of dangerous monster serpents destroyed by great birds were common to a number of tribes. The Tuscarora, formerly eastern neighbors of the Cherokee, told a long tale of a great rattlesnake, which, a great while ago, lived by a creek in that river, which was news, and that it killed abundance of Indians. But at last a bald eagle killed it, and they were rid of a serpent that used to devour whole canoes full of Indians at a time. Lawson, Carolina, page 346. TLA Place, the cliff so called by the Cherokee, with the cave halfway up its face, is on the north bank of Little Tennessee River, a short distance below the entrance of the Citico Creek. On land formerly belonging to Colonel John Lowry, one of the Cherokee officers at the Battle of the Horseshoe Bend, Wofford. Just above, but on the opposite side of the river, is Uddlete, the former haunt of the cannibal liver-eater, C. Uddleta, the Spearfinger. Soon after the creation, as John Axe put it, adopting the Bible expression, Helahi Udine Tlana Anigua, a long time ago the creation soon after. Rope of Lynn bark. The old Cherokee still do most of their tying and packing with ropes twisted from the inner bark of trees. In one version of the story the medicine man uses a long yuta or kohash, actia, vine. Holes are still there, the place which the Cherokee call Tla Nuwa Tsialunasan where the Tla Nuwa cut it up, is nearly opposite Citico, on Little Tennessee River, just below Tallahassee Ford, in Blount County, Tennessee. The surface of the rock bears a series of long trench-like depressions, extending some distance, which, according to the Indians, are the marks where the pieces bitten from the body of the great serpent were dropped by the Tla Nuwa. The hunter and the Tla Nuwa, p. This myth was told by Swimmer. Uddleta, the Spearfinger, p. This is one of the most noted among the Cherokee myths, being equally well known both east and west. The version here given was obtained from John Axe, with some corrections and additions from Swimmer, Wofford, West, and others. A version of it, the Stone Shields, in which the tomtit is incorrectly made a J, is given by Ten Kate, in his Legends of the Cherokees, in the Journal of American Folklore for January, 1889. As obtained from a mixed-blood informant in Tahlequah. Another version, The Demon of Consumption, by Captain James W. Terrell, formerly a trader among the East Cherokee, appears in the same journal for April, 1892. Still another variant, apparently condensed from Terrell's information, is given by Ziegler and Grosscup, Heart of the Alleghenies, page 24, Raleigh and Cleveland, 1883. In Ten Kate's version the stone coat of mail broke in pieces as soon as the monster was killed, and the fragments were gathered up and kept as amulets by the people. There is some confusion between this story of Uddleta and that of Nun Yunu. According to some myth tellers the two monsters were husband and wife and lived together, and were both alike dressed in stone, had all fingers and 8 human livers, the only difference being that the husband waylaid hunters, while his female partner gave her attention to children. This story has a close parallel in the Creek myth of the Tuggle collection, The Big Rock Man, in which the people finally kill the stony monster by acting upon the advice of the rabbit to shoot him in the ear. Far away, in British Columbia, the Indians tell how the coyote transformed himself to an elk, covering his body with a hard shell. Now this shell was like an armor, for no arrow could pierce it. But being hardly large enough to cover all his body, there was a small hole left underneath his throat. He attacks the people, stabbing them with his antlers and trampling them underfoot, while their arrows glance harmlessly from his body, until, the meadowlark, who was a great telltale, appeared and cried out. There is just a little hole at his throat. A hunter directs his arrow to that spot and the elk falls dead, tight, Thompson River Traditions, pages 33 to 34. Uddleta, the word means literally, he, or she, has it sharp, i.e., has some sharp part or organ. It might be used of a tooth or fingernail or some other attached portion of the body, but here refers to the awl-like finger. Ten Kate spells the name Ulata. On Little Tennessee River, nearly opposite the entrance of Citico Creek, in Blount County, Tennessee, is a place which the Cherokee call Uddlete, Sharp Finger Place, because, they say, Utulta used to frequent the spot. Nunyu, plug-eye, tree rock, so called on account of its resemblance to a standing tree trunk, a notable monument-shaped rock on the west side of Hiwassee River, about 4 miles above Hayesville, North Carolina, and nearly on the Georgia line. Whiteside Mountain, this noted mountain, known to the Cherokee as Sinigula Gi, a name for which they have no meaning, is one of the prominent peaks of the Blue Ridge, and is situated southeast from Franklin and about 4 miles from Highlands, or the dividing line between Macon and Jackson counties, North Carolina. It is 4,900 feet high, being the loftiest elevation on the ridge which forms the watershed between the tributaries of the Little Tennessee and the Chattooga branch of Savannah. It takes its name from the perpendicular cliff on its western exposure, and is also known sometimes as the Devil's Courthouse. The Indians compare the appearance of the cliff to that of a sheet of ice, and say that the western summit was formerly crowned by a projecting rock, since destroyed by lightning, which formed a part of the great bridge which Utulta attempted to build across the valley. Landman's description of this mountain, in 1848, has been quoted in the notes to The Great Yellow Jacket. Following is a notice by a later writer. About 5 miles from Highlands is that huge old cliff, Whitesides, which forms the advanced guard of all the mountain ranges trending on the south. It is no higher than the Rigi, but, like it, rising direct from the plain, it overpowers the spectator more than its loftier brethren. Through all the lowlands of upper Georgia and Alabama this dazzling white pillar of rock, uplifting the sky, is an emphatic and significant landmark. The ascent can be made on horseback, on the rear side of the mountain, to within a quarter of a mile of the summit. When the top is reached, after a short stretch of nearly perpendicular climbing, the traveler finds himself on the edge of a sheer white wall of rock, over which, clinging for life to a protecting hand, he can look, if he chooses, 2,000 feet down into the dim valley below. A pebble dropped from his hand will fall straight as into a well. On the vast plain below he can see the wave-like hills on which the great mountain ranges which have stretched from Maine along the continent ebb down finally into the southern plains. Rebecca H. Davis, Bypaths in the Mountains, in Harper's Magazine, LXI, page 544, September, 1880. Picking strawberries. For more than 100 years, as readers of Bartram will remember, the rich bottomlands of the old Cherokee country have been noted for their abundance of strawberries and other wild fruits. My grandchildren, as in most Indian languages, Cherokee kinship terms are usually specialized, and there is no single term for grandchild. My son's child is Ungini Si, plural Tsungini Si, my daughter's child is Unjali Si, plural Tsunjali Si. The use of kinship terms as expressive of affection or respect is very common among Indians. Taking the appearance, this corresponds closely with the European folk belief in fairy changelings. To burn the leaves, the burning of the fallen leaves in the autumn, in order to get at the nuts upon the ground below, is still practiced by the white mountaineers of the southern Alleghanies. The line of fire slowly creeping up the mountain side upon a dark night is one of the picturesque sights of that picturesque country. The song, as rendered by Swimmer, the songs seem to be intended for an imitation of the mournful notes of some bird, such as the turtle-dove, hidden in the deep forests. Pitfall. The pitfall trap for large game was known among nearly all the tribes, but seems not to have been in frequent use. Chickadee and tomtit. These two little birds closely resembled each other, the Carolina chickadee, Parus carolinensis, or Tsiquilili being somewhat smaller than the tufted titmouse, Parus bicolor, or utsug, which is also distinguished by a top knot or crest. The belief that the Tsiquilili foretells the arrival of an absent friend is general among the Cherokee, and has even extended to their neighbors, the white mountaineers. See also, the bird tribes, and accompanying notes. Her heart, the conception of a giant or other monster whose heart or life is in some unaccustomed part of the body, or may even be taken out and laid aside at will, so that it is impossible to kill the monster by ordinary means, is common in Indian as well as in European and Asiatic folklore. In a Navajo myth we are told that the coyote did not, like other beings, keep his vital principle in his chest, where it might easily be destroyed. He kept it in the tip of his nose and in the end of his tail, where no one would expect to find it. He meets several accidents, any one of which would be sufficient to kill an ordinary creature, but as his nose and tail remain intact he is each time resurrected. Finally a girl whom he wishes to marry beats him into small pieces with a club, grinds the pieces to powder, and scatters the powder to the four winds. But again she neglected to crush the point of the nose and the tip of the tail, with the result that the coyote again comes to life, when of course they are married and live happily until the next chapter, Matthews, Navajo Legends, pages 91 to 94. In A Tale of the Gaelic Highlands the giant's life is in an egg which he keeps concealed in a distant place, and not until the hero finds and crushes the egg does the giant die. The monster or hero with but one vulnerable spot, as was the case with Achilles, is also a common concept. Ninyunuwai, the Stone Man, p. This myth, although obtained from Swimmer, the best informant in the Eastern Band, is but fragmentary, for the reason that he confounded it with the somewhat similar story of Uttleta. It was mentioned by Iasta and others, East, and by Wofford, West, as a very old and interesting story, although none of these could recall the details in connected form. It is noted as one of the stories heard in the territory by Ten Kate, Legends of the Cherokees, in Journal of American Folklore, January, 1889, who spells the name Ninyunuwai. Ninyunuwai, dressed in stone, Ada Lanunsti, a staff or cane. Asantlai, Asantluni, a foot log or bridge, Ada Wihai, a great magician or supernatural wonderworker, Sitha. A very close parallel is found among the Iroquois, who have traditions of an invasion by a race of fierce cannibals known as the Stonish Giants, who, originally like ordinary humans, had wandered off into the wilderness, where they became addicted to eating raw flesh and wallowing in the sand until their bodies grew to gigantic size and were covered with hard scales like stone, which no arrow could penetrate. See Cusick, in Schoolcraft, Indian Tribes, v. p. 637. One of these, which preyed particularly upon the Onondaga, was at last taken in a pitfall and thus killed. Another, in tracking his victims used something which looked like a finger, but was really a pointer made of bone. With this he could find anything he wished. The pointer was finally snatched from him by a hunter, on which the giant, unable to find his way without it, begged piteously for its return, promising to eat no more men and to send the hunter long life and good luck for himself and all his friends. The hunter thereupon restored it and the giant kept his promises. Beecham, W. M., Iroquois Notes, in Journal of American Folklore, Boston, July, 1892. As told by Mrs. Smith, The Stone Giant's Challenge, Myths of the Iroquois, in Second Annual Report of the Bureau of Ethnology, 1883, the pointer was a human finger. He placed it upright upon his hand, and it immediately pointed the way for him to go. Menstrual woman. Among all our native tribes it is believed that there is something dangerous or uncanny in the touch or presence of a menstrual woman. Hence the universal institution of the menstrual lodge, to which the woman retires at such periods, eating, working, and sleeping alone, together with a host of taboos and precautions bearing upon the same subject. Nearly the same ideas are held in regard to a pregnant woman. Sourwood stakes. Cherokee hunters impale meat upon sourwood, Oxydendrum, stakes for roasting, and the wood is believed, also, to have power against the spells of witches. Began to talk. The revealing of medicine secrets by a magician when in his final agony is a common incident in Indian myths. Whatever he prayed for, Swimmer gives a detailed statement of the particular petition made by several of those thus painted. Painting the face and body, especially with red paint, is always among Indians a more or less sacred performance, usually accompanied with prayers. The Hunter in the Daqua. This story was told by Swimmer and Tagwatihai and is well known in the tribe. The version from the Wananahi manuscript differs considerably from that here given. In the Bible translation the word Daqua is used as the equivalent of whale. Haywood thus alludes to the story, Nat and Abarig. History Tennessee, p. 244. One of the ancient traditions of the Cherokees is that once a whale swallowed a little boy, and after some time spewed him upon the land. It is pretty certain that the Cherokee formerly had some acquaintance with whales, which, about the year 1700, according to Lawson, were very numerous on the coast of North Carolina, being frequently stranded along the shore. So that settlers derived considerable profit from the oil and blubber. He enumerates 4 species there known, and adds a general statement that some Indians in America hunted them at sea. History of Carolina, pages 251 to 252. In almost every age and country we find a myth of a great fish swallowing a man, who afterward finds his way out alive. Near to the Cherokee myth are the Bible story of Jonah, and the Greek story of Hercules, swallowed by a fish and coming out afterward alive, but bald. For parallels and theories of the origin and meaning of the myth among the ancient nations, see Chapter 9 of Boughton's Bible Myths. In an Ojibwe story, the great Manabozho is swallowed, canoe and all, by the king of the fishes. With his war club he strikes repeated blows upon the heart of the fish, which attempts to spew him out. Fearing that he might drown in deep water, Manabozho frustrates the endeavor by placing his canoe crosswise in the throat of the fish, and continues striking at the heart until the monster makes for the shore and there dies. When the hero makes his escape through a hole which the gulls have torn in the side of the carcass, Schoolcraft, Algic Researches, I, pp. 145 to 146. Atagahai, the Enchanted Lake, p. This story was heard from Swimmer, Tagwatihai, and others, and is a matter of familiar knowledge to every hunter among the East Cherokee. If Indian testimony be believed, there is actually a large bare flat of this name in the difficult recesses of the Great Smoky Mountains on the northern boundary of Swain County, North Carolina. Somewhere between the heads of Bradley's Fork and Eagle Creek. It appears to be a great resort for bears and ducks, and is perhaps submerged at long intervals, which would account for the legend. Prayer, fasting, and vigil, in Indian ritual, as among the Orientals and in all ancient religions, these are prime requisites for obtaining clearness of spiritual vision. In almost every tribe the young warrior just entering manhood voluntarily subjected himself to an ordeal of this kind, of several days' continuance. In order to obtain a vision of the medicine, which was to be his guide and protector for the rest of his life. The Bride from the South, p. This unique allegory was heard from both Swimmer and Tagwatihai in nearly the same form. Hagar also, M.S. Stellar Legends of the Cherokee, heard something of it from Iasta, who, however, confused it with the Hagar variant of the Milky Way, see notes 2. In a myth from British Columbia, the hot and the cold winds, the cold wind people of the north wage war with the hot wind people of the south, until the Indians, whose country lay between, and who constantly suffer from both sides, bring about a peace, to be ratified by a marriage between the two parties. Accordingly, the people of the south send their daughter to marry the son of the north. The two are married and have one child, whom the mother after a time decides to take with her to visit her own people in the north. Her visit ended, she starts on her return, accompanied by her elder brother. They embarked in a bark canoe for the country of the cold. Her brother paddled. After going a long distance, and while crossing a great lake, the cold became so intense that her brother could not endure it any longer. He took the child from his sister and threw it into the water. Immediately the air turned warm and the child floated on the water as a lump of ice. Tight, Traditions of the Thompson River Indians, pages 55, 56. The Iceman, p. This story, told by Swimmer, may be a veiled tradition of a burning coal mine in the mountains, accidentally ignited in firing the woods in the fall, according to the regular Cherokee practice, and finally extinguished by a providential rainstorm. One of Buttrick's Cherokee informants told him that, a great while ago a part of the world was burned, though it is not known now how, or by whom, but it is said that other land was formed by washing in from the mountains. Antiquities, page 7. When the French built Fort Caroline, near the present Charleston, South Carolina, in 1562, an Indian village was in the vicinity, but shortly afterward the chief, with all his people, removed to a considerable distance in consequence of a strange accident. A large piece of peat bog was kindled by lightning and consumed, which he supposed to be the work of artillery. Volcanic activities, some of very recent date, have left many traces in the Carolina mountains. A mountain in Haywood County, near the head of Fines Creek, has been noted for its noises and quakings for nearly a century, one particular explosion having split solid masses of granite as though by a blast of gunpowder. These shocks and noises used to recur at intervals of 2 or 3 years, but have not now been noticed for some time. In 1829 a violent earthquake on Valley River split open a mountain, leaving a chasm extending for several hundred yards, which is still to be seen. Sotowola Mountain, near Highlands, in Macon County, has crevices from which smoke is said to issue at intervals. In Madison County there is a mountain which has been known to rumble and smoke, a phenomenon with which the warm springs in the same county may have some connection. Another peak, known as Shaking or Rumbling Bald, in Rutherford County, attracted widespread attention in 1874 by a succession of shocks extending over a period of 6 months, see Ziegler and Grosscup, Heart of the Alleghenies, pages 228 to 229. The Hunter and Selous, p. The explanation of this story, told by Swimmer, lies in the myth which derives corn from the blood of the old woman Selous, c. Kana T'in Selous. In Iroquois myth the spirits of corn, beans, and squash are 3 sisters. Corn was originally much more fertile, but was blighted by the jealousy of an evil spirit. To this day, when the rustling wind waves the corn leaves with a moaning sound, the pious Indian fancies that he hears the spirit of corn, in her compassion for the red man. Still bemoaning with unavailing regrets her blighted fruitfulness, Morgan, League of the Iroquois, p. 162, c. Plant Lore, and accompanying notes. The Underground Panthers, p. This story was told by John Axe. For an explanation of the Indian idea concerning animals see, the Four-Footed Tribes, and, the Bear Man. Several days, the strange lapse of time, by which a period really extending over days or even years seems to the stranger under the spell to be only a matter of a few hours, is one of the most common incidents of European fairy recitals. And has been made equally familiar to American readers through Irving's story of Rip Van Winkle. The Tsundage p. This curious story was told by Swimmer and Tagwatihai, east, and Wofford, west. Swimmer says the dwarfs lived in the west, but Tagwatihai and Wofford locate them south from the Cherokee country. A story which seems to be a variant of the same myth was told to the Spanish adventurer Elon by the Indians on the South Carolina coast in 1520, and is thus given in translation from Peter Martyr's Decades. In The Discovery and Conquest of Florida, 9th volume of the Hakluyt Society's publications, pages 15 to 16, London, 1851. Another of Elon's strange stories refers to a country called Insignanin. The inhabitantes, by report of their ancestors, say, that a people as tall as the length of a man's arm, with tails of a span long, sometime arrived there, brought thither by sea, which tail was not movable or wavering. As in four-footed beasts, but sole-eyed, broad above, and sharp beneath, as we see in fishes and crocodiles, and extended into a bony hardness. Wherefore, when they desired to sit, they used seats with holes through them, or wanting them, digged up the earth a span deep or little more, they must convey their tail into the hole when they rest them. It is given thus in Barcia, Enseo, page 5, También llegaron a la provincia de Insignanin donde les contaron aquellos indios, que en cierto tiempo, habían aportado a ella, unas gentes, que tenían cola de una cuarta de largo, flexible, que les estorbaba tanto, que para sentarse gujarían los asientos, que el pelayo era muy áspero, y como escamoso, y que comían solo peces crudos, y habiendo estos muerto, se acabó esta nación. Y la verdad del caso, con ella. A close parallel to the Cherokee story is found among the Nisqually of Washington, in a story of 4 brothers, who are captured by a miraculously strong dwarf who ties them and carries them off in his canoe. Having rounded the distant point, where they had first descried him, they came to a village inhabited by a race of people as small as their captor, their houses, boats, and utensils being all in proportion to themselves. The 3 brothers were then taken out and thrown, bound as they were, into a lodge, while a council was convened to decide upon their fate. During the sitting of the council an immense flock of birds, resembling geese, but much larger, pounced down upon the inhabitants and commenced a violent attack. These birds had the power of throwing their sharp quills like the porcupine, and although the little warriors fought with great valor, they soon became covered with the piercing darts and all sunk insensible on the ground. When all resistance has ceased, the birds took to flight and disappeared. The brothers had witnessed the conflict from their place of confinement, and with much labor had succeeded in releasing themselves from their bonds, when they went to the battleground, and commenced pulling the quills from the apparently lifeless bodies. But no sooner had they done this, than all instantly returned to consciousness. Kane, Wanderings of an Artist, pages 252 to 253. Origin of the Bear, p. This story was told by Swimmer, from whom were also obtained the hunting songs, and was frequently referred to by other informants. The Ani, TSULʻKÂLÜ are said to have been an actual clan in ancient times. For parallels, see, the bear man. Had not taken human food, the Indian is a thorough believer in the doctrine that man is what he eats. Says Adair, History of the American Indians, p. 133, they believe that nature is possessed of such a property as to transfuse into men and animals the qualities, either of the food they use or of those objects that are presented to their senses. He who feeds on venison is, according to their physical system, swifter and more sagacious than the man who lives on the flesh of the clumsy bear or helpless dunghill fowls, the slow-footed tame cattle, or the heavy wallowing swine. This is the reason that several of their old men recommend and say that formerly their greatest chieftains observed a constant rule in their diet, and seldom ate of any animal of a gross quality or heavy motion of body, fancying it conveyed a dullness through the whole system and disabled them from exerting themselves with proper vigor in their martial, civil, and religious duties. A continuous adherence to the diet commonly used by a bear will finally give to the eater the bear nature, if not also the bear form and appearance. A certain term of white man's food will give the Indian the white man's nature, so that neither the remedies nor the spells of the Indian doctor will have any effect upon him. See the author's Sacred Formulas of the Cherokees. In 7th Annual Report of the Bureau of Ethnology, 1891. Shall live always, for explanation of the doctrine of animal reincarnation, see, the Four-Footed Tribes. The songs, these are fair specimens of the hunting songs found in every tribe, and intended to call up the animals or to win the favor of the lords of the game. See also deer songs in notes to HATCINOÑDOñ'S. As usual, the word forms are slightly changed to suit the requirements of the tune. The second song was first published by the author in the paper on Sacred Formulas, noted above. Tsistu-e, Koa-hai, Waya-hai, and Gate-gwa-hai, are 4 mountains, under each of which the bears have a townhouse in which they hold a dance before retiring to their dens for their winter sleep. At Tsistu-e, Rabbit Place, known to us as Gregory Bald, in the Great Smoky Range, dwells the Great Rabbit, the chief of the rabbit tribe. At Koa-hai, Mulberry Place, farther northeast along the same range, resides the White Bear, the chief of the bear tribe, and nearby is the enchanted lake of Ataga-hai, to which wounded bears go to bathe and be cured. See, the Four-Footed Tribes. And, Ataga-hai, the enchanted lake. Yahai is also a peak of the Great Smokies, while Gategwa-hai, Great Swamp or Thicket, is southeast of Franklin, North Carolina, and is perhaps identical with Fodderstack Mountain. See also the Bear Man, p. This story was obtained first from John Axe, and has numerous parallels in other tribes, as well as in European and Oriental folklore. The classic legend of Romulus and Remus and the stories of wolf boys in India will at once suggest themselves. Swimmer makes the trial of the hunter's weapons by the bears a part of his story of the origin of disease and medicine, but says that it may have happened on this occasion. See also, the Four-Footed Tribes, and notes to Origin of the Bear. In a strikingly similar Creek myth of the Tuggle collection, Origin of the Bear Clan, a little girl lost in the woods is adopted by a she-bear, with whom she lives for 4 years. When the bear is killed by the hunter and the girl returns to her people to become the mother of the Bear Clan. The Iroquois have several stories of children adopted by bears. In one, the man and his stepson, a boy thus cared for is afterward found by a hunter, who tames him and teaches him to speak, until in time he almost forgets that he had lived like a bear. He marries a daughter of the hunter and becomes a hunter himself, but always refrains from molesting the bears, until at last, angered by the taunts of his mother-in-law, he shoots one, but is himself killed by an accident while on his return home. Smith, Myths of the Iroquois, in Second Annual Report, Bureau of Ethnology. In line with this is the story of a hunter who had pursued a bear into its den. When some distance in he could no longer see the bear, but he saw a fire and around it sat several men. The oldest of the 3 men looked up and asked, "Why did you try to shoot one of my men?" "We sent him out to entice you to us." Curtin, Seneca M.S. in Bureau of American Ethnology Archives. In a Pawnee myth, the bear man, a boy whose father had put him under the protection of the bears, grows up with certain bear traits and frequently prays and sacrifices to these animals. On a war party against the Sioux he is killed and cut to pieces. When 2 bears find and recognize the body, gather up and arrange the pieces and restore him to life, after which they take him to their den, where they care for him and teach him their secret knowledge until he is strong enough to go home. Grinnell, Pawnee Hero Stories, pp. 121-128. In a GA'NA'S myth, Origin and Destruction of the Bear, a boy playing about in animal fashion runs into a cave in the hillside. When he came out his feet and hands had been transformed into bear's paws. For times this is repeated, the change each time mounting higher, until he finally emerges as a terrible bear monster that devours human beings. Russell, Myths of the GA'NA'S, in Journal of American Folklore, October, 1898. Read the thoughts. Thought reading is a very common feature of Indian myths. Certain medicine ceremonies are believed to confer the power upon those who fulfill the ordeal conditions. Food was getting scarce. Several references in the myths indicate that, through failure of the accustomed wild crops, famine seasons were as common among the animal tribes as among the Indians. See, the migration of the animals. Kulas, Ganahita, see, the 4-footed tribes. Rubbed his stomach. This very original method of procuring food occurs also in TSULʻKÄNLÜ. Topknots and split noses, Tsunistsahi, having topknots, i.e. Indians, in allusion to the crests of upright hair formerly worn by warriors of the Cherokee and other eastern tribes. Timberlake thus describes the Cherokee warriors' headdress in 1762, "The hair of their head is shaved, though many of the old people have it plucked out by the roots. Except a patch on the hinder part of the head about twice the bigness of a crown piece, which is ornamented with beads, feathers, wampum, stained deer's hair, and such like baubles." Memoirs, p. 49, Sunulai Sanestlata, they have split noses, i.e., dogs. Cover the blood. The reincarnation of the slain animal from the drops of blood spilt upon the ground or from the bones is a regular part of Cherokee hunting belief, and the same idea occurs in the folklore of many tribes. In the Omaha myth, Ictinike and the 4 creators, the hero visits the beaver, who kills and cooks one of his own children to furnish the dinner. When the meal was over, the beaver gathered the bones and put them into a skin, which he plunged beneath the water. In a moment the youngest beaver came up alive out of the water. Dorsey, in Contributions to North American Ethnology, 6, page 557. Like a man again, it is a regular article of Indian belief, which has its parallels in European fairy lore, that one who has eaten the food of the spirit people or supernaturals cannot afterward return to his own people and live, unless at once, and sometimes for a long time, put under a rigid course of treatment intended to efface the longing for the spirit food and thus to restore his complete human nature. See also, the underground panthers. In A Yankton Legend, recorded by Dorsey, a child falls into the water and is taken by the water people. The father hears the child crying under the water and employs 2 medicine men to bring it back. After preparing themselves properly they go down into the deep water, where they find the child sitting beside the water spirit, who, when they declare their message, tells them that if they had come before the child had eaten anything he might have lived, but now if taken away, he will desire the food which I eat. That being the cause of the trouble, he shall die. They return and report, we have seen your child, the wife of the water deity has him. Though we saw him alive, he had eaten part of the food which the water deity eats, therefore the water deity says that if we bring the child back with us out of the water he shall die, and so it happened. Some time after the parents lose another child in like manner, but this time, she did not eat any of the food of the water deity and therefore they took her home alive. In each case a white dog is thrown in to satisfy the water spirits for the loss of the child. Contributions to North American Ethnology, 6, page 357. The Great Leech of Clonusee, p. This legend was heard first from Swimmer and Chief Smith, the latter of whom was born near Murphy. It was confirmed by Wofford, West, and others, being one of the best-known myths in the tribe and embodied in the Cherokee name for Murphy. It is apparently founded upon a peculiar appearance, as of something alive or moving, at the bottom of a deep hole in Valley River, just below the old Unicoi Turnpike Ford, at Murphy, in Cherokee County, North Carolina. It is said that a tinsmith of the town once made a tin bomb which he filled with powder and sank in the stream at this spot with the intention of blowing up the strange object to see what it might be, but the contrivance failed to explode. The hole is caused by a sudden drop or split in the rock bed of the stream, extending across the river. Wofford, who once lived on Nautilus River, adds the incident of the two women and says that the leech had wings and could fly. He asserts also that he found rich lead ore in the hole, but that the swift current prevented working it. About 2 miles above the mouth of Nautilus River a bend of the stream brings it within about the same distance of the Hiwassee at Murphy. This nearest point of approach on Nautilus is also known to the Cherokee as Clonusee, Leech Place. And from certain phenomena common to both streams it is a general belief among Indians and whites that they are connected here by a subterranean waterway. The legend and the popular belief are thus noted in 1848 by Landman, who incorrectly makes the leech a turtle. The little village of Murphy, whence I date this letter, lies at the junction of the Owasso and Valley Rivers. And in point of location is one of the prettiest places in the world. Its Indian name was Clausuna, or the large turtle. It was so called, says a Cherokee legend, on account of its being the sunning place of an immense turtle which lived in its vicinity in ancient times. The turtle was particularly famous for its repelling power, having been known not to be at all injured by a stroke of lightning. Nothing on earth had power to annihilate the creature. But, on account of the many attempts made to take its life, when it was known to be a harmless and inoffensive creature, it became disgusted with this world, and burrowed its way into the middle of the earth, where it now lives in peace. In connection with this legend, I may here mention what must be considered a remarkable fact in geology. Running directly across the village of Murphy is a belt of marble, composed of the black, gray, pure white and flesh-colored varieties, which belt also crosses the Owasso River. Just above this marble causeway the Owasso, for a space of perhaps 200 feet, is said to be over 100 feet deep, and at one point, in fact, a bottom has never been found. All this is simple truth, but I have heard the opinion expressed that there is a subterranean communication between this immense hole in Owasso and the river Nautilus, which is some 2 miles distant. The testimony adduced in proof of this theory is, that a certain log was once marked on the Nautilus, which log was subsequently found floating in the pool of the deep hole in the Owasso, letters, pages 63 to 64. The Nun High and Other Spirit Folk, p. The belief in fairies and kindred spirits, frequently appearing as diminutive beings in human form, is so universal among all races as to render citation of parallels unnecessary. Every Indian tribe has its own spirits of the woods, the cliffs, and the waters, usually benevolent and kindly when not disturbed, but often mischievous, and in rare cases malicious and revengeful. These invisible spirit people are regarded as a sort of supernatural human beings, entirely distinct from ghosts and from the animal and plant spirits, as well as from the godlike beings who rule the sun, the rain, and the thunder. Most of the Nun High stories here given were told by Wofford, who believed them all firmly in spite of his white man's blood and education. The others, excepting that of the offended spirits, Wananahi MS, and the fire carrier, Wofford, were heard from various persons upon the reservation. For other Nun'hai references see the stories of Tsunahi, Kana-sta, Yahula, etc. Nun'hai, this word, gun-hai in a dialectic form and ne-hai in the singular, may be rendered dwellers anywhere or those who live anywhere, but is understood to mean those who live forever, i.e., immortals. It is spelled Nanahi by Buttrick and Nun'ai in the Wananahi manuscript. The singular form, ne-hai, occurs also as a personal name, equivalent to Ida-hai, one who goes about. Some invisible townhouse, the ancient Creek town of Okmulgee, where now is the city of Macon, in Georgia, was destroyed by the Carolina people about the time of the Yamasee War. 60 years later Adair says of the Creeks, they strenuously aver that when the necessity forces them to encamp there, they always hear at the dawn of the morning the usual noise of Indians singing their joyful religious notes and dancing, as if going down to the river to purify themselves, and then returning to the old townhouse, with a great deal more to the same effect. Whenever I have been there, however, all hath been silent. But they say this was, because I am an obdurate infidel that way. Historical A.M. Indians, page 36. Nautilus Town, properly Na-DL, was on Nautilus River, a short distance above Raper Creek in Cherokee County, North Carolina. The old townhouse was upon a large mound on the west side of the river and about 5 miles below the Georgia line. The town was practically deserted before the removal in 1838, c. Hemptown, properly GA'NA'S, Hemp Place, existed until the removal, on Hemptown Creek, a branch of Toccoa River, a few miles north of the present Morganton, in Fannin County, Georgia. Noted circular depression, this may have been a circular earthwork of about 30 feet diameter, described as existing in 1890 a short distance east of Sauqui Post Office near the head of Sauqui Creek, about 10 miles northwest of Clarksville, Habersham County, Georgia. There are other circular structures of stone on elevated positions within a few miles of Clarksville. See author's manuscript notes on Cherokee archaeology, in Bureau of American Ethnology Archives. The same story about throwing logs and stones into one of these sacred places, only to have them thrown out again by invisible hands, is told by Ziegler and Groskup, in connection with the Juticula Old Fields, see note under, TSUL'KÂLû. Bewildered, crazy persons were supposed to be possessed with the devil or afflicted with the Nanahi, Buttrick, Antiquities, page 14. According to Hagar's informant, the little people cause men to lose their minds and run away and wander in the forests. They wear very long hair, down to their heels, ms. Stellar Legends of the Cherokee. In Creek belief, according to the Tuggle manuscript, fairies or little people live in hollow trees and on rocky cliffs. They often decoy people from their homes and lose them in the woods. When a man's mind becomes bewildered, not crazy, this is caused by the little people. Loaves seem to shrink, the deceptive and unsatisfactory character of all fairy belongings when the spell is lifted is well known to the European peasantry. Tsawa-si and Saga-si, these sprites are frequently named in the hunting prayers and other sacred formulas. Scratching, this is a preliminary rite of the ball play in other ceremonies, as well as the doctor's method of hypodermic injection. As performed in connection with the ball play, it is a painful operation, being inflicted upon the naked skin with a 7-toothed comb of turkey bone, the scratches being drawn in parallel lines upon the breast, back, arms and legs, until the sufferer is bleeding from head to foot. In medical practice, in order that the external application may take hold more effectually, the scratching is done with a rattlesnake's tooth, a briar, a flint, or a piece of glass. See author's Cherokee Ball Play, in American Anthropologist, April, 1890, and Sacred Formulas of the Cherokees, in 7th Annual Report Bureau of Ethnology, 1891. The practice seems to have been general among the southern tribes, and was sometimes used as a punishment for certain delinquents. According to Adair, the doctor bled patients by scratching them with the teeth of garfish after the skin had been first well softened by the application of warm water. While any unauthorized person who dared to intrude upon the sacred square during ceremonial performances would be dry scratched with snake's teeth, fixed in the middle of a split reed or piece of wood. Without the privilege of warm water to supple the stiffened skin, hissed. A.M. Indians, pages 46, 120. The fire carrier. This is probably the gaseous phenomenon known as the will-o'-the-wisp, which has been a thing of mystery and fear to others beside Indians. The removed townhouses, p. The first of these stories was told by John Axe. The second was obtained from Sala Lee, Squirrel, mentioned elsewhere as a self-taught mechanic of the East Cherokee. Wofford, West, had also heard it, but confused it with that of TSUL'KÂLû. Excepting Gusty, the localities are all in western North Carolina. The large mound of Sts is on the south side of Valley River, about 3 miles below Valleytown, in Cherokee County. Anaskaya-E Town is not definitely located by the storyteller, but was probably in the same neighborhood. Tsudail-E, literally, where it is isolated, or isolated place, is a solitary high peak near Chiawa Maximum, a few miles northeast of Robbinsville, in Graham County. On the summit of which there is said to be a large rock somewhat resembling in appearance a circular townhouse with a part wanting from one side. Dustile-E, where it was shot, i.e., where it was struck by lightning, is the territory on Hiwassee River, about the mouth of Shooting Creek, above Hayesville, in Clay County, see also. No one must shout. The same injunction occurs in the legend of TSUL'KÂLû. The necessity for strict silence while under the conduct of fairy guides is constantly emphasized in European folklore. Townhouse in the water below, Breton legend tells of a submerged city which rises out of the sea at long intervals, when it can be seen by those who possess the proper talisman. And we know that in Ireland. On Loch Nee's banks as the fisherman strays. When the clear cold eve's declining, he sees the round towers of other days. In the wave beneath him shining. The spirit defenders of Nikwasi, p. This story was obtained from Swimmer. Nikwasi or Nikwesi, one of the most ancient settlements of the Cherokee, was on the west bank of Little Tennessee River, where is now the town of Franklin, in Macon County, North Carolina. The mound upon which the townhouse stood, in a field adjoining the river, is probably the largest in western Carolina and has never been explored. The Cherokee believe that it is the abode of the Nun-Hai or Immortals, c. and that a perpetual fire burns within it. The name, which cannot be translated, appears as Nukasi in old documents. The British agent held a council here with the Cherokee as early as 1730. Although twice destroyed, the town was rebuilt and continued to be occupied probably until the land was sold in 1819. Bring the news home. It was a frequent custom in Indian warfare to spare a captive taken in battle in order that he might carry back to his people the news of the defeat. After the disastrous defeat of the French under D'Artaguette by the Chickasaw in Upper Mississippi in 1736, D'Artaguette, Lieutenant Vincennes, Father Senac, and 15 others were burned at the stake by the victors. But one of the soldiers was spared to carry the news of the triumph of the Chickasaws and the death of these unhappy men to the mortified Bienville, Pickett, History of Alabama, p. 298, edition 1896. TSUL'KÂLû, the Slant-Eyed Giant, p. The story of TSUL'KÂLû is one of the finest and best known of the Cherokee legends. It is mentioned as early as 1823 by Haywood, who spells the name Tulikula, and the memory is preserved in the local nomenclature of Western Carolina. Hagar also alludes briefly to it in his manuscript Stellar Legends of the Cherokee. The name signifies literally, he has them slanting, being understood to refer to his eyes, although the word eye, acta, plural dicta, is not a part of it. In the plural form it is also the name of a traditional race of giants in the far west, see, the giants from the west. TSUL'KÂLû lives in Sungun-E and is the great lord of the game, and as such is frequently invoked in the hunting formulas. The story was obtained from Swimmer and John Axe, the Swimmer version being the one here followed. For parallels to the incident of the child born from blood see notes to Kana Tiayan Selu. In the John Axe version it is the girl's father and mother, instead of her mother and brother, who try to bring her back. They are told they must fast 7 days to succeed. They fast 4 days before starting, and then set out and travel 2 days, when they come to the mouth of the cave and hear the sound of the drum and the dance within. They are able to look over the edge of the rock and see their daughter among the dancers, but cannot enter until the 7th day is arrived. Unluckily the man is very hungry by this time, and after watching nearly all night he insists that it is so near daylight of the 7th morning that he may safely take a small bite. His wife begs him to wait until the sun appears, but hunger overcomes him and he takes a bite of food from his pouch. Instantly the cave and the dancers disappear, and the man and his wife find themselves alone on the mountain. John Axe was a very old man at the time of the recital, with memory rapidly failing, and it is evident that his version is only fragmentary. Haywood notes the story on the authority of Charles Hicks, an educated half-breed, Nat and Aberrig. Hist. Tennessee, page 280, they have a fabulous tradition respecting the mounds, which proves that they are beyond the events of their history. The mounds, they say, were caused by the quaking of the earth and great noise with it, a ceremony used for the adoption of their people into the family of TSUL'KÄLÜ, who was an invisible person and had taken a wife of one of their townspeople. And at the time when his first son was born the quaking of the earth and noise had commenced, but had ceased at the alarm whoop, which had been raised by 2 imprudent young men of the town. In consequence of which the mounds had been raised by the quaking noise. Whereupon the father took the child and mother and removed to near Brasstown, and had made the tracks in the rocks which are to be seen there. From Buttrick we get the following version of the tradition, evidently told for the missionaries' special benefit. God directed the Indians to ascend a certain mountain, that is, the warriors, and he would there send them assistance. They started and had ascended far up the mountain, when one of the warriors began to talk about women. His companion immediately reproved him, but instantly a voice like thunder issued from the side of the mountain and God spoke and told them to return, as he could not assist them on account of that sin. They put the man to death, yet the Lord never returned to them afterwards. Antiquities, page 14. On the next page he tells it in a somewhat different form. It is said that before coming to this continent, while in their own country, they were in great distress from their enemies. And God told them to march to the top of a certain mountain and he would come down and afford them relief. They ascended far up the mountain and thought they saw something coming down from above, which they supposed was for their aid. But just then one of the warriors, etc. Ziegler and Grosscup give another version, which, although dressed up for advertising purposes, makes a fairly good story. But there is another legend of the balsams more significant than any of these. It is the Paradise Gained of Cherokee mythology, and bears some distant resemblance to the Christian doctrine of mediation. The Indians believed that they were originally mortal in spirit as well as body, but above the blue vault of heaven there was, inhabited by a celestial race, a forest into which the highest mountains lifted their dark summits. The mediator, by whom eternal life was secured for the Indian mountaineers, was a maiden of their own tribe. Allured by the haunting sound and diamond sparkle of a mountain stream, she wandered far up into a solitary glen, where the azalea, the kalmia, and the rhododendron brilliantly embellished the deep, shaded slopes, and filled the air with their delicate perfume. The crystal stream wound its crooked way between moss-covered rocks over which tall ferns bowed their graceful stems. Enchanted by the scene, she seated herself upon the soft moss, and, overcome by fatigue, was soon asleep. The dream picture of a fairyland was presently broken by the soft touch of a strange hand. The spirit of her dream occupied a place at her side, and, wooing, won her for his bride. Her supposed abduction caused great excitement among her people, who made diligent search for her recovery in their own villages. Being unsuccessful, they made war upon the neighboring tribes in the hope of finding the place of her concealment. Grieved because of so much bloodshed and sorrow, she besought the great chief of the eternal hunting grounds to make retribution. She was accordingly appointed to call a council of her people at the forks of the Waya, Pigeon, River. She appeared unto the chiefs in a dream, and charged them to meet the spirits of the hunting ground with fear and reverence. At the hour appointed the head men of the Cherokees assembled. The high balsam peaks were shaken by thunder and a glare with lightning. The cloud, as black as midnight, settled over the valley, then lifted, leaving upon a large rock a cluster of strange men, armed and painted as for war. An enraged brother of the abducted maiden swung his tomahawk and raised the war whoop, but a swift thunderbolt dispatched him before the echo had died in the hills. The chiefs, terror-stricken, fled to their towns. The bride, grieved by the death of her brother and the failure of the council, prepared to abandon her new home and return to her kindred in the valleys. To reconcile her, the promise was granted that all brave warriors and their faithful women should have an eternal home in the happy hunting ground above, after death. The great chief of the forest beyond the clouds became the guardian spirit of the Cherokees. All deaths, either from wounds in battle or disease, were attributed to his desire to make additions to the celestial hunting ground, or, on the other hand, to his wrath, which might cause their unfortunate spirits to be turned over to the disposition of the evil genius of the mountain tops. Heart of the Alleghanies, pages 22-24. CHEROKEE, an ancient Cherokee town on Pigeon River, in the present Haywood County, North Carolina. It was deserted before the beginning of the historic period, but may have been located about the junction of the two forks of Pigeon River, a few miles east of Waynesville, where there are still a number of mounds and ancient cemeteries extending for some miles down the stream. Being a frontier town, it was probably abandoned early on account of its exposed position. The name, signifying scratcher, is applied to a comb, used for scratching the ballplayers, and is connected with kanuguel, or nuguel, a blackberry bush or briar. There are other mounds on Richland Creek, in the neighborhood of Waynesville. TSUL'KÂLû, abbreviated TSUL'KÂLû. The mountain in which the giant is supposed to have his residence, is Tennessee Bald, in North Carolina, where the Haywood, Jackson, and Transylvania county lines come together. On the ridge separating the waters of Pigeon River from those flowing into Tennessee Creek and Caney Fork of the Tuckasegee, southeastward from Waynesville and Webster. The name seems to mean, at the white place, from unga, white, and may refer to a bald spot of perhaps 100 acres on the top, locally known among the whites as Judaculla Old Fields, from a tradition, said to be derived from the Indians. That it was a clearing made by Judaculla, i.e., Sulcal, for a farm. Some distance farther west, on the north side of Caney Fork and about 10 miles above Webster, in Jackson County, is a rock known as Judaculla Rock, covered with various rude carvings, which, according to the same tradition, are scratches made by the giant in jumping from his farm on the mountain to the creek below. Ziegler and Groscup refer to the mountain under the name of Old Field Mountain and mention a tradition among the pioneers that it was regarded by the Indians as the special abode of the Indian Satan. On the top of the mountain there is a prairie-like tract, almost level, reached by steep slopes covered with thickets of balsam and rhododendron, which seem to garrison the reputed sacred domain. It was understood among the Indians to be forbidden territory, but a party one day permitted their curiosity to tempt them. They forced a way through the entangled thickets, and with merriment entered the open ground. Aroused from sleep and enraged by their audacious intrusion, the devil, taking the form of an immense snake, assaulted the party and swallowed 50 of them before the thicket could be gained. Among the first whites who settled among the Indians, and traded with them, was a party of hunters who used this superstition to escape punishment for their reprehensible conduct. They reported that they were in league with the great spirit of evil, and to prove that they were, frequented this old field. They described his bed, under a large overhanging rock, as a model of neatness. They had frequently thrown into it stones and brushwood during the day, while the master was out, but the place was invariably as clean the next morning as if it had been brushed with a bunch of feathers. Heart of the Alleghanies, page 22. The footprints can still be seen, Shining Rock or Cold Mountain, between the forks of Pigeon River, in Haywood County, North Carolina, is known to the Cherokee as TSUL'KÂLû, where their tracks are this way, on account of a rock at its base. Toward Sonoma and 3 miles south of the trail, upon which are impressions said to be the footprints made by the giant and his children on their way to TSUL'KÂLû. Within the mountain is also the legendary abode of invisible spirits. Haywood confounds this with Track Rock Gap, near Blairsville, Georgia, where are other noted petroglyphs, see, Minor Legends of Georgia. The rapid growth of the two children is paralleled in many other tribal mythologies. The sequence of growth as indicated by the footprints reminds us of the concluding incident of the Arabian Nights, when Queen Scheherazade stands before the king to make a last request, and the king answered her, "Request, thou shalt receive. O Scheherazade." So thereupon she called out to the nurses and the eunuchs and said to them, "Bring ye my children." Accordingly they brought them to her quickly, and they were 3 male children, one of them walked, and one crawled, and one was at the breast. Must not raise the war whoop, see note under, the removed townhouses. GA'NA'S, the lost settlement, p. This story, obtained from Swimmer, bears resemblance to those of TSUL'KÂLû, the removed townhouses, and others, in which individuals, or even whole settlements, elect to go with the invisible spirit people in order to escape hardships or coming disaster. GA'NA'S, abbreviated from Canastan-e, a name which cannot be translated, is described as an ancient Cherokee town on the French Broad where the trail from Tennessee Creek of the Tuckasegee comes in, near the present Brevard, in Transylvania County, North Carolina. No mounds are known there, and we find no notice of the town in history, but another of the same name existed on Hiwassee and was destroyed in 1776. TSUL'KÂLû, abbreviated from TSUL'KÄLDE, and known to the whites as Pilot Knob, is a high mountain in Transylvania County, about 8 miles north of Brevard. On account of the peculiar stratified appearance of the rocks, the faces of the cliffs are said frequently to present a peculiar appearance under the sun's rays, as of shining walls with doors, windows, and shingled roofs. TSUL'KÄLû, shining rock. See note under, TSUL'KÄLû. Fast 7 days. This injunction of a 7 days fast upon those who would join the spirit people appears in several Cherokee myths, the idea being, as we learn from the priests, to spiritualize the human nature and quicken the spiritual vision by abstinence from earthly food. The doctrine is exemplified in an incident of the legend of Tsunahi, Q.V. In a broader application, the same idea is a foundation principle of every ancient religion. In ordinary Cherokee ceremonial the fast is kept for 1 day, i.e., from midnight to sunset. On occasions of supreme importance it continues 4 or even 7 days. Among the Plains tribes those who voluntarily enter the sun dance to make supplication and sacrifice for their people abstain entirely from food and drink during the 4 days and nights of the ceremony. The thunders, see, GA'NA'S and notes, and, the moon and the thunders, with notes. Tsunahi, a legend of Pilot Knob, p. This story, from Swimmer, is of the same order as the legends of TSUL'KÄLû, GA'NA'S, etc. The people whom the hunter met inside the enchanted mountain are evidently the same described in the last-named story, with the guests from the lost settlement. The name Tsunahi cannot be translated, but may possibly have, a connection with Uvanahi, rich. Kanuga and TSUL'KÄLû, see notes under, TSUL'KÄLû, and, GA'NA'S. Parched corn. This was the standard provision of the warrior when on the march among all the tribes east of the Mississippi and probably among all the corn-growing tribes of America. It is the panole of the Tarahumara and other Mexican tribes. The Cherokee call it Gahawisita. Hawkins thus describes it as seen with his Cherokee guides in 1796, they are small eaters, use no salt and but little bread. They carry their parched corn meal, wisakta, and mix a handful in a pint of water, which they drink. Although they had plenty of corn and fowls, they made no other provision than a small bag of this for the path. I have plenty of provisions and give them some at every meal. I have several times drank of the wisakta, and am fond of it with the addition of some sugar. To make of the best quality, I am told the corn should first be boiled, then parched in hot ashes, sifted, powdered, and made into flour. The seat was a turtle. This incident also occurs in, The Man Who Married the Thunder Sister. The species meant is the Saligu gi or common water turtle. Like dog's paws, no reason is given for this peculiarity, which is nowhere else mentioned as a characteristic of the mountain spirits. Old tobacco, Tsalagayan Li, ancient tobacco, the Nicotiana rustica, sacred among all the eastern tribes. See, How They Brought Back the Tobacco, and, Plant Lore. Thorns of Honey Locust. This incident occurs also in, unabridged, The Gambler. The Man Who Married the Thunder's Sister, p. This story was heard first from John Axe, and afterward with additions and variants from Swimmer and others. It is also briefly noted in Hagar's manuscript Stellar Legends of the Cherokee. As explained elsewhere, the thunder spirits are supposed to have their favorite residence under cataracts, of which Tallulah Falls is probably the greatest in the Cherokee country. The connection of thunder and rain spirits with snakes and water animals is a matter of universal primitive belief and has already been noted. One Cherokee informant told Hagar, see above, that thunder is a horned snake, enlightening its tongue, and it lives with water and rains. It is hardly necessary to state that the dance was, and is, among all the tribes, not only the most frequent form of social amusement, but also an important part of every great religious or other ceremonial function. Saukwi, abbreviated Saukwi, an ancient town about on the site of the present village of Saukwi on the creek of the same name near Clarksville, in Habersham County, Georgia. Marry him. Among nearly all the tribes, with the exception of the Pueblo, the marriage ceremony was simple, consisting chiefly of the giving, by the lover, of certain presents to the parents of the intended bride, by way of compensating them for the loss of their daughter, after she herself had first signified her consent to the union. Although this has been represented as a purchase, it was really only a formal ratification of the contract, which the girl was free to accept or reject as she chose. On the other hand, should the presents be insufficient to satisfy the parents, they were refused or returned and the marriage could not take place, however willing the girl might be. The young man usually selected a friend to act as go-between with the girl's family, and in all tribes, as now in the West, the result seems to have been largely at the disposal of her brother, who continued to exercise some supervision and claim over her even after her marriage. Lawson's statement concerning the Eastern Carolina tribes in 1700 will hold almost equally good today in any part of the West. As for the Indian marriages, I have read and heard of a great deal of form and ceremony used, which I never saw, nor yet could learn in the time I have been amongst them any otherwise than I shall here give you an account of, which is as follows. When any young Indian has a mind for such a girl to his wife, he, or someone for him, goes to the young woman's parents, if living. If not, to her nearest relations, where they make offers of the match betwixt the couple. The relations reply, they will consider of it. Which serves for a sufficient answer, till there be a second meeting about the marriage, which is generally brought into debate before all the relations that are old people, on both sides. And sometimes the king with all his great men give their opinions therein. If it be agreed on and the young woman approve thereof, for these savages never give their children in marriage without their own consent, the man pays so much for his wife, and the handsomer she is the greater price she bears. History of Carolina. pp. 302-303. According to Adair, who makes it a little more formal among the Gulf tribes, when an Indian makes his first address to the young woman he intends to marry, she is obliged by ancient custom to sit by him till he hath done eating and drinking, whether she likes or dislikes him. But afterward she is at her own choice whether to stay or retire. Historical A.M. Indians, page 139. Would surely die. In Cherokee myth and ritual we frequently meet the idea that one who reveals supernatural secrets will die. Sometimes the idea is reversed, as when the discovery of the nefarious doings of a wizard or conjurer causes his death. The latter belief has its parallel in Europe. Smooth as a pumpkin, this is the rendering of the peculiar tautologic Cherokee expression, aya, toi skage I used, literally, pumpkin, of pumpkin smoothness, smooth like a pumpkin. The rendering is in line with the repetition in such children's stories as that of The House That Jack Built, but the translation fails to convey the amusing sound effect of the original. A large turtle. This incident occurs also in Sonahi. A horse. Although the reference to the horse must be considered a more modern interpolation, it may easily date back 2 centuries, or possibly even to De Soto's expedition in 1540. Among the Plains tribes the horse quickly became so essential a part of Indian life that it now enters into their whole social and mythic system. The bracelets were snakes. The same concept appears also in unabridged, when the hero visits his father, the thunder god. The haunted whirlpool. This legend was related by an East Cherokee known to the whites as Naughty Tom. For a description of the whirlpool rapids known as the Suck, see notes under unabridged, the gambler. Yahulla, p. This fine myth was obtained in the territory from Wofford, who had it from his uncle, William Scott, a half-breed who settled upon Yahulla Creek shortly after the close of the Revolution. Scott claimed to have heard the bells and the songs, and of the story itself Wofford said, "I've heard it so often and so much that I'm inclined to believe it." It has its explanation in the beliefs connected with the Nun High, see and notes, in whom Wofford had firm faith. Yahulla, this is a rather frequent Cherokee personal name, but seems to be of Creek origin, having reference to the song used in the black drink or busk ceremony of that tribe. And the songs which the lost trader used to sing may have been those of that ceremony. See the tinkling of the bells. Among the southern tribes in the old days the approach of a trader's cavalcade along the trail was always heralded by the jingling of bells hung about the necks of the horses. Somewhat in the manner of our own winter sleighing parties. Among the Plains tribes the children's ponies are always equipped with collars of sleigh bells. In his description of a trader's pack train before the Revolution, Bartram says, Travels, p. 439, every horse has a bell on, which being stopped, when we start in the morning, with a twist of grass or leaves, soon shakes out, and they are never stopped again during the day. The constant ringing and clattering of the bells, smacking of the whips, whooping and too frequent cursing these miserable quadrupeds, cause an incessant uproar and confusion inexpressibly disagreeable. The Water Cannibals, p. This story was obtained from Swimmer and contains several points of resemblance to other Cherokee myths. The idea of the spirit changeling is common to European fairy lore. Tiquali Tsi, this town, called by the whites Tuckalikee, was on Tuckasegee River, at the present Bryson City, in Swain County, North Carolina, where traces of the mound can still be seen on the south side of the river. Afraid of the Witches, see, The Raven Mocker, and notes. First contact with whites, p. The story of the jug of whiskey left near a spring was heard first from Swimmer, the Yulunsu Ti story from Wofford, the locomotive story from David Blythe. Each was afterward confirmed from other sources. The story of the Book and the Bow, quoted from the Cherokee Advocate of October 26, 1844, was not heard on the reservation, but is mentioned by other authorities. According to an old Cherokee quoted by Buttrick, God gave the red man a book and a paper and told him to write, but he merely made marks on the paper, and as he could not read or write, the Lord gave him a bow and arrows. And gave the book to the white man. Boudinot, in A Star in the West, quoted by the same author, says, they have it handed down from their ancestors, that the book which the white people have was once theirs, that while they had it they prospered exceedingly. But that the white people bought it of them and learned many things from it, while the Indians lost credit, offended the Great Spirit, and suffered exceedingly from the neighboring nations. That the Great Spirit took pity on them and directed them to this country, etc. It is simply another version of the common tale of decadent nations, we were once as great as you. The Iroquois Wars, p. The Iroquois League. The Iroquois League consisted originally of a confederacy of 5 kindred tribes, the Mohawk, Oneida, Onondaga, Cayuga, and Seneca, in what is now the state of New York. To these were added the cognate Tuscarora after their expulsion from Carolina about 1715. The name Iroquois, by which they were known to the French, is supposed to be a derivative from some Indian term. To the English they were known as the 5, afterward the 6 Nations. They called themselves by a name commonly spelt Haudenosaunee, and interpreted, people of the Long House. Of this symbolic Long House the Mohawk guarded the eastern door, while the Seneca protected the western. Their remarkable governmental and clan system is still well preserved, each tribe, except the Mohawk and Oneida, having 8 clans, arranged in 2 groups or phratries. The Mohawk and Oneida are said to have now but 3 clans apiece, probably because of their losses by withdrawals to the French missions. The Seneca clans, which are nearly the same for the other tribes, are the wolf, bear, turtle, beaver, deer, snipe, heron, and hawk. The Confederacy is supposed to have been formed about the middle of the 16th century, and by 1680 the Iroquois had conquered and destroyed or incorporated all the surrounding tribes, and had asserted a paramount claim over the whole territory from the Cherokee border to Hudson Bay and from southern New England to the Mississippi. According to a careful estimate in 1677 the 5 nations then numbered 2,150 warriors, or about 10,750 persons. The Tuscarora in Carolina were estimated a few years later at 1,200 warriors, or 5,000 persons, but this is probably an exaggeration. The League afterward lost heavily by wars with the French, and still more by withdrawals of Christianized Indians to the French Catholic mission colonies at Caughnawaga, St. Regis, and elsewhere, the Mohawk being the chief sufferers. The Revolution brought about another separation, when about 2/5 of those remaining, including nearly all of the Mohawk and Cayuga, removed in a body to Canada. A mixed band of Seneca and Cayuga, known as the Seneca of Sandusky, had previously settled in Ohio, whence they removed in 1831 to Indian Territory. Between 1820 and 1826 the greater portion of the Oneida removed from New York to lands in Wisconsin purchased from the Menominee. In spite, however, of wars and removals the Iroquois have held their own with a tenacity and a virility which mark their whole history, and both in this country and in Canada they are fairly prosperous and are increasing in population, being apparently more numerous today than at any former period. Those in New York and Pennsylvania, except the St. Regis, and on the Grand River Reservation in Canada, constituting together about 1/2 of the whole number, still keep up the forms and ceremonies of the ancient league. According to a special bulletin of the census of 1890 the total number of Indians then belonging to the tribes originally constituting the 6 nations was 15,833, of whom 8,483 were living in Canada and 7,350 in the United States. Excluding from the latter count 37 resident members of other tribes. Those in the United States were on 6 reservations in the state of New York, 1 in Pennsylvania, 1 in Wisconsin, and 1 in the Indian Territory, and were classed as follows. Mohawk, including Indians of St. Regis and Caughnawaga. In New York, 1,162. Oneida. In New York, 212. At Green Bay Agency, Wisconsin, 1,716. 1,928. Onondaga. In New York, 470. On Cornplanter Reservation, Pennsylvania, 11. Cayuga, in New York. Seneca. In New York, 2,680. On Cornplanter Reservation, Pennsylvania, 87. 2,767. Tuscarora, in New York. Iroquois mixed bloods. Separately enumerated, on reservations in New York. Iroquois outside reservations in New York, Connecticut, and Massachusetts. Mixed Seneca and Cayuga at Quapaw Agency, Indian Territory. 7,350. Those in Canada were at the same time officially reported thus. Mohawk. At Caughnawaga, 1,722. At St. Regis, 1,190. On Grand River Reservation, 1,344. At Bay of Cant, 1,056. 5,312. Oneida. On Thames River, 715. On Grand River Reservation, 244. Onondaga, on Grand River Reservation. Cayuga, on Grand River Reservation. Seneca, on Grand River Reservation. Tuscarora, on Grand River Reservation. Iroquois of Lake of Two Mountains. Iroquois of Gibson. 8. 483. A few Algonquin are included among the Iroquois of Caughnawaga and St. Regis, the Iroquois of these two settlements having been originally Catholic emigrants from the Mohawk villages in New York, with a few Oneida and Onondaga. When the boundary line between New York and Canada was run, it cut the St. Regis Reservation in two. The report of the Commissioner of Indian Affairs for 1900 shows 7,700 Iroquois living on the reservations in New York, Wisconsin, and Indian Territory, an increase within these limits of 527 in 9 years. Assuming the same rate of increase in Pennsylvania and on the Canada side, the whole number of Iroquois today would be approximately 17,000. For detailed information see Colden, History of the Five Nations, Schoolcraft, Notes on the Iroquois. Morgan, League of the Haudenosaunee or Iroquois, Parkman's Works. Reports of the Commissioners of Indian Affairs for both the United States and Canada, and the excellent report on The Six Nations of New York, by Donaldson and Carrington, contained in an extra bulletin of the 11th Census of the United States. Seneca Town, South Carolina, the statement given by Schoolcraft, Notes on Iroquois, 161, on the authority of Calhoun, that the Seneca once lived at Seneca Town, in South Carolina, has probably no foundation in fact. The story having evidently arisen from a supposed similarity of name. The Cherokee call it as Nigu, and do not connect it in any way with Ase-Nika or Ani-Se-Nika, their name for the northern tribe. The Cherokee War, the Iroquois story of the war between themselves and the Cherokee is from Schoolcraft, Notes on Iroquois, pages 252 and 256. 5 days' journey, this statement is on Morgan's authority, but the distance was certainly greater, unless we are to understand only the distance that separated their extreme accustomed hunting ranges. Not that between the permanent settlements of the two peoples. The Tennessee River boundary, the statement from Morgan, League of the Iroquois, page 337, in regard to the truce line established at Tennessee River seems to find confirmation in incidental references in early documents. Boundaries beyond which war parties might not go, or neutral grounds where hereditary enemies met in peace, were a regular institution in ancient Indian society, the most notable instance being perhaps the famous Pipestone Quarry in Minnesota. Notwithstanding the claim of the Iroquois, backed by Sir William Johnson, to all the country north of the Tennessee River, it is very plain from history and the treaties that the Cherokee asserted a more or less valid claim as far north as the Ohio. Their actual settlements, however, were all south of the main Tennessee. The Buffalo Dance, the origin ascribed to the Buffalo Dance of the Iroquois, Morgan, League of the Iroquois, p. 287, is in agreement with the common Indian idea, according to which dances named from animals are performed in imitation of the peculiar actions and cries of these animals, or in obedience to supposed commands from the ruling spirit animals. The Peace Embassy, the story of the proposed intertribal alliance, with the statements as to Cherokee captives among the Seneca, are from Schoolcraft, Notes on Iroquois, pages 158, 252, 257. The records of the conference at Johnson Hall in 1768 are published in the New York Colonial Documents. The account of the Iroquois Peace Embassy to Echota was given to Wofford by 2 eyewitnesses, one of whom was his mother's cousin, Sequoia. As the old man said, Sequoia told me all about it. As stated in the narrative, Wofford himself had also seen the belts brought out and explained in a great intertribal council at Tahlequah. By common tribal custom, ambassadors of peace were secure from molestation, whatever might be the result of the negotiations, although, as among more civilized nations, this rule was sometimes violated. According to tradition, the ancient peace pipe of the Cherokee, and probably of other eastern tribes, was of white stone, white being the universal peace color. The red stone pipe of the Sioux was also used in peace ceremonials, from the peculiar sacredness attached to it among the western tribes. The accuracy of Wofford's statement from memory in 1891 is strikingly confirmed by a contemporary account of the Great Intertribal Council at Tahlequah in 1843, by the artist, Stanley, who was present and painted a number of portraits on that occasion. The council was convened by John Ross in June and remained in session 4 weeks, some 10,000 Indians being in attendance, representing 17 tribes. During the whole session the utmost good feeling and harmony prevailed. The business was brought to a close at sundown, after which the various tribes joined in dancing, which was usually kept up to a late hour. The wampum belt was explained, according to Stanley's account, by Major George Lowry, agile, rising, second chief of the nation, who thus recited the tradition of its coming from the Seneca, i.e. Iroquois. The talk abounds in Indian reference and symbolism. You will now hear a talk from our forefathers. You must not think hard if we make a few mistakes in describing our wampum. If we do, we will try and rectify them. My brothers, you will now hear what our forefathers said to us. In the first place, the Senecas, a great many years ago, devised a plan for us to become friends. When the plan was first laid, the Seneca rose up and said, I fear the Cherokee, because the tomahawk is stuck in several parts of his head. The Seneca afterwards remarked, that he saw the tomahawk still sticking in all parts of the Cherokee's head, and heard him whooping and hallooing say, sick, that he was too strong to die. The Seneca further said, our warriors in old times used to go to war, when they did go, they always went to fight the Cherokees, sometimes 1 or 2 would return home, sometimes none. He further said, the Great Spirit must love the Cherokees, and we must be in the wrong, going to war with them. The Seneca then said, suppose we make friends with the Cherokee, and wash his wounds and cause them to heal up, that he may grow larger than he was before. The Seneca, after thus speaking, sat down. The Wyandot then rose and said, you have done right, and let it be. I am your youngest brother, and you are oldest. This word was told to the Shawnees. They replied, we are glad, let it be, you are our elder brothers. The Senecas then said, they would go about and pray to the Great Spirit for 4 years to assist them in making peace, and that they would set aside a vessel of water and cover it, and at the end of every year they would take the cover off and examine the water, which they did. Every time they opened it they found it was changed. At the end of 4 years they uncovered the vessel and found that the water had changed to a color that suited them. The Seneca then said, the Great Spirit has had mercy upon us, and the thing has taken place just as we wished it. The Shawnee then said, we will make straight paths. But let us make peace among our neighboring tribes first, before we make this path to those afar off. The Seneca then said, before we make peace, we must give our neighboring tribes some fire. For it will not do to make peace without it, they might be traveling about, and run against each other, and probably cause them to hurt each other. These 3 tribes said, before making peace, that this fire which was to be given to them should be kindled in order that a big light may be raised, so they may see each other at a long distance, this is to last so long as the earth stands. They said further, that this law of peace shall last from generation to generation, so long as there shall be a red man living on this earth. They also said, that the fire shall continue among us and shall never be extinguished as long as one remains. The Seneca further said to the Shawnees, I have put a belt around you, and have tied up the talk in a bundle, and placed it on your backs, we will now make a path on which we will pass to the Sioux. The Seneca said further, you shall continue your path until it shall reach the lodge of the Osage. When the talk was brought to the Sioux, they replied, we feel thankful to you and will take your talk. We can see a light through the path you have made for us. When the Shawnees brought the talk to the Osages, they replied, by tomorrow, by the middle of the day, we shall have finished our business. The Osage said further, the Great Spirit has been kind to me. He has brought something to me, I being fatigued hunting for it. When the Shawnees returned to the lodge of the Osages, they were informed that they were to be killed, and they immediately made their escape. When the Shawnees returned to their homes whence they came, they said they had been near being killed. The Seneca then said to the Shawnees, that the Osages must be mistaken. The Shawnees went again to see the Osages, they told them their business. The Osages remarked, the Great Spirit has been good to us, tomorrow by the middle of the day he will give us something without fatigue. When the Shawnees arrived at the lodge, an old man of the Osages told them that they had better make their escape. That if they did not, by the middle of the following day, they were all to be destroyed, and directed them to the nearest point of the woods. The Shawnees made their escape about midday. They discovered the Osages following them, and threw away their packs, reserving the bag their talk was in, and arrived at their camp safe. When the Shawnees arrived home, they said they had come near being killed, and the Osages refused to receive their talk. The Seneca then said, "If the Osages will not take our talk, let them remain as they are. And when the rising generation shall become as one, the Osages shall be like some herb standing alone." The Seneca further said, "The Osages shall be like a lone cherry tree, standing in the prairies, where the birds of all kinds shall light upon it at pleasure." The reason this talk was made about the Osages was, that they prided themselves upon their warriors and manhood, and did not wish to make peace. The Seneca further said, "We have succeeded in making peace with all the northern and neighboring tribes." The Seneca then said to the Shawnees, "You must now turn your course to the south, you must take your path to the Cherokees, and even make it into their houses." When the Shawnees started at night they took up their camp and sat up all night, praying to the Great Spirit to enable them to arrive in peace and safety among the Cherokees. The Shawnees still kept their course, until they reached a place called TSULʻKÂLû, where they arrived in safety, as they wished, and there met the chiefs and warriors of the Cherokees. When they arrived near TSULʻKÂLû, they went to a house and sent 2 men to the head chiefs. The chief's daughter was the only person in the house. As soon as she saw them, she went out and met them, and shook them by the hand and asked them into the house to sit down. The men were all in the field at work, the girl's father was with them. She ran and told him that there were 2 men in the house, and that they were enemies. The chief immediately ran to the house and shook them by the hand, and stood at the door. The Cherokees all assembled around the house, and said, "Let us kill them, for they are enemies." Some of the men said, "No, the chief's daughter has taken them by the hand, so also has our chief." The men then became better satisfied. The chief asked the 2 men if they were alone. They answered, "No, that there were some more with them." He told them to go after them and bring them to his house. When these 2 men returned with the rest of their people, the chief asked them what their business was. They then opened this valuable bundle, and told him that it contained a talk for peace. The chief told them, "I cannot do business alone. All the chiefs are assembled at a place called Chokwata, for Ichota, where I will attend to your business in general council." When the messengers of peace arrived at Chokwata, they were kindly received by the chiefs, who told them they would gladly receive their talk of peace. The messengers of peace then said to the Cherokees, "We will make a path for you to travel in, and the rising generation may do the same, we also will keep it swept clean and white, so that the rising generation may travel in peace." The Shawnee further said, "We will keep the doors of our houses open, so that when the rising generation come among us they shall be welcome." He further said, "This talk is intended for all the different tribes of our red brothers, and is to last to the end of time." He further said, "I have made a fire out of the dry elm, this fire is for all the different tribes to see by. I have put 1 chunk toward the rising sun, 1 toward the north, and 1 toward the south. This fire is not to be extinguished so long as time lasts. I shall stick up a stick close by this fire, in order that it may frequently be stirred, and raise a light for the rising generation to see by. If anyone should turn in the dark, you must catch him by the hand, and lead him to the light, so that he can see that he was wrong. I have made you a firelight, I have stripped some white hickory bark and set it up against the tree, in order that when you wish to remove this fire, you can take it and put it on the bark. When you kindle this fire it will be seen rising up toward the heavens. I will see it and know it, I am your oldest brother." The messenger of peace further said, "I have prepared white benches for you, and lean the white pipe against them, and when you eat you shall have but 1 dish and 1 spoon. We have done everything that was good, but our warriors still hold their tomahawks in their hands, as if they wish to fight each other. We will now take their tomahawks from them and bury them. We must bury them deep under the earth where there is water, and there must be winds, which we wish to blow them so far that our warriors may never see them again. The messenger further said, Where there is blood spilt I will wipe it up clean, wherever bones have been scattered, I have taken them and buried them, and covered them with white hickory bark and a white cloth, there must be no more blood spilt. Our warriors must not recollect it any more. Our warriors said that the Cherokees were working for the rising generation by themselves, we must take hold and help them. The messengers then said that you Cherokees are placed now under the center of the sun, this talk I leave with you for the different tribes, and when you talk it, our voice shall be loud enough to be heard over this island. This is all I have to say. Wampum, the celebrated wampum was a species of bead cut from the shell of the clam, conch, or other shell-bearing mollusk of the coast or the larger streams. The common name is derived from an Algonquian word signifying white, and was properly applied only to one variety, the generic term varying with the tribe. The beads were rather cylindrical than globular, and were of two colors, white and purple or dark. They were rated at definite values. The wampum was manufactured by the coast tribes, being traded by them to those of the interior, and was largely used everywhere east of the Mississippi for necklaces, collars, belts, and other purposes of personal adornment. As well as in connection with the noted wampum belts, by means of which the memory of treaties and tribal traditions was handed down. These belts were woven with various designs in wampum, either pictographic or symbolic, the meaning of which was preserved and explained on public occasions by an officer appointed to that duty. In ancient times no treaty or covenant was considered binding, and no tribal embassy was recognized as official, without the delivery of a wampum belt as a guarantee and memorial. The colonial documents are full of references to this custom. Up to the end of the last century the Cherokee still tendered such belts in their treaties with the government, and one was delivered in the same manner so late as the Treaty of Prairie de Chiennes in 1825. The Iroquois still preserve several ancient belts, of which a good idea is afforded by the illustration and accompanying description, page. On account of the high estimation in which these shell beads were held, they were frequently used in the East as a standard of exchange, as eagle feathers were in the West, and among the Cherokee the same word, atila, is used alike for bead and for money. On the Pacific coast, shells were more generally shaped into pendants and gorgets. For a good eyewitness account of the manufacture and use of wampum and gorgets of shell among the South Atlantic tribes, see Lawson, History of Carolina, 315-316. Hyedione, the Seneca, p. Of this story Schoolcraft says, the following incident in the verbal annals of Iroquois hardihood and heroism was related to me by the intelligent Seneca, Tetoyo, William Jones of Cattaraugus, along with other reminiscences of the ancient Cherokee wars. Hewitt thinks the proper Seneca form of the name may be Hyedione, signifying, his body lies supine. Escape of the Seneca Boys, p. The manuscript notes from which this and several following traditions are arranged are in the archives of the Bureau of American Ethnology, and were obtained in 1886–87 among the Seneca Indians of New York by Mr. Jeremiah Curtin. Since noted as the author of several standard collections of Indian and European myths and the translator of the works of the Polish novelist, Sienkiewicz. Gao, this is a long-drawn halloo without significance except as a signal to arrest attention. It strikingly resembles the Australian bush cry, coo-wee, used for the same purpose. The Unseen Helpers, p. The meaning of the Seneca name cannot be given. Animal Protectors, the leading incident of this tale is closely paralleled by a Kiowa story, told by the old men as an actual occurrence of some 50 years ago, concerning a warrior who, having been desperately wounded in an engagement with Mexican troops in southern Texas, was abandoned to die by his retreating comrades. At night, while lying upon the ground awaiting death, and unable to move, he heard a long howl in the distance, which was repeated nearer and nearer, until at last he heard the patter of feet in the sand. And a wolf came up and licked the festering wounds of the warrior with such soothing effect that he fell asleep. This was repeated several times until the man was able to sit up, when the wolf left him, after telling him, not in the vision of a dream, but as a companion face to face, that he must keep up his courage. and that he would get back in safety to his tribe. Soon afterward the wounded warrior was found by a party of Comanche, who restored him to his people. At the next Sun dance he made public thanksgiving for his rescue. See the author's calendar history of the Kiowa Indians, in 17th Annual Report Bureau of American Ethnology, Part 1, 1901. The story is not impossible. A wolf may easily have licked the wounded man's sores, as a dog might do, and through the relief thus afforded, if not by sympathy of companionship, have enabled him to hold out until rescued by friends. The rest is easy to the imagination of an Indian, who believes that there is no essential difference between himself and other animals. The war woman, the women described as having power to decide the fate of captives, mentioned also in the next story, are evidently the female dignitaries among the ancient Cherokee known to early writers as war women or pretty women. Owing to the decay of Cherokee tradition and custom, it is now impossible to gather anything positive on the subject from Indian informants. But from documentary references it is apparent that there existed among the Cherokee a custom analogous to that found among the Iroquois and probably other eastern tribes, by which the decision of important questions relating to peace and war was left to a vote of the women. Among the Iroquois this privilege was exercised by a council of matrons, the mothers of the tribes. It may have been the same among the Cherokee, with the pretty woman to voice the decision of the council, or the final rendering may have been according to the will of the pretty woman herself. The institution served in a measure to mitigate the evils of war and had its origin in the clan system. Under this system a captive enemy was still an enemy until he had been adopted into the tribe, which could only be done through adoption into a clan and family. As clan descent was reckoned through the women, it rested with them to decide the question of adoption. If they were favorable, all was well, and the captive became at once a member of a family and clan and of the tribe at large. Otherwise, as a public enemy, only death remained to him, unless he was ransomed by friends. The proper Cherokee title of this female arbiter of life and death is unknown. The clan of the Ani, Hila Hai, or Long Hairs, is sometimes spoken of as the Pretty Woman clan, and the office may have been hereditary in that clan. The Seneca stories imply that there were two of these female officers, but from Haywood's account there would seem to have been but one. An upper tributary of Savannah River in Georgia bears the name Warwoman Creek. Timberlake says in 1765, Memoirs, page 70, these chiefs or headmen likewise composed the assemblies of the nation, into which the war women are admitted, many of the Indian women being as famous in war as powerful in the council. At the Hopewell Treaty Conference in 1785 the principal chief of Echota, after an opening speech, said, "I have no more to say, but one of our beloved women has, who has borne and raised up warriors." After delivering a string of wampum to emphasize the importance of the occasion, the war woman of Chota then addressed the commissioners. Having expressed her pleasure at the peace, she continued, "I have a pipe and a little tobacco to give to the commissioners to smoke in friendship. I look on you and the red people as my children. Your having determined on peace is most pleasing to me, for I have seen much trouble during the late war. I am old, but I hope yet to bear children, who will grow up and people our nation, as we are now to be under the protection of Congress and shall have no more disturbance. The talk I have given is from the young warriors I have raised in my town, as well as myself. They rejoice that we have peace, and we hope the chain of friendship will never more be broken." 2 strings of wampum, a pipe, and some tobacco accompanied her words. American State Papers, Indian Affairs, page 41, 1832. Haywood says in 1823, the Cherokees had the law or custom of assigning to a certain woman the office of declaring what punishment should be inflicted on great offenders. Whether, for instance, burning or other death, or whether they should be pardoned. This woman they called the Pretty Woman. Mrs. Ward exercised this office when Mrs. Bean, about the year 1776, was taken from the white settlements on the upper parts of Holston. Being bound and about to be burned on one of the mounds, the Pretty Woman interfered and pronounced her pardon, Nat and Aberag. History Tennessee, page 278. See also Historical Note 20, Peace Towns and Towns of Refuge. Between two lines of people, this custom, known to colonial writers as running the gauntlet, was very common among the eastern tribes, and was intended not so much to punish the captive as to test his courage and endurance, with a view to adoption if he proved worthy. It was practiced only upon warriors, never upon women or children, and although the blows were severe they were not intended to be fatal. The prisoner was usually unbound and made to run along a cleared space in the center of the village toward a certain goal, and was safe for the time being if he succeeded in reaching it. HATCINOñDOñ'S escape from the Cherokee, p. The Seneca name is not translatable. Canebrake, the tall cane reed, Arundinaria, called ihaya by the Cherokee, is common along the southern streams, as such names as Caney Fork, Cut Cane Creek, and Young Cane Creek testify. It was greatly valued among the Indians for fishing rods, blowguns, and baskets, as well as for fodder for stock. The best canebrakes were famous far and wide, and were resorted to from long distances in the gathering season. Most of the cane now used by the East Cherokee for blowguns and baskets is procured by long journeys on foot to the streams of upper South Carolina, or to points on the French Broad above Knoxville, Tennessee. Sky Vault, see notes to How the World Was Made. Ho'eni-O, the Seneca name for the thunder god, is in the singular form. In the Cherokee language thunder and the thunder spirits are always spoken of in the plural. The messengers in the story may have been thunder spirits. Thought reading, see notes to The Bear Man. Woman arbiters, see the preceding story, and the note on The War Woman. My grandson. Among all the Eastern and Plains tribes this is a term of affectionate address to a dependent or inferior, as grandfather is a respectful address to one occupying a superior station, or venerable by reason of age or dignity. Both words being thus used without any reference to kinship. In tribal councils nearly all the Eastern tribes except the Iroquois addressed the Delaware representatives as grandfather, and in an Arapaho song of the ghost dance the whirlwind is thus addressed. Hemp Carrier, p. This story of the old wars was obtained from Colonel William H. Thomas, who says that Tail-Danagee Ski was a chief formerly living near Valleytown, in Cherokee County. The name is variously rendered hemp carrier, nettle carrier, or flax toter, from tail ta, the rich weed, Pilea pumila, a plant with a fibrous stalk from which the Indians wove thread and cordage. The trail along which the Seneca came ran from Valley River across the ridge to Chiawa, Robbinsville, and thence northwest to connect with the Great War Path, in Tennessee, see Historical Note 19. Cairns, stone cairns were formerly very common along the trails throughout the Cherokee country, but are now almost gone, having been demolished by treasure hunters after the occupation of the country by the whites. They were usually sepulchral monuments built of large stones piled loosely together above the body to a height of sometimes 6 feet or more, with a corresponding circumference. This method of interment was used only when there was a desire to commemorate the death, and every passerby was accustomed to add a stone to the heap. The custom is ancient and worldwide, and is still kept up in Mexico and in many parts of Europe and Asia. Early references to it among the southern tribes occur in Lederer, 1670, Travels, page 10, ed. 1891, and Lawson, 1700, History of Carolina, pages 43 and 78, edition 1860. The latter mentions meeting one day 7 heaps of stones, being the monuments of 7 Indians that were slain in that place by the Sinagers or Troquois, Iroquois. Our Indian guide added a stone to each heap. The common name is the Gaelic term, meaning literally, a pile. 7 wives, polygamy was common among the Cherokee, as among nearly all other tribes, although not often to such an exaggerated extent as in this instance. The noted chief Yanyugunski, who died in 1839, had 2 wives. With the Plains tribes, and perhaps with others, the man who marries the eldest of several daughters has prior claim upon her unmarried sisters. The Seneca Peacemakers, p. This story was told to Schoolcraft by the Seneca more than 50 years ago. A somewhat similar story is related by Adair, History American Indians, page 392, of a young Anantuya, i.e., HATCINOÑDOÑ'S per Seneca, warrior taken by the Shawano. Death song. It seems to have been a chivalrous custom among the eastern tribes to give to the condemned prisoner who requested it a chance to recite his warlike deeds and to sing his death song before proceeding to the final torture. He was allowed the widest latitude of boasting, even at the expense of his captors and their tribe. The death song was a chant belonging to the warrior himself or to the war society of which he was a member, the burden being farewell to life and defiance to death. When the great Kiowa war chief, Set'Angia, burst his shackles at Fort Sill and sprang upon the soldiers surrounding him, with the deliberate purpose to sell his life rather than to remain a prisoner, he first sang the war song of his order. The HATCINOñDOÑ'S, of which the refrain is, "O earth, you remain forever, but we HATCINOñDOÑ'S must die," see the author's calendar history of the Kiowa Indians, in 17th Annual Report of the Bureau American Ethnology, Part 1, 1901. Origin of the Yantanwisa's dance, p. This is evidently the one called by Morgan, League of Iroquois, page 290, the Untawasis. He describes both this and the Oskania as a shuffle dance for women only. The spelling of the Seneca names in the story is that given in the manuscript. Not to go after, Morgan, in his work quoted above, asserts that the Iroquois never made any effort to recover those of their people who have been captured by the enemy, choosing to consider them thenceforth as lost to their tribe and kindred. This, if true, is doubly remarkable, in view of the wholesale adoption of prisoners and subjugated tribes by the Iroquois. Blazing pine knots. Torches of seasoned pine knots are much in use among the Cherokee for lighting up the way on journeys along the difficult mountain trails by night. Owing to the accumulation of resin in the knots, they burn with a bright and enduring flame, far surpassing the cloudy glow of a lantern. Wild potatoes. As is well known, the potato is indigenous to America, and our first knowledge of it came to us from the Indians. Many other native tubers were in use among the tribes, even those which practiced no agriculture, but depended almost entirely upon the chase. Favorites among the Cherokee are the Canara scalamus or wild artichoke, and the phaseolus or pig potato, the name of the latter, Nuna, being now used to designate the cultivated potato. Sky people. These spirit messengers are mentioned also in the story of HATCINOñDOÑ'S, another Seneca tradition. Every tribe has its own spirit creation. Must do all this, every sacred dance and religious rite, as well as almost every important detail of Indian ceremonial, is supposed to be in accordance with direct instruction from the spirit world as communicated in a vision. GA'NA'S Adventures Among the Cherokee, p. This story, from Curtin's Seneca manuscript, is particularly rich in Indian allusion. The purificatory rite, the eagle capture, the peace ceremonial, the ball play, the foot race, and the battle are all described in a way that gives us a vivid picture of the old tribal life. The name of the Seneca hero, GA'NA, signifies, according to Hewitt, arrow, cf. Cherokee Gunny, arrow, while the name of the great eagle, Shadahea, may, according to the same authority, be rendered cloud dweller. The Siaquajono, living east of the Cherokee and near the ocean, cannot be identified. They could not have been the Catawba, who were known to the Iroquois as Todorairono, but they may possibly have been the Congaree, Santee, or Sioux, farther down in South Carolina. In the Seneca form, as here given, ge, is a locative, and ono, onan, a tribal suffix qualifying the root of the word, the whole name signifying, people of, or at, Siaqua, cf. Oyatagiono, etc., i.e., Cherokee, page 186. Go to water. This rite, as practiced among the Cherokee, has been already noted in the chapter on stories and storytellers. Ceremonial purification by water or the sweat bath, accompanied by prayer and fasting, is almost universal among the tribes as a preliminary to every important undertaking. With the Cherokee it precedes the ball play and the green corn dance, and is a part of the ritual for obtaining long life, for winning the affections of a woman, for recovering from a wasting sickness, and for calling down prosperity upon the family at each return of the new moon. Get the eagle feathers. The Cherokee ritual for procuring eagle feathers for ceremonial and decorative purposes has been described in The Bird Tribes. The Seneca method, as here described, is practically that in use among all the Indians of the plains, although the hunter is not usually satisfied with a single feather at a capture. Among certain Western tribes the eagle was sometimes strangled before being stripped of its feathers, but it was essential that the body must not be mangled or any blood be drawn. The Pueblos were sometimes accustomed to take the young eagles from the nest and keep them in cages for their feathers. A full tail contains 12 large feathers of the kind used for war bonnets and on the wands of the eagle dance. Stockade villages were common to the Iroquois and most of the tribes along the Atlantic coast. They are mentioned also among the Cherokee in some of the exaggerated narratives of the early Spanish period, but were entirely unknown within the later colonial period. And it is very doubtful if the nature of the country would permit such compact mode of settlement. Dancers went forward. The method of ceremonial approach here described was probably more or less general among the eastern tribes. On the plains the visitors usually dismount in sight of the other camp and advance on foot in slow procession, chanting the visiting song, while the leader holds out the red stone pipe, which is the symbol of truce or friendship. For a good description of such a ceremonial, reproduced from Batty, see the author's calendar history of the Kiowa Indians, in the 17th Annual Report of the Bureau of American Ethnology. In this instance the visiting Pawnee carried a flag in lieu of a pipe. The Cherokee ceremonial is thus described by Timberlake as witnessed at Sitico in 1762, about 100 yards from the townhouse we were received by a body of between 300 and 400 Indians, 10 or 12 of which were entirely naked. Except a piece of cloth about their middle, and painted all over in a hideous manner, 6 of them with eagles' tails in their hands, which they shook and flourished as they advanced, danced in a very uncommon figure. Singing in concert with some drums of their own make, and those of the late unfortunate captain Damra, with several other instruments, uncouth beyond description. Chulla, the headman of the town, led the procession, painted blood red, except his face, which was half black, holding an old rusty broadsword in his right hand, and an eagle's tail in his left. As they approached, Chulla, singling himself out from the rest, cut 2 or 3 capers, as a signal to the other eagle-tails, who instantly followed his example. This violent exercise, accompanied by the band of music, and a loud yell from the mob, lasted about a minute, when the headman, waving his sword over my head, struck it into the ground, about 2 inches from my left foot. Then directing himself to me, made a short discourse, which my interpreter told me was only to bid me a hearty welcome, and presented me with a string of beads. We then proceeded to the door, where Chulla, and one of the beloved men, taking me by each arm, led me in, and seated me in one of the first seats. It was so dark that nothing was perceptible till a fresh supply of canes were brought, which being burnt in the middle of the house answers both purposes of fuel and candle. I then discovered about 500 faces. And Chulla, addressing me a second time, made a speech much to the same effect as the former, congratulating me on my safe arrival through the numerous parties of northern Indians, that generally haunt the way I came. He then made some professions of friendship, concluding with giving me another string of beads, as a token of it. He had scarce finished, when 4 of those who had exhibited at the procession made their second appearance, painted in milk white, their eagle tails in one hand, and small gourds with beads in them in the other, which they rattled in time to the music. During this dance the peace pipe was prepared. Timberlake, Memoirs, pages 36 to 39. Adair also makes brief mention of the ceremony among the Gulf tribes, History A.M. Indians, page 260, but his account is too badly warped by theorizing to have much value. Adopt a relative. This seems to point to a custom which has escaped the notice of earlier writers on the eastern tribes, but which is well known in Africa and other parts of the world, and is closely analogous to a still existing ceremony among the Plains Indians by which 2 young men of the same tribe formally agree to become brothers, and ratify the compact by a public exchange of names and gifts. White wampum, as is well known, white was universally typical of peace. The traditional peace pipe of the Cherokee was of white stone, and the word itself is symbolic of peace and happiness in their oratory and sacred formulas. Thus the speaker at the green corn dance invites the people to come along the white path and enter the White House of Peace to partake of the new white food. Held up the belt. As already noted, every paragraph of an ambassador's speech was accompanied by the delivery of a string or belt of wampum to give authority to his words. And to accept the belt was to accept the condition or compact which it typified. On the plains the red stone pipe took the place of the wampum. Try a race. Public foot races were common among many tribes, more particularly in the West among the Pueblos, the Apache, and the Wichita, either as simple athletic contests or in connection with religious ceremonials. On the plains the horse race is more in favor and is always the occasion of almost unlimited betting. Throwing sumac darts, the throwing of darts and arrows either at a mark or simply to see who can throw farthest, is a favorite amusement among the young men and boys. The arrows used for this purpose are usually longer and heavier than the ordinary ones, having carved wooden heads and being artistically painted. They are sometimes tipped with the end of a buffalo horn. The Shawano Wars, p. The chief authority as to the expulsion of the Shawano from Tennessee is Haywood, Natural and Aboriginal History of Tennessee, pages 222 to 224. The Schoolcraft reference is from Notes on the Iroquois, p. 160, and the Notice of the Cherokee-Delaware War from Loskiel, Mission of United Brethren, page 128, and Heckwelder, Indian Nations, page 88. The Tuna-Eye story is from Wofford, the other incidents from Swimmer. Shawano. The Shawano or Shawnee were one of the most important of the Algonquian tribes. Their most noted chief was the Great Tecumseh. The meaning of the name is doubtful. It is commonly interpreted Southerners, from the Algonquian Shawn, the South, but may have come from another Algonquian word signifying salt, Sutigan, Sewetigan, etc., from Siouan, sweet, pungent. Unlike the Southern Indians generally, the Shawano were great salt users, and carried on an extensive salt manufacture by boiling at the salt springs of southwestern Virginia, furnishing the product in trade to other tribes. They have 13 clans: wolf, loon, bear, buzzard, panther, owl, turkey, deer, raccoon, turtle, snake, horse, and rabbit, Morgan, the clan of the individual being indicated by his name. They are organized also into 4 divisions or bands, perhaps originally independent allied tribes, viz., Piqua, Mequachake, Kiskapokoke, and Chillicothe. To the second of these belonged the hereditary priesthood, but the first was most prominent and apparently most numerous. The Shawano were of very wandering and warlike habit. Their earliest historical habitat appears to have been on the Middle Savannah River, which takes its name from them, but before the end of the 17th century we find a portion of them, apparently the main body, occupying the basin of the Cumberland River in Tennessee and the adjacent region of Kentucky. About the year 1692 most of those remaining in South Carolina moved northward and settled upon the upper Delaware River, with their relatives and friends the Delaware and Mahican. These emigrants appear to have been of the Piqua division. Up to about the year 1730 the Shawano still had a town on Savannah River, near Augusta, from which they were finally driven by the Cherokee. From their former intimate association with the Utchi, living in the same neighborhood, some early writers have incorrectly supposed the two tribes to be the same. A part of the Shawano joined the Creek Confederation, and up to the beginning of the last century, and probably until the final removal to the west, occupied a separate town and retained their distinct language. Those settled upon the Cumberland were afterward expelled by the Cherokee and Chickasaw, and retired to the upper waters of the Ohio under protection of the Delaware, who had given refuge to the original emigrants from South Carolina. With the advance of the white settlements the two tribes moved westward into Ohio, the Shawano fixing themselves in the vicinity of the present Piqua and Chillicothe about the year 1750. They took a leading part in the French and Indian War, Pontiac's War, the Revolution, and the War of 1812. In 1793 a considerable band settled in Missouri upon lands granted by the Spanish government. As a result of successive sales and removals all that remain of the tribe are now established in Indian Territory, about one-half being incorporated with the Cherokee Nation. In 1900 they numbered about 1,580, viz., in Cherokee Nation, in 1898, 790. Absentee Shawnee of Sac and Fox Agency, 509, absentee Shawnee of Big Jim's Band, Special Agency, 184, Eastern Shawnee of Quapaw Agency, 93. There are also a few scattered among other tribes. For detailed information consult Drake, Life of Tecumseh. Heckwelder, Indian Nations, Brinton, Lenape and Their Legends, American State Papers, Indian Affairs, 1 and 2, Annual Reports of the Commissioner of Indian Affairs. The Raid on Tequali TSI, p. Swimmer, from whom this story was obtained, was of opinion that the event occurred when his mother was a little girl, say about 1795, but it must have been earlier. The locations are all in Swain County, North Carolina. Tequali TSI town was on Tecassagee River, at the present Bryson City, immediately below and adjoining the more important town of Kituwa. Deep Creek enters the Tecassagee from the north, about a mile above Bryson City. The place where the trail crossed is called Uniga Yatati, where they made a fish trap, a name which may have suggested the simile used by the storyteller. The place where the Cherokee crossed, above Deep Creek, is called Unia Haitani, where they shot it. The cliff over which the prisoners were thrown is called Kala Asunyi, where he fell off, near Cold Spring Knob, west of Deep Creek. The Cherokee halted for a night at Ajitstadee, where they stayed up all night, a few miles beyond, on the western head fork of Deep Creek. They passed Kunstutsee, Sassafras Place, a gap about the head of Noland Creek, near Clingman's Dome, and finally gave up the pursuit where the trail crossed into Tennessee, at a gap on the main ridge, just below Clingman's Dome. Known as Denaya Tie with circumflex Le, where there are shelves, so called from an exposure of flat rock on the top of the ridge, see the Magic Arts. It is almost superfluous to state that no Indian war party ever started out without a vast deal of conjuring and making medicine, to discover the whereabouts and strength of the enemy and to ensure victory in safe return to the departing warriors. Wait for death. The Indian usually meets inevitable fate with equanimity, and more than once in our Indian wars an aged warrior or helpless woman, unable to escape, has sat down upon the ground, and, with blanket drawn over the head, calmly awaited the fatal bullet or hatchet stroke. The last Shawano invasion, p. This story also is from Swimmer, whose antiquarian interest in the history of these wars may have been heightened by the fact that he had a slight strain of Shawano blood himself. The descendants of the old chief Sawana Gi and his brothers, originally of Shawano stock, as the name indicates, have been prominent in the affairs of the East Cherokee for more than half a century, and one of them, bearing the ancestral name, is now second chief of the band and starter of the game at every large ballplay. The cry of an owl, one of the commonest claims put forth by the medicine men is that of ability to understand the language of birds and to obtain supernatural knowledge from them, particularly from the owl, which is regarded with a species of fear by the laity, as the embodiment of a human ghost, on account of its nocturnal habit and generally uncanny appearance. A medicine man who died a few years ago among the Kiowa claimed to derive his powers from that bird. The body of an owl, wrapped in red cloth and decorated with various trinkets, was kept constantly suspended from a tall pole set up in front of his tepee. And whenever at night the warning cry sounded from the thicket he was accustomed to leave his place at the fire and go out, returning in a short while with a new revelation. Rafts. The Cherokee canoe is hewn from a poplar log and is too heavy to be carried about like the bark canoe of the northern tribes. As a temporary expedient they sometimes used a bear or buffalo skin, tying the legs together at each end to fashion a rude boat. Upon this the baggage was loaded, while the owner swam behind, pushing it forward through the water. The false warriors of Chilhowie, p. This story was given by Swimmer and corroborated by others as that of an actual incident of the old times. The Middle Cherokee, Kituwa, settlements, on the headstreams of the Little Tennessee, were separated from the upper settlements, about its junction with the main Tennessee, by many miles of extremely rough mountain country. Dialectic differences and local jealousies bred friction, which sometimes brought the two sections into collision and rendered possible such an occurrence as is here narrated. On account of this jealousy, according to Adair, the First Cherokee War, which began in 1760, concerned for some time only a part of the tribe. According to the well-known temper of the Cherokee, in similar cases it might either have remained so, or soon have been changed into a very hot civil war, had we been so wise as to have improved the favorable opportunity. There were 7 northern towns, opposite to the middle parts of the Cherokee country, who from the beginning of the unhappy grievances, firmly dissented from the hostile intentions of their suffering and enraged countrymen. And for a considerable time before bore them little goodwill, on account of some family disputes which occasioned each party to be more favorable to itself than to the other. These would readily have gratified their vindictive disposition either by a neutrality or an offensive alliance with our colonists against them. History of the American Indians, page 248. Chilhowie, properly TSL'KÄLÜ, was a noted settlement on the south bank of Little Tennessee River, opposite the present Chilhowie, in Monroe County, Tennessee. Cowie, properly Kawii, abbreviated Kawi, was the name of 2 or more former settlements. The one here meant was at the junction of Cowie Creek with Little Tennessee River, a short distance below the present Franklin, in Macon County, North Carolina. Neither name can be analyzed. The gunstocker's name, Gulsati High or Gultsati High, and that of the original owner of the gun, Gunskali Ski, are both of doubtful etymology. Great War Trail, c. Scalp Dance. This dance, common to every tribe east of the Rocky Mountains, was held to celebrate the taking of fresh scalps from the enemy. The scalps, painted red on the fleshy side, decorated and stretched in small hoops attached to the ends of poles, were carried in the dance by the wives and sweethearts of the warriors. While in the pauses of the song each warrior in turn recited his exploits in minute detail. Among the Cherokee it was customary for the warrior as he stepped into the center of the circle to suggest to the drummer an improvised song which summed up in 1 or 2 words his own part in the encounter. A new war name was frequently assumed after the dance, see sketch of TSUL'KÄLÜ, page. Dances were held over the same scalps on consecutive nights or sometimes at short intervals for weeks together. Coming for water, the getting of water from the neighboring stream or spring was a daily duty of the women, and accordingly we find in Indian stories constant allusion to ambuscades or lovers' appointments at such places. To have a ball play, see note under, HATCINOñDOñ'S. Cowie Town, see the preceding. The Eastern Tribes, p. Delaware. The Delawares derive their popular name from the river upon which, in the earliest colonial period, they had their principal settlements. They call themselves Lena Pe or Lenni Lena Pe, a term apparently signifying real, or original men, or men of our kind. To the cognate tribes of the Ohio Valley and the lakes they were known as Wapanaki, Easterners, the name being extended to include the closely related tribes, the Mahican, Wappinger, i.e. Wapanaki, Nanticoke, and Conoy. By all the widespread tribes of kindred Algonquian stock, as well as by the Winnebago, Wyandot, and Cherokee, they were addressed under the respectful title of grandfather. The domineering Iroquois alone refusing to them any higher designation than nephew. Their various bands and subtribes seem originally to have occupied the whole basin of Delaware River, together with all of New Jersey, extending north to the watershed of the Hudson and west and southwest to the ridge separating the waters of the Delaware and Susquehanna. Immediately north of them, along the lower Hudson and extending into Massachusetts and Connecticut, were the closely affiliated Mahican and Wappinger, while to the south were their friends and kindred, the Nanticoke and Conoy. The former in Delaware and on the eastern shore of Maryland, the latter between Chesapeake Bay and the lower Potomac. All of these, although speaking different languages of the common Algonquian stock, asserted their traditional origin from the Delawares, with whom, in their declining days, most of them were again merged. The Delawares proper were organized into 3 divisions, which, according to Brinton, were subtribes and not clans, although each of the 3 had a totemic animal by whose name it was commonly known. These 3 subtribes were, 1, the Minsi or Munsi, people of the Stony Country, otherwise known as the Wolf Tribe, occupying the hill country about the head of the Delaware. 2, the Unami, people, downstream, or Turtle Tribe, on the middle Delaware, and, 3, the Unalakko, people, near the ocean, or Turkey Tribe, in the southern part of the common territory. Of these the Turtle tribe assumed precedence in the council, while to the Wolf tribe belonged the leadership in war. Each of these three was divided into 12 families, or embryonic clans, bearing female names. In this connection it may be mentioned that the Delawares now residing with the Wichita, in Oklahoma, still use the figure of a turtle as their distinctive cattle brand. Of the history of the Delawares it is only possible to say a very few words here. Their earliest European relations were with the Dutch and Swedes. In 1682 they made the famous treaty with William Penn, which was faithfully observed on both sides for 60 years. Gradually forced backward by the whites, they retired first to the Susquehanna, then to the upper Ohio, where, on the breaking out of the French and Indian War in 1754, they ranged themselves on the side of the French. They fought against the Americans in the Revolution, and in the War of 1812, having by that time been driven as far west as Indiana. In 1818 they ceded all their lands in that state and were assigned to a reservation in Kansas, where they were joined by a considerable body that had emigrated to Missouri, in company with a band of Shawano, some years before. By permission of the Spanish government. About the close of the Revolution another portion of the tribe, including most of those who had been Christianized by Moravian missionaries, had fled from Ohio and taken up a permanent abode on Canadian soil. In 1867 the main body of those in Kansas removed to Indian Territory and became incorporated with the Cherokee Nation. A smaller band settled on the Wichita Reservation in Oklahoma. The present number of Delawares is, approximately, 1,600, viz., Moravians and Munsees of the Thames, Ontario, 475, incorporated in Cherokee Nation, 870, in 1898, on Wichita Reservation, 95. Munsee in Kansas and incorporated with Stockbridges in Wisconsin, perhaps 100, Delawares, etc., with 6 nations, in New York, 50. Of their former allies, the Wappinger and Conoy have long since disappeared through absorption into other tribes. The Mahican are represented by a band of about 530 Stockbridge Indians, including a number of Munsee, in Wisconsin, while about 70 mixed bloods still keep up the Nanticoke name in southern Delaware. Tuscarora, the Tuscarora, a southern tribe of the Iroquoian stock, formerly occupied an extensive territory upon Neuse River and its branches, in eastern North Carolina, and, like their northern cousins, seem to have assumed and exercised a certain degree of authority over all the smaller tribes about them. As early as 1670 Lederer described the Tuscarora emperor as the haughtiest Indian he had ever met. About the year 1700 Lawson estimated them at 1,200 warriors, 6,000 souls, in 15 towns. In 1711 they rose against the whites, one of their first acts of hostility being the killing of Lawson himself, who was engaged in surveying lands which they claimed as their own. In a struggle extending over about 2 years they were so terribly decimated that the greater portion fled from Carolina and took refuge with their kinsmen and friends, the Iroquois of New York, who were henceforth known as the Six Nations. The so-called Friendly Party, under Chief Blunt, was settled upon a small reservation north of Roanoke River in what is now Bertie County, North Carolina. Here they gradually decreased by disease and emigration to the north, until the few who were left sold their last remaining lands in 1804. The history of the tribe after the removal to the north is a part of the history of the Iroquois or Six Nations. They number now about 750, of whom about 380 are on the Tuscarora Reservation in New York, the others upon the Grand River Reservation in Ontario. Zwala, Suwali, Sarah or Chera, for the identification and earliest notices of the Sarah C. de Soto's route. Their later history is one of almost constant hostility to the whites until their final incorporation with the Catawba, with whom they were probably cognate, about the year 1720. In 1743 they still preserved their distinct language, and appear to be last mentioned in 1768, when they numbered about 50 souls living among the Catawba. C. Mooney, Siouan Tribes of the East, Bulletin of the Bureau of Ethnology, 1894. Catawba, the origin and meaning of this name, which dates back at least 2 centuries, are unknown. It may possibly come from the Choctaw through the Mobilian trade jargon. They call themselves Nyaya, which means simply people or Indians. The Iroquois call them and other cognate tribes in their vicinity Todorairono, whence Tutelo. In the 17th century they were often known as Esa or Usheri, apparently from Iswa, river, in their own language. The Cherokee name Atagua, plural Ani-ta-gua, is a corruption of the popular form. Their linguistic affinity with the Siouan stock was established by Gatschet in 1881. See Mooney, Siouan Tribes of the East. The Southern and Western Tribes, p. The Creek Confederacy, next in importance to the Cherokee, among the Southern tribes, were the Indians of the Creek Confederacy, occupying the greater portion of Georgia and Alabama, immediately south of the Cherokee. They are said to have been called Creeks by the early traders on account of the abundance of small streams in their country. Before the whites began to press upon them, their tribes held nearly all the territory from the Atlantic westward to about the watershed between the Tombigbee and the Pearl and Pascagoula rivers. Being cut off from the Gulf Coast by the Choctaw tribes, and from the Savannah, except near the mouth, by the Uchi, Shawano, and Cherokee. About the year 1800 the Confederacy comprised 75 towns, the people of 47 of which were the Upper Creeks, centering about the upper waters of the Alabama, while those of the remaining 28 were the Lower Creeks. Upon the Lower Chattahoochee and its branches, Hawkins. Among them were represented a number of tribes formerly distinct and speaking distinct languages. The ruling tribe and language was the Muskogee, plural, Muskogulgi, which frequently gave its name to the Confederacy. Other languages were the Alabama, Cosati, Hitchiti, Tuskegee, Uchi, Natchez, and Sawanoogie or Shawano. The Muskogee, Alabama, Cosati, Hitchiti, and Tuskegee belonged to the Muskogee stock, the Alabama and Cosati, however, being nearer linguistically to the Choctaw than to the Muskogee. The Hitchiti represent the conquered or otherwise incorporated Muskogee tribes of the Georgia coast region. The Apalachee on Apalachee Bay in Florida, who were conquered by the English about 1705 and afterward incorporated with the Creeks, were dialectically closely akin to the Hitchiti. The Seminole also were largely an offshoot from this tribe. Of the Tuskegee all that is known has been told elsewhere, see. The Uchi, Natchez, and Sawanoogie were incorporated tribes, differing radically in language from each other and from the Muskogee tribes. The territory of the Uchi included both banks of the Middle Savannah, below the Cherokee, and extended into Middle Georgia. They had a strong race pride, claiming to be older in the country than the Muskogee, and are probably identical with the people of Cafetachiqui, mentioned in the early Spanish narratives. According to Hawkins, their incorporation with the Creeks was brought about in consequence of intermarriages about the year 1729. The Natchez or Natchez were an important tribe residing in lower Mississippi, in the vicinity of the present town of that name, until driven out by the French about the year 1730, when most of them took refuge with the Creeks, while others joined the Chickasaw and Cherokee. The Sawanoogie were Shawano who kept their town on Savannah River, near the present Augusta, after the main body of their tribe had removed to the north about 1692. They probably joined the Creeks about the same time as their friends, the Uchi. The Uchi still constitute a compact body of about 600 souls in the Creek Nation, keeping up their distinct language and tribal character. The Natchez are reduced to 1 or 2 old men, while the Sawanoogie have probably lost their identity long ago. According to Morgan, the Muskogee proper, and perhaps also their incorporated tribes, have 22 clans. Of these the Wind appears to be the leading one, possessing privileges accorded to no other clan, including the hereditary guardianship of the ancient metal tablets which constitute the palladium of the tribe. By the Treaty of Washington in 1832, the Creeks sold all of their remaining lands in their old country and agreed to remove west of the Mississippi to what is now the Creek Nation in the Indian Territory. The removal extended over a period of several years and was not finally accomplished until 1845. In 1898 the citizen population of the Creek Nation numbered 14,771, of whom 10,014 were of Indian blood and the remainder were Negroes, their former slaves. It appears that the Indian population included about 700 from other tribes, chiefly Cherokee. There are also about 300 Alabama, Coshada, Cosati, and Muskogee in Texas. See also Hawkins, Sketch of the Creek Country. Gatschet, Creek Migration Legend, Adair, History of the American Indians, Bartram, Travels, The Five Civilized Tribes, Bulletin of the 11th Census, Wyman, in Alabama Historical Society Collections. Chickasaw, this tribe, of Muskogee stock, formerly occupied northern Mississippi and adjacent portions of Alabama and Tennessee, and at an early period had incorporated also several smaller tribes on Yazoo River in central Mississippi, chief among which were the cognate Choctaw. The name occurs first in the De Soto narrative. The Chickasaw language was simply a dialect of Choctaw, although the two tribes were hereditary enemies and differed widely in character, the former being active and warlike, while the latter were notoriously sluggish. Throughout the colonial period the Chickasaw were the constant enemies of the French and friends of the English, but they remained neutral in the Revolution. By the Treaty of Pontotoc in 1832 they sold their lands east of the Mississippi and agreed to remove to Indian Territory, where they are now organized as the Chickasaw Nation. According to Morgan they have 12 clans grouped into 2 phratries. In 1890, the citizen population of the nation, under Chickasaw laws, consisted of 3,941 full-blood and mixed-blood Chickasaw, 681 adopted whites, 131 adopted Negroes, and 946 adopted Indians from other tribes, chiefly Choctaws. Under the present law, by which citizenship claims are decided by a government commission, Chickasaw by blood are reported in 1898 to number 4,230, while white and Negro citizens are reported at 4,818. See also Gatschet, Creek Migration Legend. The Five Civilized Tribes, Bulletin of 11th Census. The Choctaw Confederacy, this was a loose alliance of tribes, chiefly of Muskogee stock, occupying southern Alabama and Mississippi, with the adjacent Gulf Coast of western Florida and eastern Louisiana. The Choctaw proper, of Muskogee stock, occupying south-central Mississippi, was the dominant tribe. Smaller tribes more or less closely affiliated were the Mobilean, Tohome, Modulasha, Pascagoula, Biloxi, Acalapissa, Bayagola, Homa, with others of less note. It had been assumed that all of these were of Muskogee stock until Gatschet in 1886 established the fact that the Biloxi were of Siouan affinity, and it is quite probable that the Pascagoula also were of the same connection. All the smaller tribes excepting the Biloxi were practically extinct, or had entirely lost their identity, before the year 1800. The Choctaw were one of the largest of the eastern tribes, being exceeded in numbers, if at all, only by the Cherokee. But this apparent superiority was neutralized by their unwarlike character and lack of cohesion. According to Morgan, whose statement has, however, been challenged, they had 8 clans grouped into 2 phratries. There was also a geographic division into long towns, potato-eating towns, and 6 towns, the last named differing considerably in dialect and custom from the others. By treaties in 1820 and 1830 the Choctaw sold all their lands east of the Mississippi and agreed to remove to Indian Territory, where they now constitute the Choctaw Nation. A considerable number of vagrant Choctaw who had drifted into Louisiana and Arkansas at an early period have since joined their kindred in Indian Territory, but from 1,000 to 2,000 are still scattered along the swampy Gulf Coast of Mississippi. In 1890 those of pure or mixed Choctaw blood in the Choctaw Nation were officially reported to number 10,211. In 1899, under different conditions of citizenship, the Choctaw by blood were put at 14,256, while the adopted whites and Negroes numbered 5,150. See also Gatschet, Creek Migration Legend, The Five Civilized Tribes, Bulletin of 11th Census. The Osage, the popular name is a corruption of Ousage, the French spelling of Wasatch, the name used by themselves. The Osage were the principal southern Siouan tribe, claiming at one time nearly the whole territory from the Missouri to the Arkansas and from the Mississippi far out into the plains. Their geographic position brought them equally into contact with the agricultural and sedentary tribes of the eastern country and the roving hunters of the prairie, and in tribal habit and custom they formed a connecting link between the two. Whether or not they deserved the reputation, they were considered by all their neighbors as particularly predatory and faithless in character, and had consequently few friends, but were generally at war with all tribes alike. They made their first treaty with the government in 1808. In 1825 they ceded all their claims in Missouri and Arkansas, together with considerable territory in what is now Kansas. They have decreased terribly from war and dissipation, and are now, to the number of about 1,780, gathered upon a reservation in Oklahoma just west of the Cherokee and south of the Kansas line. The giants from the west, p. This may be an exaggerated account of a visit from some warriors of a taller tribe from the plains, where it is customary to pluck out the eyebrows and to wear the hair in two long side pendants, wrapped round with otter skin and reaching to the knees, thus giving a peculiar expression to the eyes and an appearance of tallness which is sometimes deceptive. The Osage warriors have, however, long been noted for their height. With the exception of TSUL'KÂLû there seem to be no giants in the mythology of the Cherokee, although all their woods and waters are peopled by invisible fairy tribes. This appears to be characteristic of Indian mythologies generally, the giants being comparatively few in number while the little people are legion. The Iroquois have a story of an invasion by a race of stony-skinned cannibal giants from the west, Schoolcraft, Notes on Iroquois, page 266. Giant races occur also in the mythologies of the Navajo, Matthews, Navajo legends, Choctaw, Gatchet, Creek migration legend, and other tribes. According to the old Spanish chroniclers, Elon in 1520 met on the coast of South Carolina a tribe of Indians whose chiefs were of gigantic size, owing, as he was told, to a special course of dieting and massage to which they were subjected in infancy. The lost Cherokee, p. This tradition as here given is taken chiefly from the Wampanoag manuscript. There is a persistent belief among the Cherokee that a portion of their people once wandered far to the west or southwest, where they were sometimes heard of afterward, but were never again reunited with their tribe. It was the hope of verifying this tradition and restoring his lost kinsmen to their tribe that led Sequoyah to undertake the journey on which he lost his life. These traditional lost Cherokee are entirely distinct from the historic emigrants who removed from the east shortly after the Revolution. Similar stories are common to nearly all the tribes. Thus the Kiowa tell of a chief who, many years ago, quarreled over a division of game and led his people far away across the Rocky Mountains, where they are still living somewhere about the British border and still keeping their old Kiowa language. The Tonkawa tell of a band of their people who in some way were cut off from the tribe by a sudden inroad of the sea on the Texas coast, and, being unable to return, gradually worked their way far down into Mexico. The Tuscarora tell how, in their early wanderings, they came to the Mississippi and were crossing over to the west side by means of a grapevine, when the vine broke, leaving those on the farther side to wander off until in time they became enemies to those on the eastern bank. C. Mooney, Calendar History of the Kiowa Indians, 17th Annual Report Bureau of American Ethnology, Part 1, and The Last of Our Cannibals, in Harper's Magazine, August, 1901, Cusick, quoted in Schoolcraft, Notes on the Iroquois, page 478. The massacre of the Ani, Kuta and I, P. Swimmer, Tagwatihai, Iasta, and Wofford all knew this name, which Iasta pronounced Ani, Quata and I, but none of them could tell anything more definite than has been stated in the opening sentence. The hereditary transmission of priestly dignities in a certain clan or band is rather the rule than the exception among the tribes, both east and west. The war medicine, p. The first two paragraphs are from Wofford, the rest from Swimmer. The stories are characteristic of Indian belief and might be paralleled in any tribe. The great Kiowa chief, Set-Angia, already mentioned, was, and still is, believed by his tribe to have possessed a magic knife, which he carried in his stomach and could produce from his mouth at will. The Kiowa assert that it was this knife, which of course the soldiers failed to find when disarming him, with which he attacked the guard in the encounter that resulted in his death. Incidents of personal heroism, p. The incident of the fight at Wya Gap is on the authority of the late Major James Bryson, of Dillsboro, North Carolina, born in 1818, who had it from his great-uncle, Daniel Bryson, a member of Williamson's expedition. Speaking of the Cherokee war women, who were admitted to the tribal councils, Timberlake says, Memoirs, p. 70, the reader will not be a little surprised to find the story of Amazons not so great a fable as we imagined, many of the Indian women being as famous in war as powerful in the council. The mounds and the constant fire, the old sacred things, p. What is here said concerning the mounds, based chiefly upon Swimmer's recital, is given solely as a matter of popular belief, shaped by tribal custom and ritual. The question of fact is for the archaeologist to decide. The Indian statement is of value, however, in showing the supposed requirements for the solemn consecration of an important work. A note by John Howard Payne upon the sacred square of the Creeks, as observed by him in 1835, just before his visit to the Cherokee, may throw further light on the problem. In the center of this outer square was a very high circular mound. This, it seems, was formed from the earth accumulated yearly by removing the surface of the sacred square thither. At every green corn festival the sacred square is strewn with soil yet untrodden. The soil of the year preceding being taken away, but preserved as above explained. No stranger's foot is allowed to press the new earth of the sacred square until its consecration is complete. Letter of 1835 in Continental Monthly, New York, 1862, page 19. See note on the sacred fire. Conjured with disease, the practice of conjuring certain favorite spots in order to render them fatal to an invading enemy was common to many if not to all tribes. One of the most terrible battles of the Creek War was fought upon the holy ground, so called because it was believed by the Indians that in consequence of the mystic rites which had been performed there for that purpose by their prophets, no white troops could set foot upon it and live. The sacred fire, the method described for producing fire and keeping it constantly smoldering in the townhouse, appears to have been that actually in use in ancient times, as indicated by the name given to the plant, atsul-suanti, and corroborated by the unanimous testimony of the old people. All the older East Cherokee believe that the ancient fire still burns within the mounds at Franklin and Bryson City, and those men who were stationed for a time near the latter place while in the Confederate service, during the Civil War, assert that they frequently saw the smoke rising from the adjacent mound. The missionary Buttrick, from Old Cherokee authority, says, they were obliged to make new fire for sacred purposes by rubbing 2 pieces of dry wood together, with a certain weed, called golden rod, dry, between them. When their enemies destroyed the house in which this holy fire was kept, it was said the fire settled down into the earth, where it still lives, though unknown to the people. The place where they lost this holy fire is somewhere in one of the Carolinas, Antiquities, page 9. The general accuracy of Swimmer's account is strikingly confirmed by the description of the new fire ceremony given more than half a century before by John Howard Payne, the poet, who had gone among the Cherokee to study their ethnology and was engaged in that work when arrested, together with John Ross, by the Georgia Guard in 1835. He makes the kindling of the new fire a part of the annual spring festival. At that time, says Payne, the altar in the center of the national heptagon, i.e. townhouse, was repaired. It was constructed of a conical shape, of fresh earth. A circle was drawn around the top to receive the fire of sacrifice. Upon this was laid, ready for use, the inner bark of 7 different kinds of trees. This bark was carefully chosen from the east side of the trees, and was clear and free from blemish. After some days of preliminary purification, sacrifice, and other ceremonial performances, the day appointed for the kindling of the new fire arrived. Early in the morning the 7 persons who were commissioned to kindle the fire commenced their operations. 1 was the official firemaker, the remaining 6 his assistants. A hearth was carefully cleared and prepared. A round hole being made in a block of wood, a small quantity of dry goldenrod weed was placed in it. A stick, the end of which just fitted the opening, was whirled rapidly until the weed took fire. The flame was then kindled on the hearth and thence taken to every house by the women, who collectively waited for that purpose. The old fires having been everywhere extinguished, and the hearths cleansed, new fires were lighted throughout the country. And a sacrifice was made in each one of them of the first meat killed afterwards by those to whom they respectively belonged. Payne M.S., quoted in Squire, Serpent Symbol, pages 116 to 118. Similar ceremonies were common to many tribes, particularly the southern tribes and the Pueblos, in connection with the annual kindling of the sacred new fire. See Adair, History of the American Indians, Hawkins, Sketch of the Creek Country, quoted by Gatschet, Creek Migration Legend, Bartram, Travels, Fuchs, The New Fire Ceremony at Walpi, in American Anthropologist for January, 1900. Squire, Serpent Symbol. Going beyond our own boundaries, it may be said briefly that fire worship was probably as ancient as ritual itself and well-nigh as universal. Wooden box, the sacred ark of the Cherokee, is described by Adair, History of the American Indians, pages 161 to 162, and its capture by the Delawares is mentioned by Washburn, Reminiscences, pp. 191, 221, who states that to its loss the old priests of the tribe ascribed the later degeneracy of their people. They refused to tell him the contents of the ark. On this subject Adair says, "A gentleman who was at the Ohio in the year 1756 assured me he saw a stranger there very importunate to view the inside of the Cherokee ark, which was covered with a drayest deerskin and placed on a couple of short blocks. An Indian sentinel watched it, armed with a hickory bow and brass-pointed barbed arrows. And he was faithful to his trust, for finding the stranger obtruding to pollute the supposed sacred vehicle, he drew an arrow to the head, and would have shot him through the body had he not suddenly withdrawn. The interpreter, when asked by the gentleman what it contained, told him there was nothing in it but a bundle of conjuring traps. This shews what conjurers our common interpreters are, and how much the learned world have really profited by their informations. Such tribal palladiums or medicines, upon which the existence and prosperity of the tribe are supposed to depend, are still preserved among the Plains Indians. The sacred receptacle in each case being confided to the keeping of a priest appointed for the purpose, who alone is privileged to undo the wrappings or expose the contents. Among these tribal medicines may be mentioned the sacred arrows of the Cheyenne, the flat pipe of the Arapaho, the great shell of the Omaha, and the tame image of the Kiowa. See reference in the author's Ghost Dance Religion and Calendar History of the Kiowa Indians. White peace pipe. This statement concerning the ancient seven-stem peace pipe carved from white stone is given on the authority of Swimmer, who said that the stone was procured from a quarry near the present town of Knoxville, Tennessee. A certain district of western North Carolina has recently acquired an unenviable reputation for the manufacture of spurious, Indian pipes, ostensibly taken from the mounds. Carved from soapstone and having from 3 to half a dozen stem holes encircling the bowl. Turtle drum. This statement is on the authority of Wofford, who had talked with men who claimed to have known those who had seen the drum. He was not positive as to the town, but thought it was Keowee. It is believed that the drum was hidden by the Indians, in anticipation of their speedy return, when the country was invaded by Williamson in 1776, but as the country was never recovered by the Cherokee, the drum was lost. Short humorous stories, pages. These short stories are fairly representative of Cherokee humor. Each was heard repeatedly from several informants, both east and west. The Star Feathers, p. This story was obtained from John Axe, with additional details from Chief Smith and others, to whom it was equally familiar. It is told as an actual happening in the early days, before the Indian had much acquaintance with the whites, and is thoroughly characteristic of the methods of medicine men. The deception was based upon the Cherokee belief that the stars are living creatures with feathers. See, What the Stars Are Like. The Indian has always been noted for his love of feather decorations, and more than any from his native birds he prized the beautiful feathers of the peacock whenever it was possible to procure them from the whites. So far back as 1670 Lederer noted of a South Carolina tribe, the Ushery delight much in feather ornament, of which they have great variety, but peacocks in most esteem, because rare in these parts. Travels, page 32, edition 1891. The Mother Bear's song, P. The first of these songs was obtained from Iasta, and was unknown to Swimmer. The second song was obtained also from Iasta, who knew only the verses, while Swimmer knew both the verses and the story which gives them their setting. The first has an exact parallel among the Creeks, which is thus given in the Baby Songs of the Tuggle manuscript. Ah Tan. Down the stream. Ah ya chokees. If you hear. Ma ka cho kof. Chase going. Hosh yok saw. Up the stream. Lit kots chars. Run. Lit kots chars. Run. A flea poo. Up the stream. Ahio chokees. If you hear. Ma ka cho kof. The chase going. Thorn yoke saw. To the high mountain. Lit carts chars. Run. Lit carts chars. Run. Translation. If you hear the noise of the chase. Going down the stream. Then run up the stream. If you hear the noise of the chase. Going up the stream. Then run to the high mountain. Then run to the high mountain. Baby song, to please the children. Pete. This song is well known to the women and was sung by both Iasta and Swimmer. When babies are born, the wren and the cricket, p. These little bits of Indian folklore were obtained from Swimmer, but are common tribal property. The raven mocker, p. The gruesome belief in the raven mocker is universal among the Cherokee and has close parallels in other tribes. Very near to it is the Iroquois belief in the vampire or cannibal ghost, concerning which Schoolcraft relates some blood-curdling stories. He says, "It is believed that such doomed spirits creep into the lodges of men at night, and during sleep suck their blood and eat their flesh. They are invisible." Notes on the Iroquois, page 144. On one occasion, while the author was among the Cherokee, a sick man was allowed to die alone because his friends imagined they felt the presence of the raven mocker or other invisible witches about the house, and were consequently afraid to stay with him. The description of the flying terror appears to be that of a great meteor. It is a universal principle of folk belief that discovery or recognition while disguised in another form brings disaster to the witch. The diving of the raven while flying high in air is performed by folding one wing close to the body, when the bird falls to a lower plane, apparently turning a somersault in the descent. It seems to be done purely for amusement. Herbert Spring, p. The subject of this old trader's legend must have been one of the head springs of Chattooga River, an upper branch of Savannah, having its rise in the southern part of Jackson County, North Carolina. On the eastern slope of the ridge from which other streams flow in the opposite direction to join the waters of the Tennessee. It was probably in the vicinity of the present highlands in Macon County, where the trail from Chattooga River and the settlements on Keowee crossed the Blue Ridge, thence descending Kulasagi to the towns on Little Tennessee. Plant lore, p. For ceremonies, prayers, and precautions used by the doctors in connection with the gathering and preparation of medicinal roots, barks, and herbs, see the author's Sacred Formulas of the Cherokees. In the 7th Annual Report of the Bureau of Ethnology, 1891. Violet, the Onondaga name signifies, two heads entangled, referring, we are told, to the way so often seen where the heads are interlocked and pulled apart by the stems. W. M. Beecham, in Journal of American Folklore, October, 1888. Cedar, for references to the sacred character of the cedar among the Plains tribes, see the author's Ghost Dance Religion, in the 14th Annual Report of the Bureau of Ethnology, Part 2, 1896. Lynn and Basswood, the ancient Tuscarora believed that no tree but black gum was immune from lightning, which, they declared, would run round the tree a great many times seeking in vain to effect an entrance. Lawson, who records the belief, adds, now, you must understand that sort of gum will not split or rive, therefore, I suppose the story might arise from thence. Carolina, pages 345 to 346, edition 1860. The Pawnee claimed the same immunity for the cedar, and throw sprigs of it as incense upon the fire during storms to turn aside the lightning stroke, Grinnell, Pawnee Hero Stories, page 126. Ginseng. For more concerning this plant see the author's Sacred Formulas, above mentioned. Asher and Company, Berlin, 1895. Antiquities of the Cherokee Indians, compiled from the collection of Reverend Sabin Buttrick, their missionary from 1817 to 1847, as presented in the Indian Chieftain, Veneta, Indian Territory, 1884. Buttrick, Antiquities of the Cherokee Indians, pages 9 to 10. Schoolcraft, Notes on the Iroquois, page 359, 1847. Buttrick, Op. Cit., page 10. Travels, pages 449 to 450. W. O. Tuggle, Myths of the Creeks, M.S., 1887. Copy in Archives of the Bureau of American Ethnology. A. S. Gatschet, Some Mythic Stories of the Yuchi Indians, in American Anthropologist, 6, page 281, July, 1893. Antiquities. E. G. Squire, The Serpent Symbol and the Worship of the Reciprocal Principles of Nature in America, A.M. Archaeological Researches, 1, New York, 1851. Reverend William W. Gill, Myths and Songs from the South Pacific, with a preface by F. Max Muller. London, 1876, pages 18, 21, 58, 71. G. E. Foster, Sequoia, The American Cadmus and Modern Moses, Philadelphia, Indian Rights Association, 1885. Historical sketches of the Cherokees, together with some of their customs, traditions, and superstitions, by Wananahi, a Cherokee Indian, M.S. in Archives of the Bureau of American Ethnology. Frank Russell, Myths of the Jicarilla Apaches, in Journal of A.M. Folklore, October, 1898. H. R. Schoolcraft, Algic Researches, comprising inquiries respecting the mental characteristics of the North American Indians. First Series, Indian Tales and Legends, 2 volumes, New York, 1839. The Dajiha Language, in Contributions to North American Ethnology, 6, Department of the Interior, U.S., Geographical and Geological Survey of the Rocky Mountain Region. J. W. Powell in Charge, Washington, D.C. League of the Iroquois, pages 161, 102, and 199. Hewitt, Cosmogonic Gods of the Iroquois, in Proc. A.M. Ass. ADV, Sci. XLIV, 1895. History of Carolina, edition 1860, page 35. Traditions of the Thompson River Indians of British Columbia, collected and annotated by James Tite, with introduction by Franz Boas, Memoirs of the American Folklore Society, 6, Boston and New York, 1898, page 74. Memoirs, page 77. History of the American Indians, page 401. Erminy Smith, Myths of the Iroquois, in Second Annual Report of the Bureau of Ethnology, page 80. Tite, Thompson River Traditions, page 61. Josiah Gregg, The Commerce of the Prairies, or the Journal of a Santa Fe Trader during 8 expeditions across the Great Western Prairies and a residence of nearly 9 years in northern Mexico, Volume 2, pages 239 to 240, New York and London, 1844. Francis Parkman, The Jesuits in North America in the 17th Century, 2nd edition, page 83, quoting Leclerc, Boston, 1867. Tite, Thompson River Traditions, page 85. Alfred Weidman, Religion of the Ancient Egyptians, New York, 1897, p. 55. Heli Chatelain, Folktales of Angola, 50 Tales, with Kimbunda text, literal English translation, introduction, and notes, Memoirs of the American Folklore Society, I, Boston and New York. 1894. Memoirs of American Folklore Society, v. Boston and New York, 1897. J. W. Boughton, Bible Myths and Their Parallels in Other Religions, 2D edition, New York, 1883, Bible Folklore, A Study in Comparative Mythology, New York, 1884. The Myths of the New World, a treatise on the symbolism and mythology of the Red Race of America, 3D edition, Philadelphia, 1896. Heckwelder, Indian Nations, page 254, edition 1876. Henry, Travels and Adventures in Canada, etc., pages 212 to 213, New York, 1809. G. B. Grinnell, Pawnee Hero Stories and Folktales, with Notes on the Origin, Customs, and Character of the Pawnee People, New York, 1889, pages 358 to 359. Joel C. Harris, Uncle Remus, His Songs and His Sayings, New York, 1886. J. C. Harris, Nights with Uncle Remus, Myths and Legends of the Old Plantation, Boston, 1883. C. G. Leland, Algonquin Legends of New England, page 212, Boston, 1884. History of the American Indians, page 30. J. E. Holbrook, North American Herpetology, or a Description of the Reptiles Inhabiting the United States, 2, page 119, Philadelphia, 1842. J. G. M. Ramsey, The Annals of Tennessee to the End of the 18th Century, etc., Philadelphia, 1853. Buckingham Smith, Letter of Hernando de Soto and Memoir of Hernando de Escalante, translated from the Spanish, Washington, 1854, page 46. Manuscript Journal, 1796, with Georgia Historical Society, Savannah. Dr. Elias Boudinot, A Star in the West, or a Humble Attempt to Discover the Long-Lost 10 Tribes of Israel, preparatory to their return to their beloved city, Jerusalem, Trenton, N. J., 1816. J. M. Stanley, Portraits of North American Indians, with Sketches of Scenery, etc., painted by J. M. Stanley, deposited with the Smithsonian Institution. Washington, Smithsonian Institution, December, 1852, pages 18 to 22. The Stanley account was not seen by the present author until after the Wofford tradition was in proofs. Glossary of Cherokee Words. The Cherokee language has the continental vowel sounds A, E, I, and U, but lacks O, which is replaced by a deep A. The obscure or short U is frequently nasalized, but the nasal sound is seldom heard at the end of a word. The only labial is M, which occurs in probably not more than half a dozen words in the upper and middle dialects, and is entirely absent from the lower dialect, in which West takes its place. The characteristic L of the upper and middle dialects becomes R in the lower, but no dialect has both sounds. There is also an aspirated L. K and T have the ordinary sounds of these letters, but G and D are medials, approximating the sounds of K and T, respectively. A frequent double consonant is TS, commonly rendered CH by the old traders, CP, dialects. A. As in far. A. As in what, or obscure as in showman. A. As in law, all. D. Medial, semisonant, approximating T. E. As in nay. E. As in net. G. Medial, semisonant, approximating K. H. As in hat. I. As in peak. I. As in pick. K. As in kick. L. As in lull. L. Surd L, sometimes written HL, nearly the Welsh. LL. M. As in man. N. As in not. R. Takes place of L in lower dialect. S. As in sin. T. As in top.